Ah, the lecherous sage. Here is the latest chapter of the plum in the golden vase. Shoo, do not make a sound. These few are truly fair and ample. I must hasten to gather inspiration for the sake of art. I am resolute. A middle-aged man with flowing white hair lay outside the bathhouse, drooling profusely. Eureka! I have found inspiration again. The spiral technique should be performed this way. Sigh. A boy of around 13 sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he cast a disillusioned glance at Jiraiya. If you don't want it, I shall take my leave. Wait, oh no. I'll pervert. Do not strike. If you must, at least put your pants on first. Ouch, not the face. 3 minutes later. With a bruised face resembling that of a pig, Jiraiya caught up to the boy, grinning. Kid, you're quite disloyal, aren't you? After all, you are my disciple. The master dedicates himself to art, and you flee faster than a rabbit. While you dedicate yourself to art, I must write for you, right? The boy chuckled, waving a copy of the plum in the golden vase in his hand. As per our usual arrangement, the payment is 37%. You take 3, I take 7. Ha ha ha, splendid. Jiraiya was not at all angered. He eagerly took the book and began to read, becoming increasingly exhilarated with each page. His face flushed red, and he exclaimed, Zhi Ge, you truly possess talent. This novel is exquisite, absolutely brilliant. The Uchiha clan is foolish not to recognize your worth. Do not mention them. Zhi Ge, who had been smiling, suddenly darkened in expression, prompting Jiraiya to cease his words. Zhi Ge, in his previous life, was a renowned writer of romantic literature. His readers were all exceptionally handsome or beautiful individuals. Once, he penned a non-romantic tale and received a bomb in the mail from an outraged reader, leading to his demise. By a twist of fate, he found himself in the world of Naruto, reborn as an infant of the Uchiha clan. However, being an ordinary person without any bloodline limit, he was labeled a failure by the Uchiha clan and ultimately expelled. His parents were brutally murdered by Uchiha comrades seeking to steal their Sharingan in an attempt to protect him, leaving him to witness their demise before his very eyes. That pain was like a knife to the heart. Zhi Ge still retained limited memory. The Uchiha intended to silence him, and had it not been for Itachi's massacre of their clan, he would have perished long ago. Zhi Ge was uncertain whether Itachi had intentionally spared him or simply overlooked him, in any case. He survived and was later taken in by Jiraiya, traveling alongside the lecherous sage to gather artistic inspiration. Wow, this segment is remarkable. I never knew such a position could be achieved. Jiraiya's eyes widened, and after finishing a chapter, he seemed unsatisfied. Is it not tragic that such talent is wasted? Your artistic sensibilities are extraordinary, yet you possess not a shred of chakra. What a shame. He turned to Zhi Ge, speaking earnestly. I have taught you all the taijutsu I can. If you're determined to pursue the path of a ninja, I can introduce you to someone, though he resides in Konoha, Gaimedo, the blue beast of Konoha. Zhi Ge replied with a faint smile, picturing the burly man with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Indeed, when it comes to taijutsu, he is quite exceptional, Jiraiya said with rare seriousness. However, despite his prowess, he possesses chakra, while you. Jiraiya halted his words. Zhi Ge smiled wryly. True, I lack even a basic system. It seems I am destined merely to write and pass the days. At least my readers will prosper. Ding dong. A new chapter of the plum in the golden vase has been detected. The pirate task system is automatically generated. Loading host. Host Uchiha. Zhi Ge, age 13, chakra, 0. System loading complete. Minor achievement of novelist task completed. Newbie gift package dispatched. A series of electronic sounds echoed in Zhi Ge's mind, leaving him in stunned silence. No way, no way, no way. After 13 long years, the system finally arrived. Zhi Ge was elated. Yet why does it provide me with a pirate system in the world of Naruto? Is Luffy battling Naruto or Zoro clashing with Sasuke? That is not the main concern. The real question is, what does it mean that a new chapter of the plum in the golden vase is available to read? As a system, are you also a lecher? Incredible. Truly incredible. Zhi Ge rolled his eyes, but said nothing further, quickly opening the newbie gift package. Ding dong. Newbie gift package opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Gum Fruit. New system task initiated. Passed the first round of the Chunin exam. Zhi Ge blinked in surprise, then widened his eyes, leaping with excitement. No way, no way, no way. Is this truly the Gum Fruit? This is the legendary sun god Nika. I, Zhi Ge, have spent a lifetime writing for readers, teaching countless techniques the heavens have finally opened. Their eyes dot, I am destined to become the protagonist, to dominate the world of Naruto. Haha. Zhi Ge was overwhelmed with excitement. With a mere thought, he absorbed the energy of the Gum Fruit, and he suddenly realized that a certain part of him could expand and contract, grow and shrink. He suddenly conceived a bold idea. Kid, you little rascal, Jiraiya, observing Zhi Ge in a trance, assumed he was overly distressed and quickly reassured. Do not worry, not becoming a ninja is not the end. You will devote yourself to art, and I shall protect you. Lecherous sage. At that moment, Zhi Ge suddenly opened his eyes, excitement radiating from him as he looked at Jiraiya, proclaiming dramatically, I wish to return to Konoha for the Chunin exam. Oh, what? No way, kid, are you out of your mind? Zhi Ge set off towards Konoha, yet Jiraiya did not accompany him. Initially, Zhi Ge wanted to persuade Jiraiya to return to the village, especially since this Chunin exam coincided with Naruto's batch, where Orochimaru would surely appear. The third Hokage would also perish during this event. He wished to convince Jiraiya to return and avert disaster, but ultimately, he could not sway him. Jiraiya insisted that he must remain in Amage Cure for the sake of the beautiful women and for art. With no other choice, Zhi Ge made his way back alone. 5 days later, after many years, Zhi Ge once again stood at the entrance of Konoha, gazing at the village gates. Zhi Ge was filled with emotions. Here he had witnessed the tragic death of his parents at the hands of their own kin, their eyes cruelly gouged out. This enmity was unforgivable. Yet, Itachi had inadvertently avenged him. As for hatred, he bore no animosity towards Konoha. However, there was one individual he was determined to eliminate upon his return. Danzō Shimura. Why did the Uchiha clan target him? Why did they kill his parents? Was it merely because he lacked a bloodline limit and was deemed a failure? Yes, but that was not the entirety of the truth. It was due to Danzō's cowardice. He branded him as a harbinger of disaster, a plague upon the land. In the end, the Nine Tails attacked the village, and many Uchiha met a tragic fate. Danzō reappeared, claiming that all of this was due to his presence as a harbinger of doom. Better to believe than to disbelieve, the ruthless Uchiha aimed to kill him and his family. Though the Uchiha clan had perished, Danzō still remained. One day, he would exact his vengeance. Taking a deep breath, Zhi Ge shook his head, momentarily dismissing his thoughts, and proceeded directly towards the Hidden Leaf Village. Hello, please come this way to register. Soon. A Chunin guard intercepted him, as the Chunin exams were currently underway. In an effort to thwart espionage from foreign nations, the village had bolstered its defenses considerably. On the surface, there were over a dozen Chunin and several Jonin, but Zhi Ge's keen perception discerned the presence of more than 20 Umbu lurking in the shadows. What is your name? Which country do you hail from? And are you here to participate in the Chunin exams? If so, please register here. If not, I must ask you to leave immediately. The Chunin guard fixed his gaze on Zhi Ge's unfamiliar visage, relentlessly interrogating him. The surrounding Chunin cast glances in his direction, as if poised to strike at the slightest indication of trouble. After all, the Chunin exams required a Jonin instructor to lead a team of at least 3. And here he was, alone, a curious anomaly. I am Zhi Ge, a resident of the Land of Fire, specifically from the Hidden Leaf Village, here to partake in the Chunin exams. Zhi Ge replied with remarkable composure, his demeanor unruffled. You are one of ours. The recording Chunin paused, lifting his gaze to Zhi Ge with a scrutinizing glare. At the same moment, the surrounding Chunin converged, encircling him. Indeed, Zhi Ge answered unabashedly. And where are your companions? The Chunin's expression darkened further. I have no companions. What of your instructor? The Chunin's countenance grew increasingly hostile. He has sacrificed himself for the sake of art. Seize him. As soon as Zhi Ge's words fell, the dozen Chunin lunged forward, intent on apprehending him. In such a critical moment, safeguarding the village's security was their paramount duty. This individual appeared suspicious, his words nonsensical. Better to err on the side of caution than to let him slip away. Just as tensions escalated, Zhi Ge slowly retrieved a forehead protector from his pocket, upon which was inscribed a single character, oil. Wait. A commanding voice rang out, and a man stepped forward. He approached swiftly, fixated on the forehead protector in Zhi Ge's hand, momentarily lost in thought. Zhi Ge, taken aback, recognized the man as Irika, Naruto's first teacher, a humble yet remarkable Chunin instructor, and one of the most significant figures in Naruto's life, the first to acknowledge him and his guiding light. After a brief pause, Irika gradually regained his composure. Trembling, he inquired, "Are you the disciple of that esteemed individual?" Zhi Ge nodded calmly, holding a deep respect for Irika. Nani. At this moment, the group of Chunin finally grasped the situation. Their expressions a mixture of shock and awe as they regarded the forehead protector in the young man's hand. They understood precisely what it signified. This was the emblem of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. The youth before them was indeed the disciple of that renowned figure? My word, we nearly caused a grave incident. Zhi Ge inclined his head slightly towards Irika, then turned to the recording Chunin, calmly inquiring, "May I enter now?" "Of course. Please. Do proceed." The gathering of Chunin immediately parted to make way for Zhi Ge, who sauntered through the crowd with an unhurried grace. As his figure gradually receded from view, the Chunin instinctively swallowed hard, grappling with the revelation that he was, in fact, a disciple of the esteemed Jiraiya. It had been many years since Jiraiya had last returned to Konoha, and it was surprising to learn that he had taken on another apprentice. Wait a moment, the last disciple of Jiraiya was... At the utterance of these words, a collective astonishment enveloped the crowd, and their gazes instinctively shifted toward the Hokage rock. There, four colossal statues loomed, each representing a previous Hokage. Among them, the statue of the fourth Hokage stood out, adorned with a striking visage. The fourth Hokage, the man who moved like the wind, the one known as the Yellow Flash, the individual who had safeguarded Konoha with his very life. If that were the case, did it mean that this young man was a junior to the fourth Hokage? Unbeknownst to anyone, someone casually remarked this, and all the Chunin found themselves swallowing again, their eyes fixed on the retreating figure of the boy. Zhi Ge paid no heed to the expressions behind him. His gaze instinctively darted toward a hidden direction, a slight smile gracing his lips. Whether it was an innate ability or not, despite being unable to produce a shred of chakra within him, he possessed a remarkable sensitivity to chakra since childhood. Within a radius of 100 meters, he could distinctly sense the chakra of every individual, even those concealed in the shadows. In the darkness, a scar-faced man momentarily froze, instinctively retreating a few steps, his mind racing with surprise. Could this boy have detected his presence? But soon, he dismissed this absurd notion. Impossible. How could a mere genin possibly uncover his whereabouts? It must be a coincidence. Who was he? Mori no Ibiki, a special jonin from the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire, the captain of the Konoha interrogation department and the chief examiner for the first test of this Chunin exam, infamously dubbed the torture master examiner. A genin discovering his location? Unthinkable. He recognized the boy at once, the former Uchiha child. To his astonishment, the boy was still alive. Simultaneously, the hidden Umbu ninja swiftly relayed this information to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzō. The remnants of the Uchiha clan still lived. Moreover, he had become a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. He had returned to Konoha. This news sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Konoha. Upon receiving the information, Danzo's brow furrowed deeply. He immediately rose from his seat, eager to dispatch Umbu to eliminate this Uchiha remnant at once. However, considering the presence of the third Hokage and the implications of Jiraiya's involvement, he hesitated to act. He ordered surveillance on Zhi Ge, determining that if he dared to pose any threat to Konoha's safety, he would face immediate execution. After much deliberation, Danzō issued his orders, and soon several Umbu took flight. Amidst the rising turmoil, the figure known as Zhi Ge remained oblivious to the chaos surrounding him as he ventured deeper into the hidden leaf village. Soon hearing the sounds of a confrontation, before him stood a youth clad in a green training uniform, his hands and feet bound with white bandages. In front of this boy were three familiar faces, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Observing their stances, exuding determination and confidence, Zhi Ge felt a subtle smile tug at the corners of his mouth as he stole glances at Sakura, who was gazing at Lee with admiration. Oh, a scene so familiar was unfolding. How could this be? Sasuke stared incredulously at the young Lee before him, disbelief etched across his face. Though he had activated his Sharingan, he could discern every movement with clarity, yet his own body failed to keep pace. Quick. It was simply too fast. Panic crept onto his features when, in the next moment, Lee darted behind Sasuke and sent him flying with a powerful kick. Immediately after, Lee leapt into the air, the bandages around his hands cascading down as he executed a technique known as the Lotus Blossom. Zhi Ge, gathering his strength, propelled himself forward like a coiled spring, appearing in the blink of an eye between Lee and Sasuke, separating the two with remarkable agility. The sound of 3 impacts echoed as they landed. Sasuke gazed at Zhi Ge with astonishment. A master of taijutsu, Lee's expression turned serious, his eyes fixated on Zhi Ge. Those 4 words flashed in his mind. As a practitioner of taijutsu himself, he was astounded by Zhi Ge's speed. Naruto and Sakura stood in stunned silence, equally captivated by the sudden arrival of this formidable youth. Long time no see, Naruto. Zhi Ge greeted warmly, turning to the still-dazed Naruto. Startled, Naruto leapt up, astonishment radiating from his eyes as he exclaimed, "No way, no way, no way. Uchiha Zhi Ge, oh my gosh. When did you return?" "Just arrived," Zhi Ge replied with a smile. "Uchiha? Naruto, do you know him?" Sakura asked, glancing at Naruto in surprise, her gaze then lingering on Zhi Ge, her cheeks flushing as she succumbed to admiration. This boy was strikingly handsome, perhaps even more so than Sasuke. She found herself enamored, pondering whether Sasuke should make way for Ino. Yet, she also had feelings for Sasuke. "Haha, Sakura. This is my childhood friend Zhi Ge," Naruto exclaimed, grinning broadly as he rushed toward Zhi Ge. "Uchiha Zhi Ge." Suddenly, an enraged voice erupted in the air, and Sasuke's pupils dilated as he clenched his fists, his gaze locked onto Zhi Ge, trembling with fury. The anger in his two-tomo Sharingan was palpable as he gritted his teeth and bellowed, "You're still alive. Then I shall ensure your demise." Fire style, great fireball technique. As the words left his lips, a massive fireball surged toward Zhi Ge, causing the onlookers' expressions to shift dramatically. Zhi Ge's countenance hardened. He swiftly evaded the attack, fixing his calm gaze on Sasuke and stating, "You wish to kill me?" No unnecessary words. Sasuke, trembling with rage, hurled several shuriken at Zhi Ge while charging forward, intent on delivering a lethal strike. "Stop, Sasuke!" Meanwhile, Naruto stood resolutely in front of Zhi Ge, shouting, "Sasuke, what are you trying to do? He is our companion." "Naruto, step aside." Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, fixed his furious gaze upon Zhi Ge, consumed by rage. It's all his fault. This wretched member of the Uchiha clan. This harbinger of calamity. It is because of him that the accursed Itachi annihilated our clan. If it weren't for him, Itachi would still be the brother I cherished. He had thought Zhi Ge had perished in that horrific massacre, yet here he stood, alive. At that moment, his fury reached a boiling point as he roared, "Naruto, move aside. Otherwise, you shall perish with him." "Sasuke, what has come over you?" Sakura gazed at the enraged Sasuke, bewildered by how the situation had escalated. Sasuke offered no reply, merely casting a glance at her, causing her to tremble in fear. Was this still her Sasuke? "Sasuke, Zhi Ge is my companion. He is merely an ordinary person without chakra, and I will not allow you to harm him," Naruto declared, arms outstretched, resolute in his stance. An ordinary person devoid of chakra? Lee was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to Zhi Ge. "Very well. If you wish to die, I shall not hesitate to end you both." In a fit of rage, Sasuke bellowed and charged at Zhi Ge, exclaiming, "Fire release, Phoenix fire technique." With swift hand seals, he unleashed a torrent of flames directed at Zhi Ge. Seeing this, Naruto's expression changed dramatically, shouting, "Zhi Ge, you stand no chance against Sasuke. Flee now. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will not allow Sasuke to harm you." With those words, Naruto prepared to utilize his shadow clone technique. At that moment, Zhi Ge smiled faintly, grasping Naruto's arm, and calmly addressed Sasuke. "Naruto, allow me to handle this." "Zhi Ge, you." Concern filled Naruto's eyes. Who was Sasuke? A universally acknowledged genius, and now endowed with the Sharingan. And Zhi Ge? A mere waste of the Uchiha clan. Lacking even chakra. How could he possibly contend with Sasuke? Was this not a fool's errand? In his reckless bravado, Naruto had even forgotten Zhi Ge's astonishing speed. The flames of the Phoenix fire technique surged forth. Zhi Ge smiled nonchalantly, his body leaning slightly, and with a single hand, he extended his arm, stretching it further and further. Rubber bullet. As the words fell, Zhi Ge unleashed a powerful punch. Just a single punch. The sky filled with Phoenix fire was rendered into wisps of white smoke. Across from him, Sasuke stood dumbfounded, as did Naruto and the others, frozen in place. Had Sasuke's furious phoenix fire been extinguished by one punch? It was utterly inconceivable. Most astonishingly, it seemed Zhi Ge's arm had elongated. At that moment, Zhi Ge turned to Sasuke, casting a cold glance and sneering, "With your level of intellect, you truly disgrace the Uchiha name." Silence enveloped the arena, a profound stillness settling in. With a faint smile, Zhi Ge coldly remarked, "Were it not for Itachi's reputation, you would be a corpse by now." He then cast a slight smile towards Naruto before turning to leave, leaving a group of stunned onlookers in his wake. "Ah, Zhi Ge." In the next moment, Sasuke erupted in fury, his eyes blazing crimson, trembling with rage. "Itachi! How dare he mention Itachi?" This clearly struck a nerve with Sasuke. Consumed by anger, he surged towards Zhi Ge, declaring, "You shall perish, you plague. You are unworthy to utter the Uchiha name." The long-suppressed hatred within him erupted at this moment. He had lost all reason, driven solely by the desire to avenge his clan. "Humph." Zhi Ge chuckled lightly. To him, Sasuke's speed was painfully slow. With a swift kick, the prodigious Sasuke was sent flying once more. Zhi Ge turned back to glance at Sasuke with indifference, shaking his head. "You are too weak." As he spoke, he cast a glance towards a shadowy direction before making to leave. However, he soon halted, for a figure appeared before him. With red hair and panda-like eyes, bearing a massive gourd upon his back, it was Gaara, the future 5th Kazekage. Gaara gazed at Zhi Ge with palpable excitement, sand spilling from the gourd behind him. Behind them, Kankuro stood in shock, instinctively following Gaara's gaze. There stood a boy, seemingly devoid of any chakra presence. An ordinary person? Yet how could such a mundane individual elicit Gaara's enthusiasm? He had just missed witnessing Zhi Ge's overwhelming defeat of Sasuke. Hee. Gaara laughed in excitement, as sand began to surge forth, rapidly hurtling towards Zhi Ge. "Stop, Gaara." Kankuro's expression changed drastically as he quickly grasped Gaara's hand. He knew all too well the extent of Gaara's powers. Should he unleash them, death would surely follow. Not to mention this seemingly ordinary boy. Even the entirety of the gathered crowd would fall should Gaara lose control. To put it bluntly, in Gaara's eyes, everyone present was but refuse. "Let go." Gaara stiffly turned his head, casting a frigid stare at Kankuro, his gaze as chilling as that of a soulless killing machine. With just one look, Kankuro instinctively recoiled. Swallowing hard as he trembled, "Gaara, put away the gourd." "Kekekek." Gaara erupted in manic laughter, disregarding Kankuro entirely as the sand from the gourd surged forth, targeting none other than Kankuro himself. Witnessing this, Kankuro's face turned ashen. He never anticipated Gaara would mercilessly strike at him. His expression was one of utter dread. Not only would revealing his puppets before the Konoha contingent be disastrous, but even at full strength, he would not be able to withstand Gaara's onslaught. He instinctively glanced towards Temari, seeking aid. "Gaara." Temari's face was also pale as she urgently called out. Upon hearing this, Gaara slowly turned to glance at Temari. After a moment's hesitation, he ceased his actions. At that moment, Kankuro was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. He had just experienced the palpable aura of death, a suffocating sensation that lingered in his mind. Fortunately, Gaara exhibited a hint of brotherly affection. Meanwhile, the gazes of Lee and the others were fixed upon Gaara, their expressions grave. The ninja from Sunigakure was formidable. However, in the next instant, Gaara, who had momentarily halted, suddenly erupted into manic laughter. Sweeping his arm wide as the sand in the air surged violently towards Zhi Ge. His face was alight with excitement, his lips curling into a wild grin. Zhi Ge's expression shifted slightly, but he refrained from making a move, instead glancing into the shadows. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the arena as a middle-aged man clad in green training attire materialized, dispersing the airborne sand with a single kick. Upon landing, he struck a rather ostentatious pose. Behind him was a red tortoise. "Teacher Guy?" Lee exclaimed with excitement upon recognizing the newcomer. Guy chuckled heartily, then bam, delivered a punch to the beaming Lee's face, sending him flying while admonishing, "Fool, how could you use that technique against a comrade?" "I just wanted to challenge a genius of the Uchiha clan. I wanted to prove that without ninjutsu, I could still be an excellent ninja." Lee, with a bruised face and teary eyes, gazed earnestly at Might Guy. Guy, deeply moved, looked back at Lee with affection, tears welling in his eyes. The master and disciple shared a heartfelt embrace, affirming, "Ah, this is youth." The onlookers couldn't help but facepalm. Witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge also smirked, finding it hard to believe that this man had nearly delivered a decisive blow. Yet in the next moment, Gaara went wild, his excitement directed at Might Guy, causing the sand in the air to tremble violently before shooting towards him. Guy turned, coldly observing the chaos, and with a single punch, shattered all the sand. His gaze grew increasingly frosty as he spoke icily. The boy from Sunigakure, your opponent is my disciple. If you wish to fight, let your Kazekage come. Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Might Guy. Incredible. Yet Guy merely cast a fleeting glance at Gaara before fixing his serious expression upon Zhi Ge. Just now, did this boy sense his presence in the shadows? How could that be possible? He was a Jonin. This boy didn't even possess chakra. How could it be? Yet a person devoid of chakra had remarkably honed their taijutsu to such a level. Remarkable. He regarded Zhi Ge deeply, approached him, gently patted his shoulder, and smiled as he departed. Byakugan. Hyuga Niji suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at Zhi Ge, trembling as he spoke. He truly has no chakra within him. The revelation left everyone in shock. Hinata Niji cast a penetrating glance at Zhi Ge before approaching Xiao Li and earnestly inquired, Li, is his taijutsu formidable? Indeed. It is exceptionally strong. Xiao Li affirmed without hesitation. How does it compare to yours? Niji asked, his tone serious. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Li replied solemnly. In a full exertion, it is difficult to discern between us. Niji's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned his gaze back to Zhi Ge. He was acutely aware of Xiao Li's true strength when unleashing his full potential. To think that this Uchiha, whom many deemed a failure, possessed such prowess. It appears that this year's Chunin exam will be far more intriguing than anticipated. Niji regarded Zhi Ge with a profound gaze before leading Xiao Li and Tian towards the registration area. Zhi Ge. Sasuke rose, his countenance dark and brooding. As he glared at Zhi Ge with clenched teeth, his frustration evident as he begrudgingly made his way to the registration area, with Sakura hastily trailing behind. Both Xiao Li and Zhi Ge, along with that panda-eyed shinobi from Sunigakure, had instilled a sense of threat within him, causing the once celebrated genius, Sasuke, to experience a blow to his pride. Zhi Ge, Naruto glanced at Zhi Ge, who waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead, see you at the Chunin exam. As everyone departed, Zhi Ge slowly made his way towards the registration area, where he encountered a familiar face. Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi was seated at the registration desk, casually propping his leg and engrossed in Icha Icha Paradise. Upon noticing Zhi Ge's approach, he discreetly cast a glance in his direction. As a member of the Umbu, he had already received word of Zhi Ge's return to the village. Zhi Ge regarded Kakashi briefly before approaching the registration desk. The Chunin at the desk looked at him in surprise. Are you here to participate in the Chunin exam? Where are your companions? Zhi Ge's expression turned sour as he replied, I have no companions. The regulations for the Chunin exam were explicit. One must form a team of 3 to register. No companions? Kid, are you here to jest with us? Hurry along. Find somewhere cooler to linger. The Chunin in charge of registration grew impatient, attempting to usher Zhi Ge away. Zhi Ge thought to himself, Jiraiya is truly unreliable. I assumed he had made the necessary arrangements, yet here I am, lacking even the qualification to register. What a disaster. It seemed that completing the system task would now be impossible. Zhi Ge was utterly speechless, rubbing his forehead in frustration. However, in the next moment, his eyes caught Kakashi's. And suddenly, a spark ignited within him. With keen interest, he looked toward Kakashi and grinned. Senpai, have you ever read The Plum in the Golden Vase? Kakashi lifted his head, his eyes widening in surprise as he regarded the smiling Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge maintained his serene expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Kakashi leapt from his seat, his face a mixture of excitement and disbelief as he stared at Zhi Ge. What did you say? Zhi Ge glanced around the registration area, then calmly stated, Would you like to see the latest chapter of The Plum in the Golden Vase? Kakashi's eyes widened. Well, one eye rather. Absolutely. As an LSP, how could I not desire it? I dream about it. Though Icha Icha Paradise was delightful, it paled in comparison to the plum in the golden vase. How do you know about the plum in the golden vase? Kakashi whispered. That is only natural. Zhi Ge chuckled in response. I shall not deceive you, esteemed elder. I am indeed the author of the plum in the golden vase. How absurd. You're merely a child. How could you possibly pen such a novel? Kakashi replied, clearly skeptical of Zhi Ge's claim. Please, Kakashi-senpai, direct your attention here. Zhi Ge said, revealing his trump card, an unpublished chapter of the Plum in the Golden Vase. This is the latest chapter, yet to be made public. He waved the manuscript with a mischievous grin. Goodness, I can hardly believe it. This young lad is truly the author of the Plum in the Golden Vase. There can be no mistake. Only the author could possess such unpublished material. Kakashi was thrilled, for he held a deep admiration for the novel, which had imparted to him much knowledge and skills he had previously lacked. Zhi Ge calmly observed Kakashi, then glanced at the registration desk without uttering a word. Kakashi quickly understood and made his way towards the Chunin responsible for the registrations, intending to put his name down before he would report to Lord Hokage. However, a group of Chunin smirked, yet dared not offend Kakashi, allowing Zhi Ge to register without protest. Is this truly Konoha? How pathetic. A nobody without companions is allowed to register. It is utterly laughable. At that moment, a mocking voice emerged from behind. Zhi Ge frowned slightly and turned to see an arrogant man approaching. This individual sported an upward swept, dark gray hairstyle and wore a beige outer garment emblazoned with 3 red symbols of death. Zhi Ge recognized him as Sak, who bore a wind chakra point in the palms of his hands. Behind Sak were 2 others, one with a spiky hairstyle and the other with long hair, members of the Sound Ninja Trio. They were all subordinates of Orochimaru. Sak looked disdainfully at Zhi Ge and sneered. Such trash, I could easily eliminate with a mere flick of my hand. Yet Konoha treats you as a treasure. It seems Konoha is not as formidable as I believed. His words trailed off abruptly, for Zhi Ge had already launched forward, leaving behind a residual shadow, delivering a powerful punch to Sak's face. With a dull thud, Sak was sent flying, leaving a deep scorched mark on the ground. Zhi Ge turned back, casting a cold glance at him, and said indifferently, "Did I grant you permission to speak?" After a moment of stunned silence, the spiky-haired Taas regained his composure and shouted at Zhi Ge, "You're asking for death." Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, Zhi Ge had already closed the distance. His expression shifted dramatically. He had sensed no chakra fluctuations from this boy, indicating that it was neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu. It must be taijutsu, but how could it be so formidable? The speed was astonishing. Before he could even react, the opponent's attack had already arrived. With a resounding crash, Taas was hurled backward, crashing heavily into Sak, resulting in an intimate collision between the two. Zhi Ge brushed off the dust from his clothes and spoke with a hint of disdain. The Sound Ninja Trio, is this all they have? Truly pathetic. How dare they compete at such a level? They must be unaware of the embarrassment they invite. With that, he turned and cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon Jean, who stood frozen in shock. He simply stared at her, and for reasons unknown, a chill ran down her spine. Her complexion paled slightly, and her body trembled, clearly shaken by Zhi Ge's prior actions. Silence enveloped the arena, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. A group of Chunin stared in astonishment, their faces reflecting their shock. This youth, could he possibly be too formidable? Shikamaru glanced deeply at Zhi Ge, remaining silent. "Ah, seeking death. You truly are courting disaster." After a moment, Sak and Taas slowly rose from the ground, veins bulging on their foreheads, their eyes fixed on Zhi Ge, brimming with fury. They exchanged a glance and charged recklessly at him, with Jean closely trailing behind. 3 against 1. Shikamaru's expression tightened as he formed hand seals rapidly in front of his chest. Meanwhile, Zhi Ge faced the charging Sound Ninja Trio with an unflinching calmness, choosing to advance rather than retreat. At that moment, the Chunin overseeing the registration were left utterly dumbfounded. 1 against 3, and those 3 Sound Ninjas clearly possessed formidable strength. Yet this young man chose to engage rather than cower? How foolish. Let him meet his demise. Watching Zhi Ge charge forward, Sak momentarily froze before a cold smirk crept across his lips, a murderous aura emanating from him. Suddenly, a figure intervened between Zhi Ge and the Sound Ninja Trio. Kakashi, holding his beloved book, turned to cast a cold glance at them. Just a glance. The faces of Sak and his companions turned ashen as they instinctively swallowed hard. From that singular gaze, they sensed an overwhelming intent to kill. Exchanging glances, Sak coldly remarked, "Bullying the weak, is that the way of Konoha?" Bang! His words were abruptly cut short as Kakashi kicked him away. He then turned to the terrified Taas and Jean, coldly stating, "This is Konoha. If you dare to challenge, feel free to call for reinforcements. I'm more than willing to engage." Sak covered his face in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief. This individual was incredibly strong. At that moment, The remaining two sound ninjas regained their composure, their expressions strained as they regarded Kakashi. This man was undeniably arrogant. However, recognizing his status as a jonin, even with 100 grievances in their hearts, they dared not retaliate. The group of chunin at the registration desk fell into silence, unsure of how to proceed. Kakashi looked at them, coolly stating, "Let this incident slide for now." With that, he embraced his book and coldly departed from the crowd. The chunin exchanged glances, then looked back at Sak, who had been sent sprawling, shaking their heads in resignation. This young man is simply too impulsive. Why act so recklessly? And this is Konoha. After all, such rashness is ill-advised. Sak, clutching his cheek, rose from the ground, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Kakashi's retreating figure. His eyes ablaze with fury. He was determined to hold Kakashi accountable for this grievance. However, given his current strength, confronting Kakashi was out of the question. Yet, the impudent lad named Zhi Ge before him was someone he could certainly teach a lesson. He fixed a menacing gaze upon Zhi Ge, as if he could slay him with mere looks. Zhi Ge turned around, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the trio of sound ninjas, coolly asserting, "I shall reiterate, do not provoke me." His gaze shifted to Sak, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Sak trembled slightly, instinctively retreating a few steps. Meanwhile, TOS, unable to tolerate the situation, stepped forward defiantly. "You only dared to act so brazenly because the elite from Konoha were present. Now that they are gone, do you still have the audacity to behave like this? Indeed, what are you to oppose us sound ninjas? It seems you are courting death." Sak sneered, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. "In that case, I shall not hesitate to incapacitate you before the exam." With that, Zhi Ge waved his hand, unleashing a gust of wind that rustled Sak's and his clothing. What an astonishing presence. What is happening? Why do we lack even the slightest intelligence about this boy? Feeling the pressure radiating from Zhi Ge, Jean broke into a cold sweat. Fear not. If he were truly formidable, that esteemed individual in the village would have informed us. This nameless brat can only bluster. Sak scoffed, dismissively glancing at Zhi Ge. "You all better cease at once. If you engage in conflict before the exam, it would be deemed a diplomatic incident. Konoha will not allow such occurrences." The chunin responsible for registration, sensing the situation was escalating beyond control, immediately intervened with a commanding voice. He exchanged glances with his companions, signaling them to summon a higher-ranking ninja to quell the disturbance. Upon hearing the chunin's remarks, Sak scoffed derisively. "And who are you? This is not your place to speak." He pointed at the chunin, his voice cold with disdain. "You insignificant sound ninja lack the right to know my name." The chunin replied with a sneer, "You sound ninja scum are not worthy of my name." This esteemed chunin, "I understand you two are displeased with these outsiders behaving so arrogantly in Konoha. Allow me to deal with them on your behalf, and I assure you, no lives will be lost." Zhi Ge maintained his indifferent demeanor, unperturbed. "Very well. Zhi Ge, do exercise restraint." The chunin, seeing the determined glint in Zhi Ge's eyes, hesitated to intervene further. Moreover, he had long wished to discipline these insolent sound brats, but given his status, rash actions could lead to severe repercussions. "Ha ha. TOS, did you hear that? This little brat dares to claim he will teach us a lesson, and that he won't cause any fatalities?" Ha ha. Sak erupted in fury upon hearing Zhi Ge's words. How dare this insolent child act so arrogantly in front of him? There was no other recourse. "Then go teach him a lesson. Remember, do not let this scoundrel sneak up on you again." "Ha ha ha, of course. Rest assured." Sak sneered. Turning around, he fixed his icy gaze on Zhi Ge. "I am eager to see how you will teach me a lesson." With that, he clenched his right fist and launched a fierce strike towards Zhi Ge's head. Zhi Ge, expressionless, showed no intention of evasion or even defense. Observing this, Sak let out a cold laugh. "Humph, you're not going to dodge. Are you seeking death?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, his attack came crashing down with a thunderous force. Bang! Sak's fist struck Zhi Ge's head, but to his astonishment, Zhi Ge's body showed no sign of change, as if he had sustained no injury at all. How is this possible? Sak's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Zhi Ge advance. At that moment, Zhi Ge's cold voice reached his ears. "Is that all?" With that, Zhi Ge delivered a resounding slap. Slap! Sak was sent flying. One of his teeth was knocked out. Crumpled on the ground, Sak began to wail in agony. "Why you?" He pointed at Zhi Ge, his face a mask of resentment and fury. He could scarcely believe that he had been so ruthlessly defeated by this unknown brat. His strength was nearly on par with that of a Chunin. How could such a weak child possibly be his opponent? He must have employed some trickery. The more Sack pondered, the more convinced he became of his theory. A sinister grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha. This brat must have used some sorcery. Otherwise, how could he have sent me flying with a single slap? I see he is merely putting on a show. With such feeble strength, how could he achieve this? With this thought, Sack rose, raising his hands towards Zhi Ge with a mocking smile. Brat, no matter what underhanded techniques you have employed, they are insignificant in the face of absolute power. Void/wave. Sack's pupils constricted sharply as he gathered a tremendous amount of chakra in his hands, forming two massive shockwaves that violently surged towards Zhi Ge. Seeing the danger in Sack's move, Shikamaru quickly warned Zhi Ge. Do not worry. I will not lose. Zhi Ge replied with a slight smile, then suddenly opened his mouth wide. Rubber mouth swallow. As soon as Zhi Ge finished speaking, he forcefully consumed Sack's void/wave. What? Is he even human? Sack's eyes nearly popped out of his head upon witnessing Zhi Ge's technique. Do not be too excited. The best is yet to come. Noticing that Sack was frozen in shock, Zhi Ge wasted no time and forcefully expelled the air from his stomach. Sack, unable to dodge in time, was knocked unconscious by his own attack. Wait. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Zhi Ge. Turning around, he was startled to see the woman from the Sound Ninja team, Jean. What? Are you planning to ambush me? I have no interest in striking a woman. You'd best step aside, Zhi Ge remarked coldly. Upon hearing this, Jin's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. However, as a fellow member of the Sound Ninja, she felt compelled to engage in battle. I apologize, but allow me to teach you a lesson, you arrogant little brat. With that, Jin launched an immediate assault on Zhi Ge. Boom. Jin's fist came crashing down toward Zhi Ge. Witnessing this, everyone else held their breath in anticipation. Humph. Zhi Ge emitted a cold snort, twisting her body to deftly evade Jin's strike. Though this woman possessed formidable strength, her speed was lacking, and her power did not strike Zhi Ge as particularly overwhelming. To her, it felt as if everything unfolded in slow motion. What are these threads? After dodging Jin's attack, Zhi Ge suddenly noticed two almost imperceptible fine lines on her clothing. These threads wound around her body, inducing a peculiar numbness that made her feel as though she were ensnared by an invisible force. What is happening? Why can't I move? As Zhi Ge pondered this, a voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Startled, she looked up to see Jin smirking at her, holding 10 exceptionally sharp kunai in her hands. You, Zhi Ge gasped. Taken aback by the woman's cunning attack, it hardly resembled a woman's technique, but rather the effect of some advanced ninja tool. Indeed, this is my ninjutsu. Controlling kunai through special threads. While you are impressive, it is a pity you are about to perish beneath my blades, Jin declared, flicking her fingers as the 10 kunai shot forth towards Zhi Ge like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Quite interesting. I concede that you possess more intellect than that previous wind ninja, but this level of skill is utterly insufficient for me, Zhi Ge retorted. What? Rubber machine gun. As his words fell, both of Zhi Ge's arms elongated rapidly, and in that instant, his fists rained down upon Jin like a torrential downpour. The woman named Jin crumpled under the onslaught, her body akin to that of a fragile paper doll, unable to withstand the blows. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of her bones fracturing filled the air as she was struck repeatedly, crashing to the ground like a broken marionette. Her body swelled with bruises, devoid of any unscathed skin. Wow, am I perhaps being a bit too excessive? This is practically a superior version of my pretty punch. Zhi Ge sighed, gazing at Jin, who lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Truly violent. Yet, this violence possesses an inexplicable beauty. Cough, cough. At that moment, Jin coughed a few times and turned her head towards Toshi. Toshi, the captain of the Sound Ninja team, found himself in a precarious position as within a minute. Both of his teammates had been swiftly taken down by Zhi Ge. Alone and vulnerable, he swallowed hard. So what now? Will you continue to provoke me? As Zhi Ge observed Tuasi's timid demeanor, he could not help but mockingly inquire. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Tuasi hurriedly shook his head, indicating that he would refrain from further action. Though he felt 100 grievances within, he had far more pressing matters awaiting his attention. He could not afford to prematurely reveal his trump card to the Konoha ninja. My apologies. We were too abrupt. I apologize on behalf of my two teammates. Upon witnessing Tuasi's sincere apology, Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this fellow possessed a modicum of sense. However, regardless of his awareness, Zhi Ge was determined to settle the score today. With a frigid gaze fixed upon Tuasi, he vanished in an instant. Tuasi was taken aback, realizing with alarm that this boy was poised to launch a surprise attack on him. What was he planning? Panic-stricken, Tuasi attempted to flee. Yet his speed was no match for Zhi Ge's. In but a heartbeat, Zhi Ge reappeared behind him, ready to strike. I shall not take your life. However, after having provoked me, it is impossible for you to retreat unscathed. Stop. Just then, a deep, gravelly voice interrupted Zhi Ge's impending assault. The onlookers turned to see a scarred face belonging to a Konoha jonin. You are Zhi Ge, correct? While teaching an ignorant individual a lesson is not without merit, you must afford me, the chief examiner of this first test, a modicum of respect. Do not go too far. Zhi Ge rolled his eyes inwardly at this scarred figure before him. This man was the chief examiner. Yes, esteemed examiner. Zhi Ge retracted his fists, responding in a mock-serious manner with his head bowed. Very well. I am Mori no Ibi, the chief examiner for the first round of the Chunin exam. I have come to inform you that the first round will commence shortly. It will be a written test. I hope you all perform well. Please follow me. With that, he turned and strode forward, exuding an air of arrogance. What? There's a written test for the Chunin exam. Oh God, tell me this isn't real. Uzumaki Naruto found himself utterly bewildered upon hearing this announcement. Hey, Naruto, this is the Chunin exam. Do you really want to lose? Zhi Ge could not resist teasing Naruto at his incredulous expression. I will definitely win, Naruto exclaimed, his mouth agape before breaking into his signature grin. Thus, the multitude of examinees followed the chief examiner, Mori no Ibi, into the examination room. Along the way, many engaged in discussions about Zhi Ge's recent display. This unknown youth had certainly made a name for himself in front of the crowd. Although his combat skills were lacking, the fierce awareness and strength he had just exhibited left many candidates profoundly shaken. Truly, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, he should not be underestimated. This fellow may indeed be a candidate with immense potential. As everyone remained absorbed in the aftermath of the recent battle, the chief examiner, Seinwa Ibiki, had already escorted them to the innermost seating arrangements. Esteemed candidates, he announced, I am Seinwa Ibiki. Your first written examination will consist of fill-in-the-blank questions regarding all aspects of this assessment and various facets of the ninja world. You are required to submit a complete answer sheet within 2 hours. Remember, do not be foolish enough to cheat. 8 proctors will be observing you closely. After surveying the room, Ibiki spoke in a measured tone. Understood. Acknowledged. Came the murmured responses from the crowd. Very well, let the examination commence. With that, Chief Examiner Ibiki turned and firmly closed the examination room door. The candidates, upon witnessing this, promptly opened the question sheets placed before them. Not being foolish enough to cheat implies that as long as the methods are clever enough, one may proceed. Zhi Ge swiftly grasped Ibiki's insinuation, suppressing a laugh within. Several candidates had already been expelled for lowly acts such as peeking and passing notes. Yet Zhi Ge hesitated to put pen to paper, diligently seeking a remarkable individual capable of answering the questions solely through his own prowess. Eureka! There! He finally spotted a distinguished candidate in the front row, deeply engrossed in his answers, but glimpsing his exam paper proved to be quite a challenge. Hee, if it's due to physical reasons, I can't be accused of violating any rules, can I? Very well then. With that thought, Zhi Ge took a deep breath, causing his body to swell dramatically, inflating to an enormous size within moments. In less than a minute, he transformed into a corpulent figure. Haha, now I can easily glimpse his paper. Seizing this invaluable opportunity, Zhi Ge hastily scribbled on his blank sheet, making significant progress in no time. Hey, Zhi Ge, what on earth are you doing? Why has your body suddenly morphed so bizarrely? Zhi Ge's antics naturally drew the attention of Chief Examiner Seinwa Ibiki, as it was impossible to overlook the sudden appearance of a tank-like figure in the room. Unjust. Chief Examiner, my body indeed has a peculiar condition. It enlarges every 2 hours, and I cannot control it. Despite fabricating this excuse, Zhi Ge showed no signs of embarrassment. Impudent brat. Fine, fine. Let it return to its original state. Seinwa Ibiki waved his hand in resignation, fully aware that this was merely a ruse to cheat. However, employing one's physical talents to cheat could be considered a hallmark of a clever ninja, and such talent was indeed worthy of attention. While the chief examiner harbored no objections, Zhi Ge's actions incited considerable intrigue among the other candidates. What is going on? How does this kid possess the unique multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan? Indeed, this is utterly bizarre. Such a technique can only be mastered by members of the Akimichi clan. How can this Uchiha brat wield it? How formidable is he truly? Earlier, he single-handedly defeated 3 sound ninjas at the entrance, and now he has mastered the multiplication technique. I hope I do not encounter that terrifying individual in future competitions. The gazes of numerous candidates fell upon Zhi Ge, each contemplating ways to avert such a predicament. Meanwhile, several other candidates whispered among themselves, wondering if Zhi Ge was indeed the most exceptional newcomer in the Hidden Leaf Village. TCH, what a tedious trick. This is truly embarrassing for our Uchiha clan. Members of the Uchiha clan would never stoop to learning such foolish ninjutsu. Uchiha Sasuke, observing Zhi Ge once again become the center of attention from afar, inwardly cursed. Humph. Does that little brat truly believe that a few pounds of muscle can grant him the liberty to act as he pleases? It is laughable. When the time for confrontation arrives, I shall crush you with my utmost strength. You will learn who the true Uchiha genius is. Sasuke's expression darkened. Such an arrogant prodigy finds it difficult to acknowledge others, especially those of a similar age. As time flowed inexorably onward, each candidate displayed their cunning, employing clever methods to cheat. Those foolish cheaters, under the mental strain imposed by Sunni Nabiki, were gradually eliminated. At last, the examination concluded. The final results revealed that from the once crowded assembly of candidates, only 2/3 had succeeded. I cannot believe so many have made it through this year. While Sunni Nabiki was organizing the examination papers, a lively figure suddenly flew into the examination hall. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a strikingly alluring female jonin appeared before them. Why are you all still standing there? Hurry and follow me to the venue for the second examination. What? Who are you? This woman appears somewhat foolish, raising suspicions among the candidates. This was their immediate reaction. How rude. My name is Mitarashi Anko. I am the proctor for your second examination. The new students this year are utterly lacking in manners. The female jonin, noticing their response, felt a chill pass over her countenance and coldly stated. Her tone brimmed with arrogance, as if in her eyes, everyone ought to bow down in submission. Does Mitarashi not mean toilet? Zhi Ge mused quietly to himself, daring not to voice it aloud. After all, he had no desire to provoke this esteemed proctor. However, when Zhi Ge raised his head, he found Anko regarding him with a peculiar, almost amused expression. Goodness, women can be truly frightening. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Zhi Ge's brow as he hastily turned his gaze away from her. The others followed Proctor Anko to the venue for the second examination. The Forest of Death. Listen well. I possess 15 Heaven Scrolls and 15 Earth Scrolls, which will be randomly distributed among 30 teams. Each team must procure 1 pair of Heaven and Earth Scrolls within the forest and reach the designated location within 5 days to pass. Naturally, these scrolls can only be contained within the paper, and there exists a sealing jutsu within the paper. Should it be triggered, the Heaven and Earth Scrolls will immediately explode. I advise those with foolish notions not to attempt opening them. Lastly, I also have a special scroll. It is neither heaven nor earth, but rather the void. In other words, the unfortunate soul who acquires this void scroll must vanquish at least 2 teams to obtain heaven and earth in order to advance. Meanwhile, other teams, regardless of whether they possess heaven or earth, will achieve a successful pairing merely by securing his scroll. As Hong Do spoke, she waved the void scroll in her hand, casting a mischievous grin at the gathered candidates. Does this not mean that the moment one obtains the void scroll, they will instantly become the common target for all 30 groups? Indeed, this is far too perilous. Who would dare to seize the scroll? It is tantamount to courting death. How terrifying. Could this individual be deliberately targeting us? I have no desire to become cannon fodder. What is it? Are you all afraid? Do you still wish to participate in the second examination? Yes, I wish to take part. A flurry of responses erupted from the crowd, eager to affirm their intentions. You people are utterly devoid of confidence. A mere 1 in 30 chance is already preposterously low. Do you truly believe it would easily fall upon you? Surely, such misfortune cannot befall anyone. Just as the crowd fretted over the possibility of drawing the void scroll, Zhi Ge, in a corner, could not help but chuckle. Oh, this student. You appear to be quite self-assured. Hong Do turned her gaze towards Zhi Ge, her voice laced with sarcasm. Since you are so confident, might you enlighten me with your name? I am Zhi Ge, Uchiha Zhi Ge. Without hesitation, Zhi Ge proclaimed his name, aware that he could not conceal it from this woman. Upon hearing this, Hongdo narrowed her eyes, seemingly pondering a matter of interest. This youth is intriguing, indeed. Very well. Since you possess such confidence, you shall be the unfortunate recipient. With a smile, Hongdo produced the void scroll from her bosom and handed it to Zhi Ge. Grasping the still warm scroll, Zhi Ge found it impossible to summon a smile. What on earth? This woman is utterly treacherous, presenting me with this burden in front of so many. Is she not pushing me into a pit of fire? As he stared at the scroll emanating a sweet aroma, Zhi Ge nearly fainted. No, I protest. Why must you thrust this hot potato upon me? Especially in front of everyone. Does this not invite them to come and snatch me away? Zhi Ge frantically scanned his surroundings, seeking a remedy. Yet those nearby seemed to have also taken note of Hongdo's actions, all eyes now fixated on him. TSK. Why? Because I am the chief examiner. Is that reason sufficient? As she spoke, Hongdo drew Zhi Ge closer, exhibiting an air of intimacy. I must inform you. Do not think to entice me with your charms. I am not swayed by such tactics. I shall inform Lord Hokage. You are endangering minors. Feeling Hongdo's searing warmth, Zhi Ge's heart plummeted as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Ha! You are truly adorable. Hongdo playfully pinched Zhi Ge's cheek before continuing. I assure you, I am not intentionally targeting you. This year, you are the only one participating in the examination alone, which is already against the regulations. My willingness to make this exception for you is quite generous. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Zhi Ge was utterly bewildered by Hongdo's words. Thank you. Zhi Ge could only force a stiff smile. That's good. Now go fetch the scroll. Remember, you must pass the exam. Hongdo chuckled and patted Zhi Ge on the shoulder. Without a word, Zhi Ge dashed into the death forest. For obtaining the scroll was tantamount to acquiring a death warrant. There was no time to linger, lest he be captured. Zhi Ge was acutely aware that the second round of the Chunin exam was a skirmish for others, yet for him, burdened with the cursed scroll, it would be a merciless siege. Even with an initial advantage, he could not escape the enemy's ambush. Within mere hours in the death forest, Zhi Ge encountered 2 squads of sand ninjas waiting in ambush. The second squad consisted of 6 men, each wielding different weapons, exuding an air of deadly intent and determination. Upon seeing them, Zhi Ge's heart sank. The leader of the sand ninjas, observing Zhi Ge's nonchalant demeanor, sneered coldly, saying, "Umph, I thought you possessed formidable abilities, yet you are merely a solitary waste. I advise you to hand over that scroll, or the sand ninjas will show no mercy to a mere Konoha genin." Hearing this, Zhi Ge scoffed, "Humph. Aside from Gaara, the rest of you sand ninjas are nothing but a rabble." What? The sand ninja leader was enraged by this retort, and one of his hot-headed comrades lunged forward with a furious roar. Zhi Ge, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh and stomped his right foot on the ground, vanishing from sight in an instant. Boom, boom. Earth style, earth pit technique. The sand ninja leader struck the ground with a powerful punch, and with a thunderous crack, the earth split open, unleashing a fierce gust that shattered the surrounding trees into splinters. Seizing the opportunity, Zhi Ge charged forward, extending his hands to grip the sand ninja leader's collar, seizing his wrists with his left hand while his right arm delivered a crushing blow to the leader's abdomen. Zhi Ge's strength was immense, causing the sand ninja leader to writhe in agony. With a forceful throw, Zhi Ge hurled the leader to the ground. The leader lay there, wailing, before struggling to rise, his eyes filled with terror as he regarded Zhi Ge. What is happening? Why is this boy's physique so extraordinary? Boss, it was clearly your underestimation. This kid has only this much skill. Watch me. Wind style, wind shuriken barrage. One of the sand ninjas hurled 6 shurikens towards Zhi Ge, each wrapped in a layer of wind chakra, making their trajectory erratic and nearly impossible to evade. Zhi Ge, recognizing the danger, quickly retreated to dodge the onslaught of wind-imbued shurikens. Bang, bang, bang. As the 6 shurikens flew toward Zhi Ge, who had narrowly evaded the initial attack, he did not dare to underestimate the threat. Swiftly, he retreated, secretly harnessing the powers of the rubber fruit. With a sudden extension of his leg, he executed a sweeping motion, forcefully deflecting the shurikens aside. What? My signature move was effortlessly countered by this boy. This is just the beginning. Rubber pistol. While the sand ninja was momentarily stunned, Zhi Ge's arm elongated, delivering an uppercut that knocked him out cold. Hey, wake up. Come to your senses. The sand ninja captain shook his comrade's head, attempting to rouse him from his stupor, but the ninja remained as unresponsive as a stone. How infuriating. The captain gritted his teeth in rage, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. How is this boy's body so extraordinary? He can withstand both wind release and shurikens? How is he managing this? The captain racked his brain, concluding that a direct confrontation was not wise, with 5 of his comrades remaining. They certainly held the advantage in numbers. Boy, even if you have managed to defeat one of us by chance, there are still many more waiting for you. You must hand over the scroll today. The sand ninja captain's gaze was shrouded in ominous clouds, akin to a ravenous wolf fixating on its prey. Zhi Ge noticed the captain's intense stare, the corners of his mouth curling into a devilish smile as he turned to beckon the other sand ninjas. Come on, let us see whose skills are superior. You're courting death. The sand ninjas, incensed by his taunt, tightened their grips on their weapons, gathering their strength once more. Sensing their rising fury, Zhi Ge's earlier nonchalance faded, replaced by a grave demeanor. Nonetheless, he did not genuinely regard them as a threat. He had prepared an even greater surprise for them. After all, his mastery of the rubber fruit was still in its exploratory phase, and these ninjas were perfect practice material. Humph. The sand ninja captain, noticing Zhi Ge's arrogant posture, scoffed and exchanged glances with the 4 ninjas beside him, then advanced toward Zhi Ge. Realizing the imminent threat, Zhi Ge hastily retreated, but as he left the ground, the earth behind him suddenly cracked open, and sharp rock spikes erupted from below. Furrowing his brow at the sight of the jagged spikes, Zhi Ge swiftly dodged, only to find slender iron vines sprouting from the ground behind him. These iron vines, seemingly alive, ensnared his legs in an instant. Startled, Zhi Ge struggled to free himself, but the vines grew increasingly dense, soon binding him entirely. Feeling the constriction tighten around him, Zhi Ge experienced a flicker of panic. Although the iron vines posed no lethal threat, they effectively hindered his movements. As the binding force intensified, he maintained his composure. Ha! Weren't you quite arrogant? Are you still so confident now? The leader of the Sand Shinobi, upon witnessing Zhi Ge ensnared by the combined ninjutsu of his squad, erupted into triumphant laughter. Unperturbed, Zhi Ge retorted with a chilling sneer, "Oh really? Do you truly believe such feeble skills can confine me? You underestimate me far too much. What do you think you are? Even with your teacher's assistance, you stand no chance against me." Rubber fruit ability. Rubber balloon. As Zhi Ge concluded his declaration, his body swelled into a spherical form, expanding to an enormous size. The iron vines, lacking elasticity, shattered and snapped apart. Humph. Another multiplication technique. Did you think we were unprepared? We've already witnessed this trick during the first examination. Prepare to meet your demise, boy. The Sand Shinobi captain's eyes sparkled with excitement as he brandished a scythe over 3 meters long. Die for me, he bellowed, swinging the scythe downwards. Clang. The scythe struck the rubber ball, producing merely a shower of sparks. How is this possible? So sturdy. The sand captain's eyes widened in disbelief, shock evident in his gaze. Not only that, Zhi Ge's rubber sphere was visibly expanding at an alarming rate. Damn it, what on earth is this guy? His body is even harder than steel. Despite his horror, the captain refused to yield. Die for me, he shouted once more, swinging his scythe with renewed vigor, aiming for Zhi Ge's head. Humph, mere parlor tricks. Zhi Ge scoffed, delivering a punch that collided directly with the scythe. Clang. A metallic clash rang out, both forces locked in a stalemate. The recoil from the impact sent a jolt of pain through Zhi Ge's fist. Such formidable force. He was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and seized the moment before his opponent could recover, unleashing a sudden burst of strength. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as Zhi Ge's fist struck, instantly deforming the scythe in the captain's grasp. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth as Zhi Ge, seizing the moment while his adversary was still reeling, incapacitated the captain's right arm, then, with a powerful thrust, stomped down upon his chest, crushing him mercilessly. The sand leader, witnessing his comrade's demise beneath Zhi Ge's foot, wore an expression of utter disbelief, which soon morphed into a fierce glare. What now? Leader, our captain is dead. The squad members, filled with both fear and astonishment, looked on as their captain was slain. Although they were formidable warriors, they felt utterly powerless before Zhi Ge, who had yet to unleash his full potential. Why fear? Your captain may be dead, but I, your leader, shall continue to guide you. The four of us can still take down this brat. The sand leader seethed. Boy, you are doomed. Hearing the sand leader's furious shout, Zhi Ge raised an eyebrow and replied with a cold smile. Oh really? I shall await your attempt. Kill him. Bring him down. The leader of the sand ninjas bellowed in fury, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the ninjas finally regained their senses, hastily drawing forth the tools of their trade to charge at Zhi Ge. A series of dull thuds echoed as the sand ninjas were sent hurtling backwards, blood spewing from their mouths. It was not a lack of desire to continue their assault, but rather the overwhelming might of Zhi Ge that rendered them incapable of approaching him. Each time they attempted to attack, Zhi Ge effortlessly evaded their strikes and retaliated with a ferocity that left them reeling. Witnessing this scene, the remaining sand ninjas were left in a state of shock. They had not anticipated that this scrawny youth could be so terrifying, even outmatching their formidable leader. However, the head of the sand ninjas refused to concede defeat and charged towards Zhi Ge once more. How audacious these worthless fools are, Zhi Ge thought, bemused by their unwarranted courage and audacity. Did they not fear for their lives? With a disdainful smile, he regarded the pitiful assembly before him. As a wielder of the rubber fruit's powers, he found it laughable that these mere minions dared to challenge him. Zhi Ge smirked coldly and delivered a powerful punch to the face of one sand ninja, rendering him unconscious. Turning to survey the remaining sand ninjas, a flicker of derision danced in his eyes. How dare you novices provoke me? As he spoke, he reached out, seizing one ninja by the collar and lifting him effortlessly, placing a foot upon the unfortunate one's face, forcing him to bow in submission. At that moment, Zhi Ge's gaze locked onto the sand ninja leader standing a short distance away, and a wicked smile crept across his lips as he inquired, word by word, "Do you wish to take your own life, or shall I send you on your way?" Upon hearing Zhi Ge's contemptuous tone, the sand ninja leader felt an explosion of rage within his chest, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Very well, you are quite arrogant. Do you know who I am? You shall die today." With that, the leader unsheathed a massive black axe from his back, raising it high before bringing it down fiercely towards Zhi Ge. Seeing the black axe descending upon him, Zhi Ge merely scoffed. Humph, is that truly worthy of being called a weapon? With that, he reached out and grasped the black axe firmly. A thunderous sound reverberated from the weapon, yet it remained utterly unmoved. The sand ninja leader's face morphed into one of sheer astonishment, staring incredulously at Zhi Ge, as if he were confronting a monster. He sensed the axe gradually losing its balance, becoming lighter in his grip. No, it was not losing balance. It was being forcibly wrested from his grasp. How could it be that his full-powered strike was met with such empty-handed audacity? This was impossible. This black axe was his pride and joy among ninja tools, yet it had been so easily seized from him. As the black axe came into his possession, Zhi Ge allowed himself a slight smile. "You wield that broken axe and still dare to challenge me? You are unworthy." Upon finishing his words, Zhi Ge cast the black giant axe to the ground. At that moment, the sand ninja stood in stunned silence. This youth was utterly formidable. "Chief, what shall we do?" Noticing their leader frozen in place, looking utterly perplexed, the sand ninja cautiously inquired. The leader's expression fluctuated between despair and indecision. If they were to flee now, they might yet preserve their lives, but remaining here would likely lead to their annihilation. However, retreating at this juncture would equate to losing face. Yet, if they insisted on preserving their pride, they would undoubtedly sacrifice their own lives. Contemplating this, the sand ninja leader gritted his teeth and declared, "Withdraw. Retreat. Follow my command." Upon hearing their leader's orders, the remaining ninjas hastily stowed their weapons. Witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge's lips curled into a smirk. "Humph, you think you can escape? Let me make this clear. Unless you relinquish the 2 scrolls in your possession, none of you shall leave here alive. Little brat, you are exceedingly arrogant. If we disperse and flee, do you truly believe one person can stop us all?" The sand ninja leader scoffed. "Oh, is that so? Since you doubt it, then let us see you try." With that, Zhi Ge turned his back and beckoned to the fleeing sand ninjas, urging them to escape quickly. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, the sand ninjas took flight. Alas, no matter how swift they were, they could not surpass Zhi Ge. "Huh, you wish to flee? It is too late." As Zhi Ge spoke, he clapped his hands against the ground and leaped into the air. Rubber fireworks. Soaring above, Zhi Ge spun rapidly, extending his arms and legs to strike the scattered sand ninjas relentlessly. Boom, boom, Boom. The sand ninjas were utterly incapable of withstanding such onslaughts, collapsing beneath Zhi Ge's blows. This is bad. Witnessing this, the sand ninja leader's expression shifted dramatically. Chief, what should we do? At this moment, the sand ninjas were also thrown into a panic. Damn it. I never anticipated this fellow possessed such an uncanny physique. There is no escaping now. The sand ninja leader muttered curses under his breath. We have no choice but to fight to the death. Let us do this. With that, the sand ninja leader charged forward. Earth style? Earth Dragon Bullet. The leader's earth technique activated instantly. A colossal earthen dragon surged forth, crashing toward Zhi Ge. Haha. To wield such a powerful B-rank ninjutsu, you are truly deserving of your rank. However, the scale of your technique is pitifully weak. Watch me. Rubber slingshot. As the earth dragon approached, Zhi Ge sneered. With that, he stomped his feet against the ground, wrapping his arms around two nearby trees. In the next moment, he propelled himself like a slingshot, hurtling directly toward the sand ninja leader's earth dragon. What? This fool dares to collide with my earth dragon with his own body. Is he courting death? The sand ninja leader's face twisted into a mocking grin. Haha, kid, this time you are surely doomed. However, in the next instant, the expression on the sand ninja leader's face froze. As Zhi Ge's body collided with the earthen dragon, that thick slab of rock shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. What is this? How could this individual accomplish such a feat? Witnessing this scene, the sand ninja leader was utterly bewildered. What kind of ninjutsu is this? This is my signature move. Observing the sand ninja leader's perplexed demeanor, Zhi Ge couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Watching Zhi Ge's excessively arrogant display, the sand ninja leader trembled with rage and bellowed, "Damn it! How can this person be so powerful? How am I to know? I'm not a parasite in his gut. I can't fathom what lies within his mind," murmured a member of the sand ninja team beside him. Silence. Upon hearing this complaint, the sand ninja leader shot him a furious glare and shouted. Just as the sand ninja leader was scolding his teammate, Zhi Ge, propelled by inertia, had already arrived before him. Bang! Zhi Ge raised his right fist and struck fiercely against the sand ninja leader's chest. Poof! The sand ninja leader spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The force of this individual is tremendous. As the sand ninja leader soared backward, Zhi Ge pursued him relentlessly, lifting his right foot to deliver a brutal kick to the leader's abdomen. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, and the sand ninja leader clutched his stomach, writhing in agony. The sand ninja leader screamed in despair as he collapsed to the ground, his complexion ashen, clearly gravely injured. Please, don't kill our leader. We are willing to hand over the scrolls. The sand ninja team could no longer hold their composure and immediately knelt before Zhi Ge, presenting two scrolls inscribed with the character for heaven. At that moment, they finally realized the true strength of the individual before them. How astute. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge nodded in satisfaction and then stored the scrolls away. What a pity. Your scrolls are two heavenly tomes. I still need to find an earthly tome to pair with them. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhi Ge's figure vanished from sight. Leader, what should we do? After Zhi Ge departed, the remaining sand ninjas looked at their leader in dismay. What else can we do? Of course, we must flee. Do you wish to perish? The sand ninja leader roared in fury. You people think you deserve to live? Sand binding coffin. Just as the sand ninja leader was admonishing his comrades, suddenly, everyone found their bodies firmly restrained by sand. The group looked up in terror, only to discover it was the team of Gaara. Gaara, we are all compatriots from the same village. What is the meaning of this? Lord Gaara, please release us. What is your intention? A sand ninja exclaimed in haste upon seeing Gaara's arrival. Indeed, we are all fellow villagers. Please spare us. We are all subordinates of your father. Several other sand ninjas pleaded in unison. Upon witnessing Gaara's unexpected aggression directed at himself and his comrades, the sand ninja leader's expression darkened to an extreme. Humph. You were just defeated, weren't you? How could so many be bested by an unknown child? Gaara scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. You are correct. However, Lord Gaara, you must not indiscriminately take innocent lives. The sand ninja leader retorted through gritted teeth. Innocent lives? Our sand village has no use for the worthless. Gaara, uninterested in wasting further words on these inept individuals, promptly invoked the sand coffin, transforming those ensnared by the sand into mere crimson. Gaara, is this not a bit excessive? After all, those fellows could represent future combat strength, Kankuro remarked, feeling a surge of anxiety at Gaara's complete lack of remorse towards his own kin. What use do these weaklings serve? Can you truly expect them to contend with the ninjas of the Leaf Village? Gaara shot Kankuro a fierce glare, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with fear. I apologize. Kankuro lowered his head, appearing contrite. Enough of this. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Gaara, we have gathered the scrolls. It is time to depart, is it not? Temari interjected, sensing the rising tension between the two. Gaara, observing Temari's demeanor, suddenly chuckled coldly. There's no rush. I have yet to engage in something far more entertaining. Something more entertaining? Temari questioned in confusion. Indeed, the boy I faced earlier. Let us pursue him. Gaara gestured towards the direction where the boy had departed. Gaara, we have already assembled the scrolls. Is it truly necessary to complicate matters further? Temari expressed her concern. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? Gaara's brow furrowed slightly, an indication of his displeasure. Temari quickly shook her head, attempting to clarify. Gaara, that is not my intention. What I meant was, enough. Do not meddle in my affairs. We are leaving. Gaara snorted and turned, hastening away. Temari sighed inwardly at Gaara's demeanor before following him. Zhi Ge, having defeated the Sand Ninja squad, found himself disheartened by the acquisition of only 2 identical scrolls. Hey, system. Was it not promised that I would receive a reward for passing the first round of the Chunin exam? Where is my reward? It cannot be peeking at my silver bottle of plum, can it? Come forth, do not feign death. Beep. Congratulations, host, for passing the first round of the Chunin exam. Reward, premium military rations, X2. Premium military rations? What use are they? They aren't some ridiculous item that prevents hunger for 3 days and nights, are they? Zhi Ge rolled his eyes at the system's notification. Premium military rations effect. Restores half of the user's injuries. Damn, only restores half of my injuries. Truly premium, indeed. Despite his profound displeasure, Zhi Ge found himself at a loss for recourse. Such things are rewards bestowed upon him by the system. No matter how dissatisfied he might be, he must endure. Ding. Current progress detected. Task updated. New task. Pass the 3rd round of the Chunin exam. Huh. This is far too simple. There is hardly any challenge at all. What do you mean it's too simple? You're quite the spirited one, aren't you? Just as Zhi Ge had closed the system, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to see Inuzuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, and Hyuga Hinata from the same village of Konoha. What brings you here? We heard that you were fighting the Sand Shinobi squad alone, so we came to assist you. Hinata shyly lowered her head and spoke to Zhi Ge. Haha, I can handle those minor characters by myself. You needn't worry. Zhi Ge laughed heartily upon seeing Hinata's bashful expression, patting her on the shoulder. At his words, Hinata bowed her head, appearing hesitant to speak. What's wrong, Akamaru? Why do you look so frightened all of a sudden? Zhi Ge is our companion from Konoha. There's no need for fear. As they exchanged pleasantries, Kiba suddenly noticed that his ninja dog, Akamaru, was trembling uncontrollably above him. This is bad. An enemy approaches. Almost simultaneously, Shikamaru also sensed the signal of danger. Really? Is it a formidable foe? Zhi Ge, however, remained oblivious to the impending threat, as he had yet to master the observation haki. Indeed, they are powerful, and we are no match for them. I suggest we find a hiding place for now. Shikamaru, through the scouting insects he had deployed, had a rough idea of the enemy's strength. Haha, you 3 hide for now. No matter how strong the opponent, I shall not retreat. Zhi Ge declared with a smile. Zhi Ge, don't be reckless. The enemy is approaching. You should hurry and hide. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble. Hinata urged anxiously. Yes, Zhi Ge, even if we combine our strengths, we wouldn't stand a chance against this opponent. It's better not to push your luck. Shikamaru quickly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I am strong. You all hide first, and if I happen to falter, then you can come assist me or escape. Zhi Ge was exceedingly confident, even audacious. Shikamaru and Hinata were taken aback by his words. This boy truly is arrogant. Nevertheless, they held a certain admiration for him, having witnessed his strength firsthand. All right, we will do as you say. If anything happens to you, we want to flee, Kiba said as he pulled Shikamaru and Hinata into a nearby thicket. Seeing that they had hidden successfully, Zhi Ge felt no further apprehension. The enemy is drawing near. Zhi Ge began to focus seriously. A grave expression crossed his face. An enemy? I shall see who it is. Just then, the figures of Gaara's team appeared from the distance. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhi Ge's face. It's them. No wonder Shikamaru and the others said the enemy is incredibly dangerous. If it's Gaara, Zhi Ge truly had no confidence in defeating him. Kid, you're quite the audacious one. Have both of our sand shinobi squads been defeated by you? Kankuro looked at Zhi Ge with a disdainful smile. Your sand shinobi are simply inept. I merely exerted 30% of my strength to vanquish them all. You. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's demeanor, Kankuro's fury ignited. You are but a lowly genin from the Hidden Leaf Village, and you dare to belittle us, sand shinobi. A malevolent glint flickered in Kankuro's eyes. Zhi Ge regarded Kankuro with a mocking smile. Are you seeking vengeance for those sand shinobi? If so, cease your prattle and unleash your techniques directly. Then I shall not hold back. As Kankuro spoke, his form abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared before Zhi Ge, launching a kick aimed at his chest, only to have Zhi Ge effortlessly evade it. Is this all you can muster to defeat me? Kankuro, startled by his failed strike, swiftly threw a punch towards Zhi Ge's abdomen. Zhi Ge, maintaining his air of disdain, thought, this fool truly overestimates his capabilities. How dare he strike at such a sluggish pace? As Kankuro's fist barely grazed Zhi Ge, he was met with an overwhelming force of rebound. Kankuro's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly withdrew his offensive posture. How can this be? I exerted all my strength. Yet my opponent remains unscathed. Does this genin possess some extraordinary martial arts? With this thought, Kankuro's eyes gleamed with realization. He swiftly thrust both hands forward, launching 2 poison needles directly at Zhi Ge's face. Rubber spin. Zhi Ge scoffed, bending his right leg slightly and spinning vigorously. Kankuro's poison needles sailed harmlessly into the air. Observing this, Kankuro narrowed his eyes, a peculiar technique surfacing in his mind. He lifted his right leg high and, summoning all his strength, delivered a powerful kick aimed at Zhi Ge's waist. Anticipating the unexpected strike, Zhi Ge activated his instant movement, evading the attack and countering with a sweeping kick. Bang! Kankuro flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Impressive, kid. You possess some skill. Kankuro, shaking off the impact, stood up, surprisingly unscathed except for some inexplicable debris falling from him. You're quite formidable yourself, to withstand such a heavy blow without injury. Zhi Ge, astonished that Kankuro remained unharmed, realized he had underestimated him. With a swift motion, Zhi Ge charged again. Kankuro, seeing Zhi Ge's audacity to advance, sneered. Do you wish to court death once more? He leapt into the air, hands clasped together, forming a peculiar seal. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion erupted before him, shrouding the sky in a cloud of smoke. What is this? Upon witnessing Kankuro's technique, Zhi Ge's pupils dilated. Kankuro's lips curled into a cruel smile. Prepare to meet your demise. Boom! At that very moment, Kanjiro's body suddenly surged forward, colliding fiercely with Zhi Ge. Bang, 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 bang. Kanjiro relentlessly assaulted Zhi Ge's chest with vigorous strikes. The intensity of Kanjiro's onslaught was formidable, leaving Zhi Ge no choice but to retreat continuously. This fellow possesses such remarkable prowess. Zhi Ge marveled internally, yet simultaneously felt a surge of fighting spirit. He could not allow himself to be defeated by such an adversary. The power of the rubber fruit. Rubber battle axe. Zhi Ge abruptly thrust his foot skyward and then, with a powerful downward motion, struck at the oncoming Kanjiro. This maneuver caught Kanjiro off guard, resulting in him being crushed beneath Zhi Ge's colossal foot. Crack! Zhi Ge felt as though something beneath him had exploded. Upon lifting his foot, he discovered that Kanjiro had been utterly shattered beneath him. What is this? Kanjiro is so weak. Zhi Ge quickly retracted his attack, astonished that he had so easily obliterated his opponent. Ah, did I strike too hard? Don't flatter yourself. That was merely my puppet. Suddenly, Kanjiro's voice emerged from behind a large tree. Zhi Ge peered over and found the real Kanjiro hidden behind a trunk, manipulating several chakra threads. However, Kanjiro was drenched in sweat, for his puppet had never been broken by anyone other than his father. Zhi Ge's strength might well rival his own. Enough. This childish game ends here. Kanjiro, you have truly disappointed me. Gaara's voice interrupted the clash between the two, expressing his dissatisfaction with the stalemate. Upon hearing Gaara, Kanjiro's eyes flickered with reluctance. Yet he lacked the courage to voice dissent against Gaara. He glanced at the shattered puppet on the ground and coldly remarked to Zhi Ge, "Little brat, today, fortune is not on your side. If you were to perish at my hands, it would be a merciful end. Alas, what awaits you now is Gaara." Having uttered these words, Kanjiro swiftly turned and ran toward Shikamaru. He had no desire to become an unintended casualty in Gaara's battle. That could truly be fatal. Gaara. Is it? This is not our first encounter. I do not think you. Zhi Ge was about to say something when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Gaara. In that instant, even breathing felt laborious. How formidable. At that moment, Zhi Ge realized that this was the true source of his fear. He understood that Gaara was genuinely powerful. After casting a deep glance at Gaara, he immediately recognized that this was not an opponent to be trifled with. Just then, Gaara suddenly waved his arm, and the area around him seemed to be enveloped in a shroud of brown sand. Then, Gaara's form gradually vanished from sight. Gaara's movements were extraordinarily swift, so rapid that Zhi Ge did not have time to react at all. This time, Gaara did not hold back as he had during their first encounter. He aimed directly at Zhi Ge's chest and delivered a powerful kick. Boom. This blow sent Zhi Ge crashing deep into the ground. Gaara stood his ground, looking down upon Zhi Ge with an air of superiority. At that moment, Kankuro finally caught up. Leave this little brat to me, he said respectfully to Gaara. Step aside, you pathetic fool. Gaara shot Kankuro a glare before coldly responding. Kankuro instinctively recoiled, obediently stepping aside. For reasons unknown, Gaara emanated an overwhelming sense of danger. Kankuro understood that he was no match for Gaara. Despite being his elder brother, Gaara harbored no affection for him. If a fight ensued, there would be no mercy. So he chose to endure. He glanced at Zhi Ge, who lay on the ground, then turned to leave. TCH, I was merely careless. You can't seriously think you can defeat me. Zhi Ge's face was a mask of displeasure. Gaara cast a disinterested glance at Zhi Ge and made a provocative gesture. It seems you have no understanding of respect. In that case, rubber straight punch. Zhi Ge leaped into action, launching a rubber straight punch at Gaara. With a disdainful snort, Gaara reached out and seized Zhi Ge's fist mid-swing. As Gaara tightened his grip, he pulled Zhi Ge closer. His strength was immense. Zhi Ge's fist felt as if it were trapped in an iron vice, struggling in vain to break free. Gaara twisted with force, but was met with an unsettling silence. He regarded Zhi Ge with a cold stare, his brow furrowing. Are you devoid of bones? If this were anyone else, my grip would have crushed their bones, Gaara remarked coolly. With that, he flung his arm, sending Zhi Ge crashing aside. The impact echoed as Zhi Ge collided with a great tree, then fell to the ground. Feeling the pain radiating through his body, Zhi Ge gritted his teeth, yet dared not show any defiance, enduring the agony as he rose to his feet. Damn it! What kind of monster is Gaara? How can he possess such strength? Could it be that his physique is extraordinarily powerful? No, that is impossible. He is merely a ninja. Zhi Ge pondered, perplexed. Was there some mysterious force dwelling within him? How could such power reside in his body? Zhi Ge was at a loss. Meanwhile, Gaara had approached Zhi Ge. Startled, Zhi Ge instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Listen here, brat. You have no chance of escape now. Today, I will end your life. With that, Gaara suddenly raised his fist and delivered a heavy blow to Zhi Ge's head. Rubber balloon. Gaara's punch fell, striking Zhi Ge's belly, which had transformed into a balloon-like form. In an instant, all strength was utterly dispelled, leaving no material harm inflicted upon Zhi Ge. How intriguing. You truly are a formidable adversary. Gaara gazed at Zhi Ge, the corners of his mouth curling ever so slightly into a wicked smile. Humph. This is my signature technique. Do you honestly believe your trivial tricks could surpass me? Zhi Ge snorted coldly and charged forward once more. Gaara, with a similar disdainful huff, raised his fists. Bang, bang, bang. The fists of Gaara and Zhi Ge collided midair, unleashing an unmatched force that generated powerful gusts, causing the surrounding trees to sway and rustle. Boom, boom. Resounding thuds reverberated, causing the entire forest to tremble. The clash of Gaara and Zhi Ge's powers erupted violently in the air, accompanied by a continuous series of explosive sounds. However, amidst the fray, Zhi Ge seemed to discern a weakness in Gaara. Although immensely powerful, Gaara appeared less adept at close-quarters combat. Gaara's strength, while slightly exceeding that of Kankuro, was not by much. Thus, in a melee against an expert in body techniques like Zhi Ge, Gaara found himself at a disadvantage. Aware of his shortcomings, Gaara would swiftly evade whenever Zhi Ge approached, striving to avoid direct confrontation. Yet, Zhi Ge, a master of close combat, found it no easy task for Gaara to evade his strikes. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Gaara, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying by Zhi Ge, crashing into a tree. Thud. Gaara lay on his back, staring at the sky, having fallen heavily to the ground. How could this be? Gaara, of all people, being subdued? Kankuro's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How dare you strike me? At that moment, Gaara abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze dark and fixed upon Zhi Ge, radiating an overwhelming aura. Gaara's presence grew increasingly terrifying, even causing Kankuro to feel a pang of dread. He stared at Gaara in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Gaara's aura had suddenly become so formidable. Was he about to unleash another aspect of himself? Sand Shuriken. Gaara stood tall, and instantly, 9 shuriken formed from gathered sand materialized around him. The moment his words fell, they were launched towards Zhi Ge. This was one of Gaara's most adept ninjutsu techniques, possessing tremendous power capable of effortlessly obliterating even ordinary ninjas. Yet, Zhi Ge did not flinch. Instead, he shaped his right hand into a fist the size of a cooking pot, blocking it before his chest. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 shuriken struck Zhi Ge's fist, shattering into fragments and vanishing without a trace. Zhi Ge's fist remained unscathed, with only a few grains of sand trickling through his fingers. This is impossible. Kankuro stared at Zhi Ge in shock, his expression one of disbelief. To my astonishment, Gaara's sand shurikens failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon this adversary. How could this be? Zhi Ge cast a cold, mocking smile at Gaara, exclaiming, "Ha! I told you, you are merely a child playing with sand. You cannot even scratch my skin, and yet you dare to think you can defeat me? Such delusions are laughable." Zhi Ge's derisive laughter echoed as he regarded Gaara with utter disdain. Gaara's expression darkened. "Your strength is indeed formidable, but it is not impossible for me to overcome you." Gaara retorted with a disdainful snort, raising his fist and pointing it at Zhi Ge. At that moment, the scattered sand on the ground seemed to receive a command, swiftly launching itself towards Zhi Ge's body. Whoosh! The grains of sand darted around Zhi Ge, relentlessly slicing through his skin, leaving behind a series of crimson trails. Zhi Ge's countenance finally shifted to one of seriousness. He realized that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Gaara's ninjutsu was exceedingly peculiar, capable of releasing sand at a speed undetectable by the naked eye. The sand appeared almost sentient, morphing into various shapes at Gaara's whim. Although Zhi Ge's body, due to the consumption of a certain fruit, was composed of rubber, enabling him to absorb much of the impact, this sand was evidently beyond his current capacity to disregard. Now, Zhi Ge found himself in a passive position, clearly at a disadvantage. Gaara glanced at Zhi Ge, sneering, "Is this all you are capable of?" With that, Gaara formed a series of hand seals once more. Suddenly, the earth beside him transformed into countless grains of soil, rapidly converging around him. And in the blink of an eye, numerous solid stones encircled Gaara's form. Gaara's earth-style, stone-shattering technique. Once formed, these stones hurled toward Zhi Ge at an extraordinary speed. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of violent impacts resounded as the stones relentlessly struck Zhi Ge, each one carrying an immensely terrifying force. Bang, bang. Zhi Ge's arms and legs were pummeled by the massive stones, causing him to stagger backward, blood dripping incessantly from his wounds. "Ah!" Zhi Ge roared in anguish, his body rolling across the ground. Seeing Zhi Ge injured, a cruel expression crept across Gaara's face. "Ha ha! Zhi Ge, you are still no match for me." Just then, Zhi Ge suddenly rose to his feet, a white wave of energy surging from his body. "Don't underestimate me." Rubber spinning strike. Zhi Ge extended his fist backward, rotating his arm and twisting his hand into a spiral, then propelled it towards Gaara in a spinning motion. Boom! The rubber spinning strike collided fiercely with the approaching stones, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Yet, Zhi Ge's fist, having shattered the stones, continued its relentless advance towards Gaara. Thud! Had he succeeded? Amidst the swirling smoke, a deafening roar pierced the air, and Zhi Ge could not help but reveal a smile of delight. However, as the haze cleared, the smile vanished entirely. For his fist had not struck the body of Gaara, but instead collided with a thick wall of sand before him. "What sorcery is this?" Zhi Ge exclaimed in shock, his expression shifting between hope and despair. The defensive power of this sand wall was astonishing. When Zhi Ge had slammed his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot, against it, he felt as though his hand had been numbed by the impact. Such a formidable barrier, created from mere sand? A profound sense of awe welled up within him. He had not anticipated this adversary's prowess. "Sand shield." Gaara narrowed his eyes, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. This is my unique ability. How does it feel to be engulfed in despair? Zhi Ge did not respond. His pupils constricted as his aura gradually intensified. Humph. Gaara scoffed. Then with a swift motion of his arm, another wave of sand surged toward Zhi Ge. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? Dream on. Zhi Ge bellowed. And suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying presence erupted from him. This aura seemed capable of piercing through any defense, hurtling straight toward Gaara. Oh no. Hand Kuru, witnessing the terrifying force, felt a weight of dread settle upon her features. Gaara, I will not let you down. With that, a radiant white glow materialized around Zhi Ge's arms, rapidly coalescing. Rubber siege cannon. Before the echoes of his declaration faded, Zhi Ge's fists rained down upon Gaara from all directions like a torrential downpour. Faced with such an onslaught, Gaara was compelled to summon more sand to defend a broad area. Yet, this played directly into Zhi Ge's strategy. The dispersed force was the most susceptible to breach. Indeed, when the final strike of the rubber fist, akin to a rocket, collided with Gaara's sand shield, it shattered instantaneously. A punch landed squarely on Gaara's face, sending his body careening uncontrollably backward. Thud! Gaara fell to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Clearly astonished by the sheer strength of his opponent, Zhi Ge advanced step by step towards Gaara. It's over. It's truly over. Witnessing this scene, Kinkuro's face was a canvas of despair. You two know this fellow is finished? Ha! Fear not. I merely wish to teach him a lesson. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing him. Zhi Ge chuckled, evidently pleased with Kinkuro's reaction. Fool. I mean, you are the one who is finished, while Gaara remains unprovoked. You should flee. Beads of sweat trickled down Kinkuro's forehead as he stared wide-eyed at Zhi Ge. Hearing Kinkuro's words, Zhi Ge merely snorted, a look of disdain flashing across his face. I would never flee. You insolent wretch, utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. You may choose not to run, but I certainly shall. With that, Kanjuro prepared to depart from the scene. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected voice pierced through the air behind him. Zhi Ge. He speaks the truth. You must flee. This individual named Gaara, his chakra is growing increasingly formidable. Kanjuro swiftly turned around to find Hinata, Kiba, and Shino had appeared behind him, their presence a stark reminder of the impending peril. It was Hinata, her Byakugan activated, who warned Zhi Ge to be cautious. Having perceived a terrifying surge of power emanating from Gaara's chakra network, an intensity she had never encountered before. What? Zhi Ge's expression shifted, for he was well aware of the reputation of the Byakugan. If Hinata asserted such a warning, it could not be dismissed lightly. Think you can escape? It's too late. My power is beyond your reckoning. Gaara bellowed, seizing Zhi Ge's right arm with a vice-like grip and dragging him back towards himself. Gaara, I implore you, please cease this. Kanjuro exclaimed anxiously from the side. Yet, Gaara seemed impervious to his pleas, maintaining his iron grip on Zhi Ge's arm. With a gaze as frigid as ice and a cruel smile adorning his face, Gaara declared, No one can thwart me. I demand blood. Gaara, I beseech you. We did not come here for frivolity. Do not unleash your wrath at this moment. On the side, Temari suddenly dropped to her knees beside Gaara. Desperation etched on her features. Ignoring her, Gaara forcefully shoved Temari aside with a single blow of his palm. Do not forget the fourth Kazakage's admonition, Kanjuro shouted, desperation thick in his voice. Father. A fleeting smile graced Gaara's lips, and in that instant, his once blood-red eyes regained their composure. I apologize, everyone. I shall refrain from further conflict. Gaara released Zhi Ge's arm, bowed to the group, and then vanished into the depths of the forest. What a terrifying individual. Kiba and Shino, witnessing the departure of the ominous figure, collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. Gaara's power was overwhelming, akin to a colossal mountain, instilling a profound sense of dread in all present. Indeed, what is his true origin? The power he displayed was terrifying. I felt as though my very soul was on the brink of shattering, Shino uttered, his voice trembling with fear. You need not concern yourselves with Gaara's origins. Kanjuro turned to Shino, his gaze icy and his tone chilling. I hope you will never encounter us again. Kanjuro understood that the power Gaara had just wielded had undoubtedly instilled fear in the trio before him. We. Kiba stammered, struggling to form a coherent sentence. Yet Zhi Ge stood resolutely, stating calmly, I will settle matters with this individual one day. In his eyes, I perceived an immense restraint. I believe he will not be able to endure forever. As Zhi Ge spoke, he turned to leave. Zhi Ge, wait. Where are you going? Hinata inquired hastily. Me? Zhi Ge paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. I had some bad luck earlier and ended up with 2 heavenly books. Now, I must find a book of the earth to pass this examination. If you don't mind, I have an extra earth book here that you can take. Consider it compensation for what happened earlier. Kanjiro sighed and slowly retrieved an earth book scroll from his backpack. No need for that. I will rely on my own strength to obtain it. Zhi Ge declined Kanjiro's kindness and ventured deeper into the jungle. Damn. I never expected that Gaara would be so formidable. If he had truly gone berserk just now, everyone present would have been annihilated. Zhi Ge muttered to himself as he walked. After wandering for less than an hour, Zhi Ge suddenly sensed something peculiar. To his left lay a gigantic dead snake. Its size almost exaggerated. Its skin was tough, adorned with sharp spikes, and a gory wound marred its belly. Frowning, Zhi Ge scrutinized the creature but discovered nothing unusual. Just as he was about to turn away, the snake's eyes suddenly opened, fixating on Zhi Ge with an eerie intensity. Those eyes resembled dark abysses, exuding an aura of malevolence. What is happening? Zhi Ge was taken aback by the snake's gaze. His feet instinctively retreated as he scanned his surroundings warily. Hiss! At that moment, the snake sprang into action, its tail whipping violently towards Zhi Ge. Damn! Has this creature gone mad? Zhi Ge swiftly dodged while throwing a punch at the serpent. The snake, undeterred, launched another assault. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, a terrifying shockwave swept through the area, causing the ground to tremble. This was an exceptionally powerful serpent. Its massive form barreled towards Zhi Ge like a mobile rocket launcher. Good heavens! Is it really that formidable? Zhi Ge's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly retreated, attempting to evade the colossal serpent. However, the serpent's speed was astonishing. Just as Zhi Ge took 2 steps back, the snake closed in, its tail striking his shoulder with tremendous force. Crack! Zhi Ge let out a muffled grunt, collapsing to the ground, his complexion pale. Although the blow did not inflict significant harm, the pain was undeniably real. What the hell? How am I so unfortunate to be ambushed by a snake? Zhi Ge cursed involuntarily. Simultaneously, he sensed that this serpent was not a mere wild beast, but rather a summoned spirit creature. What kind of individual possesses the power to summon such a monster? As the tumult of battle unfolded, Zhi Ge had no time for contemplation. For the menace of the colossal serpent loomed before him. Rubber kick. At that moment, the great serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Zhi Ge. With a swift motion, he raised his leg and struck the beast's mouth. This time, the serpent failed to ensnare him, sent sprawling by his powerful kick. With a series of rapid kicks, Zhi Ge propelled the serpent away, sending it crashing into distant branches. The creature spat forth a spray of crimson. Yet it persisted in its assault, inching ever closer. Its massive body moved with the force of a tank, each landing reverberating with tremendous impact. Boom! Zhi Ge executed a backflip, narrowly evading the serpent's onslaught. Yet, the beast pressed on, undeterred. A surge of anxiety gripped Zhi Ge's heart as he leapt to the side, striving to distance himself from the serpent. Just then, the serpent charged at him once more, intent on colliding with his body. Die! Rubber battle axe. Enraged by the relentless pursuit, Zhi Ge lifted his foot and crushed the serpent's head with a thunderous stomp. Blood burst forth, staining the entire forest crimson. Damn it! What misfortune! A place like this still harbors such ferocity. Zhi Ge muttered under his breath, hastening his steps to escape. Well done, little leaf brat. You managed to defeat that serpent? At that moment, a mocking voice reached Zhi Ge's ears. Who's there? Upon hearing the voice, Zhi Ge halted and turned towards its source. There, in the distance, stood 2 men clad in black robes and conical hats. Although their faces were obscured, their forehead protectors revealed them to be ninja from the grass village. Are you the one called Zhi Ge, the little leaf brat? Queried the shorter man. Who are you? Zhi Ge asked coldly after a prolonged silence. He did not recognize these individuals, especially as they were mere grass village ninjas of little renown. You need not concern yourself with who we are. We were merely bored and thought to entertain ourselves with a little game involving you, young brat. The shorter man replied with a nonchalant smile. Zhi Ge's expression darkened. His right hand clenched into a fist as he cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze over the 2 men. I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Ha ha ha, how pitiable. A mere child daring to threaten us? How amusing. Do you truly believe you can triumph? You are but a lowly genin from the Leaf Village. The taller man scoffed. Is that so? Are you not also a genin from the Grass Village here to participate in the Chunin exams, albeit with one additional companion? Hearing the man's words, Zhi Ge narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold determination flashing within. He began to approach the two ninjas, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him. There is no need for you to feign any further. Against the two of us, you stand no chance whatsoever. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of the short man's mouth. Is that so? I can't help but feel that the two of you were originally part of a trio, only to be reduced to a duo after one was eliminated. Zhi Ge scoffed disdainfully, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the short man. Ha! How adorably ignorant. Our companion has merely gone off to undertake a more significant task. However, I see no necessity to enlighten you. You only need to know that your demise is imminent. The tall man laughed heartily, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Since you assert such things, I shall not hold back. Zhi Ge replied coldly, swiftly appearing before the two ninjas in an instant. Bang! 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 Two iron fists struck towards the chests of the ninjas. The pair hastily dodged. Bang! Zhi Ge launched another punch, this time aimed directly at the short man's neck. Bang! The short man raised his left hand to block, successfully deflecting the blow. However, once he had thwarted Zhi Ge's fist, Zhi Ge swiftly followed up with a kick to his abdomen. Bang! The short man, who had been struck, suddenly transformed into a wooden effigy. A substitution technique, is it? But what use is that? Zhi Ge sneered disdainfully. The substitution technique is indeed impressive, but regrettably, it is utterly ineffective before him. Bang! He delivered another kick, shattering the substitute, and charged towards the tall man. You little brat from Konoha, do not be so arrogant. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The tall man bellowed, unleashing the water style ninjutsu, which formed a massive sphere of water around him. Break it. Rubber fist. Zhi Ge shouted, extending his fist as he struck towards the water dragon jutsu. Boom! The water dragon exploded, scattering droplets of water everywhere, enveloping Zhi Ge within. Splash! At that moment, the short man reappeared behind Zhi Ge, executing a combination ninjutsu. Earth style? Earth Dragon Jutsu. The short man continuously unleashed Earth Dragon Jutsu, engulfing the soaked Zhi Ge. In the blink of an eye, only Zhi Ge's head remained above the surface. At this moment, Zhi Ge finally recognized that something was amiss. The strength of these two individuals was far beyond that of a mere genin. The release of these B-rank ninjutsu indicated that they were at least Chunin level, possibly even elite Jonin level ninjas. Their prowess was undoubtedly on par with his own. Yet they had concealed their abilities, leading him to mistakenly believe they were genin, thus causing his miscalculation. Nevertheless, Zhi Ge was resolute. He would never concede defeat. What do you intend to achieve? Why, with such formidable strength, would you participate in the Chunin exams? Zhi Ge snorted coldly, his eyes fixed intently on the two ninjas. Why? You little brat have no right to inquire so deeply. Simply understand that the gap between us is vast. The short man replied with a scornful laugh, his tone brimming with arrogance. Your ninjutsu indeed possesses remarkable qualities, yet in my eyes, your strengths amount to nothing. Zhi Ge remarked disdainfully. Let us demonstrate the prowess of our combined might. The two ninjas sneered, drawing forth their weapons, a razor-sharp dagger and a slender sword. They wore expressions of arrogant confidence, as though they had come merely to toy with their opponents. I am eager to witness the extent of your abilities. Zhi Ge retorted coldly, extending his hands towards the two in an attempt to grasp them. However, the pair had anticipated this move, skillfully leaping aside to evade Zhi Ge's advance. Do you truly believe you can slay me? Such delusions. Zhi Ge scoffed, pivoting his body to charge at them once more. You seek death. Earth release. Mud swamp assault. The shorter man bellowed, slamming his right hand onto the ground. Instantly, a torrent of mud surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash, the earth fractured, forming a circular pit. Countless streams of mud erupted like geysers, threatening to engulf Zhi Ge. Curse it! Rubber slingshot. Just as he was about to be submerged, Zhi Ge swiftly grasped two sturdy trees. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself out of the mire with ease. You think you can escape from beneath the earth? Dream on. Water release. Water ball assault. The taller man snorted, raising his right hand to launch two chakra-infused water balls that soared through the air. Whoosh, whoosh. The water balls sliced through the atmosphere, striking Zhi Ge directly. Ah! Zhi Ge wailed, his body crashing onto the treetops. This cannot continue. I must defeat one of them before pursuing the other. A glint of ruthless determination flickered in Zhi Ge's eyes. Rubber great club, he shouted, curling his foot and swiftly capturing the taller man's body, spinning him down towards the ground with ferocity. Ah! The taller man, believing Zhi Ge to be incapacitated, let down his guard, only to be caught off guard. Bang! He was sent flying, crashing into the ground. Damn! Why does it hurt so much? The taller man gritted his teeth. Yet Zhi Ge showed no mercy, advancing with a foot planted on the man's cheek, sweeping his right leg. Thud! The taller man was sent reeling, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing to the ground. He struggled to rise, his expression twisted in pain. How infuriating! How can this guy be so strong? Why is my ninjutsu ineffective? The shorter man frowned, a look of confusion on his face. We must join forces, otherwise, we may very well fall victim to him today, the shorter man declared, his eyes filled with a hint of trepidation. Despite their formidable strength, this was indeed their first venture to the Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, during their recent confrontation, both combatants found their ninjutsu countered, leading to a palpable sense of unease. These two were meticulously selected subordinates of Orochimaru. How could they be subdued by mere low-ranking ninjas? The shorter man pondered, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he swiftly drew his weapon and charged at Zhi Ge. I knew you would attempt a sneak attack. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Zhi Ge's mouth. He raised his head, extending his arms forward to pounce on the shorter man. Humph! A mere parlor trick. Earth style, earth flow wall. The shorter man scoffed, swinging his right hand vigorously. Boom, 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 boom. 3 earthen walls materialized instantaneously at his feet, firmly barricading him within. Yet, in the next moment, Zhi Ge's hands pierced through the earthen barrier. What? The shorter man's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhi Ge. His earth technique had failed to impede the opponent. Zhi Ge's palms had effortlessly penetrated his defenses. What kind of technique is this? Could it be some form of body technique? The shorter man speculated inwardly. Just then, Zhi Ge exerted force with his arms, sending the man flying violently to the ground. Spit! The shorter man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging in shock as he stared at Zhi Ge. My earth technique. How could it possibly have failed? The shorter man exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on Zhi Ge. What on earth is this technique? Why do I feel as if your arms could extend infinitely? The shorter man inquired. It's nothing more than a unique body technique. Zhi Ge replied nonchalantly, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. No, that's not an ordinary body technique. The shorter man suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, Who are you? A mere low-ranking ninja could never possess such strength. Who I am, is that truly important? You were equally reticent when I inquired, were you not? Let us simply engage in a contest of victory and defeat. Zhi Ge shrugged, offering no further response. The shorter man felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He glanced at Zhi Ge, a sense of unease creeping over him. Don't be deceived by this brat. Surely, the two of us can't be bested by him. At that moment, the taller man stepped forward, his gaze icy as he locked eyes with Zhi Ge. Is that so? A subtle smirk graced Zhi Ge's lips, revealing a trace of derision. In that case, let us see you try. With that declaration, Zhi Ge unleashed a powerful punch, charging toward the taller man. Humph! Arrogant! The taller man snorted coldly, meeting Zhi Ge head-on. Bang! Their fists collided with a thunderous sound, sparks flying. The taller man felt a searing pain radiating through his arm, forcing him to stumble backward. Meanwhile, Zhi Ge remained steadfast, unmoved. How is this possible? He can match me blow for blow. No, I cannot afford to delay any longer. If Lord Orochimaru were to return and witness this scene, I would be doomed. The tall man raged internally, his eyes filled with dread. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the short man, glinting with a ferocious light. You hold him off. I will go and eliminate him. With that, the tall man charged directly at Zhi Ge. Upon seeing this, Zhi Ge smirked, a mocking curve gracing his lips. In the next moment, he too dashed forward. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, neither able to claim victory. However, it was evident that the tall man held no advantage. In fact, he was at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, the tall man remained undeterred, his fists raining down upon Zhi Ge in an attempt to overpower him. Overestimating oneself. Zhi Ge's lips curled into a smile, disdain evident on his face, as he effortlessly deflected the short man's onslaught with a swift motion of his hands. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he extended his leg and shattered the tall man's jaw. No. The tall man's pupils constricted, terror flooding his eyes. His body was sent flying, crashing against a distant boulder before collapsing to the ground. Uffed. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his head spinning in a haze. This is my martial prowess. Zhi Ge scoffed, slowly approaching the tall man with a taunting grin. Your skills are far too feeble to withstand me. I suggest you surrender swiftly. Huh. You shall not see me yield. Upon hearing this, the tall man bellowed in fury, leaping from the ground to charge at Zhi Ge once more. However, as soon as he regained his footing, Zhi Ge delivered a sweeping kick that sent him flying once again. You. The tall man clutched his chest, his complexion as pale as a ghost, fear evident in his eyes. He was utterly despondent. Are you truly a genin? Such martial skills are unbefitting of a mere genin. If you are a member of Konoha Zumbu, then I concede. But you. The tall man's eyes brimmed with terror as he gazed at Zhi Ge. That is inconsequential. Zhi Ge chuckled coldly. You will die eventually. I am merely imparting a lesson. With that, he seized the tall man by his collar and executed a shoulder throw, flinging him several meters away to crash onto the ground. The tall man felt as if his entire body were fracturing, pain coursing through him, causing him to grimace. He attempted to rise, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. You worthless fool. I can hardly be bothered to lift a finger. Zhi Ge sneered, regarding the tall man with contempt. Curse be you. Just wait. Someone will avenge me. The tall man shouted in wrath, his eyes filled with malice. Avenge? Are you counting on him to exact vengeance for you? Zhi Ge pointed at the short man behind him, who was poised to launch a surprise attack, his eyes glinting with mockery. Umph. I concede your strength, yet you underestimate others too greatly. The individual I speak of could effortlessly crush you with a mere finger. The tall man scoffed coldly. Is that so? Zhi Ge retorted with a derisive smile. Then I shall witness the prowess of this individual you so fervently speak of. Upon hearing this, the tall man could not suppress a sneer. Do you truly believe you can withstand him? To be frank, even the entirety of Konoha would pale in comparison to his might. His words dripped with arrogance and disdain. Oh, is that so? Zhi Ge's lips curled slightly. A look of disbelief etched upon his face. Yet, in the next moment, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He turned to the short man behind him, his expression darkening instantly. If you reveal the name of the person he speaks of, I may spare your life. What do you mean? The short man's countenance shifted as he sensed the gravity of Zhi Ge's words, a flicker of doubt surfacing within him. Why this sudden change in demeanor? Has he discovered something? Do you think I would trust you? Even if I divulged it, it would only lead to a more gruesome fate. The short man replied coldly. Then do not blame me. Zhi Ge's eyes blazed with a chilling intensity as he lunged swiftly towards the short man. The latter's face paled, and he hastily raised his weapon in defense. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhi Ge seized the weapon from his grasp. With a resounding thud, Zhi Ge's fist struck the short man's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. The short man's complexion turned ashen, blood gushed from his throat, rendering him speechless. Zhi Ge loomed over him, his gaze as frigid as ice, his voice reminiscent of a hellish specter, instilling dread. Speak, or perish. With that, Zhi Ge tightened his grip on the weapon he had wrested from the short man, swinging it down with ferocity. Swish. Blood sprayed forth as the tall man's throat was severed, crimson liquid cascading onto the ground, staining it a deep red. The short man's body lay limp and motionless, a grotesque gash marking his neck. The tall man stared in disbelief, grappling with the reality that his comrade had met his end at Zhi Ge's hands. I say, he finally grasped the truth, realizing that this youth before him was far mightier than he had ever imagined. I say, I will tell you everything. He gasped. That person is named. Just as the tall man was about to reveal more, strange cursed seals erupted across his body. In an instant, they spread uniformly. And then, as if bound to his flesh, they detonated. The tall man was obliterated in a gruesome explosion of blood. Zhi Ge's brow furrowed at this sight, and he lifted his gaze to the heavens. Damn it! This individual had cursed seals placed upon him to prevent leaks. How utterly vexing! Zhi Ge muttered under his breath, his eyes filled with ire. Originally, he intended to gather information about his adversaries through the tall man. But little did he anticipate that the latter had been ensnared by a curse mark. However, the encounter was not entirely fruitless. Within the diminutive man's backpack, he discovered an array of scrolls. Among them was the coveted Book of Earth he so desperately sought. What a serendipitous turn of events! To his astonishment, these individuals had amassed such a plethora of scrolls. Given the circumstances, it seemed that at least 4 teams had fallen at their hands. With narrowed eyes brimming with a chilling intent to kill, he realized that the immediate priority was to secure the scrolls and pass the second examination. With this thought in mind, he departed from that location. Upon reaching the tower at the journey's end, he found a Chunin already waiting there, anticipating the return of the candidates from the Forest of Death. To his surprise, it was none other than Iruka-sensei. He presented his Earth and Heaven scroll, and to his astonishment, Iruka was the one tasked with collecting the scrolls. When Iruka laid eyes on him, he momentarily froze. Then a look of astonishment and joy crossed his face. "You survived in that perilous forest all alone." "Indeed," he replied coolly, offering no further words. "Congratulations. You have passed the second examination," Iruka exclaimed, taking a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thank you," he replied with a slight bow. Casting a glance towards Gaara's team, his eyes gleaming with menace. It appeared that they had passed the exam quite some time ago. There's still the 3rd round. "I hope you can endure." Iruka expressed his hopeful anticipation for him. The young man's performance had both astonished and thrilled Iruka, and he wished for his success in the forthcoming challenge. "Thank you," he reiterated, offering no extensive explanation as he made his exit. Watching him depart, Iruka felt a sudden unsettling sensation arise within him. Who is stronger, him or Naruto? Iruka murmured to himself before hastily entering the tower. Time passed slowly, and before long, 2 days had slipped by. Today marked the commencement of the 3rd examination. All the genin who had passed the 2nd round were summoned to a grand arena. The rules of this examination were straightforward: one-on-one combat, with opponents determined by a draw. Their names would appear on the large screen. The chief examiner, Moonlight Gale, announced. "Understood." The participants nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us turn our attention to the screen. The first matchup is about to be revealed." Moonlight Gale surveyed the crowd before continuing. At his words, most of the genin directed their gaze toward the large screen, which soon displayed a matchup. Uchiha Zhi Ge versus a Wagakure S. When he Zhi Ge? Could it be that rising star? The crowd's attention sharpened. "Let the match begin." Moonlight Gale cleared his throat and announced. Whoosh! As the resonant echoes of the moonlit winds faded, Zhi Ge's form surged skyward, landing squarely at the center of the arena. Meanwhile, Wenha descended the staircase with an unhurried demeanor, seemingly indifferent to Zhi Ge's presence. The disparity in their strengths was glaring. Zhi Ge was no match for him. Indeed, it seemed prudent to relinquish any hope. Observers murmured among themselves, their concerns palpable. Not only the onlookers, but even Iruka and several other jonin exhibited traces of anxiety. After all, while Zhi Ge possessed remarkable talent, he was still a fledgling in the ninja world. In contrast, Wenha was the prized disciple of Wenya from a Wagakure, reportedly having attained the level of a Chunin. His lack of promotion was attributed to his continuous engagement in perilous missions, which had delayed his advancement. It was a pity that Zhi Ge had drawn such an unfortunate lot. Regardless of the outcome, the chasm between them was destined to remain insurmountable. A flicker of disappointment crossed Iruka's eyes. Though Zhi Ge displayed commendable talent, his arrogance would surely be his downfall. Another jonin shook his head, weariness etched across his features. It appeared they could only resign themselves to fate. If Zhi Ge's life were to be in jeopardy, I would intervene in the match, Iruka thought with a sigh. Both Zhi Ge and Naruto were newcomers, sharing many similarities, and Iruka harbored no desire to witness harm befall Zhi Ge. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the arena, signaling the commencement of the battle between Zhi Ge and Wenha. How intense! Zhi Ge, the newly minted ninja, matched Wenha blow for blow right from the outset. The spectators gasped in astonishment, their attention riveted upon the unfolding spectacle. In this fierce confrontation, Zhi Ge and Wenha engaged in close-quarters combat. Zhi Ge's speed was astounding as he unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike akin to a tempest, relentlessly aimed at Wenha. With fists clenched, Wenha parried each assault with unwavering resolve. The onlookers could not help but admire the display before them. This was talent. Despite Zhi Ge's youth compared to Wenha, his prowess was already sufficient to mark him as a prodigy. What does talent matter? True strength is the sole criterion for a ninja. Wenha scoffed, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. With a resounding impact, Zhi Ge braced himself, leaping into the air to evade Wenhe's advance, simultaneously delivering a powerful blow to Wenhe's abdomen. Oh! Wenhe let out a pained cry, blood spilling from his lips as he staggered backward, his complexion paling drastically. How could this be? A look of disbelief washed over Wenhe's face. Yet, just as he grappled with the incredulity of the moment, Zhi Ge suddenly let out a chilling laugh. In the next moment, Zhi Ge's legs bent slightly as he forcefully propelled himself off the martial arena with a rubber-like spring, soaring into the air once more. Countless fist-shaped energies materialized in his palms, wildly launching toward Wenhe. The sound of thunderous impacts echoed as his fists struck relentlessly. You can only throw these flashy punches. When he bellowed, "Earth release! Earth flow wall!" With a powerful incantation, he rapidly formed hand seals, causing a wall of earthy yellow to manifest around him, providing an impenetrable barrier that rendered Zhi Ge's attacks utterly ineffective. However, Zhi Ge, undeterred by the thwarting defenses, sprang upward again. Rubber-strong whip kick, he roared, pressing his hands together before delivering a fierce kick to the ground. The floor cracked, fissures forming as his extended left leg burst forth, sweeping towards Wenhe with ferocity. Truly formidable for a remnant of the Uchiha clan. When he thought, nodding in silent admiration. But this means nothing to me. With gritted teeth, he waved his hands, conjuring a massive net woven from stone before him. Earth release. Giant rock web. The whip kick collided with the great net, producing a resounding thud. The net trembled under the force of Zhi Ge's strength, yet remained steadfast. The relentless assault continued, causing the net to quiver under the onslaught. Seeing his defenses withstand Zhi Ge's might, when he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next instant, Zhi Ge leaped high into the air. With a sudden downward thrust of his hands, he exerted his legs once more, aiming to stomp the net. Rubber double-barrel rocket. With a tremendous crash, the net shattered. And when he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the martial arena, he coughed up blood, his complexion growing even paler. How is this possible? He actually broke through my earth release. The spectators, Irika and the 4 other jonin, were wide-eyed, fully aware that when he had employed an advanced earth release technique from the Rock Village, powerful enough to rival the full strength of an elite jonin. Yet, this formidable jutsu had only withstood Zhi Ge's onslaught for a mere 5 seconds before being utterly obliterated. Such terrifying power exceeded all expectations. Ha! Zhi Ge erupted into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Impossible. This cannot be. When he, rising to his feet, glared at Zhi Ge, his eyes filled with fury. Stop wasting time. My patience is thin. I have no more time to play with you. Zhi Ge sneered, stepping forward to engage Wenhe once more. Just a remnant of a fallen clan. How dare you act before me? Earth release. Falling clay. The battle raged on with explosive ferocity. Accompanied by a thunderous shout from Wenhe, a viscous liquid cascaded from the ceiling, enveloping Zhi Ge in an instant. Zhi Ge's hands flailed desperately against the sticky substance, attempting to liberate himself, yet his efforts proved utterly futile. Aren't you quite the boastful one? Continue your bravado. When he taunted, a mocking smile dancing in his eyes as he observed Zhi Ge, ensnared by the clay. With a swift motion of his hand, he commanded seal. In that moment, Zhi Ge's limbs were entirely bound by the clay, leaving him trapped within its grasp. Now, what right do you have to be arrogant? When he laughed heartily, advancing toward Zhi Ge, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. This is dire. I never anticipated that this lad from a Wagakure would possess such intricate earth techniques. His prowess has clearly surpassed that of an average chunin. The assembled jonin observed with palpable concern. Such an earth technique would likely require considerable time to dispel, even for elite jonin. While Zhi Ge is formidable, he is merely a newcomer who has recently returned to the village, making him no match for Wenhe. It seems that Zhi Ge is in grave peril this time. What a pity. Our rare young talent from Konoha has encountered Wenhe. The spectators shook their heads in dismay, their eyes reflecting deep regret. At this moment, when he was fully prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zhi Ge, now thoroughly ensnared by Wenhe's descending clay, Zhi Ge was left utterly vulnerable. Regrettably, this match concludes here. Konoha's little brat. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. When he unleashed the dragon fire technique at the immobile Zhi Ge without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the clay surrounding Wenhe ignited, transforming into a searing wave of heat that surged toward Zhi Ge. Damn it. Zhi Ge's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt an intense wave of heat. He realized that escaping the clay's clutches was now an impossibility. Explode for me. When he, exhilarated that he could finally eliminate Zhi Ge with ease, swung his arms fiercely. Immediately, globs of viscous clay erupted like a fountain, morphing into fiery orbs that hurtled toward Zhi Ge. Cursed fate! Cursed fate! Cursed fate! As Zhi Ge beheld the oncoming barrage of clay orbs, horror filled his gaze. Yet his body remained immobile. The combination of fire style and earth style intensified the flames engulfing Zhi Ge, forming a colossal barrier of fire before him. Boom, boom, boom. The flames collided with the clay, producing a thunderous roar and sending fiery splinters soaring dozens of meters into the air. Ha! Boy, I don't believe you can withstand this for long. When he exclaimed, his face alight with mockery as he gazed at Zhi Ge, surrounded by flames. Within half a minute, Zhi Ge's voice faded into silence. As Wenha observed the situation unfold, he retracted his ninjutsu. The smoke dissipated, revealing Zhi Ge lying motionless at the center of the arena, severely burned. Is this the end? The proctor, Moonlight Swiftwind, furrowed his brow even deeper at the sight. Just a mere child. Even if a Chunin were here, I could easily crush them. Casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Zhi Ge, Wenha scoffed. At that moment, he felt overwhelming fatigue wash over him. After all, the recent barrage of large-scale ninjutsu had drained his chakra significantly. I need to rest for a moment. If this kid isn't treated soon, he might very well perish. Wenha turned to descend from the stage. Wait. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out from behind him. Who? Wenha spun around suddenly, yet saw no one. Is it merely an illusion? He murmured to himself, continuing his descent. Wenha. Suddenly, Zhi Ge struggled to sit up, his gaze dark and fixed on Wenha. Upon hearing this, Wenha froze, slowly turning to meet Zhi Ge's eyes. You're not dead. Ha ha. Zhi Ge erupted into laughter, exuding an air of triumph. Observing Zhi Ge's demeanor, a hint of confusion crossed Wenha's face. What on earth is wrong with this brat? Impossible. I clearly controlled that clay, leaving you without a means to resist. How could you still be alive after my dragon fire technique? Ha ha ha. Zhi Ge continued to laugh maniacally. Wenha, you underestimate me far too much. You also underestimate the ninjas of Konoha. Do you really think a mere pile of mud could defeat me? Ha ha. Hearing Zhi Ge's words, Wenha's expression darkened, concern etching his features as he inquired. Kid, how on earth did you manage this? He, guess, Zhi Ge replied, chuckling while savoring a high-quality military ration pill in his mouth. If it weren't for this reward from the system that I had preemptively kept in my mouth, I might have truly met my demise just now. All right, system, I shall never again call you a scam. I never expected this high-quality military ration pill would actually come in handy. Zhi Ge silently rejoiced. Meanwhile, Wenha's face contorted with rage. Proctor, this brat is cheating. What is he consuming? It must be a forbidden drug. He should be disqualified. Wenha glared at the proctor, Moonlight Swiftwind, and shouted. Moonlight Swiftwind, upon hearing Wenha's accusations, shot him a cold glance and replied flatly, Wenha-kun, please be mindful of your words. Your statements could influence our judgment. What do you mean? Wenha was perplexed by Moonlight Swiftwind's response. Are you not aware that potions are essential tools for ninjas? The fact that he possesses such a quality potion indicates he is adequately prepared for the exam. There is nothing wrong with that, and it is not against the rules. The Moonlight swiftly spoke. Are you implying that he can take medicine without issue? Upon hearing these words, when he displayed a face of incredulity. Listen carefully, everyone. This duel will be judged solely by the outcome. As for the types of pills or potions you consume, I am indifferent. Moonlight declared loudly. How infuriating. What a treacherous trick. When he exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration, a torrent of anger brewing within him. Yet, with the chief examiner's declaration, he found himself without recourse. He could only brace himself to face Zhi Ge once more. Unbeknownst to him, Zhi Ge had already discerned his tactics from their previous encounters. The present Zhi Ge was no longer the naive novice he once was. Ha ha, you little imp. Let us see how you maintain your arrogance. Zhi Ge laughed maniacally at Wenhe, who stood fuming with rage. When he felt a heaviness in his heart as he gazed at Zhi Ge, however, a flicker of realization crossed his mind, and a peculiar smile appeared on his face. It seems I have underestimated your strength. But what does that matter? In my eyes, you remain nothing more than a waste. With that, when he charged at Zhi Ge, as when he approached, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted. He was acutely aware of the ferocity of Wenhe's attacks, and dared not be careless. Die, he shouted, unleashing a powerful blow to the ground, causing the arena floor to cave in dramatically. The impact sent a shockwave that struck Wenhee, forcing him to cough up blood as he fell to the ground. This guy's strength is astonishing. His physique is practically a cheat. When he thought in shock, realizing he was truly in peril, a look of dejection crossed his face. Though a lowly Genin, his prowess surpassed that of the average Chunin. Now, faced with an adversary capable of battling above his level, he felt utterly helpless. No, I cannot allow him to survive. Otherwise, my victory will be in vain. With determination, Wenhee scrambled to his feet and charged at Zhi Ge once more. Look out, little imp, Zhi Ge shouted, his eyes gleaming with intensity. As when he swung his kunai with fierce intent, Zhi Ge's expression turned serious. The clash of their weapons rang out as Zhi Ge raised his right arm to block Wenhee's attack. What? Wenhee gasped, astonished that Zhi Ge had successfully parried his kunai. Impossible. How has your body become so resilient? He gazed at Zhi Ge in disbelief. Knowing he had exerted all his strength, yet had only managed to graze the surface. What on earth is happening with this young man? Observing the astonishment etched on Wenhee's face, Zhi Ge felt an exhilarating surge within. How do I look like this? As he gazed at Zhi Ge's expression, Wenhee clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, you will pay for this. Boom. The shuriken concealed within Wenhee's sleeve was hurled forth. Upon witnessing the flying shuriken, Zhi Ge's expression shifted slightly. He had anticipated that when he still had hidden tactics. Regardless, I cannot afford to lose. Rubber rocket. With this thought, Zhi Ge swiftly swung his hand backwards, then executed a sweeping strike. All his strength was concentrated in his fist, aimed straight at Wenhee. Oh no. Witnessing this scene, Wenhee's countenance changed dramatically. He knew just how formidable Zhi Ge's power was. This move of his was utterly insufficient for defense. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Wenhee felt as if a tank had collided with his chest. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom. Crack. After a heavy landing, Wenhee's ribcage was nearly shattered, his entire thoracic cavity concaved. Ugh. Feeling the excruciating pain in his chest, Wenhee's face turned ashen. A spray of crimson blood erupted from his mouth. Wenhee. Seeing this, the leading teacher from Iwagakure shouted in alarm, rushing towards Wenhee. However, Wenhee had already lost all combat capability. His injuries were too severe for any possibility of continuing. The other participants from Iwagakure were aghast at the sight. Wenhee. Quickly, attend to Wenhee. Witnessing Wenhee in such a dire state, the crowd erupted into frantic cries. Humph. Observing this scene, the leading teacher's expression turned icy. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes. You little wretch. How could you strike so ruthlessly? You deserve nothing less than death. Witnessing Wenhee's plight, the teacher's murderous intent became palpable. Addressing Zhi Ge, who had approached him calmly, the teacher enunciated each word with venom. Hearing the teacher's words, Zhi Ge chuckled coldly. The rules of dueling are inherently about life and death. Besides, I didn't truly intend to kill him. Otherwise, could that fellow when he still be alive? Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, the teacher's expression oscillated between green and purple. Regardless, since you have defeated our Wenhee, you must pay the price. You shall bear all responsibility for this. Observing Zhi Ge's dismissive demeanor, the teacher ground his teeth in rage. Their village's strongest newcomer had been injured by a mere child from Konoha, and so grievously at that. This was undeniably a tremendous blow to Iwagakure's reputation. With this thought, he silently vowed to ensure Zhi Ge's complete annihilation. Humph. Zhi Ge, noting the teacher's furious demeanor, also darkened his expression and replied with a chilling tone. You wouldn't dare to bully the weak, would you? Is your Iwagakure village so incapable of accepting defeat? The words of Zhi Ge caused the team leader's expression to stiffen. However, upon recalling Wenhee, who lay unconscious on the ground, a wave of humiliation surged within him. You little brat, do not speak nonsense. At this moment, a mocking smirk crept across Zhi Ge's lips. Nonsense. I believe it is you who cannot bear the loss. Is the strength of Iwagakure village merely this? Zhi Ge gazed at the Iwagakure teacher with derision. Very well. If you take such delight in verbal sparring, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, the team leader narrowed his eyes, an aura of chilling malice radiating from him. In an instant, he moved, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. Observing the speed of the team leader, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted, prompting him to evade hastily. Yet, the team leader pursued relentlessly. Stop! A dark flash appeared before the two, revealing the proctor, Moonlight Gale. Upon seeing Moonlight Gale's sudden arrival, Zhi Ge exhaled in relief, though his face remained adorned with a cold sneer. Moonlight Sensei, this clown merely preys upon the weak. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The team leader's expression darkened at Moonlight Gale's intervention, and he barked angrily. Moonlight Gale, unfazed by the reprimand, turned to Zhi Ge and stated flatly, "The victor of this match is Konoha Gakure, Uchiha Zhi Ge." A surge of joy erupted within Zhi Ge's heart upon hearing Moonlight Gale's proclamation, though he maintained an appearance of composure. Humph! The team leader snorted disdainfully, his gaze falling upon one he, who lay on the ground, covered in dirt and grime. He swiftly gathered him into his arms. When he hold on, medical ninjas will arrive shortly to examine your injuries. You will be fine. MHM. When he nodded with great effort, his face filled with determination. Internally, he felt a profound sense of frustration. Despite having reached a level surpassing that of a chunin, he had succumbed to a mere rookie genin in this match. It was an outcome he found utterly intolerable. He was determined to reclaim his honor in this contest. He must defeat Zhi Ge and prove his true capabilities. Humph! I shall see just how long this little brat can continue his arrogance. When he thought to himself with a cold smirk. Meanwhile, the surrounding ninjas from Awagakure began to murmur among themselves. Who was that little brat? To have bested Awagakure's genius. His strength must be formidable. Indeed, Konoha Gakure is impressive. A great nation's ninja village is truly a wellspring of talent. I fear that Awagakure will face disgrace in this chunin exam. Certainly, a genius from Awagakure has been injured in a single blow. The ninjas of Awagakure behind him may not fare much better. This is a significant embarrassment for Awagakure. You little beast. I shall engrave today as humiliation in my heart. When we regain our strength, it will be your demise. Watching Zhi Ge's retreating figure, the Awagakure teacher seethed with anger. However, there was not a trace of fear upon his face. He was confident that once when he recovered, he would undoubtedly be able to vanquish this young man. Even if they lost this match, the future would not be devoid of opportunities for battle. Congratulations to you, Zhi Ge. You have achieved a splendid victory. Naruto clapped Zhi Ge on the shoulder, envy etched upon his features. You are too modest, Naruto-kun. Zhi Ge replied humbly, a hint of pride blooming on his visage. Haha, this is indeed a moment worth celebrating. I hope when it is my turn to compete, I too shall be graced with the fortune of victory. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Shikamaru also approached, a radiant smile adorning his face. Rest assured, the ninjas of our Konoha village are formidable. There shall be no issues. Upon hearing Shikamaru's reassurance, both Naruto and Zhi Ge nodded in agreement with smiles. Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun, I have some matters to attend to. Please do your best in the upcoming matches. I must take my leave. With that, Zhi Ge turned and departed from the arena. Seeing him leave, Shikamaru and Naruto exchanged bewildered glances. Why does he feel rather peculiar? Shikamaru furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the retreating Zhi Ge, a flicker of doubt arising in his heart. Hearing Shikamaru's remark, Naruto too knitted his brows in contemplation. Yet, Zhi Ge was acutely aware that his participation in the chunin exam was merely a secondary endeavor. His true objective was to uncover the truth behind the annihilation of the Uchiha clan many years ago. As everyone busied themselves with the exam, he could seize the opportunity to investigate the village during its moments of vulnerability. Nonetheless, he felt an unsettling familiarity growing stronger the longer he lingered in the village, accompanied by a subtle yet menacing aura surrounding him, instilling a sense of unease. Thus, he resolved to depart immediately after the exam concluded. He was determined to delve into the massacre case, to discern the true culprits behind the Uchiha clan's demise. Of course, he was acutely aware of the presence of numerous umbu within Konoha. Any reckless action on his part would likely lead to swift exposure. Yet, at this moment, he found himself compelled to take the risk, for he was fervently eager to uncover the truth of the Uchiha's past. He yearned to comprehend the events that befell them and the reasons behind their extermination. However, as he walked, Zhi Ge suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. The owner of this figure was peering into the women's bathhouse. Pervy Sage, what are you doing? Did you not say you would remain in the Rain Village? Why are you here spying? Upon witnessing the Pervy Sage's antics, Zhi Ge immediately shouted out. Hearing Zhi Ge's voice, Jiraiya abruptly lifted his head, staring blankly at Zhi Ge. He had been caught red-handed in his furtive behavior, yet his thick skin afforded him no shame. I wasn't doing anything. I just wanted to sneak in for a bath. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head and grinned sheepishly. Is that so? But that is the women's bathhouse. Zhi Ge suppressed a laugh as he responded. I was doing this for training. Upon hearing the words of Zhi Ge, Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words. Training? Surely there is no need to lurk outside the women's bathhouse for that. Are you not being a tad too eager? Seeing Jiraiya's expression, Zhi Ge suddenly burst into laughter. Nonsense. I am Jiraiya, after all. How could I engage in such acts? Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Jiraiya immediately adopted a serious demeanor. I can't be bothered to engage in idle chatter with you. You are, after all, a ravenous wolf in the guise of a gentleman. Zhi Ge scoffed, saying, You insolent brat. How dare you label me a wolf? I merely sought inspiration after reading You're the Plum in the Golden Vase, hoping to gather some material. Observing Jiraiya's indignant demeanor, a smirk crept upon Zhi Ge's lips. Oh, I see. It appears you wish to practice with a lady. Hearing Zhi Ge's words, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Ahem. Do not speak so recklessly. I am merely here in pursuit of enlightenment. Witnessing Jiraiya's reaction, Zhi Ge let out a derisive snort. Although he was not well versed in matters of the heart, Jiraiya's eyes and demeanor had already betrayed his thoughts. You insolent brat. I shall no longer converse with you. I must hurry to my training. I will deal with you later. Hearing Zhi Ge's mockery, Jiraiya's face flushed crimson, and he turned to run off into the distance, fuming. Training? Wait. I just passed the 3rd round of the Chunin exams. You must take me along for training. Upon seeing Jiraiya flee, Zhi Ge immediately called out. Hearing Zhi Ge's words, Jiraiya halted in his tracks. You just passed the 3rd round of the Chunin exams. Indeed. Zhi Ge nodded, then added. I encountered a formidable youth from the Rock Village, but I managed to defeat him. However, I am acutely aware that future opponents will only grow stronger. So I implore you, lecherous sage, to provide me with special training. You desire special training? Very well. However, I have a condition. After pondering for a moment, Jiraiya spoke. What condition? Speak. I shall comply. I require you to immediately pen a work as exceptional as the plum in the golden vase for my review. Is that too much to ask? Upon hearing Jiraiya's condition, Zhi Ge fell silent for a moment before gritting his teeth and exclaiming, Isn't that absurd? There is only a month until the official exam. By the time I finish writing, how will I have time to train? If that is the case, then forget it. Seeing Zhi Ge's reluctance, Jiraiya scoffed. Hey, Jiraiya, are you forcing my hand here? If that is the case, I shall expose your earlier peeping at the women's bathhouse. Someone. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge gritted his teeth and replied. What? Zhi Ge, you are being unreasonable. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's threat, Jiraiya's expression darkened. It is you who is making things difficult for me. How dare you accuse me of being unreasonable? Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. All right. If that is the case, I shall grant you a unique special training session. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge was taken aback. Jiraiya's expression moments ago did not convey a sense of jest. What peculiar special training was he referring to? Zhi Ge hastily inquired. Do you think you could possibly contend with me in this? Jiraiya pondered for a moment before responding. What? Perverted sage. Surely, you do not intend to eliminate me to silence me. How could I possibly match your strength at this moment? Zhi Ge exclaimed in utter astonishment, gazing at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, a formidable figure in the ninja world and one of the legendary Sannin, was not someone he could hope to defeat, even with the powers granted by the rubber fruit. I would never engage you in a full-force battle. Are you not aware that to enhance one's abilities, one must engage in real combat? Have you not noticed any increase in your strength following these 3 rounds of examination? Jiraiya remarked. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be true. Zhi Ge responded, astonished. What precisely do you wish for me to do? Follow me. Jiraiya beckoned, leading Zhi Ge eastward. In no time, they arrived at the rear mountains of Konoha village. At that moment, the area was enveloped in an eerie silence. Gazing at the forest ahead, Zhi Ge felt an overwhelming sense of unease. What was Jiraiya planning? Did he intend to betray him? Observing Zhi Ge's demeanor, Jiraiya smiled reassuringly. Fear not. I merely wish for you to sit beneath this tree and take a moment to rest. This location has served as a training ground for all the Hokage throughout the ages. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a training ground? What shall we do? He asked, brimming with enthusiasm. This is the most secretive training ground in the ninja world, a place beyond your imagination, and you are bound to be astonished, Jiraiya said mysteriously. Zhi Ge felt a surge of anticipation. It became clear why Jiraiya's confidence had grown. He must have knowledge of something significant. With this thought, Zhi Ge's expression brightened. He promptly settled beneath the grand tree, awaiting the special training that Jiraiya promised. Just then, Jiraiya inhaled deeply and produced a bell from his pocket. What are you planning to do with that? Zhi Ge asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. This bell training is an essential rite of passage for every strong warrior. I shall tie it to my waist, and if you can seize it, you will have successfully completed the training, Jiraiya said, his gaze steady upon Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge was momentarily stunned, a wave of incredulity washing over him. Perverted sage, is this truly your idea of special training? This is utterly humiliating. Zhi Ge couldn't help but scoff. What do you know? Jiraiya retorted. I assure you, if you manage to capture this bell, it will signify your advancement. Otherwise, you shall remain stagnant, unable to progress. Jiraiya gazed at Zhi Ge and exclaimed, Goodness, you lecherous sage, is it truly this grave? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge could not help but roll his eyes. Naturally, if you can seize this bell, it signifies that you possess the strength capable of injuring me. Surely, you comprehend my meaning. Jiraiya looked at Zhi Ge and responded. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge swallowed hard. This bell training appears to have substance. He declared, Very well. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. You must not regret this. With that, Zhi Ge charged toward the thicket ahead. Observing Zhi Ge's actions, Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle derisively. No need to rush. Take your time, he murmured, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the thicket, reaching for Jiraiya's waist. Upon seeing this hand, Jiraiya's expression darkened. Humph, you fool, do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? You merely seek to ambush me. With a cold laugh, Jiraiya waved his sleeve and swiftly retreated. Just then, Zhi Ge burst forth from the thicket. You managed to evade me. Yet, I have more tricks up my sleeve. Zhi Ge laughed heartily. He lunged at Jiraiya once more. The two engaged in another fierce clash. Huh, such a fiery little brat. I admire your spirit. I can withstand your attacks. Let us see how you attempt to ambush me this time. Jiraiya laughed boisterously. Hey, you said that yourself. Zhi Ge replied, as he ascended the tree. With agility, he hooked his feet around the trunk and elongated his body, leaping toward Jiraiya. Humph, a mere trivial skill. Jiraiya scoffed, also hooking onto the tree trunk. The two remained locked in a standoff. However, after a brief moment, Jiraiya suddenly released his grip. With a thunderous crash, the treetop shook violently, sending Zhi Ge hurtling backward. Upon landing, Zhi Ge began to pat himself down frantically. At that instant, he noticed his right leg quivering uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the tree could render him out of control. So, do you still wish to ambush me? Let me assure you, your flashy techniques are utterly ineffective against me, Jiraiya remarked disdainfully, shaking his head at Zhi Ge's predicament. In response to Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge scratched his head in frustration, utterly perplexed by Jiraiya's strategies. It seemed to him that Jiraiya was deliberately toying with him. All right, with 2 hours until sunset. You must exert yourself. Do not fail to seize the bell. Seeing Zhi Ge's troubled expression, Jiraiya revealed a cunning smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. Rest assured, you lecherous sage, I shall not be defeated by you. Upon finishing his words, Zhi Ge rose to his feet. Behold, the rubber machine gun, he exclaimed, launching himself into the air and dashing towards Jiraiya. Simultaneously, his fists rained down upon Jiraiya like a torrent. Observing Zhi Ge's onslaught, Jiraiya scoffed, executing a graceful roll to evade every punch, then leaping to another tree. You cannot succeed like this. You will never defeat me, he taunted. Furious at his failure to land a hit, Zhi Ge charged directly at Jiraiya perched on the tree. The air was filled with the sound of relentless punches colliding. Huh, you think your little tricks can outsmart me? I anticipated this move long ago. Jiraiya laughed heartily, vaulting into the air once more, soaring above the treetops. Seeing this, Zhi Ge hastily pursued him. The two found themselves in an open clearing. Your strength has certainly improved since our last encounter, but it's still quite limited. Allow me to showcase something formidable. Ninja technique. Thousand Leaves Dance, Jiraiya declared, his hands trembling as countless shurikens were unleashed towards Zhi Ge. Such an abundance. Zhi Ge gasped at the sight of the raining shurikens. Humph. Watch me. Rubber balloon. He shouted, his body swelling dramatically as he braced himself against the onslaught of shurikens with his abdomen. Ah, that hurts. The shurikens penetrated his skin, leaving him resembling a porcupine. Foolish boy, remember this. Never block with your body again. What if your opponent wields poison shurikens? Jiraiya admonished Zhi Ge, exuding a sense of exasperation. Understood, Zhi Ge murmured, lowering his head, too intimidated to retort. Damn it. The disparity in strength is overwhelming. I can only endure this beating, he thought. System, come forth. What about the rewards for passing the third exam? Ding. Host detected as having passed the Chunin exam. Third round. Task reward, beginner's armament hockey. New task updated. Pass the official Chunin exam. Armament hockey. Splendid. Even if it is merely at the beginner level, it is certainly better than nothing. Zhi Ge felt the newfound power coursing through him and enveloped his fists with hockey. Rubber great swinging fist. Zhi Ge extended his arm and swung at Jiraiya with tremendous force. Bolstered by the power of armament hockey. I warned you. Your punches, what the? Ah, bang. His fist struck Jiraiya's chest with tremendous impact, sending him hurtling backward as he attempted to lecture Zhi Ge. Witnessing Jiraiya's flight, Zhi Ge's spirits soared. Ha ha ha. That's it. That's the spirit. Upon witnessing Jiraiya collapse, Zhi Ge hastened to his side, crouching down to assist him. However, to his astonishment, the moment he laid a hand on Jiraiya, he was forcefully sent flying away. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Zhi Ge's right hand firmly grasped the fabric of Jiraiya's clothing. As he tumbled to the ground, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the bell hanging from Jiraiya's waist. What? This rascal. Realizing that Zhi Ge had touched the bell, Jiraiya's pupils dilated in shock. He never anticipated that this brat would manage to touch the bell, but the ordeal was far from over. Rubber battle axe. Zhi Ge unleashed his armed color hockey upon his foot, delivering a reinforced strike of the rubber battle axe directly onto Jiraiya's head. This kid, how has his strength suddenly doubled? How infuriating. Summoning technique. Arise. Gamabunta. Just as he was about to be crushed under Zhi Ge's colossal foot, Jiraiya called forth his most formidable summoning beast. Gamabunta. Upon his arrival, Gamabunta let out a thunderous roar. Whoa! With a deafening bellow, Gamabunta overturned Zhi Ge's massive foot. By the heavens! You lecherous sage! You deceitful trickster! How dare you summon such a powerful creature? Witnessing Jiraiya conjure a gigantic toad, Zhi Ge was utterly flabbergasted. Ha ha ha! The battlefield is ever-changing. There is still much for you to learn. Jiraiya smirked with pride. You little rascal! Who are you calling a monster? Upon hearing Zhi Ge's disparaging remarks, Gamabunta immediately erupted in a furious roar. Seeing the creature's demeanor, Zhi Ge promptly fell silent, genuinely fearing to provoke its wrath. Ha ha ha, Gamabunta! Don't take a child so seriously. Jiraiya chuckled, casting a glance at him. I am no monster. I am an extraordinary being. How can mere mortals like you compare to me? Hearing Jiraiya's mocking tone, Gamabunta became visibly displeased. Very well, then entertain this young one. Jiraiya shot a glance at Zhi Ge before turning to depart from the scene. Very well, you said it. Gamabunta, witnessing Jiraiya's sudden exit, was filled with fury. Humph, you little brat. I shall make you regret your arrogance in my presence. Gamabunta glared at Zhi Ge before launching himself forward. As Gamabunta charged, Zhi Ge quickly began to retreat. You lecherous sage. You deceitful trickster. How dare you use a summoning beast to deceive me? The next time I see you, I shall not allow you to glimpse my new book. How infuriating. You little brat. Stop right there. Seeing Zhi Ge attempt to escape, Gamabunta leaped, tailing him closely. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hearing Gamabunta's booming voice behind him, Zhi Ge took a deep breath. Although his speed was remarkable, it could not match Gamabunta's. In no time at all, Gamabunta caught up to Zhi Ge. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge clenched his teeth. Damn it. Today, I shall confront you head-on. Upon concluding his words, Zhi Ge swiftly pivoted and charged towards the formidable Fama Wentai. What a bold fellow. He dares to confront me head-on. Fama Wentai let out a disdainful snort, swiftly brandishing his claws. Instantly, a tremendous force of suction emanated from his talons, sweeping towards Zhi Ge with alarming intensity. What is this? It feels rather terrifying. Witnessing the claws of Fama Wentai, Zhi Ge's heart sank. Humph, you think you can challenge me? You are far too inexperienced. Fama Wentai reveled in Zhi Ge's apparent shock, but his expression soon froze. To his astonishment, Zhi Ge was resisting his pull. How is this possible? Isn't he merely a human? Fama Wentai's eyes widened in disbelief. Humph. It's nothing extraordinary. My power is unmatched. Zhi Ge, witnessing Fama Wentai's dismay, let out a cold huff. At this moment, he had pushed his mastery of Haki to its limits, yet it barely sufficed to withstand Fama Wentai's might. This won't do. I must employ it once more. If I don't, even I won't last a few minutes. Zhi Ge pondered earnestly. Regardless, I need not defeat Fama Wentai. I only need to make him aware of my prowess. Resolute, Zhi Ge activated his rubber battle axe once again. Boom. Bang. With a decisive stomp. Zhi Ge elicited wide-eyed astonishment from Fama Wentai. Remarkable. What a wondrous lad. He can manipulate his body to such an extent. Fama Wentai exclaimed, bracing himself with his arms against Zhi Ge's colossal foot. How infuriating. How can he exert such overwhelming pressure? Fama Wentai's legs buckled under the force. Ha! Fama Wentai? Is this all it takes to bring you down? How utterly disappointing. Zhi Ge chuckled with pride. Just wait. I shall teach you a lesson. You will bow beneath my feet. Fama Wentai, with a fierce glare, unsheathed his sword. Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback by Fama Wentai's fierce demeanor. Suddenly, an enormous blade, 40 meters in length, swung towards him. Upon witnessing this, Zhi Ge's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. What in the world is this? A single strike could spell doom. I must evade, Zhi Ge thought, gritting his teeth. Boom. He swiftly darted to the side. Thud. Crash. Just as Zhi Ge dodged, the colossal blade struck the ground with a thunderous impact. The earth shattered, debris flying in all directions. In that moment, Zhi Ge exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had managed to evade in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. This Fama Wentai is truly terrifying. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhi Ge pondered gravely. I cannot continue like this. I must devise a strategy to escape. As I witnessed the relentless fervor of the formidable Frog Wentai, I could not help but think. This creature is akin to an unyielding machine, functioning without restraint. There seems to be no end in sight, and at this rate, I shall surely be worn to the bone. Faced with such overwhelming prowess, I had no other choice. Survival took precedence. With that thought, I hastily took flight in a desperate bid for escape. Hey, where do you think you're running to? Frog Wentai bellowed as he pursued me with ferocity. I care not. I must flee first, I thought, as I dashed towards the opposite side of the mountain. Humph. This little rascal thinks he can escape. Not a chance. Frog Wentai roared in frustration upon noticing my attempt to flee. With a swift movement, he accelerated, his speed multiplying exponentially. Impossible. How can this be? He is merely a frog. I gasped, utterly astounded at Frog Wentai's sudden swiftness. You shall not escape. Even if the king himself were to descend, I will capture you. Frog Wentai thundered, quickening his pace with a fierce determination. With a tremendous crash, Frog Wentai leapt, his colossal form landing directly before me. He gazed down with a cruel smile, declaring, Now, kneel before me. With a menacing glare, he raised his claw and struck down upon me. Damn! How can this monster be so formidable? I am utterly outmatched. I lamented silently as the scene unfolded. Boom. In the next moment, Frog Wentai's fist struck me with unrelenting force. What is this? Something is resisting me. Could this brat still be alive? Frog Wentai felt a tingling sensation in his palm and, upon lowering his gaze, was astonished to see that I was bravely holding back his claw with my diminutive fist. How can this little imp possess such strength? Frog Wentai marveled in disbelief. Enough of this. I will subdue you, he thought, raising his claw once more to deliver another blow, this time with even greater ferocity. Boom. A resounding thud echoed through the air as my body was sent crashing to the ground. Thud. I hit the earth with a painful thump. Ugh. The agony coursed through me, yet I realized that my survival was a mere act of Frog Wentai's mercy. Why was I able to withstand that strike? It felt as though the force behind it had intensified. As I pondered these thoughts, I struggled to rise. I must admit, though I had been knocked down by Frog Wentai's blow, the injuries were not severe, and my body's recuperative abilities were remarkably swift. Could it be the armament Haki? At this thought, Zhi Ge's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the strength he had just felt must have stemmed from his own armament Haki. With this revelation, Zhi Ge promptly closed his eyes, immersing himself in concentrated exploration. Ding. The system detects that the host is diligently training and has rapidly accumulated training experience in a short time. Ding. based on the accumulated experience. The system will upgrade your initial armament haki to an intermediate level. Does the host consent to this upgrade? Of course. Why would I hesitate? Such formidable power. I want it now. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhi Ge responded without hesitation. Ding. Host confirmation received. Proceeding with the upgrade of initial armament haki. Confirmed. The system acknowledged. Please wait a moment. As the system's voice faded, Zhi Ge felt an immense force surge within his mind. As this power coursed through his body, he sensed an overwhelming energy flooding him. Wow, this feels incredible. The sensation was simply euphoric, overcome by the exhilarating force within. Zhi Ge could not help but let out joyous roars of delight. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Kid, what are you doing? Have you been stunned by my blow? Seeing Zhi Ge's ecstatic expression, Frog Wentai could not help but scold him. Haha, Frog Boss, don't get too cocky. Soon enough, it will be your turn to be stunned. Zhi Ge replied with a mysterious smile, as his armament haki enveloped his entire being in an instant. An unprecedented power surged forth, transforming him entirely. Prepare yourself, Frog Boss. Rubber Great Hammer. Witnessing the might within him, Zhi Ge's lips curled into a confident grin as he raised his right fist and struck towards Frog Wentai. With Zhi Ge's thunderous shout, the ground trembled beneath them. Frog Wentai's pupils constricted in alarm. This is bad. Get out of the way. Seeing this, Frog Wentai shouted urgently, but it was too late. Boom. Just as Frog Wentai cried out in panic, Zhi Ge's fist landed heavily upon his chest. Bang! Frog Wentai was sent sprawling to the ground. In that instant, the earth shook, and debris flew as a large portion of the ground beneath Frog Wentai collapsed. Good heavens! What on earth did you take to suddenly gain such strength? As he rose from the ground, rubbing his belly in astonishment, Frog Wentai gazed incredulously at Zhi Ge. Haha, Frog Boss. This is what we call a sudden rise to prominence after a period of silence. Zhi Ge replied with a smug grin. You little rascal. I'll take you on. Frog Wentai exclaimed, his face filled with fury. Humph. Come at me. Zhi Ge scoffed disdainfully before charging forward. Bang, bang, bang. The two soon became embroiled in an intense battle. This clash saw both sides nearly evenly matched. The previously one-sided battlefield shifted dramatically with Zhi Ge's acquisition of intermediate haki. Now, Zhi Ge possesses the capability to engage in a contest of strength with the formidable Frosh. Throughout their encounters, Frosh increasingly acknowledged this disciple of Jiraiya, engaging earnestly in combat and imparting various battle techniques to him. A giant frog and a leaf village's genin formed an extraordinary duo, clashing on the back mountains of Konoha for 3 days and nights. It was only when Zhi Ge collapsed from exhaustion that Frosh took his leave. During these 3 days, Zhi Ge felt an unprecedented surge in his abilities, particularly in his mastery of haki, which reached new heights. Now, he could face a fight against a Chunin with remarkable composure. One cannot help but commend Jiraiya for finding such an effective mentor for Zhi Ge on short notice. Time flew by, and the date of the Chunin exam approached swiftly. This event attracted an immense audience, with even the esteemed Kazekage of the Sand Village accepting an invitation to witness the competition, creating an unprecedented spectacle. This year, the Kazekage himself presided over the event, hoping to showcase the prowess of the Sand Village. Haha, our Zhi Ge from Konoha is equally remarkable. He is the strongest student I have ever encountered. Not only does he possess extraordinary talent, but he can also manipulate his body with the agility of a spring. Truly enviable. Indeed, this child's potential is extraordinarily high. The upcoming Chunin exam is bound to send shockwaves throughout the entire shinobi world. I have heard that many talented youths from various clans will participate in this competition. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Niji, all will be in attendance. Yes, these 3 are all outstanding representatives of the younger generation. Whoever emerges victorious will gain renown far and wide, regardless of who claims the championship. It will be a blessing for our Konoha. We must wholeheartedly support this competition. Haha, the Sand Village will undoubtedly not concede to anyone in this Chunin exam. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhi Ge felt a flicker of anticipation rise within him. This was a decisive match that could determine the trajectory of his future. A victory could catapult him to fame in the shinobi world, making him a celebrated figure. However, he was also aware that this would be a grueling battle. Despite his significant growth and strength, his opponents would not be easy to defeat. He could only wonder who he would face in the competition. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he must secure a victory. Now, I shall announce the first pair of contestants. As all participants gathered, Naruto Shikamaru stepped forth among the competitors. It was evident that he was the new proctor for this official tournament. How curious. Why is it you? Zhi Ge glanced at Naruto Shikamaru, perplexed. Shouldn't the proctor have been Yuzuru Kazekage? Why has it changed to you? Ha. Guess. Seeing the perplexed expression on Zhi Ge's face, the enigmatic Hinata Jinken couldn't help but chuckle. Zhi Ge, taken aback, was astonished that this seemingly serious examiner would indulge in such playful mystique. As this realization dawned upon him, a look of exasperation crossed his features. How could he possibly know? Just as Zhi Ge was engulfed in doubt, Hinata Jinken slowly began to elucidate. 3 days ago, Moonlight Swift Wind was assassinated. Right here in the village. What? Zhi Ge was momentarily stunned, and a flicker of concern swiftly emerged on his countenance. How did he die? Was it an enemy ambush? Indeed, his demise weighs heavily on my heart. By the time his body was discovered, it had already grown cold. Although the perpetrator remains unidentified, the nature of the wound suggests it was inflicted by a blade. Hinata Jinken replied with a nod, his tone grave. A blade? Zhi Ge's brows furrowed slightly. Could this have been premeditated? A wave of unease washed over him as he pondered this possibility. Certainly, such an act must have been meticulously orchestrated. After all, it is unlikely that someone would attack a prominent jonin within the confines of Konoha without provocation. This chunin exam may witness further tragedies. Hinata Jinken stated with an air of detachment. What do you mean? Are there those who would target us in Konoha? Zhi Ge inquired, astonished. It is highly probable. However, at this juncture, it remains mere speculation. The Hokage has chosen to keep this matter discreet to prevent it from spiraling out of control. Young man, as a Konoha ninja, I reveal this to you in hopes that you remain vigilant during the competition. Do not fall victim to any lurking enemies. Hinata Jinken calmly analyzed. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge inhaled deeply, his expression turning solemn. He understood that Hinata Jinken was not merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric. Rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution. However, I do harbor concerns about what might happen if we were to lose this competition, Zhi Ge mused, contemplating the implications. Hinata Jinken fell silent for a moment before responding. If we were to lose, there may indeed be repercussions, though they would be minor in the grand scheme. After all, this chunin exam serves primarily to showcase our training successes and to strengthen ties with the Land of Wind. Zhi Ge pondered this for a moment, then gradually nodded. I understand. Very well, prepare yourself. The competition is about to commence. With that, Hinata Jinken departed. As he left, the atmosphere on the contestant platform erupted into a cacophony of excitement once more. The first match officially begins. Contestants Uchiha Zhi Ge and Hyuga Niji, please take the stage. At this moment, the referee declared the battle underway, and a resounding cheer reverberated throughout the venue, with everyone eagerly shouting in anticipation of the duel. Zhi Ge, go, go. Zhi Ge will surely triumph over his opponent. The Uchiha clan versus the Hyuga clan. This is going to be thrilling. Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that he would be the first contestant in this competition. However, instead of feeling a twinge of anxiety or pressure, a flicker of joy blossomed within him. Zhi Ge, you need not worry. Your prowess is formidable. There will be no issues. At that moment, Noera Jinkan unexpectedly approached him, patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Thank you. Zhi Ge replied with a subtle smile, nodding appreciatively. Do you think Zhi Ge can win? Some of his companions from Konoha speculated from a distance. I'm not sure. Although Zhi Ge is quite strong, Hyuga Niji is a genius. One remarked. Indeed, he has already attained the strength of a chunin. He just hasn't been promoted yet. They continued, excitement palpable in their voices as they gazed at Zhi Ge on the arena. Upon hearing their conversation, Noera Jinkan couldn't help but chuckle before turning and leaving the contestant area. On the competition stage, Uchiha Zhi Ge stepped forward. Zhi Ge, it's wonderful to see you again. Hyuga Niji greeted him with a smile, his lips curving upward. Yes. I wonder who is truly superior, the foremost genius of the Hyuga clan or a remnant of the Uchiha. Zhi Ge replied calmly, nodding in acknowledgement. Let us begin, Niji said with a grin. Indeed. With that, both of them simultaneously swung their arms. Boom. In an instant, a tempest of chakra erupted from Niji, unleashing an unparalleled force that swept across the arena, leaving the audience in awe. Is this the level of a chunin? Such fearsome chakra. Not only the spectators, but also the judges gazed in astonishment at the fierce confrontation unfolding before them. This is an extraordinary battle. Zhi Ge at last. We can truly measure our strengths. Niji exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he looked at Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge remained silent, for he felt no need to respond. He had unwavering faith in his abilities. He was determined to defeat Hyuga Niji. His singular goal was to emerge as the ultimate victor of this grand tournament. Boom. A series of howling winds erupted from Zhi Ge's fists, reminiscent of a ferocious tiger being unleashed, carrying a terrifying power that surged toward Niji. In the face of such a fierce assault, Niji displayed no fear. He met the onslaught head-on. Boom. A violent explosion resounded as their figures vanished from sight, only to reappear on the opposite side of the arena in the next instant. Such incredible speed. Zhi Ge seems to have grown stronger. His strength feels at least doubled since the preliminary rounds. Truly, he is Uchiha Zhi Ge. Indeed, a worthy opponent is what I seek. Alas, if only my daughter were not so young, I would certainly wish for her to wed a young talent like Uchiha Zhi Ge. Come on, we're here to watch a match, not to arrange marriages for your daughter. At this moment, a group of Leaf Village ninjas in the audience were engaged in fervent discussions, their faces alight with anticipation as they gazed upon the two combatants in the arena. It must be acknowledged that Zhi Ge was indeed formidable. Even Hinata Niji dared not assert his guaranteed victory over him. However, this did not deter Niji from his ambition to defeat his opponent. Humph, Zhi Ge, I have already deciphered your techniques. Suddenly, Niji let out a sharp cry, and a surge of blue chakra erupted from his being. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, his assault resembled a torrential downpour, relentlessly descending upon Zhi Ge. What? Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. The chakra emanating from Niji coalesced in the air, forming a multitude of small chakra spheres that hurtled towards Zhi Ge with wild ferocity. Such a fierce display of taijutsu. Many ninjas could not help but exclaim in admiration at this sight. Ha! Zhi Ge, surely, you cannot withstand this. At that moment, Niji gazed triumphantly at his opponent. In that instant, he appeared as a deity of death. Observing this, numerous leaf ninjas shook their heads in sighs of resignation. Niji was indeed powerful. To master chakra control in such a brief span was an achievement beyond the reach of many young ninjas. It seemed that Zhi Ge was destined for defeat. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Zhi Ge revealed a peculiar smile at the corner of his mouth, then raised his hand, effortlessly reaching for the chakra spheres before him. What? Many widened their eyes in disbelief at this scene. How could this be? Was he not being thoroughly suppressed by Niji? How could this be possible? A chorus of incredulous murmurs swept through the crowd. Niji's expression mirrored that of the spectators. Astonishment etched across his face as he gazed at Zhi Ge, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Were you not under my control? Why can you still resist?" He could hardly fathom that Zhi Ge was able to grasp these chakra spheres without sustaining any injury. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even someone as exceptionally gifted as Uchiha Sasuke would struggle to withstand his assault. Yet here was Zhi Ge, defying all logic. Many ninjas secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Zhi Ge remained unscathed. Otherwise, the outcome of this match would have been irrevocably altered. I have long since mastered the art of countering chakra. I simply chose not to employ it. Now, it is the perfect moment to put it to the test. A smirk graced Zhi Ge's lips as an overwhelming aura of armed color erupted from him. A hum filled the air as a layer of blue light radiated from his form, manifesting a thin membrane that blocked the incoming chakra spheres. What technique is this? Why does it seem familiar? Such an intriguing ninjutsu. Some of the leaf ninjas began to murmur among themselves, captivated by Zhi Ge's technique. This move of Zhi Ge's is unfamiliar. It surely cannot belong to the ninjutsu of the shinobi world. What sort of ninjutsu is this? Regardless of its nature, as long as its power is sufficiently formidable, it suffices. Indeed, upon hearing this, many ninjas nodded in agreement, acknowledging the complexity of Zhi Ge's technique. I did not expect this fellow to possess such prowess. Witnessing this scene, Hyuga Niji's face involuntarily adopted a solemn expression. He had not anticipated that his opponent's ninjutsu could manifest such effects. All of this was beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his victory. Byakugan, activate! With a furious roar, Hyuga Niji instantaneously channeled chakra within him. At once, a white pupil flashed in his dark eyes, and the muscles and vascular patterns on his face became distinctly visible. What? Is this the Byakugan? The pride of the Hyuga clan? It is said that the Byakugan possesses the power to perceive an enemy's movements. Not only that, it can effortlessly see through an enemy's chakra pathways. Astonishing. Many were taken aback by this spectacle. The Byakugan can even penetrate the enemy's meridians? No wonder they regard the Hyuga clan with such trepidation. Such power is indeed terrifying. However, this level of ninjutsu remains utterly inadequate before me. As Niji's Byakugan erupted forth, Zhi Ge displayed a hint of disdain on his face. In the next moment, he lightly pressed his feet against the ground, and his figure vanished from sight. The very next instant, Zhi Ge appeared beside Hyuga Niji, his fists clenched tightly, striking towards Niji's head. Humph! Sensing the gust of wind approaching from behind, Niji scoffed, swiftly evading this lethal punch. Bang! Crack! In the following moment, Niji's figure abruptly halted midair, and with a powerful stomp, he propelled himself toward Zhi Ge like a cannonball. Boom! In an instant, Niji and Zhi Ge collided, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated outward. What? How is this possible? Observers were left in disbelief as they witnessed the unexpected turn of events, with Zhi Ge, who had just been suppressed by Niji, now launching a counterattack. What is the source of this fellow's strength? After activating the Byakugan, he has become even more formidable. At that moment, even Hyuga Niji gazed at Zhi Ge with eyes wide in astonishment, filled with shock. Just moments ago, his attack had been significantly sharper and swifter. In fact, his speed had increased further. Boom, boom, boom. At this juncture, the two figures were entangled in combat, relentlessly colliding and grappling. This fellow, he has concealed his strength. A leaf ninja, witnessing this scene, could not help but gasp in disbelief, exclaiming, "Just how powerful is he?" Indeed, this individual's strength far surpasses that of an ordinary chunin. The other observing ninjas nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with expressions of sheer astonishment. In this manner, the outcome of the match has become exceedingly difficult to predict. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers engage in silent speculation. Boom! At this moment, Zhi Ge forcefully swung his fist, landing a powerful blow to Hyuga Niji's chest. Niji, in turn, deftly deflected Zhi Ge's punch with a palm strike, indicating that their prowess in martial arts was remarkably equal. Bang! 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 The two continued to collide, each impact igniting a dazzling burst of light. Boom! Boom! A series of explosive sounds reverberated, enveloping the entire plaza in the intensity of their fierce confrontation. At this juncture, Niji's expression darkened, a grave tension evident in his eyes, for he recognized that he was on the verge of losing ground. Zhi Ge, seemingly tireless, exerted himself with unwavering determination. Damn it! I must defeat him. At that moment, a flame of fury ignited within Niji's heart. Boom! The next instant, he raised his right fist once more, striking forcefully at Zhi Ge. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With this punch, Niji unleashed the secret technique of his clan. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. This technique was a closely guarded secret within the Hyuga clan, known only to a select few elders and core family disciples, rendering it inaccessible to the majority. Its formidable power, combined with the visual advantage of the Byakugan, allowed for the most potent manifestation of strength. Boom! Crack! One palm struck Zhi Ge's left shoulder, sending him hurtling backward several meters, his complexion paling. In an instant, Niji closed the distance, pursuing his advantage. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, the 9th palm, the 10th palm, the 11th palm. Boom! 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 With 3 consecutive strikes, Niji pushed the secret technique of the Hyuga clan to its limits, each palm brimming with catastrophic power. At this moment, he truly embodied the essence of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Observing this spectacle, many in the audience gasped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes as they watched the fierce clash unfold. Is this fellow truly from the branch family of the Hyuga clan? How has his strength surged so rapidly? A high-ranking official from Konoha, witnessing the scene, could not help but swallow hard, his expression one of incredulity. It was known that after the first 3 rounds of tests, Zhi Ge was widely recognized as one of the top 3 contenders among Konoha's participants. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unable to counter Niji's 8 trigrams, 64 palms, and was decidedly at a disadvantage. How could this not astonish everyone? The 8 trigrams, 64 palms truly lived up to its name, proving to be the signature technique of the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, not far away, Niji's uncle, Hyuga Hisashi, observed this scene with a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Niji's talent exceeded his expectations. He was now certain that Niji was undoubtedly the future hope of the Hyuga clan. Alas, though this young boy's strength was formidable, he remained merely a child of the branch family, his foundation still too weak. Beside them, another high-ranking ninja from Konoha looked at Hyuga Hisashi with a smile and remarked, "It seems that your Hyuga clan should consider a new heir." Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Hisashi's expression subtly shifted, yet he responded with a smile, "Indeed. I have yet to finalize my choice for a successor. Moreover, I believe this young boy's talent is unparalleled in all of Konoha." Within less than a minute, Hyuga Niji had executed all 64 palms of the 8 trigrams. To his astonishment, Zhi Ge remained standing in the arena. And what surprised Niji even more was that this individual had endured the full barrage of the 64 palms without shedding a single drop of blood. How could this be? In that moment, Niji's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He never anticipated that his opponent's physical resilience could be so formidable. "Haha, I told you. I will bring you down." Zhi Ge laughed heartily, although a significant portion of Niji's armed color was dispersed. It was precisely this that shielded Zhi Ge's internal organs from the damage of the gentle fists. "You are the strongest opponent I have ever faced. Therefore, it is you who shall experience my true strength." With these words, Zhi Ge's gaze sharpened suddenly. Whoosh! In an instant, his body vanished from its original position, appearing behind Hyuga Niji, his right arm swinging. Rubber punch. Immediately, Zhi Ge's fist struck fiercely against Niji's body. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds echoed as Niji was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. However, just as he landed, his legs propelled him upward, launching a powerful kick. Bang! One foot connected solidly with Zhi Ge's abdomen, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Boom! Following closely, Niji leaped into the air, his legs once again launching outward, delivering a heavy kick to Zhi Ge, making him cough up blood. "Your strength has improved considerably." Zhi Ge lay on the ground, his expression somewhat embarrassed. "So what? I have already told you. This battle will only end with your defeat." With that, Niji charged directly at Zhi Ge. "Do not be too arrogant. You are not the only genius here." Rubber battle axe. Seizing the moment, Zhi Ge descended with both feet, aiming to stomp down on Niji. What? What is this? Niji's pupils constricted as he beheld Zhi Ge's descending feet. Boom! A muffled sound erupted as Zhi Ge's feet sank into the ground, creating a deep pit that continued to spread outward. Whoosh! In that instant, Niji felt every hair on his body stand on end. An overwhelming sense of danger flooding his mind. But he had a backup plan. Reversal heaven. In an instant, Hyuga Niji unleashed a tremendous amount of chakra from all his chakra points while rotating his body, completely rebounding the rubber war axe wielded by Zhi Ge. Boom! Bang bang bang. As Zhi Ge's feet barely grazed Niji's skin, he was immediately thrust back by the shockwave. Simultaneously, Niji's figure surged forward, directly raising his fist and delivering a powerful blow to his opponent's chest. With a resounding crash, Niji felt as though his fist had struck solid steel, sending waves of agony coursing through him. Splutter! A mouthful of blood erupted from Zhi Ge as the armor of Haki shattered, sending him flying backward. Once Niji regained his footing, he looked up at Zhi Ge, who lay on the ground gasping for breath, clearly gravely injured. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Zhi Ge could not help but roar to the heavens. "This is my strongest technique," Zhi Ge declared. "If I exert my full strength, I could defeat you within a second, yet I disdain to do so." As he spoke, he slowly rose from the ground, casting a cold smile at Niji. "I shall make you understand what true genius means." With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, causing his figure to vanish from sight. What? This fellow has fled again? Niji's expression shifted, his eyes reflecting a grave intensity. This man is exceedingly cunning. Each time he believes victory is within his grasp, his opponent suddenly disappears, leaving him defenseless. At that moment, a fierce wind surged, and Zhi Ge's figure abruptly appeared behind him. "Awaken! Rubber-heavy fist!" Zhi Ge roared, his right hand crashing down toward the back of Niji's head. In that instant, Niji's body trembled violently. He sensed a life-threatening peril. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Niji was sent flying dozens of meters by Zhi Ge's heavy fist, crashing heavily into a large tree. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You have lost." Zhi Ge slowly approached Niji, a victorious expression adorning his face. Why can't I see the trajectory of your chakra?" My Byakugan can clearly capture your movements, yet it cannot perceive your chakra flow. Who on earth are you? Niji's face turned pale as he struggled to rise from the ground, questioning. Because I do not possess chakra at all. Upon hearing this, Niji stood frozen in place. No chakra. This is impossible. His Byakugan has infinite vision. Even a stone could be seen clearly. This person clearly emanates energy fluctuations, so why is there no chakra? I truly do not possess it. All my attacks, like those of your comrade Lee, are purely physical techniques. Zhi Ge stated. Damn it, you are lying. This cannot be true. Hinata Niji could scarcely comprehend this reality. How could it be possible? How could there be a peer capable of defeating him through sheer taijutsu? If you claim I am deceiving you, then allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. With that, Zhi Ge's armed haki surged with fervor, manifesting into swirling white steam that danced in the air. As this ethereal vapor approached Hinata Niji, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped him. What is this? I sense formidable power, yet there is no chakra to be seen. In that fleeting moment, Niji's expression shifted. This is my true strength, Zhi Ge proclaimed, turning away and striding toward the arena's exit. I concede. Niji, with a heavy heart, struck the ground with a fist and murmured. Though unwilling to accept it, the truth was undeniable. He was no match for Zhi Ge. The victor of this match is Uchiha Zhi Ge. The chief examiner, Noaragenma, announced with resounding authority. Wow, Zhi Ge has triumphed. He actually won. It's astonishing. This fellow's speed is incredible. Moreover, the techniques he employed showed no trace of chakra, as if he relied solely on brute strength. But why did he refrain from using chakra? Does he intend to settle this with mere fists? The audience buzzed with astonishment. Zhi Ge is indeed the foremost genius of the Uchiha clan. Challenge this if you dare. Indeed, I used to believe that this generation's Uchiha Sasuke was the strongest newcomer. I never imagined Uchiha Zhi Ge could defeat Hinata Niji. The disparity is evident. If Uchiha Sasuke were to face Hinata Niji, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Haha. Zhi Ge is truly the first genius of the Uchiha lineage. As the murmurs of the crowd swirled around him, a hint of arrogance graced Uchiha Zhi Ge's countenance. Just then, a piercing voice echoed throughout the arena. I refuse to accept this. I am the true first genius of the Uchiha clan. This proclamation resonated through the entire venue. I refuse. I am the strongest newcomer. With this declaration, the arena fell into a sudden hush. All gazes converged upon the source of the voice. There, beside a grand tree, stood a young man clad in black, his eyes ablaze with determination. Fixed upon Uchiha Zhi Ge, this individual was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, what is happening? Has that kid lost his mind? I've never seen him so audacious. Sakura, it's hardly surprising. After all, everyone is saying Zhi Ge is the Uchiha's first genius, which probably struck a nerve with Sasuke. Shikamaru, no way. That hot-headed kid wouldn't he dare act out in this setting, would he? Choji, indeed. The Hokage and the Kazekage are both watching. And for Sasuke to cause such a ruckus is utterly outrageous. Kankuro, this is becoming increasingly interesting. Just in time to gather some useful intelligence. Naruto exclaimed. Has this kid lost his mind? What on earth is he doing? Does he really intend to continue provoking Uchiha Zhi Ge? At that moment, Hinata Niji caught sight of the young boy in the black cloak standing beneath the shade of a tree, his face filled with astonishment. He recognized this boy as Sasuke. He knew that Sasuke was one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Do you truly wish to challenge me? Uchiha Zhi Ge's expression darkened to an extreme. His gaze fixed on Sasuke, revealing profound astonishment. As the only remaining clansman in the village, wouldn't it be better to coexist in harmony rather than maintain such a hostile stance? However, judging by Sasuke's demeanor, it was evident he had no intention of preserving Zhi Ge's dignity. What's the matter? Are you afraid to accept? Aren't you the so-called #1 genius of the Uchiha? Sasuke sneered, his tone nonchalant. Humph. Uchiha Zhi Ge snorted dismissively, then turned to the proctor, Nara Kakashi, and stated coolly, this guy is weak. I disdain to engage with him. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Did you not just say that I am unworthy of being your opponent? If that is the case, I am eager to compete with you. There's no need for that. Even if I were to lose, so be it. With thousands watching, how could we resort to fratricide? I would be embarrassed, and I would think you should be too. Zhi Ge shot a glance at Sasuke, firmly rejecting the challenge before turning to walk away from the arena, leaving the audience in a state of shock. What is happening? Has Zhi Ge truly given up so easily? This is utterly bizarre. Zhi Ge is the future hope of the Uchiha clan. How could he engage in combat with Sasuke here? If he accidentally kills his opponent, the Uchiha would be left with but a single heir. The crowd erupted in commotion. Zhi Ge, in the midst of the competition, had shown cowardice. And it was due to Sasuke. How could this be? Aside from his tall stature and handsome appearance, Sasuke possessed nothing that would instill fear in Uchiha Zhi Ge. Yet, Zhi Ge had indeed backed down. What could possibly explain this? Don't even think about fleeing. Today, you must fight, whether you like it or not. At that moment, Sasuke had already chased down Zhi Ge, gripping his shoulder tightly. What on earth do you intend to do? Zhi Ge demanded angrily. I wish to spar with you, to prove that I am not worthless. Sasuke declared fiercely, gripping Zhi Ge's arms tightly and shaking him vigorously. Absolutely not. This is the competition arena. Harming others is strictly prohibited. Sasuke, you have a bye in the first round. It is not your turn to compete yet. Nara Kakashi swiftly interjected, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. If Sasuke were to injure Zhi Ge, it would indeed lead to grave consequences. So what if I have a bye? Zhi Ge has already advanced, hasn't he? My next opponent will certainly be him. Why not settle this now and avoid complications? Sasuke insisted, glaring at Zhi Ge with an air of dominance. Any alterations to the rules must be authorized by the Hokage. You cannot simply change it with a single statement. In a moment of urgency, Noara Jinkin hastily interjected, let us seek the approval of Lord Hokage. Sasuke, displaying impatience, waved his hand dismissively. Taken aback, Noara Jinkin found himself at a loss for words and turned his gaze towards the Hokage. Observing the absurdity unfolding below, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, couldn't help but cover his face in disbelief. He had not anticipated Sasuke's impulsiveness. Perhaps it would be wise to persuade Sasuke to temporarily vacate the arena, lest he provide entertainment for the Wind Shadow. With a sigh, the third Hokage resignedly remarked, very well. I too am curious to witness the sparks that may fly between the two prodigious youths of the Uchiha clan. Lord Hokage, grant Sasuke his wish. The Wind Shadow addressed the third Hokage. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately did not refuse. All right, the decision is yours. However, do not let it escalate beyond reason. Sarutobi waved his hand, signaling for the two to continue their duel. Did you see that? The Hokage has already consented. What excuse do you, coward, have now? Exclaimed Zhi Ge with a scoff. Very well, if that is the case, I shall indulge you. With a disdainful huff, Zhi Ge suddenly propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a blur as he charged towards Sasuke. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Sasuke. Sasuke's expression grew grave, and he quickly ducked aside. A terrifying force from Zhi Ge's punch hurtled past him, shattering a massive boulder and prompting the onlookers to retreat in alarm. Such terrifying explosive power. What martial art is that? The display from Zhi Ge left the audience astounded. Humph. Sasuke, your strength is woefully inadequate. You are no match for me. Zhi Ge jeered, launching another assault. With each strike, the air around him was rent with tiny fissures from the force of his blows. This technique was truly formidable. Yet Sasuke remained unfazed, his form elusive as he deftly evaded. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists colliding in midair, producing a series of sharp, resonant sounds. It was a contest of sheer will. Their speeds were astounding, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The arena reverberated with the sound of their impacts. The spectators watched with wide eyes, eager not to miss a moment of this thrilling battle. Just then, Sasuke's figure suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Zhi Ge. With a swift motion, Sasuke unleashed a punch, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. What? Such speed? Could he truly be the Uchiha clan's genius? Gasped the onlookers in astonishment. Your taijutsu may be formidable, but it does not guarantee victory over me. Rubber fist. Zhi Ge retorted with a scoff, clenching his fists as he whirled around to meet Sasuke's strike head-on. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom. A tremendous wave of air surged forth in an instant, lifting the very floor of the arena and scattering debris everywhere. With a splutter, blood trickled from Sasuke's mouth, and he staggered, collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, Zhi Ge merely retreated a few steps before regaining his balance. At that moment, Sasuke wiped the blood from his lips and rose to his feet. He gazed coldly at Zhi Ge and said, I admit I underestimated you just now, but I have nearly recovered. Let us continue our contest. Do you not perceive the chasm that separates us? If you strike again, I cannot guarantee I will refrain from being serious. Completely disregarding Zhi Ge's warning, Sasuke leaped forward, closing the distance between them. Zhi Ge's pupils constricted momentarily as he hurriedly dodged. Whoosh! However, just as he moved, Sasuke's fist was already perilously close to his chest. Rubber great hammer. Zhi Ge swiftly spun to deflect the blow, simultaneously extending his left fist to counter Sasuke's assault. The two engaged in a fierce clash once more, with every punch unleashing a terrifying gust of wind that stirred up dust throughout the arena. Boom! The ground of the arena trembled violently, and the audience felt as if a colossal weight pressed down upon their chests, nearly suffocating them. Their fierce battle sent shockwaves reverberating through the surroundings, shattering nearby walls. Waves of power surged towards the spectators, causing many of them to involuntarily step back several paces. Bang! Zhi Ge landed a punch squarely on Sasuke's chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Sasuke crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise, he caught sight of Zhi Ge, who was smirking at him, prompting a grin from Sasuke in return. Is that all you've got? Bring it on. Zhi Ge's expression shifted as he clenched his teeth and retorted. You truly are one who fails to weep until faced with the coffin. Coffin? The one facing the coffin will be you. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, and as he completed the incantation, a massive fireball materialized, radiating intense heat. Zhi Ge's expression changed, and he hastily withdrew while simultaneously activating his unique ability derived from the rubber fruit. Rubber great mouth. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Zhi Ge's head expanded to the size of a two-story building, and he opened his enormous mouth wide, swallowing Sasuke's fireball whole. Good heavens! Is this even human? Gasped the audience in disbelief. They were awestruck as they watched Zhi Ge's mouth grow to the size of a house, a sight both terrifying and surreal. Yet, Zhi Ge seemed oblivious to his own transformation, his gaze still fixed on Sasuke, brimming with lethal intent. What manner of creature are you? Sasuke gasped, witnessing the transformation of Zhi Ge, as an involuntary tremor coursed through his body. You dare! Zhi Ge suddenly pouted and expelled a dense cloud of black smoke towards Sasuke. In an instant, Sasuke's vision was completely engulfed by this ominous haze. Oh no! Realizing the peril, Sasuke desperately attempted to evade. However, at that moment, he discovered that he was utterly immobilized. Glancing down, he saw that Zhi Ge had seized his feet amidst the chaos. Haha, are you only just coming to this realization? It is too late. Zhi Ge's voice echoed with a sinister glee as he yanked Sasuke violently, sending him crashing to the ground. Sasuke fell, letting out a painful grunt. His visage contorted in agony. The spectators in the audience erupted in cheers at the sight of Sasuke's plight. Haha, Zhi Ge is finally on the verge of victory. This is exhilarating. I can hardly contain my excitement. That guy is simply magnificent. I've made up my mind. When I return home tonight, I shall break up with my boyfriend to pursue you. What madness is this? Sasuke lay on the ground, pallid and sweating profusely. Overwhelmed by discomfort, he could not suppress his fury, exclaiming, You scoundrel! Zhi Ge approached, a cold smile gracing his lips as he crouched down to loom over Sasuke. You insolent brat! Do you still dare to be arrogant? Sasuke opened his mouth, struggling to formulate a retort, for he was indeed in a most disheveled state. Submit now, and I shall show you leniency, Zhi Ge stated nonchalantly. Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically, a spark of defiance igniting in his eyes. I am sorry, but the Uchiha clan never bows to anyone. The audience erupted in uproar at this declaration. What? He actually defied Zhi Ge? Is he out of his mind? To refuse Zhi Ge at this moment is tantamount to seeking death. It was evident that Zhi Ge's combat prowess far surpassed his own. Even as the top rookie of Konoha, he could not possibly stand against Zhi Ge. I too believe this fellow must be mad. The crowd gasped in disbelief at Sasuke's unwillingness to yield. Zhi Ge narrowed his eyes and rose to his feet. It seems you remain unrepentant, since you are so obstinate. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Sasuke furrowed his brows, determination gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, he cast aside his shame. He would unleash his final trump card to vanquish Zhi Ge. Sharingan. Activate. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, the pattern of the double tomo swirling within his irises. Have you awakened the Sharingan? Zhi Ge paused momentarily, taken aback by Sasuke's manifestation. This is the hallmark of our Uchiha clan's genius. A mere waste like you could never possess such a power. Upon uttering these words, Sasuke's body surged forward, leaping into the air and crashing violently towards Zhi Ge. After activating his Sharingan, his speed was astonishing and his strength formidable, carving an arc through the air before descending upon Zhi Ge with tremendous force. A deafening roar erupted as an immense power exploded from Sasuke's right fist, striking Zhi Ge with such impact that he was sent flying. Thud! Zhi Ge collided against the railing of the arena, shattering it and becoming ensnared within its remnants. He rebounded, attempting to rise, but Sasuke had already positioned himself before him. It is over. I am the strongest of the Uchiha. Chidori. Sasuke's gaze was as frigid as frost. With a swift motion of his right hand, bolts of lightning erupted forth, transforming into hundreds of slender arcs of electricity that surged towards Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge raised his arm to shield himself, conjuring a transparent defensive barrier comprised of haki. He sought to determine whether Chidori was superior to his own haki defense. Stop, Sasuke. Do not act recklessly. Cease this at once. You will kill him. The Leaf Village ninjas shouted in unison, desperate to prevent such a tragic clash among comrades. Ignoring their pleas, Sasuke pressed forward, his Chidori unstoppable. Bang, 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 bang. Several arcs of cold, flashing electricity pierced through the barrier. The electric shock jolted Zhi Ge's countenance into a grimace, his body quaking as he clutched his chest, his face pale as a ghost. Coughing violently, his expression distorted in pain. He teetered on the brink of collapse. Ha ha, Zhi Ge, ultimately you have fallen to my hand. I am the mightiest of the Uchiha, Sasuke proclaimed, his voice filled with an arrogant exultation. He had always been the pride of the Leaf. His father, Fugaku Uchiha, was the clan leader, and as the sole heir, he had earned this title. Zhi Ge, I shall not extend you the same mercy. I will not hold back. Sasuke's gaze grew increasingly fierce. Hearing this, a cold smile crept onto Zhi Ge's face, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes as he slowly replied, I cannot go on. Spare me, Sasuke. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Sasuke's expression shifted slightly. Yet before he could respond, Zhi Ge suddenly broke into laughter. If you expect to hear such words from me, you might as well dream on. What? What do you mean by that? Sasuke's demeanor darkened, his tone growing increasingly frosty as he observed Zhi Ge's sudden change in attitude. Zhi Ge smiled subtly, stating, Sasuke, do you truly believe I would be defeated by you? You overestimate yourself. Your Chidori is utterly ineffective against me. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Sasuke's eyes flashed with surprise. However, when he beheld Zhi Ge's form, he realized that everything he had said was indeed true. His Raikiri had failed to inflict any harm upon Zhi Ge. This is impossible. My Chidori is an S-rank jutsu capable of cleaving the very lightning in the sky. Why can it not touch you? As Sasuke spoke, he cast his gaze around, his expression rife with disbelief. Zhi Ge's eyes sparkled with amusement as he regarded Sasuke. He chuckled. Did you think I would reveal my secrets to you? Now it is my turn to retaliate. Rubber Storm. Zhi Ge, uninterested in engaging in further dialogue with such a naive youth, leapt high into the air, extending his fists and feet. In an instant, an onslaught of strikes descended upon Sasuke. Faced with Zhi Ge's tempestuous assault, Sasuke found himself utterly powerless to resist. His body staggered backward. Each encounter with Zhi Ge's fists felt as though he were being struck by a mountain's weight, causing him to cough up blood. This agony surpassed even the injuries he had sustained in the Forest of Death. Pain etched across Sasuke's face as he clutched his head, retreating continuously. Yet, he could not evade the rain of punches that fell upon him. Spurt. Blood erupted from Sasuke's mouth, his complexion as pale as parchment, his body swaying unsteadily. It must come to an end. Zhi Ge snorted coldly, his body shuddering as a surge of energy emanated from him, causing his figure to dissolve into countless afterimages that surged towards Sasuke. Sasuke could no longer withstand the relentless barrage and collapsed to his knees. The victor, Uchiha Zhi Ge. As the proctor, Nara Kankuro, announced the outcome, Zhi Ge leapt down and stood before the prostrate Sasuke, looking down upon him with a mocking gleam in his eyes. Sasuke lowered his head, remaining utterly still. Why the silence? Zhi Ge sneered twice, advancing step by step towards Sasuke, and taunted, weren't you quite arrogant? Continue your bravado. Keep fighting me. The corners of Zhi Ge's mouth curled into a smirk, his face alight with pride. He had feigned a lack of vigilance, fully aware that victory was his. Oh my, This was a complete one-sided domination. Indeed, it felt as though Sasuke was merely a plaything in Zhi Ge's hands. All of his techniques faltered against Zhi Ge. This fellow is nothing short of a prodigy. Zhi Ge is undeniably formidable. Among his peers, he is an anomaly. Is this guy really just a genin? His talent reminds me of the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi. Such unparalleled strength is truly a rarity. The ninjas in the audience began to murmur amongst themselves, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. They had not anticipated that this battle would unfold in such a manner. Zhi Ge was indeed powerful, while Sasuke found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Though his Raikiri boasted tremendous might, it was entirely ineffectual against Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge's assaults did not even require the use of jutsu to harm Sasuke. This is nothing short of a dimensional strike. Sasuke, are you still unconvinced? Gazing at Sasuke, who lay prostrate on the ground, Zhi Ge's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain as he coldly inquired. Sasuke, still kneeling, offered no response. It seems you have truly conceded. With Sasuke ignoring him, Zhi Ge turned to depart. At that moment, however, a flurry of feathers descended from the sky. What is happening? The more I gaze at these feathers, the sleepier I become. Zhi Ge observed the sky filled with feathers, feeling increasingly dizzy. After barely taking 2 steps, he suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. No, this is bad. It's an illusion. Who is behind this? By the time Zhi Ge realized something was amiss, he found himself too weak to resist. His consciousness grew increasingly hazy, and just before closing his eyes, he glimpsed unfamiliar faces wielding shuriken attacking the spectators present. Zhi Ge, wake up. Sasuke, what is happening? After an indeterminate period, Zhi Ge slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself lying in Sasuke's embrace. At this moment, Sasuke had regained his composure. And as he looked at Zhi Ge, who had just awakened from unconsciousness, an expression of regret briefly crossed his face before he turned his gaze to the surroundings. Outside the audience stands, the majority of the spectators had succumbed to slumber. I am uncertain about the details, but it seems we have been betrayed by the sound and sand ninjas. They are attacking the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Zhi Ge gasped in astonishment. What? The sand ninjas would do such a thing? Indeed. Sasuke nodded. Then let us flee at once. Zhi Ge struggled to rise, only to discover he had lost control over his body. Looking down, he realized that his body, still under the influence of the illusion, was in a state of paralysis, rendering him incapable of fighting. How is this possible? A look of disbelief washed over Zhi Ge's face, his eyes filled with shock. Zhi Ge, Sasuke, though you are both genin, you are also the pride of the Hidden Leaf Village. Now that the village is in peril, if you still possess the dignity of a ninja, then act as a ninja should. The proctor, Kazekage Hiruzen, solemnly patted Zhi Ge and Sasuke on the shoulders before plunging into battle. What kind of mockery is this? When my clan was annihilated, we Uchiha were blamed for the calamity, and now, in times of crisis, I am to be regarded as pride. Zhi Ge muttered quietly to himself. For his primary purpose in returning to the Hidden Leaf Village was to uncover the truth behind the massacre of his clan. If you are afraid, then just hide. No one will see you anyway. Sasuke coldly chuckled, setting Zhi Ge down on the ground before pursuing the direction of the sand ninjas. Just moments ago, he had seen Gaara and his companions sneaking away in a particular direction and decided to stealthily follow them. Damn it, I fear nothing, not even a defeated foe. Watching Sasuke depart, Zhi Ge's expression darkened menacingly, and he clenched his teeth in frustration. In his perspective, Sasuke was deliberately provoking him. Child, are you truly unafraid? Just as Zhi Ge had risen to his feet, 2 sound ninjas suddenly appeared before him. Judging by their attire, they were at least mid-level ninjas. Damn it! These sound ninjas are truly committed to rebellion, even sending the elderly and infirm from the village to fight. Zhi Ge observed the 2 before him and remarked with a sarcastic smile, "How dare a mere leaf genin look down upon us? Hey, this child is quite arrogant." Another ninja approached Zhi Ge's side. Indeed, to dare to scorn us, we must teach him a profound lesson today. Exactly. No survivors. We must kill him. The 2 sound ninjas positioned themselves on either side of Zhi Ge, their faces twisted into menacing smiles, poised to unleash a frenzied retaliation against him. Witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge could not help but stifle a yawn. He understood that even among mid-level ninjas, there existed disparities. The level of these ninjas from a small nation was not worthy of his concern. If you 2 are intent on courting death, then hurry up. I am pressed for time. Zhi Ge's eyes gleamed with a fierce, murderous intent as he spoke in a nonchalant tone. Huh, a mere Genin dares to utter such bravado. Seeking death, the two sound ninjas erupted with fury, brandishing their weapons as they charged at Zhi Ge. You think you two are worthy of facing me? What a delusion. A hint of disdain flickered in Zhi Ge's gaze. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, striking out with both fists. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the two sound ninjas were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. They clutched their heads and cried out in agony as crimson blood flowed through their fingers. My head hurts so much. This child is unexpectedly powerful. A chilling aura emanated from Zhi Ge, instilling fear within them. Faced with such terror, they dared not continue their provocation and quickly scrambled to their feet and fled. Oh dear, you two worthless fools. Zhi Ge couldn't help but curse as he watched the two sound ninjas retreat in disgrace. However, after his outburst, he was momentarily stunned. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed the Kazekage of Tsunegakure confronting the Hokage. What? The Kazekage is clashing with the Hokage? What is happening? Zhi Ge felt bewildered. Tsunegakure was among the foremost ninja villages in the Land of Wind, and the two nations had historically been on amicable terms. Yet, the Kazekage was now at odds with the Hokage, leaving Zhi Ge perplexed. Could it be that all this is orchestrated by the Kazekage? I abhor betrayal. In a fit of rage, Zhi Ge leapt onto the rooftop with a few agile bounds, eager to uncover the truth. Halt! At that moment, someone called out to him from behind. Turning around, Zhi Ge saw a group of masked figures standing behind him. He immediately recognized them. They were the Umbu of Konoha. You Umbu, seeing the Hokage in peril and not coming to his aid is one thing, but daring to obstruct me? Have you also betrayed us? Upon witnessing that the individuals before him were all members of the Umbu, Zhi Ge, unable to contain his anger, questioned them vehemently. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Umbu immediately stiffened. You little brat, cease your foolish talk. There is no treachery here. We are the elite of Konoha. You must refrain from speaking recklessly. Indeed, we have halted you to prevent your untimely demise. Take a careful look ahead. Zhi Ge, upon hearing the words of the leading man, turned to gaze in front of him. He was met with a violet barrier, a formation that encircled the rooftop and trapped both the wind shadow and the fire shadow within. Beneath the barrier lay the charred remnants of a half-corpse, whose attire suggested they were also a member of the Umbu. What is this? A barrier? Zhi Ge's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Yes, this barrier was laid down by the enemy's guard squadron. Unless the fire shadow himself shatters it from within, there is no way for you to breach it. The strength of this Umbu member is akin to that of a Jonin. The moment you touch it, you will meet your demise. If you venture forth, it would be tantamount to courting death. The Umbu member nodded, continuing his explanation. Upon hearing the Umbu's words, Zhi Ge's expression turned grave. He could hardly fathom that the fire shadow was confronted with such formidable adversaries. Why does he not dismantle the barrier from within and allow us to assist? Zhi Ge pondered, somewhat perplexed. Zhi Ge, look closely at what lies within the barrier. That figure is not the wind shadow, but rather Orochimaru, the former rogue ninja of Konoha. To eliminate us would be as simple as a mere flick of his fingers. I believe the fire shadow is striving to avert unnecessary casualties. The man shook his head, a glint of apprehension flickering in his eyes. What? Orochimaru seeks to kill the fire shadow? Zhi Ge exclaimed, incredulous. Indeed, he is one of the most fearsome ninjas in the realm. Even if we banded together, we might not stand a chance against him. The man sighed, his eyes filled with concern. Curse it. So this fiend is Orochimaru. No wonder he is so formidable. Zhi Ge exclaimed. Orochimaru, you are acquainted with him. The Umbu members expressed their surprise at Zhi Ge's words. Humph. Do you take me for a child of 3? While I may not comprehend his motives for targeting the fire shadow, I have certainly heard of the 3 ninjas. Zhi Ge declared confidently. Rest assured, I will not allow him to prevail. Clenching his fists tightly, a spark of fury ignited within his eyes. Enough with the foolish talk. Orochimaru is a perilous individual. I suggest we retreat. Yes, do not provoke Orochimaru. I urge you to leave at once. Do not fall into his clutches. The Umbu members urged Zhi Ge to depart, unwilling to see him walk to his doom. You need not say more. I am resolute in my commitment to safeguard the fire shadow. Zhi Ge retorted coldly, unmoved by their pleas. As Zhi Ge remained obstinate, the Umbu members grew increasingly anxious. This insufferable brat truly lacks discernment. Even if he is the strongest newcomer, his arrogance and utter disregard for respecting his elders will inevitably lead to his downfall. Indeed, he treats this entire situation as a mere jest. Orochimaru's power is nearly on par with that of the Hokage. Humph, have you all said enough? Rather than indulging in idle chatter, you ought to devise a plan to rescue the Hokage. Zhi Ge fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon the members of the Umbu, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. The Umbu were taken aback, quickly lowering their heads in silence. Hokage-sama, please break the barrier. I, Zhi Ge, have come to rescue you. Zhi Ge called out loudly. Nonsense. Zhi Ge, you must hide. This place is exceedingly dangerous. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but furrow his brow and shout. Ha! How amusing. Sensei, have you truly lost your wits? Or is it that Konoha has no one left? A mere genin is here to save the day for a dignified Hokage. Ha! Upon witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction, Orochimaru burst into uproarious laughter. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen, his gaze icy as he stared at Orochimaru. Confronting his once most favored disciple, even in this dire situation, he could not bring himself to deliver a fatal blow. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of retreating. He coldly addressed the Umbu. You must ensure Zhi Ge's safety. The youth are the future of our village. Allow me, this old man, to face the dangers. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he removed his Hokage cloak, revealing his battle attire beneath. Seeing this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he proclaimed loudly, Splendid. It seems my teacher truly intends to settle our rivalry. In that case, I shall dispose of you first. Old man. With that, Orochimaru transformed into a massive serpent and lunged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though aged, Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength remained formidable, and his combat experience was vast. Orochimaru was certainly no match for him. Ha! Old fool. Prepare to meet your end. A cruel smile curled upon Orochimaru's lips as his colossal tail struck towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. Realizing the imminent danger, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly brandished his kunai to block the attack. A thunderous boom resonated as Sarutobi Hiruzen was sent flying, crashing against the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru charged again. Sarutobi Hiruzen, undeterred, raised his kunai to meet the assault. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding to the other. Orochimaru was indeed formidable. It appeared that the Hokage was in for a grueling fight today. Witnessing the intensity of the clash, the Umbu members' expressions darkened. They understood that with Orochimaru's strength, easily defeating Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearly impossible. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. As the giant serpent surged forth once more, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and unleashed his ninjutsu. Flames erupted, engulfing the entire building. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Orochimaru swiftly retreated. The flames erupted beside him, incinerating the colossal serpent he had conjured. Haha, old fool, is this the extent of your prowess? Orochimaru sneered, emerging from the charred remains of the serpent. Do not be overly arrogant. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing this, let out a cold chuckle and swiftly wielded his kunai, unleashing a formidable assault that rapidly spread. Orochimaru evaded with agile movements. However, Sarutobi's overwhelming strength rendered all of Orochimaru's cunning tactics futile. At last, a shuriken pierced through Orochimaru, striking him squarely in the abdomen. With a gasp, Orochimaru's visage turned as pale as a sheet, and he staggered to the ground. Sarutobi, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated the potency of his own strike. Orochimaru, it is not too late to surrender. Haha, old man, do not think to provoke me. Such a trivial tactic cannot harm me. Orochimaru retorted with a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with madness. Shortly thereafter, his form transformed into a puddle of mud, vanishing from sight. Sarutobi inhaled deeply, a flicker of sorrow crossing his face. Curse it, a mere substitution technique. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Orochimaru materialized behind Sarutobi, his countenance twisted with malice. His pale yellow eyes fixed intently upon him. A chilling aura emanated from Orochimaru as he coldly declared, Sensei, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, your demise will be most gruesome. I shall not yield. Only death can claim me. Sarutobi's face bore an unwavering determination. He had made his resolution. Then prepare to meet your end. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru lunged forward, a multitude of serpents erupting from his sleeve, surging towards Sarutobi. Sarutobi's expression shifted as he frantically brandished his kunai in defense. Yet, given his age and weakened state, he found it impossible to fend off such a horde of serpents entirely. Damn it! Earth release. Earth dragon technique. He bellowed, unleashing his earth-style ninjutsu. Suddenly, a mound of earth erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Orochimaru. Startled, Orochimaru swiftly struck with his tail to shatter the earthen mound, only to be tripped by a stone hidden within. Cursed be it! How could this stone be a mere illusion? Rage flickered across Orochimaru's face as he realized he had been deceived. Sensei, you despicable wretch! How dare you trick me? Ah, Orochimaru, I merely took precautions. Sarutobi replied with a smirk. If you wish to avoid death, you would do well to surrender, lest you face my unforgiving wrath. With a cold laugh, he moved once more, launching another earth projectile. Boom! Orochimaru hastily evaded. Though he harbored no fear of the Earth Dragon's assault, he was not keen on a direct confrontation. After all, Orochimaru's strength is slightly inferior to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He certainly does not wish to meet his demise due to carelessness. Orochimaru, do you believe this is the end? Behold my technique. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, he hurled 5 shurikens with precision. Immediately following, he swiftly formed hand seals, and astonishingly, those 5 shurikens multiplied into 50, all aimed directly at Orochimaru. You vile old fool, do not take too much pride. Reanimation Jutsu. Just as the shurikens were about to strike Orochimaru, 2 coffins emerged from the ground, effortlessly blocking all the incoming shurikens. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. He was not shocked by his technique being thwarted, but rather by the sight of 2 figures emerging from the coffins, which left him utterly astounded. It was none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Orochimaru, how dare you mock the deceased? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in furious indignation. Dear teacher, did you not anticipate this? Orochimaru sneered coldly. There are many things you have yet to comprehend. Prepare to accept your fate. Even at death's door, you show no signs of repentance. You shall undoubtedly face retribution. Retribution? Ha! Your greatest retribution was your reluctance to kill me back then. While laughing, Orochimaru inscribed cursed seals upon the 2 Hokages, and in an instant, they reacted as if electrified. How splendid! A battle between the first Hokage and the second Hokage against the third Hokage is indeed a sight that occurs once in a millennium. Ha! Orochimaru observed the thrashing forms of the first and second Hokages, his face brimming with exhilaration. Teacher, I warned you. Your fate will not be a pleasant one. Now, I shall send you to your grave. Ha ha ha. Perish, teacher. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, his hands forming a series of intricate hand seals. And then a dark red beam surged from within him into the bodies of the 2 Hokages. In the next moment, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Humph, mere trifles. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted disdainfully, wielding his kunai with a swift flick, intercepting all the attacks from the 2 Hokages. However, he found himself being forced to retreat swiftly. He discovered that the bodies of Hashirama and Tobirama were continuously regenerating. This must be the effect of the reanimation jutsu. How many forbidden techniques has that scoundrel Orochimaru mastered? This cannot continue. I will undoubtedly be defeated. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, contemplating his strategy. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Zhi Ge and the Umbu squad were in a frenzy. The previous one-on-one situation had allowed them to observe with some peace. Now, facing a 3-on-1 scenario, coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's advanced age, the situation was dire. What shall we do? We must assist the Hokage. Zhi Ge clenched his fists, anxiety etched upon his face. We must certainly put a stop to Orochimaru. The members of the Umbu team nodded solemnly. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky. A colossal toad descended, and upon its head stood Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, when did you? The Umbu team was elated to see Jiraiya, each one dropping to their knees in reverence. Yet, at that moment, Zhi Ge's loud exclamation interrupted them. Perverted sage, why have you arrived so late? The situation is dire. Hurry, lend us your aid. How dare you speak so casually? Do you even realize who you are addressing? This is the legendary Sannin. To refer to him as perverted sage is utterly absurd. Indeed, Zhi Ge, your audacity knows no bounds. Please, Lord Jiraiya, do not take offense. We implore you to remain calm. The Umbu team listened intently, their faces etched with anxiety, fearful of incurring Jiraiya's wrath at such a critical juncture. Ha! You lot. The perverted sage is my master. What is wrong with my addressing him as such? Zhi Ge, noticing the worried expressions of the Umbu team, grew increasingly irate and shouted at them. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Was Zhi Ge truly a disciple of Jiraiya? One of the legendary Sannin? No wonder he was so formidable. I had always said this kid was reliable. Indeed, he lives up to the reputation of being taught by Master Jiraiya. The Umbu members, astonished that Zhi Ge was a pupil of one of the Sannin, quickly changed their demeanor. Old man, you must not perish. Jiraiya observed the battle within the barrier, his brow furrowing in concern. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Jiraiya's arrival, astonished by the sight. The once unremarkable disciple had come to rescue him. You little brat, you've finally come to see me. I trust you are not here for a final farewell. Sarutobi teased Jiraiya upon seeing him. Jiraiya, unfazed, simply smiled and replied, of course not. You will always be my master. Upon saying this, Jiraiya's body suddenly swelled, and in an instant, he conjured a Sharingan with one hand. Realizing his intent, Sarutobi swiftly moved beside the formidable Jirobo of Orochimaru's guard, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. At that moment, the entire barrier dissipated. Sharingan. With the barrier gone, Jiraiya charged directly at Orochimaru, striking him squarely in the chest. A thunderous roar resounded, sending Orochimaru hurtling through the air. Coughing up blood, Orochimaru's face twisted with resentment. Damn you, Jiraiya. After all these years, we meet again, and you greet me with a Sharingan before exchanging pleasantries? How inappropriate. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a faint smile crept onto Orochimaru's face. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's nonchalant demeanor, Jiraiya couldn't help but furrow his brow. You rascal. You're just the same as before, utterly unchanged. Jiraiya. It's been many years since we last met. I believe my strength has not diminished in comparison to yours. I shall see if you have progressed during this time. With that, Orochimaru lunged directly at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I am eager to discover the extent of your power. Orochimaru bellowed, arms outstretched. Serpent's rampage. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, summoning 8 yin-yang fish to form 2 colossal hand seals that bore down upon Jiraiya with relentless force. This time, Jiraiya chose not to evade, allowing Orochimaru's attack to strike him head-on. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of 2 massive explosions reverberated through the skies. Jiraiya was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground, his expression marred by pain. Lord Jiraiya. The members of the Umbu team trembled in fear upon witnessing Jiraiya's injury. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly appeared at Jiraiya's side, gripping his collar firmly, speaking coldly. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and a massive black python lunged toward Jiraiya with fangs bared. Bang! As their palms collided, a deafening explosion erupted. Orochimaru felt an overwhelming force surging toward him. Bang! His body was sent flying backward. Wow! What incredible power, Lord Jiraiya. I never anticipated his strength would have grown so formidable. It seems he has not slacked off in his training during this time. The Umbu team members exclaimed with excitement at this turn of events. Humph! Training my foot. This lecherous sage is clearly spending his days engrossed in the golden lotus I penned. Zhi Ge scoffed, charging into the fray. The clash of elite warriors was something he greatly yearned for. He sought to ascertain the limits of his own capabilities through this encounter. Brat, get back. This is no child's play like the Chunin exams. Lives are at stake here, Jiraiya warned, a sense of dread creeping into his heart as he observed Zhi Ge rushing forward. He knew his disciple all too well. This young man had always engaged in perilous endeavors. Had he not arrived in time, the outcome could have been dire. With a furrowed brow, Jiraiya thought, this boy is still far too young. I don't care. This time, I will prove my strength to everyone. I, Zhi Ge, shall become a being akin to the legendary 3 ninjas. Zhi Ge declared with a cold smirk, launching a fist that erupted into a brilliant white light, hurtling toward Orochimaru. Jiraiya, witnessing this reckless act, couldn't help but frown slightly. This insolent boy, how is he regressing with age? I do not wish for my disciple to tread the path I once walked. Impudent brat, you overestimate your own abilities. Orochimaru roared upon seeing the unfolding scene. All the serpents concealed within his sleeves lunged towards Zhi Ge's outstretched hand, their fangs piercing through his armed color haki in an instant, embedding themselves into his flesh. A cry of agony escaped Zhi Ge's lips as he realized, in that fleeting moment, that his haki proved futile, leaving his body vulnerable to the venom coursing through the serpents. You impudent brat, do not overestimate your capabilities. This is a clash between the three legendary ninjas, a realm beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Should you persist in this foolish heroism, prepare for your demise. Jiraiya bellowed in anger before charging directly at Orochimaru. Boom. The atmosphere crackled with energy as Orochimaru, taken aback by Jiraiya's formidable presence, met his iron fist with a powerful strike, producing a resounding collision. The two forces clashed, unleashing a whirlwind of energy. Unbeknownst to Zhi Ge, he was caught off guard, receiving a sudden blow from Orochimaru that sent him hurtling through the air. Blood erupted from his mouth. You fool. Cease your bravado. Retreat to safety at once. I cannot bear the thought of you being harmed. Jiraiya urged, concern etched on his face. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhi Ge's countenance paled, yet his resolve remained unwavering. He gazed at Orochimaru and Jiraiya, enunciating each word with conviction. I shall not retreat. You old hound. Today you shall witness the prowess of this young master. Rubber machine gun. With that declaration, Zhi Ge surged once more towards Orochimaru. You lunatic. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished at Zhi Ge's reckless defiance. This foolish boy has truly lost his senses. Boom. Orochimaru, observing Zhi Ge's reckless demeanor, let out a furious roar and brandished the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. With calculated precision, he parried Zhi Ge's rubber machine gun assault with swift, unhurried strikes, effortlessly countering his attacks. In a moment of carelessness, Zhi Ge was struck down by a single swing, ensnared by a venomous serpent. Stay put, you insolent brat. Let us see if you dare to act so impulsively again. Seeing this, Jiraiya exhaled a sigh of relief. How infuriating, Zhi Ge lamented, staring at his bloodied hands. Overwhelmed by frustration. Is the disparity in strength truly this vast? System, show yourself. Where is my reward for passing the Chunin exam? He bellowed, his eyes fixed on the fierce battle between Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Ding. Detection indicates that the Chunin exam in which the host is participating is currently suspended, resulting in a pause of the associated tasks. What? I have emerged victorious in both of my matches. Are you jesting with me? Zhi Ge was left in utter disbelief upon hearing this news. Ding. Reassessment reveals that the Chunin exam is in a state of irretrievable suspension. The system shall provide compensation rewards at its discretion. Ding. Would the host like to accept the compensation rewards? Yes. Yes. Hurry and bring them forth. Anything is better than nothing. Upon hearing the news, Zhi Ge was instantly filled with exhilaration. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Thunder Fruit. Would you like to consume it immediately? Could one truly consume two fruits simultaneously? Absolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhi Ge chose to devour the Thunder Fruit. In that very instant, he felt a surge of thunderous power coursing through his entire being. An unprecedented strength was continuously welling up within him. Hey, system, go all the way. Deliver the goods. Enhance my haki, will you? My current haki is far too weak. Orochimaru can break through it with a mere flick of his finger. Zhi Ge shouted urgently at the system. However, after a prolonged wait, the system in his mind remained utterly unresponsive. Damn it, this wretched system. Not only is the reward slow, but it also chooses to play dead at a critical moment. Zhi Ge couldn't help but curse aloud. Yet, at that very moment, a brilliant idea struck him. Listen, system. Whether or not you upgrade my haki is of no consequence to me. My life is worthless. It's a pity I can't finish writing the sequel to the Plum in the Golden Vase. Ding. The system detects that the host is in danger, automatically upgrading your intermediate haki to advanced haki. What a turn of events. Learning that there would be no sequel to the Plum in the Golden Vase propelled him directly to the elite level. How remarkably absurd. Zhi Ge couldn't help but marvel at the situation. This system truly possessed a dark sense of irony. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. At least he now had the confidence to confront Orochimaru head-on. With this thought, a fierce expression overtook Zhi Ge's face, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Orochimaru, aren't you quite formidable? Today, I shall demonstrate my true might. Perhaps the generational gap was a bit off, but never mind that. With that, Zhi Ge charged forth once more. Seeing Zhi Ge rush towards him again, Orochimaru's countenance grew increasingly grim. This madman was truly reckless. You little brat. I despise being spoken to in such a manner. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. A ferocious glint filled Orochimaru's eyes. He stepped forward, brandishing the Kusanagi sword, and swung it toward Zhi Ge. The one seeking death is you. 8 million volts. Lightning shuriken. Observing this, Zhi Ge promptly harnessed the power of the thunder fruit, conjuring 3 shurikens in his hands. With a swift motion, he unleashed the 3 shurikens, each enveloped in blue lightning, hurtling toward Orochimaru. Bang, bang, bang. Orochimaru hastily raised the Kusanagi sword to block Zhi Ge's onslaught. This time, although the shurikens were easily deflected, the electric force traveled along the blade, striking Orochimaru directly. With a dull thud, Orochimaru was sent flying, his face flushed with rage as he glared at Zhi Ge, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it. My body seems to be paralyzed again. He felt a tingling numbness coursing through his arms and legs. What in the world is happening? Isn't this brat incapable of ninjutsu? Why has he suddenly mastered such formidable lightning release? The eyes of Orochimaru were filled with astonishment. He could never have anticipated that an ordinary genin could unleash lightning release with such terrifying power. Ha! Orochimaru, there is much you are yet to discover. Today, I shall decisively bring you to your knees. As he observed Orochimaru's shocked expression, Zhi Ge felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The reason he chose this moment to confront Orochimaru was to impart a profound lesson, demonstrating that he was not to be trifled with. You little brat, do you think I am as weak as those 2 grass village companions in the forest of death? Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly grim. Humph, indeed. So you had already infiltrated Konoha back then. You treacherous little fiend. Zhi Ge snorted coldly and lunged at Orochimaru once more. You are far too arrogant, brat. Today, I shall take it upon myself to deal with you in Orochimaru's stead. At that moment, the man standing beside Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Zhi Ge focused intently and was astonished to see that it was Senju Tobirama. What? I am battling the 2nd Hokage. What kind of hellish joke is this? Zhi Ge stared at the man, feeling utterly bewildered. You little brat. It seems there is really no one available. The old man is engaged in a fierce battle with the 1st Hokage, so I shall handle Orochimaru. As for the 2nd Hokage, he is yours. Jiraiya, observing the situation, could not help but chime in. Zhi Ge looked between Orochimaru and Jiraiya, his expression one of despair. Why on earth didn't you say so earlier? If the 2nd Hokage is that powerful, won't I be doomed? Zhi Ge gulped, beginning to feel anxious. What are you afraid of? I will ensure your safety. Besides, Orochimaru's Edo Tensei level is not high. The 2nd Hokage he summons will only possess 1/10 of his original strength. There is nothing to fear. Jiraiya chuckled, his demeanor somewhat lecherous. 1/10 is still not someone I can contend with. That is the king of forbidden techniques. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge's face transformed into one of despair and indignation. Is this guy even human? 1/10 of his strength could easily annihilate me. If I encounter someone even stronger, won't I simply be obliterated? Enough talk. I am about to begin. You better be ready. As Jiraiya spoke, he retrieved an explosive tag from his robe and tossed it into the air. The tag ignited slowly, transforming into a fireball. The next moment, Jiraiya beckoned, and the flaming sphere hurtled toward Orochimaru. Damn it! I will make sure your demise is most humiliating. As he watched the fireball soar toward him, Orochimaru roared in anger, swiftly brandishing the Kusanagi sword to defend himself. Brat, you still have the leisure to look elsewhere. I am coming for you. Simultaneously, Senju Tobirama appeared before Zhi Ge in an instant. So swift, Zhi Ge's heart raced with surprise. The speed of Senju Tobirama surpasses even that of Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru possesses exceptional speed, he pales in comparison to Senju Tobirama. Youngster, my prowess extends beyond mere swiftness. In the blink of an eye, Senju Tobirama appeared before Zhi Ge. Fists clenched tightly and unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at him. His velocity was astonishing. As he threw a punch, the very air seemed to quiver in response. This fist bore down upon Zhi Ge like an immense mountain, a force to be reckoned with. How formidable! Such rapidity is nothing short of divine. Upon witnessing this, Zhi Ge's pupils dilated in shock. He had no time to ponder further. He immediately summoned his armed haki to its utmost limit to withstand this onslaught. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Zhi Ge felt as though his body had been bombarded by countless heavy explosives, sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into a tree, leaving a substantial dent in its trunk. Hiss! This fellow is indeed powerful. Struggling to rise, Zhi Ge found his body miraculously unscathed. The armed haki had absorbed the bulk of the impact. He had been caught off guard, unaware that Senju Tobarama would launch a surprise attack. You've got some strength. I'll give you that. You managed to withstand my assault. However, this is merely the beginning. Senju Tobarama approached Zhi Ge with a confident smile, declaring, "Humph." I remain unconvinced. A fierce determination ignited in Zhi Ge's eyes. Is that so? Then prepare to witness my true might. With that, Senju Tobarama stomped the ground, transforming into an afterimage as he charged once more at Zhi Ge. 10 million volts. Thunder strikes. Gritting his teeth, Zhi Ge bellowed. In the next moment, the sky darkened. Heavy clouds gathered, and thunder roared. Crash! A massive bolt of lightning, imbued with devastating power, surged towards Senju Tobarama. Humph! A mere parlor trick. Senju Tobarama scoffed. Extending his right hand, a golden flame instantly ignited in his palm. Fire release, great fire dragon. With a thunderous roar, the flame erupted, spreading like a volcanic explosion in all directions. Crack! Everything touched by that inferno was reduced to ashes. The sheer terror of that force sent chills down spines. Rumble! A thunderous clash ensued as fire and lightning collided midair, creating two radiant spheres that continuously clashed and exploded. The shockwaves from the blasts uprooted the surrounding trees, causing one mighty trunk to shatter and crash to the ground. Yet, amidst this chaos, the fire and lightning continued their relentless struggle, neither able to best the other. Youngster, unleash whatever abilities you possess. Otherwise, your chance will vanish. As Senju Tobarama spoke, he vanished from sight once more. In an instant, he stood before Zhi Ge again. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. With a flick of his wrist, Zhi Ge conjured a bird-like entity made of concentrated lightning in his hand. Whoosh! As the avian entity made its appearance, it immediately flushed a vivid crimson. What on earth is this creature? Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow, a chill coursing through him. Sensing impending doom, in the next moment, he witnessed the bird-like figure unleash a torrent of red lightning towards him. Damn it! What manner of monster is this? Tobarama's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated this little fiend possessing such a trick. Boom! The lightning struck Tobarama, sending him hurtling away, skidding across the ground, leaving behind two long trails. Senju Tobarama's form rolled on the ground, his body marred by the ravages of the lightning. He appeared utterly disheveled. Phew! Zhi Ge exhaled a sigh of relief. Though he was uncertain how his Thunderbird had accomplished such a feat, he could certainly feel that the previous strike bore considerable might. Let's see how you handle this. Zhi Ge scoffed. Unfortunately, the body revived through Edo Tensei can mend infinitely. Tobarama slowly rose to his feet, the wounds upon him visibly healing at a remarkable pace. How infuriating! Such resilience. Having assumed he had vanquished the second Hokage, Zhi Ge was now disillusioned by this unforeseen spectacle. Your prowess is commendable. At such a tender age, you are indeed worthy of great responsibilities. Konoha Court truly has a promising future. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Alas, my body is under Orochimaru's control, and I must engage in battle with you. A hint of resignation graced the corner of Tobarama's mouth. Prepare to perish. In the next instant, Tobarama swung his arm with fervor. Swish! A flame coalesced into a fiery scythe, hurtling towards Zhi Ge. What technique is this? Zhi Ge's expression shifted upon witnessing the approaching flaming scythe. In an instant, the scythe cleaved through the air, descending upon Zhi Ge with lethal intent. The fiery scythe radiated an intense heat. This is bad. There's no evading it. Zhi Ge's face paled. In the next moment, he hurled the Thunderbird from his left hand. The Thunderbird exploded midair, releasing a myriad of lightning bolts that surged towards the fiery scythe. Boom! The sound of explosion resonated as the two forces collided. The flames dissipated, transforming into countless sparkling embers. It actually blocked it. Tobarama narrowed his eyes. Such an assault is futile against me. Little brat, you cannot conquer me. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Zhi Ge gritted his teeth. In the next heartbeat, Zhi Ge's left arm elongated abruptly, stretching over 10 meters as it lunged towards Tobarama. Whoosh! A glimmer of cold light flashed as Zhi Ge stabbed towards Tobirama with fierce intent. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal echoed as Tobirama adeptly wielded shuriken to deflect Zhi Ge's blows. The two combatants found their attacks locked in a stalemate mid-air, neither able to gain the upper hand. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama laughed heartily, a victorious expression illuminating his face. Kid, it's not too late for you to concede. A sardonic smile graced Senju Tobirama's features. Not a chance. Zhi Ge scoffed, gripping with his left hand. A shimmering blue aura enveloped his left arm, with arcs of lightning entwined around it, exuding an ominous aura. What is this? Senju Tobirama's countenance shifted dramatically, his expression morphing with each passing second. He sensed an immense power emanating from Zhi Ge. No, this power felt eerily familiar. It was the force of lightning. Yet, such a figure had never appeared in the ninja world. Where could he have learned this? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my lightning power. In the next instant, the lightning on Zhi Ge's left arm intensified, resembling a blazing sun, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. What is this? Senju Tobirama's face paled in disbelief. The power of the lightning grew increasingly fearsome and blinding. 30 million volts. Lightning beast. Boom. In an instant, a colossal blue beastly apparition coalesced atop Zhi Ge's arm, roaring ferociously and emanating an aura of terrifying lightning power. Senju Tobirama's expression shifted. How is this possible? What is this creature? Boom. Zhi Ge's left hand struck fiercely towards Senju Tobirama. Bang. In an instant, Senju Tobirama's body exploded into a myriad of stardust, wafting away with the wind. Kid, I admit you are strong. However, this technique will not be enough to defeat me. In the blink of an eye, Senju Tobirama's shattered form reassembled, returning to its original state in less than a minute. Jinjutsu, dark arts technique. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama unleashed a grand illusion, transforming the previously clear sky into an abyss of darkness. How could this happen? I can't see anything. The dense darkness enveloped Zhi Ge, rendering him blind, unable to perceive anything, akin to a sightless person. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama navigated effortlessly through the shadows, unaffected by the obscurity. His figure appeared before Zhi Ge like a specter. Die. In an instant, the short blade in Senju Tobirama's right hand shot forth. No. Zhi Ge cried out in agony as the blade struck his chest. Splat. A spurt of blood erupted forth. To think it could pierce through top-tier Busashoka Haki? Is this the blade technique of the second Hokage? Thud. Zhi Ge's body collapsed heavily to the ground, blood flowing from the wound. Little brat, you have been defeated. Senju Tobirama's face was alight with triumph as he gazed down at the fallen Zhi Ge. Humph. I will never yield, even in death. Zhi Ge's eyes blazed crimson. Is that so? Senju Tobirama chuckled coldly. In the next moment, with swift precision, both hands formed intricate seals. Bang! Water release. Water surge wave. Instantly, the space around Zhi Ge trembled violently, and a colossal wave materialized out of thin air. A sense of impending doom washed over Zhi Ge as he sensed the danger and sought to flee the area. However, the force of the water surge wave was overwhelming. Bang! Zhi Ge's body was instantly engulfed. Gasping for breath, he felt his injuries intensifying. There is no escape for you now, boy. You have nowhere to run. Senju Tobirama approached Zhi Ge with deliberate steps, a sinister grin adorning his face, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. This is not merely water release. It is akin to ocean release. Zhi Ge mentally berated the situation. Your body is gravely injured. You are no longer a threat. Senju Tobirama scoffed coldly. Even so, it is you who will ultimately fall. With that, Zhi Ge gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, determined to confront Senju Tobirama in a battle to the death. Truly unaware of your own limitations. Senju Tobirama sneered. 60 million volts. Lightning Dragon. Zhi Ge placed his hands before him, gathering arcs of purple electricity. In the next heartbeat, a massive lightning dragon emerged from the storm of electricity. Lightning Dragon, heed my call and bring death upon him. Roaring, the lightning dragon lunged at Senju Tobirama with its gaping maw. You dare to unleash lightning release in a domain flooded with water? Have you lost your mind? Senju Tobirama's expression shifted as he raised his hand, producing a short blade. Yet before he could act, the lightning dragon had already seized him in its powerful jaws. In that instant, the dark arts technique was immediately dispelled. Sage of the senses. Now is your chance. Seal him quickly. I cannot perform the sealing technique. This is all I can do. Zhi Ge bellowed. Do not panic. I am here. In the next moment, Jiraiya appeared behind Senju Tobirama, wielding a rope that he swiftly wrapped around Tobirama's body. Let me go? Senju Tobirama roared in fury. Release me. His face darkened as he struggled fiercely. Yet, the lightning dragon remained steadfast, clenching Tobirama's body with unyielding grip. Secret technique. Heaven and earth sealing. Buzz. In the next moment, a colossal circle emerged around Senju Tobirama, enveloping him within its confines. Senju Tobirama's heart filled with dread as he beheld this scene. Before he could utter a word, Jiraiya's sealing technique was already complete. Well done, Orochimaru. Let us see how you will respond now. On the other side, Hiruzen Sarutobi had also completed the sealing of the first Hokage, and the battlefield had transformed into a confrontation between Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Zhi Ge against Orochimaru. The scales of victory began to tip in favor of the Hidden Leaf Village. Haha, do you truly believe this will vanquish me? Such delusions. I am Orochimaru, the most formidable ninja in the shinobi world. Orochimaru declared, his laughter echoing with arrogance. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a faint smile. Abruptly stamping his foot upon the ground, a resounding thud reverberated through the air, causing the entire edifice to tremble violently. Sensei, why must you be so enraged? To be defeated by your former disciple is, in itself, a cause for celebration. Orochimaru taunted, casting a scornful gaze at the frost-bitten expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, I warn you once more. You stand no chance of success now. Your plans to destroy Konoha will be utterly obliterated. The coldness in Sarutobi Hiruzen's visage was palpable. He would not permit anyone to jeopardize the village of Konoha. Haha, perhaps you remain unaware? The ninjas of Sunagakure have unleashed my various summoned beasts around the village. Konoha has already been ravaged beyond recognition. All I need to do is defeat you, the Hokage, to completely annihilate Konoha. Orochimaru sneered with disdain, convinced that Konoha lay in ruins. Oh, is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, genuinely taken aback by this revelation. Haha, it appears you are indeed oblivious. Orochimaru laughed boisterously. All I need is to defeat you. The demise of everyone else will not alter the outcome. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen disdainfully scoffed, unwilling to engage in further banter with Orochimaru. You are a dreamer. With my teacher and the young boy Jiraiya by my side, you stand no chance of victory. Jiraiya's expression mirrored his fury. Do not speak too soon. What can two old men and a mere child accomplish? Even united, your strength cannot shake me. Orochimaru retorted with a cold sneer. Is that so? Your words imply you are still youthful. Let us not forget, Orochimaru, we are both past 50. Jiraiya mocked, gazing at Orochimaru with derision. Haha, Jiraiya. It seems you have grown senile. Do not conflate me with someone of your ilk. You will soon discover my true age. Orochimaru scoffed, placing his hand upon his face, preparing to unveil a shocking transformation. In an astonishing display, Orochimaru forcibly tore away his aged visage, revealing the youthful countenance of a man in his early 20s. How could you? Jiraiya gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief, as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya stood agape, unable to fathom the connection between this youthful figure and Orochimaru. Surprised, are you? This is the forbidden jutsu I have developed, the reanimation jutsu. Through this forbidden technique, I can eternally preserve my youthful physique, no longer burdened by the ravages of aging. Orochimaru observed the astonishment on the faces of the three, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You are nothing short of a monster. Jiraiya trembled as he pointed an accusatory finger at Orochimaru, his complexion as pale as parchment, on the verge of fainting. Not only will I maintain my physical youth, but I can also completely command this body with my soul. If I so desire, I could even wield the jutsu learned through this flesh. Orochimaru licked his lips, astonished that he had indeed perfected such a forbidden art. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, his expression turning complex. Reflecting on his past decision to spare Orochimaru, a twinge of regret gripped his heart. Had he been more resolute, more ruthless back then, perhaps the current predicament could have been avoided. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. I concede that you possess some skill, but to believe that this forbidden technique could obliterate Konoha is sheer folly. I shall see if your youthful body can withstand us old-timers. Jiraiya scoffed, brandishing the kunai in his hand. Huh, futile. Summoning technique. Orochimaru bit his finger and drew a line on his arm, summoning the colossal serpent. Damn it! He summoned such a formidable creature. Zhi Ge, you must handle the giant serpent. Jiraiya bellowed. What? This is utterly treacherous. That beast rivals the great toad sage's summoning. You expect me, a mere genin, to contend with it? Is this how a master should behave? Zhi Ge lamented, his face falling at Jiraiya's words. The giant serpent Orochimaru summoned was far superior to an ordinary summoning beast. Why not face Orochimaru in a duel? The third, and I shall deal with the serpent. Jiraiya suggested with a grin. What the hell? Zhi Ge was at a loss, caught in a dilemma. Fine, I'll confront the giant serpent. He relented, exasperated by Jiraiya's antics. That's the spirit. This real combat experience is worth more than 1,000 practice sessions. Give it your all, Jiraiya said with a mischievous grin. This is all you're doing. Zhi Ge retorted bitterly. Oh dear, such a lack of manners. How dare you speak to your elder in such a way? Apologize at once. Jiraiya feigned indignation, scolding Zhi Ge. You old lecher. How dare you demand an apology? Why don't you just perish? Zhi Ge shouted in frustration. And the two began to bicker once more. Enough, you two. The enemy is upon us. Prepare for battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected abruptly. Upon hearing his words, both Jiraiya and Zhi Ge ceased their squabbling. They beheld the once coiled giant serpent now charging toward them. Leave it to me. Zhi Ge leaped swiftly to the side of the myriad serpents, grasping the kunai firmly in his hand. Be cautious. The power of such a summoning beast is truly terrifying. Sarutobi Sasuke cautioned, advancing towards Orochimaru. Watch out, Zhi Ge. This creature possesses a formidable intellect and the ability to cultivate its own strength. Jiraiya shouted, also charging at Orochimaru. Orochimaru paused momentarily, surprised by Jiraiya's audacity to confront him. Allow me to entertain you. He bellowed, emanating an intense chakra surge. At that moment, Zhi Ge had no time to concern himself with Orochimaru's movements. The myriad serpents before him were enough to keep him occupied. However, he was unprepared for the sudden strike of a serpent's tail that lashed out from the mass of snakes. Crack! The tail struck Zhi Ge with great force, sending him crashing to the ground. His clothing was instantly torn to shreds from the impact. Ah, the pain! Zhi Ge grimaced, a look of agony crossing his face. Despite his body having taken on a rubbery quality, he still felt the sting of the blow, a testament to the overwhelming strength of the myriad serpents. Orochimaru, witnessing Zhi Ge being sent flying, couldn't suppress a sinister smile. Humph, this little brat is not even worth a finger of mine. He scoffed. You seek your own demise. Zhi Ge, rising from the ground, surveyed his tattered attire. His expression turned ferocious. Ha! You little rascal. I relish your spirit. Come forth, and let me show you the true taste of the myriad serpents. Orochimaru taunted, reveling in the spectacle. Damn it! I will exterminate you, you vile insect. Zhi Ge roared in fury, raising his kunai high and swinging it fiercely at the serpent's head. To his astonishment, the kunai did not strike the intended target but instead was deflected, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Boom! The wall crumbled under the force. It seemed that conventional ninja tools had no effect on the myriad serpents. Very well, then. Rubber bullets. Recognizing the futility of his kunai, Zhi Ge swung his elongated arm toward the serpents with fierce determination. The myriad serpents, observing Zhi Ge's approaching fist, displayed a mocking glint in their eyes, making no effort to evade the attack, allowing Zhi Ge to strike their forehead. A tremendous explosion resonated through the air. Yet, upon inspection, the serpent's head appeared completely unscathed. Hiss! This creature can withstand my rubber bullets? Zhi Ge's eyes widened in disbelief at the serpent's formidable defense. Humph! Little brat. You dare to show off such trivial tactics before me. Feel free to unleash your abilities. The myriad serpents roared in defiance. Very well. Do not blame me for being merciless. Zhi Ge's gaze turned icy, and in the next moment, he sprang up suddenly, channeling his armed haki into his fist. Rubber Storm. This technique is an enhanced version of the rubber machine gun, and with his unparalleled armed haki, even the most formidable defenses would falter. The might of Rubber Storm was unleashed with great intensity. Bang! 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 The relentless sound of fists echoed through the air. The skin of the serpent of 10,000 was enveloped in smoke, emitting a hissing sound. Ha ha! Little brat. You're nothing special. The serpent of 10,000, noticing only slight wounds on its body, couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Its serpentine skin was renowned for its resilience. Even the most powerful jutsu could not breach it. Humph, did you think my strength was so limited? You truly underestimate me. Zhi Ge observed the serpent of 10,000 with disdain, letting out a cold snort. Oh, what other abilities do you possess? Show me. The serpent's keen eyes fixated on Zhi Ge, as if anticipating something. Humph, allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhi Ge awakened the power of his thunder fruit, fully aware that mere rubber punches would not suffice against such a legendary spirit beast. Only by integrating the thunder fruit's abilities into his very being could he hope to vanquish it. With a flourish, Zhi Ge unleashed his thunder fruit. A surge of electricity coursing through his arm and into his fist. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Purple arcs of electricity erupted from his fist. Crackle. The arcs instantly struck the serpent of 10,000. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A pungent smell of charred flesh filled the air. Whoa! The serpent of 10,000 trembled violently, howling in agony as its body twisted and writhed. Hiss! You! Witnessing his scales scorched by the purple arcs. A look of shock crossed the serpent's face. This is impossible. How can this be? Haha. There's no need for doubt. Your body is indeed formidable. Even my rubber fists cannot shake it. Alas, I am not merely a ninja with a single ability. Zhi Ge laughed maniacally, waving his arm. Rumble. A torrent of blue lightning descended with ferocity. Hiss. Where the lightning struck, the serpent's flesh rapidly darkened from purple to black. Sizzle. Sizzle. Hiss. The serpent of 10,000 howled in torment, its blood-red eyes locked onto Zhi Ge, exuding a fierce intensity. Hiss. In the next moment, the serpent of 10,000 lunged forward, aiming to bite Zhi Ge. Its teeth were razor-sharp. Should a mere mortal fall prey to its jaws, even stone would not withstand the onslaught. Seeing the serpent charge, Zhi Ge's pupils narrowed slightly. The serpent's speed was astonishing. He could hardly react. This is bad. Zhi Ge hastily shifted his direction and threw a punch. Bang! Two sharp fangs collided against Zhi Ge's right arm. A surge of intense, tingling pain coursed through him, causing Zhi Ge to involuntarily gasp. His right arm had nearly been pierced through. Truly, this was the legendary spirit beast. Ha! Little brat. I concede that your array of attacks is quite numerous, yet such a level of assault cannot possibly harm me. Your ninjutsu is utterly feeble in my eyes. Therefore, you should obediently kneel and apologize, or else I shall make you regret it. The serpent, Wanshi, laughed arrogantly. Its tail swayed incessantly, attempting to dispel the lingering sensation of electric shock. Is that so? Then do feel free to try. Wanshi was taken aback. Suddenly, it beheld the blue electric light ascending behind Zhi Ge. Taste this move of mine. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. A colossal thunderbird erupted forth. With a flap of its wings, it charged directly at Wanshi. Wanshi was struck with terror. The threat posed by this thunderbird far surpassed the lightning Zhi Ge had just unleashed. Moreover, this was a thunderbird, not merely an ordinary technique. The thunderbird possessed immense power, with each flap of its wings generating formidable lightning. Hiss! Wanshi flicked its tongue, attempting to evade, but it was already too late. The thunderbird lunged at Wanshi's body. Boom, boom, boom. Thick arcs of electricity erupted around the thunderbird. Wanshi let out a chilling scream. The thunderbird's lightning assault was terrifying. Wanshi's body was charred black. Numerous scales had been reduced to ashes. Hiss! The thunderbird opened its beak once more. In the next moment, it unleashed another torrent of lightning upon Wanshi. Crackle, 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 hiss, hiss, crackle. Wanshi's body was pierced again, leaving a gaping hole. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Wanshi's serpent skin had been entirely scorched by the electricity, revealing its blood-red insides. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood flowed from the wound, staining the serpent's skin. Wanshi could hardly believe the scene before it. How is this possible? How could my scales and skin be cooked? Wanshi roared in disbelief. Yet its body uncontrollably slid downwards. Zzz. Wanshi's form rolled upon the ground, producing a deafening sound of friction. Observing the writhing creature on the ground, Zhi Ge's lips curled into a faint smile. Crack! In the next instant, Wanshi could no longer endure the pain. It opened its massive jaws and lunged at Zhi Ge. Humph! Zhi Ge let out a cold snicker. In the blink of an eye, he extended his right foot and kicked Wanshi squarely in the mouth. Bang! A dull thud echoed. As Zhi Ge's foot connected, it sent Wanshi flying. A serpent tail, several meters long, whipped through the air. Bang! Myriad serpents crashed to the ground, writhing in agony. Hiss! The multitude of serpents lamented incessantly, their tails charred and blackened. They gazed, filled with resentment, at the distant figure of Zhi Ge, unable to comprehend the circumstances. Despite sustaining grave injuries, their power remained formidable. Yet, they found themselves utterly incapable of mounting a defense against their adversary. Was it the lightning that had sapped their strength? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The myriad serpents emitted a low, thunderous growl, their eyes aflame with fury. After all, they were the legendary spirit beasts. How had they fallen to such a state? Humph. Zhi Ge regarded the serpents with indifference, stating, "Were it not for my quest to find a solution, I would have ended your existence long ago. I refuse to accept this. You are merely a trifling specter. How could you possibly vanquish me?" A sly smile crept across Zhi Ge's face. "Very well. Then let me demonstrate whether I can indeed accomplish that." With a sudden buzz, the air crackled as the serpents resolved to strike first. Their form vanished instantaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two phantoms flickered around them, and their serpentine claws lunged fiercely toward Zhi Ge's form. "Huh! Mere parlor tricks," Zhi Ge scoffed. In the next moment, he raised his right leg high. Thud! His foot came crashing down upon the serpent's claw. Crack! A sharp sound reverberated as the serpent's claw was ruthlessly crushed beneath Zhi Ge's foot. Hiss! The serpents gasped in shock, for their claws were renowned for their resilience. How could they be shattered so effortlessly? And with such precision? What was transpiring? What do you think? Does it seem a tad unbelievable? Do you feel like an insignificant ant? Zhi Ge smiled lightly. His expression was calm, yet a hint of murderous intent lurked within the depths of his gaze. His strength had surged immensely. With the added power of lightning, he could easily slay his foe. Boom! Water release. Fourfold dragon blast. At that moment, the serpents suddenly raised their heads, unleashing four colossal water spheres toward Zhi Ge. Splosh! Splosh! For towering columns of water soared into the heavens, each stretching over 10 meters high. They barreled toward Zhi Ge. Boom! The water columns struck the ground, obliterating soil and trees alike, forming a massive crater with a diameter of 5 meters. Zhi Ge snorted dismissively, mere parlor tricks. In the next instant, crackling lightning enveloped him. Boom! 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 Zhi Ge's form surged upward dramatically. Roar! With a fierce bellow, he opened his mouth wide and consumed the oncoming water columns. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as he devoured the entirety of the serpent's water attack. Gulp, gulp! Zhi Ge chewed and swallowed, incredulity rippling through the air. How could this be possible? The myriad snakes gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. They could not fathom how Zhi Ge had accomplished such feats. How could this be? What is happening? How is it possible? How could you possibly consume my water escape? Who are you? The myriad snakes struggled incessantly, unable to believe that their opponent was merely a mortal. Since you are so eager, let me return it to you. Zhi Ge smirked coldly. In the next moment, Zhi Ge exerted force. Whoosh! The water that lingered in his mouth gushed forth uncontrollably. No, no, you are not human. You are a monster. A monster. The myriad snakes let out a piercing shriek. Umph, you understand too late. Zhi Ge scoffed disdainfully. In the next instant, Zhi Ge summoned the power of lightning once more. Buzz! A deafening roar erupted suddenly. Arcs of electricity swirled around Zhi Ge. The power of the thunder fruit. The thunder transformed into a spear. Crack! In the next moment, the lightning coalesced into a long spear, striking fiercely at the myriad snakes. Bang! The spear struck the serpent's body, combined with the water drenching it. It pierced straight through the myriad snake's form. Hiss! 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 The myriad snakes emitted sounds of intense agony, trembling uncontrollably. Perish! The next moment, Zhi Ge urged the lightning again. Boom! Boom! The lightning morphed into numerous silver needles, forcefully embedded into the head of the myriad snakes. Sizzle! Sizzle! Arcs of electricity burst forth from the silver needles. Uft! Uft! The arcs instantaneously penetrated the myriad snake's head. Ah! The myriad snakes let out a heart-wrenching scream. Boom! In the next moment, the head of the myriad snakes exploded. Boom! Boom! Crash! The enormous body of the myriad snakes collapsed with a resounding thud. What? The myriad snakes were defeated by this little brat. Orochimaru, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. How could the myriad snakes possibly lose? They were the Serpent King from the Dragon Cave. How could they be bested by a mere child? What on earth is happening? Orochimaru's gaze fixated on Zhi Ge's figure. He could not reconcile this child with the slayer of the myriad snakes. This was merely a child. The myriad snakes were dead. Zhi Ge spoke softly. Now it is your turn. Haha, just based on you? Who do you think you are? Orochimaru laughed arrogantly. Indeed, just based on me. Do you have any objections? Zhi Ge retorted with a cold smile, his eyes brimming with mockery. Now it is 3 against 1. Let us see what you have to contend with us. As Zhi Ge spoke, he subtly twisted his wrist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts of lightning shot forth in an instant. These 3 bolts of lightning, akin to blades, swiftly pierced towards Orochimaru. What? Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed. The speed of these 3 bolts of lightning was astonishing. Do they think they can harm me with such a technique? Summoning technique. Rashomon. In an instant, Rashomon materialized. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The lightning struck Rashomon, only to be absorbed by it. You little brat. I am one of the legendary Sannin. Do you truly believe you can injure me? Orochimaru sneered repeatedly, dismissing the attack entirely. In his view, as long as Rashomon could withstand this assault, victory was assured. Is that so? What about us then? Fire style. Great fireball technique. Fire style. Dragon fire. Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi unleashed their fire techniques in unison. Boom, boom. Waves of flames surged toward Rashomon, bombarding it mercilessly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy collisions echoed incessantly. Bang, bang, bang. Rashomon bore the relentless onslaught of the fiery waves. Moreover, the flames grew increasingly formidable. With a thunderous roar, the final wave of flames crashed down upon Rashomon, utterly shattering it. Cursed be these 2 old geezers and that brat. They truly are a handful. Orochimaru felt a cold sweat trickle down his back as he faced the formidable trio before him. Initially, dealing with his former teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi and the equally renowned Jiraiya had already put him at a disadvantage. Now, with the addition of Zhi Ge, he realized it would not be long before he met his demise at their hands. No, I must devise a plan. As Orochimaru's eyes darted around, a scheme began to form in his mind. Hee, did you really think that I am the sole mastermind behind this Konoha destruction plan? Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly. What do you mean? Zhi Ge's brows furrowed in concern. Humph, let me enlighten you. Sunigakure has deployed their strongest weapon to assist in my scheme. What? What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the others were momentarily taken aback. Haha, I relish your astonishment. Orochimaru cackled maniacally. The tailed beast, Shikaku of Sunigakure, has already arrived in Konoha. How will your fragile ninjas contend with the onslaught of a tailed beast? Haha, the thought of it excites me. You, damn you, Orochimaru. You despicable coward. Jiraiya erupted in fury. He had never anticipated that Orochimaru would resort to treachery at such a critical moment. Orochimaru, you are truly vile. Orochimaru, how could you betray Konoha? The Umbu, too, were filled with indignation and began to curse him. Vile. I do not see it that way. This is war. It is either your death or mine. My only enemy is Konoha. The outcome of this destruction plan is inevitable. Konoha will vanish. Orochimaru let out a menacing roar, as if victory was already within his grasp. Enough with the bluster. Where are the tailed beasts? I see none. Zhi Ge retorted coldly. You shall not find them. Allow me to offer you a hint. I have instructed the Sand Shinobi to lure Naruto Uzumaki into the woods outside the village. Consider this. Naruto is the host of the 9 Tails. Yet, he is but a foolhardy ninja. If Naruto were to be slain, the 9 Tails would seize the opportunity to escape, and with its power combined with Shikaku, the 1 Tail. Ha ha ha. Even you, Lord Sarutobi, in your prime, would find it difficult to withstand such a force. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya's expressions shifted dramatically. They understood the terror of the 9 Tails. Should the 9 Tails truly escape, it would spell a catastrophic calamity for the entire Hidden Leaf village. This is bad. We must rush to the village entrance without delay to assist Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. Not a chance. With me here, none of you shall pass. Orochimaru scoffed, summoning a horde of enormous snakes to block every possible exit of the venue. Curse it. We are indeed short-handed. At this point, Zhi Ge, you must go alone to rescue Naruto. Jiraiya took a deep breath, looking at Zhi Ge. What? Are you certain? Perverted sage? To rescue Naruto means confronting Shikaku. Are you not sending your disciple into the fire? Zhi Ge was momentarily stunned. He simply could not comprehend Jiraiya's actions. This man was utterly mad. To have him face Shikaku was sheer folly. This is absurd. We cannot spare anyone else. The only one I can rely on is you. My prized disciple. Do not worry. Naruto is also my student. He is formidable. Even if you two cannot defeat Shikaku, escaping unscathed is certainly within your capabilities. Damn it. Zhi Ge was on the verge of tears. Yet he understood the urgency of the situation, and there was no time for negotiations. Very well. Hokage-sama. Perverted sage. Take care. I shall go rescue Naruto, Zhi Ge said through gritted teeth. He was acutely aware that Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen were placing the hope of saving the village solely upon him. Go. Jiraiya clapped Zhi Ge on the shoulder. Rest assured. I shall be fine. Ha ha ha. Fear not. I too shall be unscathed. The reassuring words of the two seniors echoed throughout the venue. Zhi Ge nodded, transforming into a streak of lightning as he shot into the sky. Heh boy, I shall see how you save your friend. Orochimaru mused, a wicked grin curling his lips as he watched Zhi Ge's retreating figure. In that moment, Orochimaru envisioned the successful annihilation of the Hidden Leaf Village. Damn it! That treacherous Sunigakure has resorted to such underhanded tactics, even utilizing the tailed beasts in battle. As Zhi Ge swiftly made his way toward the forest, he diligently tracked Naruto's whereabouts. Though he was aware that Naruto's speed could not surpass his own, he still dared not to let his guard down for a moment. After all, Naruto and the Sand Shinobi had been on the move for quite some time, and he had lost the initiative from the very beginning. Moreover, he was not proficient in tracking techniques, rendering him incapable of locking onto their location. Thus, he could only pursue them relentlessly. Suddenly, from the depths of the grass in the distance, a series of feral, savage roars erupted, followed by a colossal black creature emerging from the undergrowth. It was a gigantic black tiger, measuring at least 8 meters in length. This beast was grotesque in appearance, its blood-red eyes radiating a fierce light. Its mouth was agape, revealing a row of sharp fangs, and its claws were adorned with razor-sharp talons. A thick, sinister black mist emanated from its body, suggesting it was no ordinary wild tiger. Could it be a summoned beast? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhi Ge immediately grew vigilant. After all, summoned beasts do not wander alone. There must be hidden enemies lurking nearby. With a low growl, the black tiger sprang forward with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, it reappeared behind Zhi Ge. Oh no! Zhi Ge's expression changed drastically as he hastily dodged. Just then, the black tiger lunged once more, sending Zhi Ge crashing to the ground. Damn it! The previous battle with the second Hokage and the Manda had drained him significantly, and now he found his focus compromised, allowing this beast to exploit his vulnerability. Anger surged within him as he quickly regained his footing. With a fierce roar, the black tiger lunged again, its claw aimed at Zhi Ge's chest. Damn it! Zhi Ge swiftly evaded while landing a punch to the tiger's abdomen. A dull thud resonated as the tiger was sent hurtling backward. Yet, in less than 2 seconds, the enraged beast was back on its feet, charging toward Zhi Ge once more. Damn it! This wretched creature. Zhi Ge engaged in combat with the black tiger again, their fierce clashes echoing through the dense forest. Boom! The two combatants, a man and a tiger, battled fiercely amidst the foliage. Their forms intertwined in a whirlwind of strikes and counterstrikes. Each roar and growl echoed with terrifying power, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Sweat beaded on Zhi Ge's forehead, while the black tiger's body bore the scars of their conflict. How infuriating! He had anticipated dispatching this foe swiftly, yet it had proven to be exceedingly troublesome. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste any further moments. Thinking of Naruto, who could encounter danger at any moment, Zhi Ge's impatience grew. Die! With a thunderous roar, Zhi Ge unleashed the power of his thunder fruit. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot forth. Crackle! The lightning struck the black tiger, leaving a series of fissures across its body. Roar! Injured and filled with rage, the black tiger leapt forward, lunging at Zhi Ge. How dare this beast approach? Upon witnessing the tiger's swift motion, Zhi Ge's countenance paled in shock. He had not anticipated such speed. This strike had not fully depleted its strength. Get away from me! Rubber battle axe. With a resounding thud, an overwhelming force surged through his legs. Zhi Ge soared into the air, using the rubber battle axe to crush the black tiger. The creature's body exploded into a gory mess. Hiss! Blood stained Zhi Ge's attire, prompting him to involuntarily gasp in shock. This beast was indeed formidable. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze shifting to the distant grass. He sensed something lurking there, watching him. Come out. You have already been revealed. Zhi Ge called out loudly. He, indeed impressive. I find such intriguing prey quite delightful. A chilling laugh echoed as a man emerged slowly. He was clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a grotesque mask, and prominently displayed upon his forehead was the headband of the Sound Ninja Village. Are you one of Orochimaru's subordinates? Zhi Ge inquired, his expression shifting to one of wariness upon seeing the stranger. Indeed, the man nodded, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Truly relentless pests. Your master's vile scheme can no longer come to fruition. If you know what's good for you, leave now and spare yourself a futile demise. Hearing the admission of being an envoy from Orochimaru, Zhi Ge let out a cold snort, his derision and contempt unabashed. Orochimaru has sent a troop of lackeys to their doom. How pathetic. Is that so? Perhaps not. The man in black chuckled disdainfully, a powerful wave of energy suddenly emanating from him. Boom. He then raised his arm, summoning 9 sound ninjas who appeared behind him. Looks like I've fallen into an ambush, Zhi Ge thought, astonishment flashing across his face. He had not expected Orochimaru to take such extensive measures, preparing an entire team of sound ninjas to encircle him. You're quite unfortunate. Our mission is to ensure that no one, aside from the Sand Hidden and the Nine-Tails Brat, passes through here. With that, the remaining 9 sound ninjas began to close in on Zhi Ge. His expression darkened to an extreme. Damn it, this lot has appeared at the worst possible time. Am I truly to meet my end here in this desolate wilderness? The thought of potentially perishing in such a remote location made him grit his teeth in frustration. At this moment, Zhi Ge had less than 40% of his strength remaining, compounded by the exhaustion from his earlier battle with the summoned beast. Faced with a squad of 10 Chunin from the Sound Ninja Village, he felt utterly overwhelmed. No, I cannot confront them head-on. I must rely on wits instead. Although I am currently injured, I can still elude the pursuit of this Sound Ninja squad through my agility and reflexes. With this thought in mind, Zhi Ge swiftly shifted his focus. With a powerful leap, he transformed into a shooting star, racing towards the opposite direction. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple. The 9 members of the Sound Ninja squad immediately followed suit, their speed astonishingly surpassing Zhi Ge's, quickly closing the gap. Upon witnessing this, Zhi Ge's expression darkened. Since escape was futile, it would have to be a direct confrontation. He drew 10 shurikens and hurled them towards his pursuers. A mere child's play. Such tricks are ineffective against us. Wind release. Wind wall. The cloaked figure, upon seeing the shurikens, could not help but display a disdainful smirk, raising his hand with a flourish, causing a formidable wind wall to suddenly materialize before him. Boom. The shurikens collided with the wind wall, instantly shattering into pieces. Remarkably strong. Observing this scene, Zhi Ge's brow furrowed deeper. The cloaked figure sneered. Do not presume that such trivial tactics can thwart us. Thunderous roars erupted as the cloaked figure's words faded, a surge of potent lightning enveloping his surroundings. This lightning contained boundless ferocity, accompanied by countless projectiles hurtling towards Zhi Ge. Lightning release. 1,000 books assault. A display of clumsiness. The power of the Thunder Fruit. 8 million volts of lightning sphere. Zhi Ge shouted coldly, as lightning surged violently around him. Colossal spheres of electricity rapidly coalescing. Boom, boom, boom. One lightning sphere after another exploded in midair, countering the cloaked figure's technique and forcing him back. Baka, how can you possess such formidable lightning techniques? The cloaked figure exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Zhi Ge's display of lightning spheres. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to meet your end. Zhi Ge retorted icily, swiftly spinning the shurikens in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds echoed as sharp shurikens darted towards the cloaked figure like bolts of lightning. Watching the incoming shurikens, the cloaked figure sneered, swiftly clenching his right fist and striking the flying shurikens. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the shurikens exploded, and the cloaked figure continued forward, obliterating every last one. Upon seeing this, Zhi Ge's expression changed. This cloaked figure was indeed formidable. You little brat. Die. As he spoke, the cloaked figure waved his hand. summoning fireballs wrapped in explosive tags that materialized in midair. Seeing the incoming fireballs, Zhi Ge hastily dodged, yet several still struck him. His shoulder erupted in an explosion, blood splattering. The injury severe. Witnessing this, the cloaked figure narrowed his eyes. I never expected you to survive the blast. It seems I have underestimated you, young one. In light of this, I must resort to serious measures. As soon as the words left his lips, the figure cloaked in black swiftly plunged his right hand into his sleeve. With a swift motion, a barrage of metallic arrows shot forth from within. These arrows, imbued with a lethal poison, flew forth with astonishing speed, rendering any defense nearly futile. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge's expression shifted subtly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. This is dire. He immediately attempted to evade, but the sheer number of arrows made it impossible to escape unscathed. Damn it! 1,000,000 volts. Floating light thunder shadow. Just as the arrows were about to pierce his chest, Zhi Ge activated the floating light thunder shadow. A translucent membrane enveloped him, causing the arrows to strike its surface and explode violently. Humph. Yet at that moment, a cold smile crept across the black-cloaked figure's face. Charge! Let us eliminate this brat together. At the command, 9 other sound ninjas surged forward. Seeing this unfold, Zhi Ge clenched his teeth and immediately took flight in an attempt to flee. Do you think you can escape? The 9 ninjas drew their kunai simultaneously. Advancing menacingly towards Zhi Ge, they surrounded him entirely, rendering any hope of escape virtually impossible. Cursed be this fate. Zhi Ge could not help but curse vehemently. He then extended his hands, channeling his armed color hockey, and began to spin rapidly in place. What kind of technique is this? The 9 sound ninjas were momentarily taken aback. However, as they prepared to strike again, Zhi Ge's figure had already launched towards them. Rubber windmill. Zhi Ge roared, spinning at tremendous speed, unleashing an unparalleled gust that barreled towards the 9 sound ninjas. Ah! 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 The air was filled with their anguished cries as the force of the wind lifted them off their feet, sending them crashing to the ground. Each of their bodies was struck by Zhi Ge's fists concealed within the tempest of wind. With a cough of blood, Zhi Ge staggered, his body swaying precariously. Although his technique required no chakra, his physical stamina was not boundless. The relentless intensity of combat and the high-energy maneuvers had pushed his body to the brink of exhaustion. And in that fleeting moment, he wished fervently to be a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. What kind of technique is this? The black-cloaked figure's face paled. He had been thoroughly shaken by Zhi Ge's display of power. This technique was simply terrifying, capable of launching his subordinates into the air. Moreover, while it appeared innocuous, each individual struck by the gust was afflicted with a paralyzing effect, rendering them temporarily defenseless. You shall all perish. Zhi Ge gasped for breath, then charged directly at the figure in black. His legs slightly bent, and then he launched himself like a cannonball toward the figure in the black robe. The black-robed man's pupils contracted sharply, and he hurriedly raised his left hand to assume a defensive posture. Bang! A powerful fist collided forcefully against the black-robed man's arm, sending his body flying. Crack! The black-robed man's left arm was instantly shattered, rendered utterly useless. Damn it! Damn it! The black-robed man roared in fury. But he knew there was nothing he could do at that moment. He could only grit his teeth and strive to summon the remaining chakra within him to heal his injured arm and broken bones. You wretched bastard! I will kill you! Boom! 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 While healing, the black-robed man frantically unleashed metal arrows, yet none inflicted harm upon Zhi Ge, which only fueled his frustration. Humph! My fists are not something an ordinary person can withstand. Now you can no longer form seals. You are destined to lose. Zhi Ge sneered, stamping his feet hard on the ground, and leaped into the air, charging directly at the black-robed man with a heavy punch aimed at his head. Seeking death, the black-robed man shouted coldly, throwing his right fist at Zhi Ge, and the two collided in an instant. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted from their fists. Puff! Puff! Both men spat out blood simultaneously and were sent flying backward. How could such power be possible? The black-robed man, feeling the turmoil within him, was filled with horror, his eyes brimming with profound despair. He had never anticipated that this seemingly 12 or 13-year-old boy possessed such terrifying strength. It should be noted that he was a seasoned chunin from the Sound Village, a veteran who had once defected from Konoha alongside Orochimaru. Yet, despite his formidable identity and strength, before this boy, he felt like mere paper, instantly torn to shreds, utterly powerless. Damn it! Who are you? The black-robed man could not help but ask in panic. Who am I? Hee. I am Zhi Ge from Konoha village, merely a humble genin. Genin? Impossible. You must be joking. If you were a genin, I could eliminate you in an instant. How could it be? The black-robed man was rendered speechless by shock. He had never witnessed a genin with such terrifying power. So what? With your level of strength? You can only crawl back to the ninja academy in Konoha for a redo. Zhi Ge scoffed, saying, You wretched scum from the Sound Village will all perish today. With that, Zhi Ge lunged at the black-robed man once more. You seek death. The black-robed man's expression twisted into a snarl. However, when he attempted to struggle to his feet, he discovered that the bones in his right hand had been crushed beyond repair. This caused his body to tremble involuntarily, a profound sense of powerlessness surging within his heart. No, I refuse to accept this. How can I be defeated by a mere child? This is impossible. The figure in the black robe shook his head repeatedly, unable to fathom that he had fallen to a lowly genin. I will not concede. I am a distinguished chunin. Having navigated the shinobi world for over a decade, why must I lose to an insignificant genin like you? The black-robed man shouted in disbelief. What need is there for so many questions? You need only to understand that your demise is imminent. Zhi Ge's gaze was frigid and merciless as he took a step forward, charging directly at the black-robed man. No, please. Seeing this, the black-robed man's body began to tremble uncontrollably. In that instant, he felt his body stiffen, for he recognized that Zhi Ge's strength far surpassed his own by an unfathomable margin. Die for me, Zhi Ge roared, delivering a powerful punch to the black-robed man's chest. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the black-robed man's chest caved in, sending him hurtling backward. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading in an instant. In that moment, a deep sense of unwillingness flickered in the black-robed man's eyes, yet his awareness quickly turned hazy. His body gradually softened. Ha! Witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge couldn't help but burst into raucous laughter. I almost forgot about you. In the midst of his laughter, Zhi Ge suddenly recalled the 9 sound ninja behind him, turning to find them struggling to rise. Your leader is already dead. Now it is your turn. With that, Zhi Ge's gaze abruptly shifted to the 9 sound ninja. No, please spare us. We promise we will never attack Konoha again. A wave of despair washed over the 9 sound ninja, and in that moment, they felt as though they had plunged into an endless abyss. They could not comprehend the true nature of this seemingly fragile youth, yet his terrifying power alone was sufficient to obliterate them all. Thus, in that fleeting moment, the eyes of the 9 sound ninja glimmered with resignation and fear. Spare you? Zhi Ge sneered coldly, his tone frigid. You wretched fools, having ravaged Konoha for so long. You dare to launch a sneak attack? You are simply courting death. As Zhi Ge spoke, his form suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing amidst the 9 sound ninja. No. Despair etched itself upon their faces. However, they had no time to resist. In the next instant, Zhi Ge's icy fist descended upon their bodies. Rubber machine gun. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed, and the bodies of the 9 sound ninja shattered in an instant, their crimson blood staining the ground around them. Humph. Worthless trash. Zhi Ge cast a contemptuous glance around, then promptly departed, continuing his pursuit of Naruto's trail. Damn it. In this weakened state, even if I catch up, I would likely be a burden. Feeling the heaviness of his almost powerless body, Zhi Ge could not help but smile bitterly. He understood that his injuries were far too severe this time. While they would not be fatal, he would likely be unable to fight for the foreseeable future. In such a condition, how could he possibly assist Naruto? Nevertheless, even if it meant risking his own life, he had to save Naruto. After all, he had made a promise to Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage. No matter the circumstances, he could not give up. With this thought, Zhi Ge pushed off with his legs, transforming into a blur as he swiftly pursued Naruto's figure. Meanwhile, Naruto was locked in an intense battle with Gaara. This guy's ninjutsu was astonishingly peculiar. Gaara's expression was intensely grave. He had never anticipated that while he had subdued Sasuke, Naruto could actually retaliate effectively against him. Moreover, Naruto was concealing his true strength. How could you have grown so formidable in just a month? Gaara looked at Naruto, his face a mask of confusion. At that moment, he even questioned whether his initial judgment had been erroneous. After all, Naruto was merely a 13 or 14-year-old boy, under normal circumstances. It was inconceivable for one to achieve such significant advancement in a mere month. With a formidable opponent like you before me, I certainly cannot afford to relax. Naruto grinned, his face radiating provocation, and his attacks grew increasingly fierce. Witnessing this, Gaara felt a surge of frustration. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Sand coffin, sand burial, Gaara shouted furiously, swiftly forming hand seals with his right hand as a torrent of sand cascaded from the sky, enveloping Naruto entirely. In an instant, Gaara clenched his fist, and all the sand tightened, crushing Naruto's body. Trash is just trash. No matter how much you shout, the gap in strength is insurmountable. Watching Naruto submerged beneath the sand, Gaara could not suppress a hint of derision. However, at that moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. Beneath the sand, there was not a single drop of Naruto's blood. Gaara furrowed his brow, dispersing the sand, only to discover that Naruto was nowhere to be found. Damn it, could it be a shadow clone? Gaara's expression darkened to the utmost degree. If it was indeed a shadow clone, it meant that Naruto's real body must be lurking somewhere in ambush. But this place is so vast. Even if Naruto were hiding in the shadows, it would not be easy for him to locate him. Just then, Gaara sensed a familiar chakra fluctuation. This is bad. In the next moment, Gaara's pupils widened in shock. Naruto had appeared directly above him. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Whoosh, whoosh. With a swift motion, Naruto vanished and reappeared behind Gaara. In an instant, he summoned countless shadow clones. Prepare yourself. Witness my technique. Naruto's barrage. As Naruto's furious command echoed, thousands of clones surged toward Gaara. Dozens of them converged beneath Gaara, launching him skyward with a powerful kick. Awaiting him in the heavens were another multitude of clones. Just as Gaara reached the apex of his ascent, a resounding kick sent him crashing back down. This relentless back and forth continued for several rounds, causing Gaara's sand armor to begin to rapidly disintegrate. In a final assault, Naruto unleashed his 2,000 strikes. Gaara was propelled once more into the air, this time struck by 2,000 Narutos simultaneously. The overwhelming force shattered Gaara's sand armor in an instant. He plummeted to the ground like a shooting star. Bang! A cloud of dust erupted as the earth caved in beneath him. Gasping, blood spewed forth as Gaara writhed on the ground, convulsing in evident agony. Is this all your strength? Pathetically weak. Naruto sneered at the sight of Gaara's plight. You will pay for this, brat. Gaara struggled to rise, a fierce expression contorting his face. Yet, Naruto remained unperturbed. Let me see just how capable you truly are. Suddenly, Gaara emitted a chilling scream, collapsing to his knees while clutching his head in torment. You. Gaara's forehead pulsed with veins as he sensed a terrifying power surging from within. Was the Sand Guardian Shikaku finally awakening? Gaara was filled with dread, perplexed by the monstrous reaction from within his own body. You little brat. You've forced me into this state. Gaara gritted his teeth, consumed with a desire to annihilate Naruto. However, at that moment, his pupils constricted sharply. His right hand transformed into a colossal monstrous appendage. What was happening? Naruto, initially confident in his victory, was taken aback by the revelation of such a significant secret within Gaara. His eyes narrowed, and he swiftly evaded the impending attack. Unfortunately, Gaara was resolute in his pursuit of Naruto, his sand claws tearing through the air as they lunged toward him. Witnessing Gaara's fierce assault, Naruto wasted no time. He activated his shadow clone technique and vanished, while his true form materialized to Gaara's left. Take this, Naruto bellowed, drawing a kunai and lunging toward Gaara with determination. However, from behind Gaara, a colossal monster's tail suddenly emerged, effortlessly swatting Naruto away. Struck by the tail, Naruto coughed up a plume of blood, his face contorted with agony. Gaara coldly regarded Naruto, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. You are truly pathetic. His expression reflected disdain. What in the world is this creature? Clutching his chest, Naruto struggled to rise, a profound sense of trepidation swelling within him upon witnessing Gaara's formidable technique. Gaara's attacks were exceedingly enigmatic. Naruto, you must eliminate this foe at once. I sense his chakra is multiplying exponentially. If you hesitate any longer, we shall perish here. At that moment, a frantic voice echoed in Naruto's ears. It was Sasuke, who had just regained consciousness after being injured and unconscious. Hearing Sasuke's voice, Naruto's expression wavered, revealing a flicker of internal conflict. No time to ponder. I must deal with this adversary first. After a brief moment, he made his choice and stepped forward to confront Gaara. Observing Naruto's approach, Gaara's face twisted into a contemptuous grin, his eyes narrowing as a cruel smile emerged. "Naruto, you shall die here today." With a hum, a thick layer of sand surged around Gaara's form, coalescing on his surface like impenetrable steel. Sand tsunami. Boom. As Gaara struck down with his hand, the surrounding sand erupted violently, cascading toward Naruto like a torrential downpour of petals. The speed of the sand was astounding, slicing through the air with a deafening roar, evoking a sensation of suffocation. How fast? As the storm of sand approached, Naruto instinctively gasped. In the next moment, he propelled himself into the air. Boom. Countless grains struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gaara's attack missed its mark, yet he was undeterred, continuing to wield his sandy appendages with ferocity. At that instant, the creature within Gaara surged forth once more. His arms transformed into monstrous limbs, his visage almost entirely obscured by humanity. Sand tsunami. In the next heartbeat, Gaara unleashed another jutsu. A deluge of sand surged toward Naruto like a tempest. Has he lost his mind? Why expend such tremendous energy in battle? Gaara's actions left Naruto dumbfounded. But just then, Gaara's sand technique was already in motion. Countless grains of sand, sharp as needles, lunged fiercely at Naruto. In an instant, Naruto was engulfed by the relentless tide of sand. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the sand surrounding Gaara suddenly scattered. At that moment, Naruto was drenched in blood, his complexion as pale as death. Witnessing Naruto's condition, Gaara was utterly consumed by rage. After a brief moment of howling and struggling, he transformed directly into the one-tailed Shikaku. What? Is this the monster that resides within Gaara's body? How terrifying! As Naruto beheld the colossal entity that had suddenly emerged from Gaara, shock flickered in his eyes. He never anticipated the sheer ferocity of the beast within Gaara. Such a creature, even Orochimaru would find insurmountable. Alarmingly, Gaara's chakra continued to swell, becoming increasingly formidable. "You little brat, prepare to die?" Gaara bellowed, and in the next instant, his massive form dove toward the ground. Witnessing Gaara's Shikaku diving down, Naruto let out an unwilling roar and leapt into the air. "Chidori! Raikiri!" Seeing Naruto in peril, Sasuke unleashed Raikiri, charging forward. However, before Sasuke's technique could even graze the beast, Shikaku swatted him away like a fly. Boom! Sasuke crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as if his very organs had been displaced, enduring excruciating pain. The might of Gaara was indeed terrifying. His jutsu surpassed the limits of his strength, embodying the power to annihilate the world, an overwhelming force that could only be described as extraordinary. "Naruto, run. This is no longer a battle for ninjas." Sasuke struggled, yet could not rise to his feet. "Naruto, you're next." Observing Sasuke being sent flying, Gaara once more roared in fury, commanding Shikaku to unleash its sand-clad arm towards Naruto. Despite the severe injuries he had sustained, Naruto stubbornly rose to his feet, charging forward once again. Summoning jutsu. "Arise, great Toad Sage." Naruto's expression twisted with ferocity as he shouted, and in the next moment, a gigantic toad appeared before him, glaring menacingly at Gaara. Upon seeing the toad, Gaara's expression faltered slightly, his eyes instantly turning crimson, for he noticed a striking red mark upon the toad's forehead. It was the mark of the Sage of Toads. Gaara's heart raced. He could hardly believe that such a powerful summoning beast lay hidden within Naruto. Yet, even the great Toad Sage would struggle to withstand the power of a tailed beast. Faced with the looming Shikaku, the great Toad Sage furrowed his brow, aware that he could not confront this beast alone. However, should he attempt to retreat now, he would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the tailed beast. Moreover, Naruto's life would be jeopardized, and he would not survive either. What to do? This dilemma left the great Toad Sage in a quandary. At this moment, Naruto, after enduring a series of fierce battles, had forcibly summoned the great toad, leaving him utterly exhausted. Gaara keenly detected this weakness and seized the opportunity to command Shikaku towards Naruto. Naruto, the great toad, observed the unfolding situation and immediately exerted all its strength to shield itself from Shikaku's advance. Yet it could not fully contain the immense power of the beast. Just as it seemed Naruto was on the brink of being crushed, a bitter smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. Rubber battle axe. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the ground as Uchiha Zhi Ge burst forth from the woods. delivering a powerful kick to Shikaku's abdomen. Boom. The colossal body of Shikaku was sent crashing to the ground, leveling a swath of the surrounding forest. Who dares? Gaara's eyes glinted with cold fury as he turned towards the source of the disturbance. It is I, Uchiha Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge sneered. So it was you. No wonder you seemed so weak. Upon recognizing Zhi Ge, Gaara scoffed disdainfully. Zhi Ge had previously been defeated in the Forest of Death, and Gaara, now immensely stronger than before, looked down upon him with contempt. Since that is the case, I shall not waste any more time. I'll eliminate both of you at once. Gaara laughed derisively and commanded Shikaku to charge at Zhi Ge. Humph, Gaara. I warned you during our last encounter that there would come a day of reckoning between us. Zhi Ge did not flinch, instead tightening his fists and launching a fierce strike at Shikaku. Rubber siege hammer. Bang. The two forces collided violently, producing a deafening crash. Boom. In the next moment, Zhi Ge was sent flying by Shikaku's overwhelming might. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling significantly, revealing his agony. This blow imparted a crucial lesson to Zhi Ge. Even with elite haki, a vast disparity in strength rendered it ineffective. Are you all right, Zhi Ge? Naruto inquired with concern. I'm fine. It's nothing, Zhi Ge replied, wiping the blood from his lips and forcing a smile. What a collection of fools. If you both wish for death, I shall grant your wish. Gaara urged Shikaku to charge once more, commanding it to swing its massive arms. This time, the attack bore down with overwhelming force. Gaara was determined to dispose of these bothersome pests, believing this strike would surely annihilate them. Do you truly think I am insignificant? Water release. Water cannon. The great toad, sensing the dire situation, summoned a water sphere and hurled it at Shikaku. Boom. With a resounding thud, Gaara was sent flying backward by the impact of the water sphere. At this moment, Gaara's expression finally shifted, as he was taken aback by how easily he had succumbed to defeat. Initially, he harbored no intention of being cruel towards you, but alas, you displayed an utter lack of gratitude. Very well, let Shikaku engage you with its own consciousness. Secret technique. The art of false sleep. Upon completing the seals, Gaara's body instantly collapsed as if it had lost power, falling into a deep slumber. In its place emerged Shikaku, now fully in command of its own body. Ha ha ha. After being restrained for so long, I am finally free. I shall obliterate all of you. Shikaku exclaimed with excitement, and in the next instant, it charged towards the surrounding foes with astonishing speed, each leap covering over 100 meters in a blink. Behind it trailed a massive tail, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a flurry of afterimages. This is dire. With Shikaku possessing its own consciousness, the situation has become precarious. The leader of the toads growled with a grim expression, fully aware of Shikaku's capabilities. Its speed was unparalleled, unless he possessed instantaneous movement or teleportation techniques. Evading it was utterly impossible. Once caught, resistance would be futile, leaving them at its mercy. Damn it, I refuse to believe that I can't handle such a large creature. Rubber Gatling gun. Zhi Ge, do not act rashly. This is not an opponent you can contend with. The toad leader intended to intervene, but it was too late. Zhi Ge launched himself into the air, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon Shikaku. Boom, boom, boom. His fists fell like raindrops upon Shikaku's form. But when Zhi Ge finally collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, he realized that Shikaku had shown no signs of being affected by his onslaught. You little brats certainly enjoy tickling, don't you? That felt quite pleasant. I shall reward you well. Shikaku chuckled, opening its mouth wide as a powerful ball of wind hurtled towards Zhi Ge. Not good. The toad leader's expression changed dramatically as he hastily utilized water release to shield Zhi Ge from the impending attack. Oh, you're quite the altruist, aren't you? But can you withstand the next one for him? Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Shikaku smacked its belly, and in an instant, 3 massive wind balls infused with immense chakra hurtled towards Zhi Ge once more. Damn it. The toad leader cursed vehemently, unleashing his cannonball to intercept the wind spheres, successfully withstanding the force of the first 2. However, at that moment, his defenses shattered as the 3rd wind sphere struck him squarely in the chest. The toad leader spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling considerably. Ha ha ha. Your defense is pathetically low. A mere flick of the wrist, and you're done for. You might as well perish. Shikaku cackled maniacally, and in the next moment, it violently swung its tail towards the leader of the toad's face. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as the toad leader swiftly drew his sword, severing the tail with a single decisive stroke. Umph. Without your tail, you are merely a toothless rabbit. A sinister expression emerged on the face of the great toad, for he understood that although Shikaku's power was extraordinary, it was the tail that held the utmost significance. Now that Shikaku's tail had been severed, it was akin to crippling its limbs. Toad Wentai, you underestimate me greatly. I am Shikaku. With a wide grin, Shikaku forcefully whipped its body, and in an instant, a brand new tail sprouted forth. How is this possible? Toad Wentai's eyes widened in disbelief, for he could scarcely fathom that Shikaku's tail had regrown. His heart brimmed with shock. He had never anticipated such an extraordinary capability within Shikaku's form, leaving him utterly outmatched. Witnessing the legendary tailed beast, Shikaku, exhibiting such strength, Zhi Ge couldn't help but sigh. He reflected on the opponents he had previously encountered, the Jinin from Sunagakure, the Chunin from Kusagakure, and the Chunin from Otogakure. Though these adversaries had posed challenges, he had managed to secure victories with relative ease, befitting his rank as a Jinin. However, ever since he had participated in this absurd Chunin exam, he had faced an array of formidable foes. The second Hokage, known as the King of Forbidden Techniques, Orochimaru, along with his summoning beast, Manda, he had barely escaped with his life, and now he was confronted with the legendary tailed beast, Shikaku. Was there any justice in this world? Zhi Ge, we cannot hesitate any longer. We must join forces and fight. Toad Wentai called out gravely. And after regaining his composure, Zhi Ge wasted no time and stood resolutely. I concur. I refuse to believe that with our combined strength, we cannot defeat this monster. Toad Wentai gritted his teeth, his gaze fiercely fixed upon Shikaku, and charged forward with his blade drawn. Shikaku, undeterred, advanced to meet the great toad head-on. Boom. The two forces collided, and the energy wave from the explosion rippled outward, snapping nearby trees in half. Clearly, Toad Wentai struggled to withstand Shikaku's might, his body being forced to retreat continuously. Ha! This is the gap in our strength. The disparity between us is insurmountable. Let us see how you respond. Shikaku laughed arrogantly, reveling in its triumph, for it regarded itself as a premier existence among tailed beasts within the ninja realm, unafraid of any opponent. Just as it prepared to hurl further taunts at Toad Wentai, a strange smile crept across the great toad's lips. Humph, this time, you shall surrender without a fight. Toad Wentai coldly chuckled, then swiftly gestured with his hand. With a swoosh, Zhi Ge was hurled toward Shikaku. Thanks, Toad Wentai. Watch me deliver a decisive blow. Rubber cannon. Thrown forward by Toad Wentai, Zhi Ge unleashed his most powerful strike, aiming directly at Shikaku's head. As Shoha observed the scene, he disdainfully curled his lip and unleashed a fireball towards Zhi Ge. The moment the fireball collided with the rubber cannon, an intense rumble erupted, causing the entire hillside to tremble. Wentai, you have truly disappointed me. Do you think such a combination attack with a mere spirit can affect me? Shoha cast a contemptuous glance at the frog leader before opening his mouth to expel a torrent of black flames. What kind of flame is this? The frog leader's pupils constricted, a deep-seated fear flooding his mind. He felt as if his very body was on the verge of melting. Not only that, but he also sensed a potent corrosiveness, which had already begun to ravage his clothing beyond recognition. No, the frog leader struggled desperately, but his body seemed glued to the rubber, rendering him utterly immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the flames crept ever closer. Roar! The frog leader let out a pitiful cry, while Shoha responded with a smug snort. Wentai, this is your own doing. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Shoha's gaze. Wentai, today, I shall claim your life. With a furious roar, Shoha's body swelled dramatically as he leaped toward the position of the frog leader. The frog leader was on the brink of collapse, yet his eyes still burned with a frenzied rage. Frog leader, you have done your utmost. You must flee. Naruto looked at the battered form of frog leader, sorrow etched across his face. However, upon hearing this, the frog leader shook his head slightly, a resolute expression taking hold as he declared with unwavering conviction, No. If I abandon you, I am unworthy of being called your leader. I shall never partake in such dishonorable acts. With that, the frog leader's gaze shifted back to Shoha. Allow me. Rubber firework rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhi Ge's figure soared into the air, and with a clap of his hands, his limbs elongated like fireworks, launching towards Shoha. Do not harbor such delusions. Shoha sneered, immediately employing his most adept technique. Boom, boom, boom. Countless violent tornadoes coalesced into a massive dragon, sweeping towards Zhi Ge. Bang! The wind dragon collided fiercely with the firework rain, producing an earth-shattering explosion, sending Zhi Ge hurtling through the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Ha ha ha, you cannot withstand this move. Shoha laughed heartily, charging towards Zhi Ge, intent on devouring this rodent whole. Zhi Ge, propelled by the hurricane, landed heavily on the ground, blood escaping his mouth. At that moment, the armed color of his haki was utterly shattered. Should he suffer another catastrophic blow, even his rubbery body would struggle to escape death. No, Zhi Ge. The formidable trio of Gaara, Naruto, and Sasuke gasped in astonishment, while Shikaku erupted into a contemptuous laughter. Prepare to meet your demise. Ha ha ha. Shikaku cackled maniacally, his gaze fixed menacingly upon the three, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Witnessing Shikaku's grotesque visage, Zhi Ge's expression morphed into one of despair. He realized that salvation was beyond his reach. I never anticipated that I, Uchiha Zhi Ge, would find myself in such dire straits. Even with the system at my disposal, I am reduced to this pitiful state. Zhi Ge sighed deeply, his eyes brimming with discontent. He had envisioned this contest as an opportunity to redeem himself. At that moment, however, he felt an unusual transformation begin to unfold within his body. His skin seemed to be simmering, taking on an inexplicable hue of red, accompanied by wisps of steam wafting around him. What on earth is happening? Am I not merely playing a game? Zhi Ge momentarily froze, questioning whether he had slipped into an illusion. Yet, as he lowered his gaze to scrutinize his body, he was struck dumb with astonishment. His wounds were progressively healing, and his once feeble legs began to regain their strength. Is this even possible? This is utterly miraculous. Zhi Ge was left utterly bewildered, just as confusion enveloped him. The familiar chime of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The system has detected that the host has accumulated insights into the Gum Fruit's second gear through combat. Ding! The system grants one special nutritional pill and one protective amulet. A special nutritional pill? A protective amulet? What purpose do these serve? Zhi Ge pondered over the two items in his mind, curiosity flooding his thoughts. Ding! Special nutritional pill. Restores the user's full stamina and injuries. Ding! Protective amulet. Automatically activates upon the bearer sustaining a fatal injury, mitigating lethal damage and teleporting the user to a random location. Damn! What difference does the first item make if I'll need to use it immediately? This protective amulet is rather peculiar. It might prove useful shortly. Gazing at the two gifts from the system, Zhi Ge furrowed his brow, yet he acknowledged that they were better than nothing at all. Given the dire circumstances, there was little time to debate with this infuriating system. Resolutely, Zhi Ge took the special nutritional pill and tossed it into his mouth. Instantly, a warm liquid flowed through his stomach, enveloping him in comfort. He felt his strength surge back to its peak. At that moment, he was finally ready to re-engage Shikaku in battle. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Naruto unleashed the power of the Nine-Tails chakra. However, due to his inability to control such immense power, he found himself severely overwhelmed by Shikaku's relentless onslaught. Nonetheless, this bought Zhi Ge precious time. It was now his moment to intervene. Now, I shall test the might of this second gear. Zhi Ge roared with fury, unleashing the power of the second gear in a magnificent explosion. In an instant, his entire body flushed crimson, and countless wisps of steam emanated from the pores of Zhi Ge, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Shoha, you are finished. Zhi Ge bellowed, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight, his fist striking fiercely towards the back of Shoha. Humph. A mere parlor trick. Shoha retorted with a cold snort, skillfully evading the attack with a speed beyond the naked eye's perception. With a resounding thud, Zhi Ge was thrust back a few steps by a tremendous force. Ha ha ha. Boy, do you think this feeble strength can breach my defenses? You are truly delusional. Shoha laughed triumphantly, charging once more at Zhi Ge. Your defenses are indeed formidable. However, this is merely my warm-up. Zhi Ge sneered, gliding across the ground with lightning speed, swiftly closing in on Shoha. Bang! Another thunderous impact reverberated as Zhi Ge's right arm struck mercilessly against Shoha's abdomen. Waves of energy rippled through the atmosphere, creating a series of ripples across Shoha's belly. Although no physical harm was inflicted, the punch still caused Shoha to furrow his brow, for he could distinctly sense that Zhi Ge's power had more than doubled since their last encounter. What is happening? Shoha's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Zhi Ge. Do you not comprehend? Allow me to enlighten you. This is the power of the second tier, a strength rarely encountered even among the ninja villages. Zhi Ge roared, abruptly lifting his left foot and delivering a crushing kick to Shoha's chest. The force of this kick embodied both speed and explosive power. Boom. The impact was far more terrifying than the previous punch, sending Shoha's towering form staggering back by more than 5 steps. The magnitude of this attack exceeded Shoha's expectations. He had not anticipated that Zhi Ge's strength could be so formidable as to unsettle even a tailed beast of his caliber. Damn it! What on earth has this brat consumed to gain such might? Shoha cursed angrily, a flicker of trepidation rising within him. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. After all, he was a tailed beast, and despite the opponent's overwhelming power, defeat was not an option. With this thought, Shoha smirked coldly and continued his assault towards Zhi Ge. Boom, boom, boom. Shoha's attacks were razor-sharp, each strike imbued with potent chakra, forcing Zhi Ge to retreat step by step. Although the power of the second tier elevated Zhi Ge to an unprecedented level, he could still not withstand Shoha's offensive directly. Just then, the air around him began to warp, and suddenly, a tail as thick as a dragon appeared beside him. Whap! Zhi Ge barely managed to evade, but the massive tail struck him squarely, blood trickling down his cheek. What is this creature? Zhi Ge gasped in pain, bewildered by the enormous tail that was so bizarre, leaving him unable to escape its grasp. Heh, little brat. How are you faring now? Do you comprehend my formidable prowess? Regardless of what elixirs you have ingested or how much your strength has ascended, an insurmountable chasm will forever lie between us. Shikaku taunted. Zhi Ge gritted his teeth, glaring at Shikaku, yet chose silence. The recent encounter had revealed the terrifying power of that tail. It could effortlessly pierce through his defenses. His own strength seemed utterly insufficient against it. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhi Ge felt a surge of sorrow and indignation. He never anticipated that the second stage he had painstakingly comprehended would fail to withstand the tailed beast's assault. Zhi Ge. The attacks of a tailed beast differ vastly from those of humans. The sheer volume of chakra is not comparable to ordinary ninjutsu. Do not entertain thoughts of a war of attrition or defense. Since you have acquired new power, why not unleash it and engage in a direct confrontation? Croaked the Toad Elder, having witnessed Zhi Ge's disarray after being thoroughly bested by Shikaku. Upon hearing the Elder's words, Zhi Ge momentarily paused in contemplation. A direct confrontation? Indeed, how had he not considered this? Since he could not withstand Shikaku's techniques, he might as well go all out. The activation of the second stage had bestowed upon him numerous enhanced techniques, making Shikaku an ideal opponent for practice. With this realization igniting excitement in his eyes, Zhi Ge charged toward Shikaku. Seeing this, Shikaku's heart raced. What folly possessed this youth to charge recklessly towards him? However, it soon dawned upon Shikaku that Zhi Ge was no fool. There must be a purpose behind his audacity. Shikaku, behold my technique. Rubber jet rocket cannon. Zhi Ge formed his hands into claws, utilizing the elasticity of his rubber to extend his arms backward before launching an assault on Shikaku's form. This technique, combined with his formidable conqueror's haki, unleashed tremendous power, creating sparks as it sliced through the air. Humph, how potent can mere physical techniques be? To dare act so brazenly before me is sheer folly. Shikaku scoffed, deftly sidestepping the threat with a slight shift of its form. Do you think this is the end? Zhi Ge retorted coldly, his hands shifting once more as he executed another strike. Boom. He continued to assault Shikaku while skillfully altering his position, each maneuver allowing him to narrowly evade Shikaku's counterattacks. Throughout this exchange, he not only remained unscathed, but also managed to vex Shikaku considerably. Shikaku found itself flustered. It had not anticipated Zhi Ge's speed or the magnitude of his strength. In that moment, it was compelled to regard Zhi Ge with newfound seriousness. However, despite Zhi Ge displaying the most formidable combat prowess on the side of Konoha, he was still in the second stage, and the gap between him and the tailed beast remained vast. After several exchanges, Shikaku successfully countered Zhi Ge's onslaught and struck him down with its massive hands. Thud! Zhi Ge collapsed directly to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Curse it! He roared in anger, looking at Shohei with a sense of disbelief. He truly had not anticipated that Shohei's attack would be so formidable. Even his second-tier strength was insufficient to withstand it. Ha ha ha! No matter how powerful you are merely an ordinary human. And we are not even on the same level. Spare yourself the effort and surrender. Shohei laughed heartily, showing no surprise at Zhi Ge's defeat, even reveling in it. Convinced that victory was within his grasp. Is that so? Zhi Ge scoffed derisively, declaring, "You are not worthy of my surrender. Even at the second tier, I can effortlessly dispose of you. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Then come and try?" Shohei laughed exuberantly, unable to contain his impatience, ready to personally finish Zhi Ge off. Die. Rubber jet battle axe. Zhi Ge growled, utilizing the stretching capabilities of his rubber body to morph his foot into a massive form that shot upwards, then forcefully descended towards Shohei. This move was astonishingly powerful and destructive, with Zhi Ge's extended foot reaching the size of Shohei's entire head. Seeing the colossal foot descending upon him, Shohei's heart sank, and he hurriedly shielded his head with his tail. Boom! The rubber battle axe struck down fiercely upon Shohei's tail. The impact caused Shohei's tail to tremble, and astonishingly, it was completely severed under Zhi Ge's foot. Shohei felt an intensifying wave of pain coursing through his body. He realized that if he delayed any longer, he would surely be gravely injured. Thus, without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate technique as a tailed beast. Good lad, I concede, among the masters I have encountered, you could even rank in the top 10. But this is where it ends. I shall obliterate you. Annihilate everything. As Shohei spoke, he widened his mouth, a black chakra sphere swelling within. Well, I must say, I am honored. Yet your bravado ends here. My next move will undoubtedly injure you. Behold, rubber jet spinning bullet. Zhi Ge spun his arm 180 degrees. Then with all his might, he struck towards Shohei. However, before he could unleash his attack, the Elder Toad suddenly seized Zhi Ge and leaped swiftly away. Elder Toad, what are you doing? I am about to perform my strongest strike. Zhi Ge questioned, bewildered. He could not comprehend why the Elder Toad had abruptly whisked him away. Zhi Ge, spare yourself the delusion. Look at where you were just standing. The Elder Toad shouted. Zhi Ge followed the direction indicated by the Elder Toad, his face draining of color as he beheld the void where he had previously stood. All the trees and rocks had vanished without a trace. In place of what once was, now lies a vast, unfathomable pit several kilometers deep, obliterated by the black chakra sphere that Shikaku had unleashed. What is this? Zhi Ge gazed at the scene before him, his voice trembling with disbelief. At last, he comprehended why Orochimaru held the tailed beasts in such high regard, and why Jiraiya and the Hokage harbored such apprehension toward Shikaku, rather than merely being a tailed beast. Shikaku represented a merciless weapon capable of annihilating all in its path. The tailed beast ball could disregard any form of defense, effortlessly devastating everything it touched. The Great Toad sighed, stating, "This is precisely why I sought to prevent you from engaging with Shikaku. You are no match for him." Zhi Ge, upon hearing this, understood deep down that he was indeed outclassed by Shikaku. Yet, he was unwilling to concede, scoffing defiantly, "How could I possibly not be a match for Shikaku? I am currently at the second level. With just one more advancement, I could attain the third level's power, and then I would surely defeat Shikaku with ease." The notions of second and third levels were lost on him, but he recognized that Shikaku's strength was beyond the reach of mere mortals. You must realize that your strength is utterly insufficient to overcome Shikaku. Even the combined might of the four of us would not suffice. The Great Toad shook his head, a rueful smile gracing his lips, aware that Zhi Ge's newfound strength had inflated his confidence. You are correct, but Zhi Ge wished to continue his argument. Yet the steadfast glint in the Great Toad's eyes compelled him to relent. Very well, if that is the case. It would be prudent for us to depart from here post-haste. After all, the perverted sage and the Hokage merely instructed me to bring Naruto back safely. Since we cannot win, we can at least flee, right? With that, Zhi Ge turned to escape, confident in his ability to elude Shikaku, even if he could not confront him. Alas, regrettably, we shall not escape, lamented the Great Toad. Shikaku has grown serious, under his vigilant gaze. We cannot hope to retreat unscathed. Among the tailed beasts, he is a master of sealing and tracking techniques. The Great Toad sighed heavily, disapproving of Zhi Ge's intentions. Is it truly possible that such absurd circumstances exist in this world? We cannot fight, nor can we flee. Must we truly perish here? Zhi Ge's face contorted with anguish and rage, inexplicably gripped by a profound fear of death. He was but an ordinary person. having once dreamed of success and envisioned himself as a legend within the shinobi world. Most importantly, he bore the weighty mission of vindicating the Uchiha clan's long-standing grievances. Yet, should his life end here, all would be rendered meaningless. In truth, the means to conquer Shikaku were not entirely elusive. The Great Toad remarked mysteriously. Great Toad, are you jesting with me? Our lives are hanging by a thread, and you suddenly inform me that there exists a method to defeat Shoha? Why did you not disclose such crucial information sooner? Zhi Ge glared at the leader of the frogs, nearly fainting at his words. Oh, I was just too anxious and forgot. It only just came to mind. It's not too late. Fortunately, we are still alive, the frog leader said, scratching his head awkwardly before his expression turned serious. However, this matter is exceedingly perilous, and we must deliberate carefully. After speaking, the frog leader surveyed the surrounding wreckage, and his gaze fell upon the cherry blossom tree, a peculiar glint sparking in his eyes, as if an idea had formed. Upon witnessing the frog leader's demeanor, Zhi Ge immediately discerned that he had conceived a plan and quickly inquired, Frog leader, do you have a solution? Please share it. I do have a plan, yet it carries certain risks. The frog leader hesitated. What kind of plan? Speak quickly. If you don't, I might just abandon the idea altogether. Zhi Ge urged impatiently, aware that the frog leader was typically one to follow through on his words. Thus, if he mentioned danger, it certainly implied significant peril. Very well. Although Shoha is a tailed beast formidable to ordinary individuals, the Jinchuriki, being connected to the tailed beast, is vulnerable. If we can unravel Gaara's sand technique, Shoha will lapse back into slumber, allowing us to achieve victory without conflict. Ah, I see. Zhi Ge exclaimed with a grin. If that is the case, I shall give it a try. He dashed toward Shoha. Wait. The frog leader called out urgently. Zhi Ge, this task is of utmost importance. It requires the cooperation of two individuals. One must attract Shoha's attention while the other stealthily approaches from behind to awaken Gaara. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Naruto, who immediately grasped the implication. I will assist, Naruto declared, moving to Zhi Ge's side, his eyes fixed on the distant Shoha. Zhi Ge and Naruto, you two should decide who will draw Shoha's attention through a game of rock, paper, scissors, the frog leader suggested, observing them. Why? Why complicate things? Zhi Ge questioned, puzzled by the frog leader's intention. Because the one responsible for attracting attention, the bait, stands a significant chance of perishing. The frog leader's tone shifted to one of gravity. What? What did you say? Both Zhi Ge and Naruto gasped in shock, cold sweat breaking out as they exchanged meaningful glances. I'll do it. I will be the bait, Naruto exclaimed first, surprising Zhi Ge, for they were not particularly friends and had only met a few times during the Chunin exams. Yet this individual is inexplicably willing to sacrifice his life for a stranger. And at this moment, Zhi Ge feels a pang of shame for not having declared his stance first. You two good-for-nothings. Stop bickering. I shall be the bait. It is time to contribute to this battle. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached the ears of the two, and as they looked up, they were astonished to see Sasuke perched on the back of the great toad. He had awakened at an unexpected moment. Perhaps you should reconsider, Zhi Ge remarked, shaking his head as he observed Sasuke. He was acutely aware of Sasuke's capabilities. Sending him as bait would be tantamount to a death sentence, a pure act of folly. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Sasuke glared fiercely, his eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. Feeling utterly devalued in Zhi Ge's eyes. Nay, how could I dare to underestimate you? I merely believe it would be wiser for you to reserve your life for your vengeance against Uchiha Itachi. I would hate to see you meet an untimely demise. Zhi Ge hastily clarified. My life is my own. I do not require your concern. In response to Sasuke's retort, Zhi Ge fell momentarily silent, his complexion darkening with frustration, wishing he could silence the insolent youth with a single blow. Very well, then, go ahead. The great toad observed the exchange, shaking his head in disapproval. Humph. Sasuke scoffed before charging toward Shikaku. However, at that moment, Zhi Ge moved with astonishing speed to position himself behind Sasuke. What else do you intend to say? Sasuke shot a sidelong glance at Zhi Ge, but before he could articulate a retort, Zhi Ge struck him heavily on the nape of his neck. Sasuke's vision faded to black, and he collapsed instantly. Forgive me, but I still believe you are far too weak. I simply lacked the heart to say it earlier. I will take on the role of bait, Zhi Ge declared, sprinting directly toward Shikaku, leaving Naruto and the Great Toad in disbelief. The Great Toad, witnessing Sasuke's unconscious form, shook his head. Naruto, quickly maneuver around. Do not squander Zhi Ge's intentions. Heeding the advice, Naruto swiftly turned and ran toward Shikaku. You wretched raccoon. I'm back for another round. Zhi Ge exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his sharp canine teeth, appearing rather mischievous as he faced Shikaku. What do you want this time? Seeking death. Shikaku frowned, his gaze cold as he scrutinized Zhi Ge. Haha, let us see who meets their end first. Thunder Fruit power. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Zhi Ge shouted, and a surge of electricity erupted from within him, manifesting as a colossal golden thunderbird that soared into the air, emitting a resounding cry. With a thunderous roar, the thunderbird unfurled its wings and descended upon Shikaku with great force. As Shoha witnessed this scene, he swiftly attempted to evade, yet he was a moment too late. As the thunderbird collided fiercely with him, sending a jolt of paralysis coursing through his body. With a pained roar, Shoha expressed his fury. Naruto now? Zhi Ge shouted, cognizant that Shoha was momentarily incapacitated. Though only for a fleeting few seconds, this opportunity must be seized. Understood. Naruto nodded, employing the shadow clone technique to surge toward Shoha from behind. You scoundrel! Shoha bellowed in outrage, realizing Zhi Ge's underhanded tactics. In response, Naruto quickened his pace, launching himself directly at Gaara, who lay dormant upon Shoha's form. With a series of resounding punches, Naruto struck Gaara. Ouch, that hurts! Gaara cried out, jolting awake. He felt as if his insides had been displaced, his entire body aching and stiffening. Damn it! You two despicable brats. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Upon awakening, Gaara's pupils instantly dimmed. Mere moments later, his entire being disintegrated into a heap of sand, scattering across the ground. Shoha vanished, leading to a dramatic turnaround in the battle's tide. At this juncture, only the gravely injured Gaara remained, and the scales of victory swiftly tipped towards Konoha. Gaara, come to your senses. You can no longer stir up any waves. Your plan to obliterate Konoha has been utterly thwarted. Zhi Ge laughed maniacally at the fallen Gaara. No, this is far from over. Sandstorm, arise. Gaara gritted his teeth and rose, unleashing a thunderous roar. A tempest of sand erupted from within him, transforming into a swirling storm that swept outward, exuding a force that seemed poised to engulf everything in its path. Zhi Ge and Naruto were taken aback, astonished that Gaara still possessed a means to turn the tide. Not good, Zhi Ge exclaimed, spotting the tempest approaching him, and he swiftly dodged. However, the swirling sands seemed animated, relentlessly pursuing him and striking his form. Zhi Ge evaded continuously, releasing bursts of lightning to fend off Gaara's onslaught, yet his movements grew sluggish. The vigor of his lightning waning, and his momentum diminished significantly. Naruto, too, found himself wearied, his body succumbing to fatigue, his breath growing faint. The two supported one another, struggling to endure, yet this state could not persist for long, as they suffered varying degrees of injury. Just then, all the wind and sand abruptly ceased, signaling that Gaara's chakra was nearing depletion. Seeing that his sandstorm had failed to vanquish Zhi Ge and Naruto, Gaara felt a wave of despair wash over him. In that moment, he comprehended the true essence of hopelessness and what it meant to be in a dire predicament. No, Gaara bellowed in a frenzy. I will never concede to these two worthless fools. At this juncture, one still clings to bravado. I observe Gaara, devoid of any strength to resist, as Zhi Ge sought to advance and subdue him. However, the moment Zhi Ge attempted to shift his body, a piercing pain coursed through him. The second stage had inflicted severe repercussions on his physique, rendering him incapable of launching any attack. Meanwhile, Naruto fared little better. The relentless battles had drained him of vitality, and the recent use of multiple shadow clones had pushed him to his limits. At that moment, the three of them exchanged glances, each eager to vanquish the other. Yet none possessed the strength to take a single step forward. Gaara. During this tense standoff, Temari and Kankuro of the Sand siblings suddenly appeared at Gaara's side. This is bad. Reinforcements have arrived for the enemy. Zhi Ge, we are doomed. Naruto's expression shifted drastically upon seeing Kankuro and Temari. Temari glanced at Gaara and, noticing his deteriorating condition, gazed at him with deep concern. Gaara, drenched in sweat, had not anticipated being cornered to such an extent. He recognized the gravity of his situation. If things continued as they were, he might very well perish here. Gaara, let us depart. Everything here no longer concerns us. I believe you would prefer not to meet your end in this place. Temari approached Gaara, speaking softly. Upon hearing Temari's words, Gaara fell silent for a moment before choosing to follow her and Kankuro away. It appears we are temporarily safe, Zhi Ge thought. Relieved that the enemy had refrained from attacking him and Naruto, opting instead to withdraw. At that instant, the medical team from Konoha arrived on the battlefield, rescuing the gravely injured Zhi Ge, Naruto, and Sasuke. Where am I? Zhi Ge slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying in a bed, with Naruto beside him, wrapped in bandages and sound asleep. You're awake? This is the hospital, you little rascal, came Jiraiya's voice from nearby. Zhi Ge turned to see Jiraiya standing by the window. Where is Orochimaru? Did we defeat him? What has become of Konoha? Did Orochimaru succeed in his plan to destroy the village? Zhi Ge bombarded Jiraiya with questions. In response, Jiraiya shook his head and sighed. Orochimaru was initially defeated by me and the third Hokage, but unfortunately, at the last moment, he was rescued by his subordinates. However, thanks to you and Naruto's successful intervention in halting the rampage of Shikaku, combined with Orochimaru's defeat, his plan to obliterate Konoha was ultimately thwarted. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge exhaled deeply, the weight on his heart lifting. Yet, he quickly furrowed his brow, questioning, why was Orochimaru allowed to escape? Perverted sage. You and the Hokage are the most formidable ninjas in the village. How could he possibly have had the opportunity to flee? With a resigned sigh, Jiraiya listened to Zhi Ge's grievances, uncertain of how to explain the situation adequately. It is still the fault of that old man. Once again, at a critical moment, he showed mercy and could not bring himself to deal a fatal blow to his former disciple. Jiraiya sighed softly as he spoke. Although he placed the blame squarely on the third Hokage, in truth, during the final stages of their confrontation, Jiraiya also hesitated to eliminate Orochimaru. After all, they had grown up together. The bond between Jiraiya and Orochimaru resembled that of Naruto and Sasuke, a connection that could not simply be severed. With Orochimaru's escape, it was likely that great turmoil would ensue in the future. Zhi Ge, you must dedicate yourself to training diligently, Jiraiya advised, patting Zhi Ge on the shoulder. Rest assured, I will elevate my skills swiftly. I have already learned new techniques from my battle with Gaara, though I am yet to wield them with finesse, Zhi Ge replied, nodding. Very well. Once you and Naruto have fully recovered, I will take you both on an important mission, Jiraiya affirmed. An important mission? What kind of mission? Zhi Ge inquired. Curiosity piqued. Jiraiya smiled enigmatically. We are to seek out the fifth Hokage. What? Zhi Ge exclaimed in astonishment. Has the third Hokage passed away? Absolutely not. Do not speak such nonsense. The old man is still very much alive. Jiraiya quickly refuted Zhi Ge's assumption. Then what does it mean to seek the fifth Hokage? Zhi Ge questioned, bewildered. The mastermind behind the recent destruction of Konoha is none other than the third's most favored disciple, Orochimaru. Because the old man once spared him in a moment of weakness, Konoha has suffered this calamity. Moreover, since he failed to capture Orochimaru this time, he feels a deep sense of guilt towards the villagers and has therefore entrusted me with the task of finding a suitable successor for the Hokage. Jiraiya explained with a sigh. I see. It seems unjust to blame the Hokage for this. It is indeed ironic that the wicked actions of a villain induce guilt in the virtuous, Zhi Ge remarked, shaking his head. It seems you have matured significantly. You are no longer that foolish child who endlessly clamored for revenge, Jiraiya said with a smile, affectionately ruffling Zhi Ge's hair. Indeed, ever since witnessing Sasuke's plight, I have come to realize how naive my childhood self was. Revenge should not merely be a matter of words. Once I grow stronger, I will uncover the truth of the past, Zhi Ge declared resolutely. Haha, excellent. Now rest well. Once your injuries have healed, I will inform you and Naruto of the departure date. Jiraiya chuckled, turning to leave the infirmary. Zhi Ge's recovery was remarkably swift. Within just 2 days, he was able to rise from his bed and move about. Having lost his entire family, Zhi Ge had no visitors during his hospital stay. However, thanks to the friendships he forged during the Chunin exams with the Konoha 12, he was not without companionship, as friends took turns caring for him, alleviating the hardships of his situation. On this day, Zhi Ge, as usual, ventured to the outskirts of Konoha village for his morning practice. By now, his injuries had fully healed, thanks to the remarkable regenerative abilities bestowed by the rubber fruit. As he made his way back, a sudden commotion caught his attention, prompting him to pause and curiously approach the source of the noise. What could possibly cause such a ruckus so early in the morning? Zhi Ge quickly arrived at the scene and was surprised to find Shikamaru's team and Kiba's team, led by the Jonin Asuma and Kurenai, standing there. Opposite them were two figures cloaked in red capes and wearing conical hats. The tense atmosphere suggested that these intruders were certainly not here with good intentions. What was the situation? Why were two Jonin present here? Hey brats, who gave you permission to spy? Just as Zhi Ge attempted to discern the unfolding events, an overwhelming aura of hostility suddenly surged from behind him. Turning around, he was alarmed to see one of the hat-wearing men swinging a large blade towards him. Hadn't that man been standing still just moments ago? How infuriating. Was this a mere clone? Zhi Ge instinctively raised his arms to block, activating his armament haki to withstand the blow. However, the force was far too formidable, sending him careening backwards to land before the four others. Zhi Ge, what are you doing here? Asuma and Kurenai hurriedly helped him up, their expressions filled with astonishment. What on earth was happening? This adversary, possessing only a fraction of his true strength, was already so formidable. Struggling to his feet, Zhi Ge soon realized that the attack had merely been a water clone of the man. There is no time to explain, Zhi Ge. You must leave now. These two are exceedingly dangerous. The battle ahead is not for a mere genin like you. Asuma urged gravely. No, I refuse to abandon you. Zhi Ge protested vehemently. Shaking his head, he then turned to Asuma and exclaimed, Who are these two? How dare they confront you? Two Jonin, in broad daylight within Konoha village. Their audacity is astounding. Zhi Ge was infuriated. He could not tolerate the bullying of Konoha, especially at a time when the village was still recovering from recent devastation. These two are Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Itachi was once a rogue ninja from Konoha, while Kisame is a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Both are fearsome opponents. You should step aside. Asuma warned sternly, concern flashing in his eyes. Itachi Uchiha. Zhi Ge's fist struck the ground in fury. Noticing Zhi Ge's intense reaction, Asuma furrowed his brow. Zhi Ge, what's wrong? Why do you harbor such hatred towards him? Taking a deep breath, Zhi Ge answered calmly, It's nothing. I just remember my brothers and sisters who perished at his hands. Now that I see him again, I cannot flinch. Asuma's gaze towards Itachi grew increasingly complex. Indeed, Itachi was a rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf village, and he bore significant responsibility for the tragic massacre of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui. Mr. Itachi, I never imagined that besides your brother, there would still be members of the Uchiha clan in this village. It seems you did not eliminate all loose ends back then. Kisame Hashigaki remarked coldly, his tone laced with mockery and derision towards Shursui. No matter. After all, we received our orders, did we not? If we encounter this little brat Shursui, we might as well take him back for research. The leader mentioned that his physique is quite extraordinary and may prove useful in future plans, Itachi stated indifferently, showing no surprise at Shursui's identity. In that case, let us commence, Kisame said with a piercing gaze fixed on Shursui, his voice dripping with an ominous intent to kill. I shall see what you are truly capable of. Shursui replied coldly, his muscles tensed, determined not to allow himself to fall into a dire situation. He had to summon all his strength for the battle ahead. Seeing the expression and aura of Shursui, Asuma and Kurenai exchanged glances. This kid has an intense desire to fight. Prepare yourself, little brat. With that, Kisame charged at Shursui, wielding his sword, Samahata. In response, Shursui immediately readied his kunai, launching an assault towards Kisame. At that moment, Shursui had learned to imbue his kunai with the armor of haki, and their clash swiftly transitioned into a brutal melee. This little brat can endure and strike quite well. I shall see whether he is stronger or if my power prevails. Kisame's eyes brimmed with an insatiable fighting spirit as his weapon became increasingly lethal. The atmosphere in the arena grew exceedingly tense with the clash of the two ninjas, their battle resembling a war. The weapons in their hands sparkled brilliantly in the air, an overwhelming energy emanating from their bodies, causing the surrounding trees to snap. Boom! The two ninjas clashed fiercely, their weapons colliding repeatedly, sending clouds of dust flying. Impressive. I did not expect Shursui to master the ability to infuse chakra into his weapons at such a young age. Kurenai exclaimed quietly as she observed their battle. No, this kid does not possess chakra. Rather, he wields some other form of power. Although I am uncertain of its nature, it is undeniably formidable. Kurenai, we do not have the luxury of time to dawdle. Our opponent is Itachi Uchiha. Quickly, employ your genjutsu. Asuma turned to Kurenai, urging her to remain vigilant of Itachi, for he was the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Understood. Kurenai nodded, then retrieved a rope from her pocket. Swish. The rope was hurled by Kurenai, its other end securing onto a nearby tree, and the rope was drawn towards Itachi with purpose. I sincerely apologize, Miss Hinata, but these trivial ninjutsu techniques are utterly incapable of affecting me. I shall make you aware of the chasm that lies between the ninjas of Konoha and myself. Uchiha Itachi. Upon witnessing Hinata throw the rope, let a sinister smile curl upon his lips, and with a swift motion, he slashed the rope with the shuriken in his grasp. Boom. The shuriken cleaved through the rope, causing it to shatter instantaneously. In that very moment, Uchiha Itachi's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Hinata. Be careful, Asuma warned urgently. But alas, he was a moment too late. Just as his words fell from his lips, Itachi lunged forward, thrusting his kunai towards Hinata's back. Damn it, Asuma cursed inwardly, realizing he could not intervene in time. Is it an illusion? Uchiha Itachi's kunai pierced what he thought was Hinata's back, only for her form to transform into a towering tree. Instantaneously, countless vines erupted from the tree, ensnaring Itachi with an unyielding grip. Is this an illusion? Truly, Miss Hinata is formidable. As Itachi beheld the vines entwining him, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes, and he comprehended that what he had witnessed moments prior was but a fabrication. You remain unchanged, fond of ambushes. Yet this time, it is not you who will catch me off guard, but rather I who shall ensnare you, Uchiha Itachi. Your demise is nigh. Hinata's lips curled into a cold smile, and with a sudden contraction of the vines, the bindings around Itachi tightened with lethal intent. Her true form emerged from behind the tree, as she wielded a kunai and lunged directly at Itachi's body. Swish, swish, swish. Hinata's figure glided towards Itachi like a specter, the surrounding vines constricting further, mercilessly lacerating his skin and drawing forth streams of blood. How infuriating! The searing pain coursing through his body made Itachi feel as though his bones were being shattered. His eyes blazed crimson with fervent battle spirit, yet he remained ensnared by the vine's grip. Uchiha Itachi, concede your defeat. I strongly advise you to abandon all resistance and surrender willingly, lest you face a most gruesome end. Zhi Ge stood beside Hinata, his gaze icy as he regarded Itachi with palpable disdain. Miss Hinata, if you believe that torturing me will bring you joy, I am more than willing to indulge you for a few more minutes. However, I have far more pressing matters to attend to. With that, Itachi's expression shifted dramatically, and the ensuing events left Hinata utterly astounded. In an instant, their bodies had inexplicably swapped. Itachi, once bound by her vines to the tree, now found Hinata ensnared in his stead. The blood that flowed incessantly was now his own. How is this possible? Is this an illusion? Have I fallen prey to Uchiha Itachi's jinjutsu before I even cast my own? As the crimson sun set, Hinata Yuhi was utterly shocked. She had never imagined that Uchiha Itachi could control her with jinjutsu, and even more bewildering was the fact that she remained completely unaware of it, having fallen under his influence without realizing it. Miss Yuhi, it seems you are not as foolish as one might think. Indeed, you are the foremost female jinjutsu user of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi's form gradually returned to normal, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he regarded the astonished Hinata. He inwardly sighed, affirming that his judgment had not erred. Despite Hinata's formidable jinjutsu skills, they still paled in comparison to his own. It appeared that she had diminished in strength since his previous time in the village. This cannot be real, Hinata exclaimed, tears glistening in her eyes as she shook her head in disbelief at Uchiha Itachi before her. Such a pity, Miss Yuhi. As your adversary, I must eliminate you. With that, Itachi thrust his kunai forcefully toward her heart, having resolved to finish her here. Uchiha Itachi, do not go too far, Asuma shouted vehemently, emanating a powerful aura in an attempt to counter Itachi's assault. However, he was met with failure. Just as his pressure was released, a multitude of thorns erupted from the ground, forcing him to retreat. Asuma, do not concern yourself with me. Quickly leave this place, Hinata urged Asuma. A worried expression etched across her face as she faced Uchiha Itachi. Who is it? Itachi's gaze sharpened. The kunai that was moments from striking Hinata suddenly retracted. He leaped back, scanning his surroundings until his eyes fell upon a silver-haired man. No wonder someone could silently approach me. It is you, Kakashi. Itachi regarded the silver-haired figure before him with no trace of surprise, as if he had anticipated Kakashi's sudden emergence. Indeed, it is I, Uchiha Itachi. I am honored that you remember me, Kakashi replied with a faint smile, his attention momentarily drifting to the ongoing battle involving Zhi Ge, astonished at the sight. This young man is actually holding his own against Kisame? It appears he has completely surpassed his peers in skill. Kakashi understood that Kisame had not exerted his full strength. Yet even a moderately skilled Chunin would be overwhelmed under such circumstances. It seemed evident that Zhi Ge's prowess had reached the level of a top-tier Chunin. With Kakashi's timely intervention, Hinata swiftly broke free from her constraints. The battlefield was now divided, with Zhi Ge facing Kisame, while Kakashi, Hinata, and Asuma confronted Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, as a rogue ninja, you dare to return to Konoha? You have no chance of escaping now, Kakashi stated flatly, locking his gaze onto Itachi. Mr. Kakashi, although you possess the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan, the power that does not rightfully belong to you ultimately cannot unleash its true potential. It is impossible for the three of you to overcome me, Uchiha Itachi remarked with an air of indifference. Humph. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kakashi's fury ignited. He scoffed coldly, declaring, Uchiha Itachi, let me test your strength. I shall make you aware of the chasm that lies between us, and you will witness the true power of the Sharingan. Kaleidoscope Sharingan activate. Instantly, Itachi's eyes transformed, revealing intricate patterns, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings. Oh, I did not expect you to hastily unleash the powers of the kaleidoscope. Such a decision bears significant repercussions on your body. Suddenly, Kisame Hoshigaki emerged from the depths of the water, positioning himself beside Itachi. It was only then that Zhi Ge realized that the adversary he had been engaged with for so long was merely a water clone. Damn, you think you can outsmart me? Zhi Ge cursed, joining Kakashi's side. Zhi Ge, home, Asuma, during battle, you must keep your eyes shut. The might of the kaleidoscope is beyond your capacity to withstand. Kakashi warned with a solemn expression, concerned that if the trio gazed into Itachi's eyes, they would fall victim to its effects, a grave predicament indeed. But Kakashi-sensei, if we close our eyes, how can we fight? Kurena's face bore a look of confusion as she inquired. Leave everything to me. You three step aside. Once I have dealt with Uchiha Itachi, I will swiftly escort you from this place. With that, Kakashi prepared to strike. Mr. Kakashi, your confidence in your own abilities is rather misplaced, Itachi replied, his expression darkening slightly, yet he smiled faintly. Confidence? You have no inkling of how foolish you truly are. Kakashi retorted disdainfully, his gaze dismissive. In that case, let us see. With an impassive countenance, Kakashi vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Itachi, his right hand poised to strike. Water release, water dragon bullet. A torrent of violent water surged forth, crashing directly toward Itachi. As he sensed the immense chakra wave emanating from Kakashi, Itachi's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated Kakashi's swift counterattack. However, it presented a perfect opportunity to showcase the terrifying capabilities of the kaleidoscope before these witnesses. Mr. Kakashi, I shall now reveal the vast disparity between your Sharingan and my own. Tsukuyami. Itachi's eyes widened, and Kakashi's water dragon vanished in an instant. In merely a fleeting moment, Kakashi found himself ensnared within the infinite realm of Tsukuyami. Kakashi-sensei, what is happening now? When can I open my eyes? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Zhi Ge, with his eyes shut, remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Just moments ago, Zhi Ge could still hear Kakashi's confident declaration, but in less than 2 seconds, his voice vanished entirely. How infuriating. In that case, I shall give it my all. Driven by an insatiable curiosity towards the unknown, Zhi Ge opened his eyes, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly astounded. Kakashi seemed to lose his very soul, plummeting straight into the river. How is this possible? Kakashi-sensei was instantaneously defeated. He is one of the most formidable elite jonin in the Hidden Leaf Village. Staring at the unfolding scene in disbelief, Zhi Ge exclaimed. In his eyes, Uchiha Itachi must possess some extraordinary ninjutsu that allowed him to vanquish Kakashi in an instant, rather than Kakashi's own strength being inadequate. Nevertheless, in that fleeting moment, Zhi Ge swiftly rescued Kakashi from drowning, ensuring he did not choke on the water. Thankfully, there is still a breath. Zhi Ge set Kakashi down on the riverbank, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Uchiha Itachi. This man had managed to eliminate Kakashi in an instant, showcasing a power that far surpassed his own. Yet Zhi Ge understood that he could not show weakness at this juncture. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of his adversary. Uchiha Zhi Ge, it seems you have grown considerably over these years. Your prowess must now eclipse that of Sasuke, I presume. Uchiha Itachi remarked casually, a faint smile gracing his lips, an authentic smile from the heart of Uchiha Itachi. How dare you mention Sasuke? Itachi, you have become a pariah, loathed by all in the Hidden Leaf. Not even your own brother spares you a moment's peace, speaking daily of his desire to end your life. Today, it seems, I shall take it upon myself to fulfill that objective, Zhi Ge retorted through gritted teeth, fixating his gaze upon Uchiha Itachi. Zhi Ge, I didn't expect you to be quite so amusing. Since you wish to kill me, come forth. Just ensure you can truly achieve it, Uchiha Itachi replied nonchalantly. Very well. Today, I shall end your life. You will come to understand the enormity of your transgressions. With that, Zhi Ge raised his fist, aimed at Uchiha Itachi. His fist, enveloped in armed color haki, pierced forward like a sharp blade, targeting Itachi's abdomen with ferocity. You overestimate yourself, Uchiha Itachi remarked with a hint of disdain. Just as Zhi Ge's fist was about to make contact with Itachi's abdomen, his figure suddenly vanished. In the next instant, Uchiha Itachi appeared behind Zhi Ge. How is this possible? This speed is utterly insane. It far surpasses Kakashi's, Zhi Ge exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Before his words could dissipate, Uchiha Itachi delivered a swift kick to his back, sending Zhi Ge soaring several meters away. However, for Zhi Ge, the physical prowess of Uchiha Itachi inflicted minimal harm, for he was of a rubber-like constitution. Though he had been kicked, he bore not a single bruise. Uchiha Zhi Ge, do you still dare to claim you can slay me? Uchiha Itachi inquired coolly. Your prowess is formidable, yet my strength is equally commendable. Allow me to showcase a power you have never encountered before, Zhi Ge uttered coldly, though fear of Uchiha Itachi lingered in his heart. He had no intention of yielding to the latter's intimidating presence. Life is exceedingly precious. Surviving is no simple feat. Why must you be so foolish? Uchiha Itachi regarded Zhi Ge with a faint smile, then extended his hand, grasping at the void before him. Suddenly, several finely crafted shurikens appeared in his palm, spinning in midair before hurtling towards Zhi Ge's neck. Damn, these shurikens are truly troublesome. A grave expression crossed Zhi Ge's face, yet he maintained his composure. He propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a streak of lightning to evade the attack. Uchiha Itachi relentlessly pursued him, the shurikens seemingly possessing a life of their own, deftly altering their trajectories to target Zhi Ge with each pass. This was one of his most adept techniques. As Zhi Ge dodged the shurikens, he pivoted and delivered a powerful punch towards Uchiha Itachi, who countered with his kunai to block the assault. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows, their fists and feet intertwining in a relentless dance of combat. I must find an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, I will inevitably fall to Uchiha Itachi. This foe is far too strong. His taijutsu is not as feeble as it appears, Zhi Ge thought anxiously. Just as his anxiety peaked, Uchiha Itachi unexpectedly ceased his assault, standing still and observing him quietly. Why have you stopped attacking? Are you afraid? Zhi Ge taunted. You needn't provoke me. Indeed, I am afraid, but not of you. Rather, I fear wasting my own stamina and energy. Uchiha Itachi regarded Zhi Ge with a look of disdain. Excellent. Splendid. Truly marvelous. You dare to underestimate me? Then I shall demonstrate my next technique. 40 million volts. Thunderous spell. Zhi Ge's eyes ignited with fervor as an immense heat radiated from his body, arcs of blue lightning coursing across his form like serpents. What? Zhi Ge has actually mastered lightning release, and it seems this technique possesses considerable might. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's unleashed power, Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted. Break from me, Zhi Ge shouted, clenching his fists tightly before thrusting them forward. Two formidable bolts of lightning erupted from his hands, crashing violently towards Uchiha Itachi. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Itachi, let us see how long you can endure this. Zhi Ge laughed heartily. This technique is indeed powerful, but alas, you stand no chance of defeating me. Uchiha Itachi, observing Zhi Ge's arrogant laughter, suddenly revealed a chilling smile. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi's figure vanished, only to reappear before Zhi Ge, his kunai piercing unhesitatingly into Zhi Ge's chest. Clink! How could this happen? Uchiha Itachi thrust his kunai with great force, only to find that Zhi Ge's body was as unyielding as steel. The kunai snapped in two, yet not a single scratch marred his chest. Hee. Did you not expect this? I possess the pinnacle of armament haki. How could mere ninja tools ever harm me? Zhi Ge exclaimed, reveling in Itachi's astonished expression. Itachi furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated this aspect, but he quickly regained his composure. The kunai in his hand struck once more, piercing Zhi Ge's body anew. Ah! Zhi Ge cried out, clutching his chest as blood dripped steadily through his fingers. His eyes were wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated such a sudden reversal. By channeling chakra into the kunai, its sharpness increases with the potency of the chakra. You should not place blind faith in your defensive prowess, Itachi stated coolly, his tone laced with a didactic air. Damn it, I will not be defeated by you. If that is the case, prepare to witness my latest technique. Zhi Ge, recently discharged from recovery, had hesitated to unleash his second stage of power. But facing an opponent of Itachi's caliber left him no choice. Anything less could lead to his demise. With a fierce roar, Zhi Ge activated his second stage. His body transformed into a crimson hue, amplifying his strength, speed, and explosive power exponentially. Has the color of his body changed? Itachi narrowed his eyes, feeling a tremor of apprehension at Zhi Ge's transformation. Uchiha Itachi, I have changed far more than just my color. You will soon realize. Zhi Ge laughed heartily, dashing toward Itachi with fervor. What is this? Itachi's expression shifted as he sensed a significant surge in Zhi Ge's power in that instant. Boom! Their bodies collided once more, producing a resounding crash. Both warriors trembled slightly, having unleashed their full might. What terrifying strength! He can withstand the power of my second stage, Zhi Ge thought, his mind racing with the intensity of the moment. He was now fully committed to a fight to the death. Uchiha Itachi, now you shall experience my ultimate technique. Zhi Ge bellowed, his form suddenly darting forward, his hands clapping together as the armament haki surged within him. His skin flushed a deep crimson, adorned with a network of cracks. Is this your energy transformation technique? Itachi mused silently, taken aback by Zhi Ge's transformation. Indeed, this is it. I have poured my very soul into mastering this technique. Now, I shall show you who will ultimately prevail. Rubber jet giant hammer. Zhi Ge roared, pushing his palms outward with great force, causing the surrounding air to twist violently before he struck down upon Itachi. Unyielding, Itachi retaliated, his fists launching forth with equal ferocity. The bodies of the two collided violently in midair. With a crack, both Uchiha Itachi and Chike were hurled backward, each retreating several steps before regaining their balance. How impressive! To withstand my full force assault? If I unleash it again, you shall have no chance. Chike's face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi appeared unscathed, merely panting heavily in place, though it was evident that Chike's full-powered strike in his second form had indeed inflicted a certain shock upon his body. This fellow's strength has become truly terrifying. But this is not yet the end. Itachi mused inwardly. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Itachi, can you still stand your ground? Chike inquired, gazing intently at him. I haven't even sustained an injury, Itachi replied with a slight smile. Since you are so confident, I shall indulge you. Chike's eyes were filled with venomous intent as he leapt backward. Rubber jet missile kick. Chike's body rapidly enlarged, his legs bending sharply before his arms extended forcefully, propelling him like a cannonball towards Itachi. Itachi's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated Chike's speed to be so swift. Uchiha Itachi, brace yourself. My rubber missile kick. Chike swung his arms vigorously, and beneath his feet, dark mist began to swirl, with shadowy figures charging towards Itachi under its cover. In the face of Chike's assault, Itachi exhibited no reaction, standing still and observing the unfolding events. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of collisions resonated as countless shadows struck Itachi, sending ripples radiating outward. Uchiha Itachi, is this all the strength you possess? I never imagined you would be unable to evade even this attack. Chike laughed heartily, his voice laced with disdain and mockery. What? How did it suddenly turn out like this? Just as Chike believed he had secured victory, the Uchiha Itachi beneath him transformed into a swarm of crows that took flight. These crows subsequently converged in a new location, reconstituting into Itachi once more. How infuriating! Resorting to such trivial tricks. Itachi, if you have the audacity, fight me seriously. Chike's heart swelled with rage at the sight before him, a profound humiliation engulfing him. He had just ridiculed Itachi, only to be met with the latter's actions returning the ridicule in kind. In that case, fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Itachi exclaimed, his hands forming seals with great intensity. In an instant, a torrent of ferocious flames surged towards Chike, completely engulfing him. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball blazed continuously, producing thunderous sounds, with plumes of black smoke billowing forth, obscuring even Chike's figure within the inferno. How could this be? I cannot withstand even this fire release. Chike gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, his clothes reduced to ashes, revealing his pristine skin and taut muscles beneath. Uchiha Itachi wore a smile as he had just unleashed the Phoenix Fire technique, an expansive fire-based ninjutsu. Although this technique was not particularly formidable, it undeniably amplified damage against someone with a rubber-like physique like Zhi Ge's. Damn it! How could he have discovered my weakness so swiftly? Zhi Ge seethed with fury upon witnessing the burns that marred his body. He was gravely injured now. If he continued to battle Itachi, defeat was inevitable. This Uchiha Itachi is truly a formidable adversary. If only I could train for a few more years, I am certain I could overcome him. Zhi Ge mused darkly. What is the matter, Zhi Ge? Is this level of confrontation too much for you to bear? If so, I must confess, I am quite disappointed. Itachi's indifferent voice echoed in Zhi Ge's ears, deepening the gloom upon his countenance. I will show you what true power is. Zhi Ge inhaled deeply and then lunged forward, his hands a blur as he unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes in his second form. However, to Itachi, these assaults appeared as though they were unfolding in slow motion, allowing him to evade each of Zhi Ge's punches with ease. Watching Itachi maneuver effortlessly, Zhi Ge felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Is my strength insufficient? How can there be such a vast disparity before him? I have activated my second form. This power should be sufficient to overpower most. Fueled by anger, Zhi Ge's hands became increasingly agile, each strike imbued with explosive force. Regrettably, all of this was utterly ineffective against Itachi. With a single punch, Itachi sent Zhi Ge flying, then stepped forward, his right fist crashing fiercely into Zhi Ge's chest. Bang! A searing pain coursed through Zhi Ge, and he coughed up blood. His body propelled backward until it collided with a tree, sliding down to the ground. Zhi Ge, you are no match for me. It would be wise to surrender. I assure you, I will not kill you, merely cripple one of your arms and legs. How does that sound? Itachi looked down upon Zhi Ge from his elevated position. Itachi, you shall not escape my wrath. I will bring about your demise. Thunder Fruit power. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. Zhi Ge roared, unleashing his most potent technique upon Itachi. A four-legged thunder beast formed from lightning materialized above Itachi, lunging ferociously. The Thunder Beast. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's technique, Itachi's pupils narrowed slightly. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within this move, and in that moment, his understanding of Zhi Ge's strength shifted dramatically. Boom, boom, boom. The Thunder Beast surged toward Itachi, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. Under the onslaught of the Thunder Beast, Itachi's defenses crumbled instantaneously. Damn it! Itachi's expression darkened as he defended against the Thunder Beast's assault while continuously shifting his position. Yet, despite his efforts, he remained at a disadvantage. Boom! Uchiha Itachi could no longer withstand the pressure and was struck directly in the chest by the Lightning Beast. How about that? My Lightning Beast is truly formidable. I have sealed the soul of the second Hokage with this very technique. Although at that time he possessed only a fraction of his original power, it was still sufficiently overwhelming. Zhi Ge chuckled coldly, noticing the shift in Itachi's expression. The soul of the second Hokage. Splendid. Your technique is indeed powerful. Itachi replied nonchalantly. His gaze shifted, and he addressed Zhi Ge. But what use is great power if it cannot strike the enemy? What do you mean? Zhi Ge felt an ominous premonition rise within him upon hearing this. Uchiha Itachi, what trickery are you playing at? Itachi did not respond to Zhi Ge's inquiry. Instead, his body suddenly shattered into a wisp of smoke. How infuriating. The one I struck with such effort was merely a shadow clone of his. Zhi Ge's face darkened as he looked towards the spot where Itachi had just stood. Itachi's residual image still lingered in the air, while he regarded Zhi Ge with a mocking expression. Zhi Ge, your strength is indeed formidable, but I anticipated your use of such underhanded tactics. Thus, the moment you activated your second form, I immediately utilized the shadow clone technique. It is futile to think you can defeat me with a single strike. You would do well to return and practice diligently for another 2 years. With that, Itachi's figure flickered, and in an instant, he was beside Kisame Hoshigaki. Uchiha Itachi, I will personally slay you. Zhi Ge seethed as he watched Itachi's retreating silhouette. His current power was not much inferior to Itachi's. Yet in terms of technique and combat experience, he lagged far behind. His only advantage lay in the dual fruit abilities and the complete compatibility of his physical structure with them. However, this compatibility was not absolute, as he had yet to fully develop the capabilities of the fruit. Consequently, during their confrontation, Zhi Ge continually found himself at a disadvantage. Let us depart. Itachi called out to Kisame upon observing Zhi Ge's disheveled state, then sped away with him into the distance. How infuriating! Uchiha Itachi, you shall not escape. Today, I will ensure you remain here. Zhi Ge roared, using his rubber slingshot to leap directly in front of Itachi. He extended his hands, attempting to seize Itachi by the neck in a bid to choke him. Why bother? Tsukuyami. Itachi scoffed, activating the power of the Sharingan in an instant. In merely a fleeting moment, Zhi Ge fell victim to the illusion of Tsukuyami. His body froze mid-air, slowly descending before crashing heavily to the ground. I warned you that you were not my match. Consider this a lesson for you. Itachi coldly admonished Zhi Ge, then turned and departed, vanishing alongside Kisame. Uchiha Itachi. Zhi Ge struggled to rise from the ground, gritting his teeth as he managed to utter a few words before completely losing consciousness. Itachi, you could have effortlessly eliminated that brat Zhi Ge and brought him back to the leader, so why did you linger with him for so long, eventually letting him go? Asked Kisame, perplexed. This time is different. I had heard he defeated Shikaku during Orochimaru's invasion, so initially, I merely wished to gauge Zhi Ge's strength. Itachi Uchiha replied calmly. Ah, I see. I thought you were reluctant to kill him so swiftly and wanted to toy with him a bit, Kisame remarked, his expression one of sudden realization. When he unleashed his final move, I understood his capabilities. I intended to capture him then, but unfortunately, Guy intervened in your battle, and I sensed the Konoha Umbu approaching us. If we had continued to engage, our situation could have turned unfavorable, Itachi elaborated, and Kisame nodded in agreement. The two swiftly departed from the influence of Konoha village, retreating into the distance. Damn it, where am I? After an indeterminate period, Zhi Ge regained consciousness once more. Congratulations. You've landed in the hospital again. Jiraiya sat beside Zhi Ge's bed, wearing a mischievous grin. Damn it, perverted sage. I just got out of the hospital. I was merely out for a morning exercise. Upon hearing a commotion nearby, I curiously went to investigate, only to encounter Itachi Uchiha. How unlucky can I be? Zhi Ge exclaimed in frustration. Ha ha ha, who asked you to have such a punchable face? Jiraiya teased jovially. Damn it, perverted sage. It's all because you didn't train me properly. That's why I got beaten so badly by Itachi Uchiha. Once my next volume of Silver Bottle Plum is published, I want to let you see it. Zhi Ge declared, visibly irritated. That's unacceptable. Besides, even if I had extraordinary talents, I couldn't possibly train you to the level of Hokage, could I? Itachi is a powerhouse of shadow-level strength. It's only natural you couldn't defeat him, so don't dwell on it too much. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. However, I must say, your physical condition is indeed impressive. You recovered from such a high-level jinjutsu remarkably quickly. Kakashi, who was ensnared by the same illusion, is still unconscious next door. You truly continue to astonish me. Is it really that outrageous? Zhi Ge widened his eyes, looking bewildered. Indeed, you're already quite strong. There's no need to take this matter too seriously. Understood, Zhi Ge nodded, his mind suddenly flashing with vague images of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, murmuring to himself. I will certainly deal with those two eventually. Alright, enough daydreaming. I didn't come here to chat idly. I'm here to take you on an A-rank mission. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted abruptly, his tone turning icy. A-rank mission? Zhi Ge widened his eyes in astonishment. Currently, he held the rank of a Jonin, and A-rank missions were typically reserved for Jonin and elite Jonin, tasks far too perilous for an ordinary Jonin to undertake. Yet, Jiraiya had unexpectedly assigned him an A-rank mission, which left him utterly bewildered. Indeed, an A-rank mission. This task is the very one I previously mentioned to you, regarding my and Naruto's quest to locate the 5th Hokage. Do not inquire why I would assign you such a responsibility. It is a burden you must bear yourself. Jiraiya spoke in a stern tone. Why must I shoulder such a burden? With greater power comes greater responsibility. Do you comprehend? Moreover, you are no longer an ordinary child. You have become a formidable figure in the hearts of the villagers of Konoha, especially considering your remarkable contributions during Orochimaru's invasion," Jiraiya stated with utmost seriousness. "However, there are no hows. Do you not wish to grow stronger? If you lack the courage to confront this singular challenge, then you need not entertain thoughts of becoming stronger," Jiraiya declared coldly. Zhi Ge hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, follow me." Jiraiya rose and strode towards the door. "All right," Zhi Ge sighed and then followed suit. Before long, Jiraiya led Naruto and Zhi Ge beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village. After nearly 2 days of travel, they arrived at a small town. Throughout the journey, Jiraiya had been instructing Naruto in the art of the Sharingan, while Zhi Ge, devoid of chakra, could not partake in the training. "What is this place?" Zhi Ge surveyed his surroundings, curiosity bubbling within him. "According to the clues, this is a locale frequented by that individual," Jiraiya analyzed calmly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "So, where exactly can we find him?" Zhi Ge asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. "Well, I shall first gather some intelligence. You two youngsters should wait for me at the inn." After issuing his instructions, Jiraiya set off alone towards the eastern part of the town, leaving Zhi Ge and Naruto behind. "Naruto, do you truly believe that person is here?" Zhi Ge glanced at the familiar buildings around him, a sense of unease rising within. Naruto shook his head, pausing for a moment before slowly responding. "The pervy sage must be off chasing after women. Let us not believe him." The two exchanged banter as they made their way to the inn. Upon entering their room and gazing out at the street scene, visions of his battle with Uchiha Itachi flooded Zhi Ge's mind. How could he have defeated me so effortlessly, and in such a humiliating manner? Zhi Ge's head drooped in dejection, his demeanor one of despair. "Is that guy truly that formidable?" Naruto inquired, his curiosity piqued. "He is indeed powerful." Zhi Ge slowly lifted his head, revealing a resolute gaze. "He is the man who annihilated our entire Uchiha clan, a figure far more formidable than I had ever imagined. It is fortunate that Sasuke was not made aware of this matter. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have frantically sought revenge against his brother." Naruto sighed, admitting that while he did not harbor strong animosity towards Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke frequently mentioned him, leaving a deep impression on Naruto. Alas, that fool Sasuke, despite his lack of strength, is so eager for vengeance. In my opinion, he would be utterly defeated in a mere second if he were to confront Itachi. Zhi Ge chuckled. "Haha, indeed. That guy Sasuke is nothing but a simpleton." Naruto laughed heartily. As the two engaged in their jovial banter, Zhi Ge suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his heart. Something was amiss. He immediately became alert, sensing a sharp killing intent. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks resonated from the door. "Is the perverted sage back?" Naruto, oblivious to the danger, rushed to open the door. "Naruto, do not open the door," Zhi Ge shouted urgently, but it was too late. Naruto had already swung the door open, revealing none other than Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki standing outside. Who are you?" Naruto stammered, panic-stricken, instinctively placing himself in the doorway, his eyes warily fixed on them. "Be cautious, Naruto. He is Sasuke's elder brother, Itachi Uchiha. Behind him stands the rogue ninja from the mist, Kisame Hoshigaki." Zhi Ge bellowed, shocked to encounter these two at such a critical moment. His misfortune was overwhelming. Well, Zhi Ge, I never expected to find you here. It seems the side effects of Tsukuyami have finally worn off," Itachi remarked, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. While Kisame loomed behind him, his expression icy. "This is splendid. Itachi, today we have struck gold. Both of these brats are conveniently gathered. Let us capture them all at once and take them back," Kisame declared ominously, his gaze towards Zhi Ge and Naruto brimming with a predatory hunger. Upon hearing his words, Zhi Ge clenched his fists in anxiety. This scoundrel intended to target both himself and Naruto. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest," Itachi nodded, then turned his attention to Zhi Ge and Naruto. "These two brats will certainly not cooperate willingly. Perhaps I should sever one of their hands and one of their legs first to facilitate transport." As Kisame spoke, he drew forth his enormous blade, Samahata. "How utterly laughable. If you believe you can accomplish that, then do try." Zhi Ge scoffed coldly. He had readied himself for battle, fully aware that he was no match for them. Yet he could still buy time to protect Naruto's retreat. "Humph. If that is the case, then I shall commence with you," Kisame declared, raising Samahata and swinging it fiercely toward Zhi Ge. In response, Zhi Ge swiftly drew a kunai from his waist to resist, but he was a fraction too slow, and Samahata sliced through his arm. With a pained cry, Zhi Ge hastily covered his wound. Unfortunately, before he could catch his breath, he was met with yet another lethal assault. Wait, you should be facing me. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Turning around, Zhi Ge was astonished to see Uchiha Sasuke. What the hell? Brother, why did you come at such a time? Zhi Ge lamented internally upon spotting Sasuke. It was indeed unfortunate that the fool had chosen this moment to appear. Humph. I heard that Itachi had been lurking in the village, and that he was searching for you and Naruto. I was worried about your safety, so I rushed over to find you, and thankfully I did. As Uchiha Sasuke spoke, he swiftly dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhi Ge and Naruto. Seriously? You are clearly the weakest here. Naruto's strength has surpassed yours by quite a margin. If you come to protect us, you might as well be asking for trouble. Zhi Ge thought to himself, overwhelmed with despair. Yet, he refrained from voicing these sentiments. After all, Sasuke's willingness to come to their aid indicated that he regarded them as comrades. Although Sasuke seemed somewhat oblivious to his own capabilities at this moment, Zhi Ge couldn't help but feel a flicker of gratitude for his spirit. Oh, so this is your dear younger brother. How intriguing. Kisame Hoshigaki smirked derisively upon seeing Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi, I have lived until this day for the sole purpose of killing you. Today, I shall finally fulfill my wish. Sharingan, activate. Chidori. Raikiri. The instant Sasuke laid eyes on Uchiha Itachi, every pore on his body stood on end, and he widened his eyes in shock as powerful lightning surged from his hands. No way. Sasuke, don't be reckless. Charging in like this is tantamount to seeking death. Zhi Ge attempted to intervene, but Sasuke charged ahead regardless. Chidori, he shouted, unleashing a torrent of fierce lightning directed at Uchiha Itachi. Is this what Kakashi taught you? Unfortunately, it holds no significance against me. Uchiha Itachi shook his head disdainfully, evading Sasuke's assault with a swift motion. With a single swing of his right arm, he struck Sasuke, sending him crashing against the wall. With a heavy thud, Sasuke fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. No way, that was brutal. Is this how you treat your own brother? Zhi Ge and Naruto gasped in shock at the scene before them. You need not concern yourselves with me. Run away. This is my battle with Itachi. Sasuke struggled to rise, gritting his teeth as he urged Zhi Ge and Naruto to flee. Sasuke, can't you see? Your strength is nothing but a joke compared to Itachi's. Take my advice and escape. Zhi Ge's eyes blazed with urgency. He could never abandon Sasuke to flee alone, for that would weigh heavily on his conscience. Ha ha ha, what a pitiful bunch. As the situation reached a critical juncture, they still clung to mutual protection. But I suggest you abandon such futile hopes. With the combined strength of the three of you, escape is simply impossible. The Akatsuki member, Kisame Hoshigaki, erupted into laughter. Silence yourself. Naruto glared at Kisame, then turned to Sasuke. Since you've come to rescue us, let us join forces to eliminate these two. With that, Naruto unsheathed his kunai and lunged at Kisame. Humph, you think you can kill me? Give it a try? Kisame scoffed, wielding his sword, Samahata, in response. Madness. Utter madness. Truly, these two are a testament to the insanity of their team. Even if the three of us combined our strengths, we would still be no match for them. Inwardly lamenting, Zhi Ge could not afford to show weakness at such a critical moment. Gritting his teeth, he followed closely behind Naruto, charging at Kisame. Breakthrough. Kisame's Samahata swept before Naruto, instantly dispersing the minuscule chakra of the nine tails that had just been summoned, leaving no trace behind. What is this? Naruto stared in astonishment at Kisame, feeling the overwhelming power emanating from him. He had never anticipated that his reliable nine-tails chakra would be utterly ineffective against Kisame. Heh, my Samahata is more than just a sword. It devours all chakra it encounters. Little brat, the strength you take pride in is merely a joke before my might. Kisame proclaimed triumphantly, shaking Samahata and sending Naruto flying once more. Ha 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 ha, I am eager to see what tricks you two have left. Kisame looked mockingly at Naruto and Zhi Ge. Taste my fist. Rubber piston punch. Zhi Ge roared, raising his arms high before bringing them down with tremendous force. Boom. As he struck, it felt as though the air itself exploded. Zhi Ge's fist, infused with haki, became a shooting star, hurtling towards Kisame. Bang! Kisame met Zhi Ge's attack with his Samahata, resulting in a thunderous clash. Unable to withstand the force, Zhi Ge was sent sprawling backward, crashing against the doorframe with a dull thud. Cough, cough, cough. Zhi Ge began to cough violently, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise, yet his face remained resolute. Zhi Ge, are you alright? Naruto asked, concern etched on his features. Huh, I'm fine, just a bit of pain. Zhi Ge gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony as he lunged once more at Kisame. Haha, you two truly have no sense of danger. Today, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that separates us. Kisame sneered, advancing boldly. Bang, bang, bang. The room resonated with a series of explosive sounds as the two figures began to roll and tumble within, their fists colliding with a force akin to hammering steel. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of muffled thuds, two figures separated. To my surprise, your martial prowess is quite commendable. At such a young age, you possess remarkable physical skills, truly worthy of the Uchiha name. After exchanging a few blows with Kisame Hashigaki, Zhi Ge was astonished to discover that he could not consistently overpower his opponent in physical combat, prompting him to exclaim in admiration. You also have commendable close combat abilities. However, I shan't be bested by you. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhi Ge gritted his teeth and charged once more at Kisame. Had he not been injured by the Samahata moments earlier, Zhi Ge could have unleashed even greater strength. Humph, let us see how long you can endure. Kisame sneered. And with a tremor of the Samahata, he delivered another powerful punch toward Zhi Ge. Bam! The force of this blow was evidently more formidable than the last, sending Zhi Ge reeling with a ringing in his ears and blood gushing from his nose. You scoundrel! You possess such capabilities. Zhi Ge's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his opponent harbored such terrifying strength. What is the matter? Unable to continue? You too can await your demise. Kisame laughed triumphantly. Boom. In the next moment, a powerful shockwave erupted, obliterating everything within the room. Following this, three figures were hurled out, crashing violently to the ground, creating deep craters in the solid concrete floor. Ouch! That hurts. Zhi Ge clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with resentment. Naruto lay on the ground, his body twitching slightly, yet he was not dead. But I will not surrender. I shall win this battle. With that, Zhi Ge pushed himself up, standing once more. Meanwhile, on Sasuke's side, he was being mercilessly beaten by Itachi Uchiha. The disparity in their power was stark. Under Itachi's relentless assault, Sasuke could barely defend himself, each blow landing with crushing force. Sasuke felt as though his body was falling apart, blood seeping continuously from his wounds. No, this is impossible. I have been training tirelessly. How can I be defeated? It cannot be. I must resist. I must fight back. Sasuke's face flushed red, desperately flailing his arms in an attempt to escape Itachi's grasp, but to no avail. The more he struggled, the harder Itachi's fist struck. You claim to be formidable, yet why are you so weak? Itachi mocked Sasuke, embodying a demeanor that suggested Sasuke was unworthy to be his rival, further igniting Sasuke's fury. Stop it! Sasuke bellowed, his crimson eyes seeming on the verge of bleeding, as he appeared to descend into madness. You have always been this way, perpetually weak. Where is your hatred? The more you despise me, the stronger you will become. Your current weakness stems from your lack of sufficient hatred. Let me tell you, the more you act this way, the less you will surpass me. You will forever remain that waste who can only look up to me. Uchiha Itachi remarked with a cold smile, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. No, one day, I will kill you. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with intense hatred, yet he recognized the futility of his resolve and dared not make any rash moves. The only course of action left for him was to strive for strength, for it was only after he matured that he might have the chance to eliminate the wretch before him. I have told you, you are perpetually unworthy to contend with me. Do you see those two companions of yours? You are less than a mere finger of theirs. Your power is as feeble as that of an ant. Uchiha Itachi regarded Sasuke with contempt, exuding an air of superiority. I will grow stronger. I will surely kill you. Sasuke screamed, wholly engulfed in a frenzied state. Is that so? Alas, that is a matter for the future. Your current strength is far from my match. If that is the case, allow me to assist you. Let me deepen your hatred towards me. With that, Uchiha Itachi swiftly extended his right hand and struck Sasuke's chest with great force. A sickening crunch echoed as the blow shattered Sasuke's ribs, a dark liquid gushing forth from his chest, staining his clothing. Ah! Sasuke cried out in agony, staggering backward and collapsing to the ground, trembling violently. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Activate. Tsukuyami. Uchiha Itachi snorted derisively, his eyes instantly transforming into a pattern of crimson. He unleashed the illusion of Tsukuyami, invading Sasuke's consciousness. Within the realm of Tsukuyami, Sasuke's mind was besieged by the horrific memories of that fateful day when Uchiha Itachi annihilated their clan. Countless family members and clansmen met their demise before his eyes, bloodshed swirling chaotically, and he could do nothing but witness this relentless nightmare. His heart bled, and anguish tormented his very soul. His will crumbled under the weight of despair, leaving him with naught but a thirst for vengeance. Sasuke, what is happening to you? Naruto shouted in alarm, rushing towards the faltering Sasuke, eager to support him. However, Kisame Hashigaki's formidable presence blocked his path, preventing him from advancing even a step. Ultimately, Sasuke could no longer endure the psychological torment. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless husk. Haha, Itachi, is this treatment of your brother not a tad too cruel? Even I, an outsider, find it hard to watch. Kisame observed the unconscious Sasuke with a gaze full of mockery. The boy was undeniably weak. A little hardship would do him no harm. Were it not for the pressing need to capture Naruto and Shisui, I would have long since ended his life. Uchiha Itachi regarded Sasuke with indifference. His eyes filled with disdain, as though he did not even consider him a worthy opponent. Now it is your turn. Kisame turned his gaze toward Naruto and Shisui, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. You too. Naruto's eyes were reddened as he gazed upon the unconscious Sasuke lying on the ground, and then shifted his glare to the formidable figures of Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha, his heart brimming with fury. I shall not allow you to prevail. I will avenge Sasuke and repay you for all that he has endured today, Naruto declared, his steely gaze fixed intently upon Kisame and Itachi. Ah, you've still got some spirit, do you? Then come and attempt to slay me. Kisame mocked with a sneer, showing no sign of concern. But you'd best comprehend the situation before you act. You are no match for me now. With that, Kisame swung his sword, Samehada, directly toward Naruto's head. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Naruto, in despair, closed his eyes. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself unharmed. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a fully armed giant frog had shielded him with its iron arm. Perverted sage. At nearly the same moment, Jiraiya sensed a powerful presence approaching from behind and turned to find that it was indeed the arrival of his illustrious mentor. Perverted sage. Naruto exclaimed with uncontainable joy at Jiraiya's entrance, oblivious to the astonished expressions on the faces of Itachi and Kisame. In his excitement, he forgot his own injuries. How could this man possibly be here? Have our plans been unraveled so swiftly? Kisame furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Do you truly believe that sending a beautiful woman to greet me would lead me to succumb to a gentle slumber? To dare to bully my two disciples in my absence, you are indeed audacious. Jiraiya regarded the fallen Sasuke and Naruto with a cold, sinister smile that sent chills down their spines. We did not expect you to be ensnared by that woman, but since you are here, let us resolve this together. Kisame replied somewhat awkwardly, though internally he was profoundly shaken, for he had perceived an extraordinary power within Jiraiya's gaze. Surely, you do not think your schemes could escape my notice. My eyes are far superior to yours. You too must perish. With that, Jiraiya emanated a fierce killing intent and stepped directly in front of Kisame, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at him. Kisame's expression shifted instantly as he hastily attempted to evade. Bang! At the very moment Kisame dodged, Jiraiya's fist struck the nearby pillar instead. Crack! The massive stone crumbled, collapsing into a cloud of dust that billowed into the air. How is this possible? This man can obliterate a stone pillar with a mere punch. Kisame's pupils constricted, his face painted with horror. His strength was nearly on par with Itachi's, perhaps just slightly inferior. Yet, he never anticipated that his opponent could shatter such a solid structure with a single blow. What kind of power is this? It was beyond his comprehension. Itachi, I have entrusted your brother to me, and I shall likewise safeguard your lives. Summoning technique. Jiraiya's gaze swept over Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha, his eyes brimming with disdain. Immediately, Jiraiya utilized the summoning technique to conjure the stomach of the great toad of Mount Myaboku, ensnaring everyone within. What is this? Kisame was taken aback upon witnessing the interior of the great toad's stomach. This is indeed the belly of the great toad of Mount Myaboku. No matter how formidable you are, escape is impossible. simply succumb to becoming its digestible matter. A smirk curled at the corner of Jiraiya's mouth, his eyes glinting with mockery. Damn it, what have you done? Kisame's expression shifted slightly, an ominous premonition rising within him. He had not anticipated Jiraiya's sudden maneuver. He had heard tales of the great toad's stomach being capable of devouring anything. Yet, he remained unwilling to accept defeat and raised his samahata, striking furiously at the stomach wall. However, to his utter dismay, his blade left not a single mark upon the surface. How is this possible? What sort of creature is that guy's stomach? Kisame was astounded. His eyes filled with confusion. Follow me. Itachi Uchiha suddenly spoke, his tone laced with a hint of warning. Kisame hesitated briefly, though uncertain of Itachi's intentions. He complied and followed him in another direction. He was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to Jiraiya's. Entangling with him would yield no benefits. So he opted to heed Itachi's counsel and evade the confrontation for the time being. The two swiftly departed, with Jiraiya hot on their heels. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves at a dead end. At that critical moment, Itachi's eyes flared as he unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan's special technique. Amaterasu! Amaterasu! With a fierce shout, Itachi ignited the stomach wall of the great toad, creating a gaping hole. Seizing the opportunity, Itachi and Kisame leaped through the opening, escaping Jiraiya's pursuit. Why? Why are we fleeing? While my strength may not match Jiraiya's, you are at least on par with him. If we were to join forces, Kisame's words were abruptly cut off by Itachi. No need. Our objective is not him. Moreover, I am not his match, and we have a vital mission at hand. There is no necessity for a protracted battle here. Itachi cast a cold glance back at Jiraiya before plunging into the depths of the forest with Kisame. Curse it. They managed to escape. Jiraiya seethed with fury upon witnessing Itachi and Kisame flee. However, he refrained from continuing the chase, understanding that Itachi was no ordinary foe. Recklessly pursuing them could lead him into Itachi's ambush. Humph. You may have fled swiftly. Jiraiya snorted, turning to seek out Shikamaru and Naruto. How are you two faring? Jiraiya approached Naruto and Zhi Ge, observing their disheveled appearance, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. We don't have any significant issues, but that individual over there. Zhi Ge gestured helplessly towards Sasuke, who lay unconscious on the ground. He should be fine. You two should take a moment to rest. Once you regain some strength, we can continue our journey. I've already informed the Umbu. They will come to carry Sasuke back to Konoha for treatment, Jiraiya remarked, casting a glance at Sasuke before continuing in a nonchalant manner. But how unfortunate it is to encounter those two rascals again. This A-rank mission has transformed into an S-rank endeavor. Zhi Ge sighed, shaking his head repeatedly in evident frustration. Do not worry, with me by your side. They will not dare to appear in the short term. Rest assured. Jiraiya patted Zhi Ge's shoulder, speaking with earnestness. However, Zhi Ge hesitated, his expression laden with melancholy as he looked at Jiraiya. But it is precisely your unreliable presence that has drawn Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki to attack us. Jiraiya's expression darkened at Zhi Ge's words, his tone icy as he retorted, What did you just say? Are you questioning my abilities? Never mind. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to press further. After a brief respite, the trio resumed their journey towards their destination. Thanks to Jiraiya's prior reconnaissance, their pace quickened significantly, and they reached another small town within half a day's time. All right, let us dine here this evening. We shall gather our strength and set off again tomorrow, Jiraiya exclaimed, spotting a quaint tavern and leading Zhi Ge and Naruto inside without hesitation. However, as they stepped inside, Jiraiya's gaze became fixated. No way. Could today be my lucky day? What have you found, you lecherous sage? Zhi Ge and Naruto followed Jiraiya's line of sight, discovering him staring intently at a voluptuous blonde beauty. Come on, can you not exercise some restraint in front of us children? Naruto's face flushed with indignation at Jiraiya's behavior. Not just Naruto, but even Zhi Ge felt displeased. What do you two brats understand? This is the person we were meant to find for our mission. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, yet his gaze remained unabashedly lecherous. What did you just say? Both Zhi Ge and Naruto were taken aback, clearly struggling to believe Jiraiya's assertion. Hey Jiraiya, is today some sort of reunion? I never expected to run into old friends consecutively. At that moment, the buxom blonde waved at Jiraiya and the others, beckoning them to join her. Seeing this, Jiraiya and Zhi Ge exchanged glances before slowly approaching and seating themselves across from the enchanting beauty. What does consecutively mean? Indeed, it was just this afternoon that I encountered Orochimaru, exclaimed the blonde, buxom woman with a cheerful smile. Orochimaru. Both Zhi Ge and Naruto's pupils immediately contracted, unable to suppress their astonishment. This mission has truly been fraught with misfortune. First, they faced the terrifying duo of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, and now, barely half a day later, they received news of Orochimaru's presence nearby. Orochimaru. I never anticipated his arrival. Jiraiya furrowed his brow in contemplation. Who are these two youngsters? Oh, these are my two disciples, Naruto and Zhi Ge. This beautiful lady is our mission target, Tsunade. She is one of the legendary Sannin, renowned alongside me. Our task is to persuade her to return to Konoha as the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya introduced both parties. What? You want her to become the 5th Hokage? Naruto exclaimed, his shock evident, while Zhi Ge remained remarkably composed, as he was already aware of their mission's objective. I refuse. I have no interest in such a position. Tsunade decisively rejected the proposal, showing no regard for the offer. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Tsunade to decline. How could you refuse? So many have risked their lives to attain such a title, and you dismiss it as worthless. Naruto shouted in frustration. Humph, what is so great about that title? Only a fool would desire it. Tsunade retorted coldly, showing no appreciation for his words. You brat. Even if you are a woman, I am still furious. Naruto fumed, as insulting the title of Hokage equated to insulting his dreams, naturally inciting his anger. What's the matter, little brat? Do you want to fight? Tsunade stood her ground, looking at Naruto with a challenging gaze. TCH, bring it on. Who is afraid? With Zhi Ge and I, such formidable ninjas, how could we fear you? Naruto stood up in anger, ready to duel Tsunade. Hey, Naruto, if you're going to fight, don't drag me into it. This Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin. Zhi Ge, having just taken a sip of water, was startled into a spout upon hearing Naruto's intention to battle with Tsunade. I'm not afraid of her, Naruto declared, already stepping outside the tavern to challenge Tsunade, leaving Zhi Ge behind with a face full of exasperation. Hey, you two brats, as an adult, I won't take you seriously. I'll only use one hand to deal with you. Tsunade teased them as they walked down the street. TCH, even if you use your full strength, I can still crush you. Save your breath. Naruto retorted defiantly. Is that so? Then let us find out. Let us see who can truly crush whom. After exchanging a few more verbal jabs, they prepared to engage in combat, treating everyone else around them as mere air. Then allow me to showcase my new ultimate technique. Rasengan. Naruto shouted, instantly unleashing his power. A surge of formidable chakra erupted from within him, forming a blue chakra sphere that shot towards Tsunade. The Rasengan feels somewhat familiar. I never expected Jiraiya would teach this technique to him. Tsunade paused momentarily, but soon dismissed the thought. After all, Naruto's strength was vastly inferior to her own. As Naruto charged towards Tsunade with the Rasengan in hand, he was abruptly thwarted by a single flick of her finger, sending his forehead protector flying. Before Naruto could react, she swiftly dealt him a heavy blow to the forehead, rendering him unconscious in an instant. This entire sequence transpired in merely 2 seconds. How impressive! Zhi Ge watched as Tsunade effortlessly subdued Naruto, swallowing hard in awe. I told you, I can easily handle you two novices with just one hand. Now it's your turn, Tsunade exclaimed triumphantly, turning to fix her sharp gaze upon Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. However, Tsunade quickly closed the distance, grasping his face and mercilessly tormenting him. What are you doing? Zhi Ge cried out in alarm. Ha ha ha, you little brat. I can't believe your face is so plump. It truly feels similar to rubber. Tsunade laughed heartily, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she regarded Zhi Ge. You dare mock me. I'm not as easy to deal with as Naruto. Second stage, activate. Zhi Ge roared in fury, his muscles swelling as his body transformed into a familiar crimson hue. Boom. A tremendous pressure surged from him, drawing the attention of everyone on the street. What? This guy has such power. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. But then a flicker of excitement flashed in her eyes. Truly worthy of the Uchiha lineage, to master such extraordinary strength. How intriguing. Now I am even more eager to spar with you. Tsunade licked her lips, her gaze filled with the fervor of battle. Rubber jet infinite punch. Zhi Ge bellowed, his fists flying towards Tsunade with incredible speed. Come at me. Tsunade's eyes gleamed as she extended her index finger to meet his onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged several blows, with each of Zhi Ge's punches striking as if against steel, producing a jarring metallic clang. So powerful, under normal circumstances. Anyone else would have shattered their bones if struck by my second stage technique with just a finger, yet Tsunade remained unfazed, effortlessly blocking every blow. Truly deserving of her title as one of the legendary three, Zhi Ge unleashed a flurry of punches, unable to gain the upper hand against Tsunade. And he couldn't help but admire her. Tsunade regarded him with equal admiration. Kid, you are indeed far superior to the fainted Naruto over there. With your strength, you'd easily qualify as a Chunin. She praised while skillfully evading his attacks. Thank you for the compliment, Tsunade. But I will show you that my true strength exceeds merely that of a Chunin. The power of the Thunder Fruit. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. With a low growl, Zhi Ge felt the power of lightning surging through him, as a brilliant white bolt descended from the heavens, transforming into a thunderbird that soared towards Tsunade. Come on, watch how I handle you. Tsunade retorted with a fierce cry, slamming her fist against the ground and launching a powerful punch to meet the thunderbird. Boom. In a tremendous clash, the thunderbird shattered, scattering arcs of electricity across the sky. What kind of power is this? Zhi Ge's eyelids twitched violently, his eyes nearly bulging out in sheer astonishment. He was utterly shocked. He had not anticipated that his Thunderbird would be so ineffective against a true master. What kind of power is this? But Tsunade offered him no time to ponder. Charging forward once more and delivering a straight punch aimed directly at Zhi Ge's face. Zhi Ge, undeterred, unleashed his full armament haki, extending his hand to meet Tsunade's blow head-on. Upon impact, a surge of energy coursed through him, leaving his face pale as he fell to the ground. Tsunade, on the other hand, merely felt a slight ache in her arm, nothing more. You've lost, little brother, Tsunade said with a condescending smile, looking down at Zhi Ge. Frustrated, he hung his head. Why is there such a disparity in strength? Humph. Yet, at such a young age, your combat prowess shows that Konoha is not without talent. This brings me great comfort. Tsunade affectionately ruffled Zhi Ge's hair, her demeanor warm and nurturing. Observing her expression, Zhi Ge felt a wave of exasperation, as if he were being mocked. See, Tsunade, the future of Konoha is indeed promising. How about returning with us to become the 5th Hokage? This is also the old man's wish. Jiraiya suddenly came running from afar, excitement etched across his face as he gazed at Tsunade. I have no intention of going. I have no desire to become that Hokage, she replied with disdain. If you're here for a nostalgic visit, I welcome you. But if you come as a messenger for the old man, then please, be my guest. Jiraiya faltered, feeling awkward. Very well. The three of us will stay in this small town tonight. If you change your mind, just let me know. Aware that forcing the issue was futile, he departed with Zhi Ge and the unconscious Naruto in tow. Watching their retreating figures, a cold smile crept onto Tsunade's lips. You want me to return to Konoha? It won't be so easy. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, as the sun rose, warm rays bathed the small town in tranquility. Oh, finally had a good night's sleep, Zhi Ge murmured, blinking sleepily. As he surveyed his surroundings, a look of confusion crossed his face. Perverted sage? What happened to you? Zhi Ge suddenly noticed Jiraiya, pale and slumped against the wall, seemingly in distress. I think I've been poisoned. Damn it. Tsunade must have slipped something into my drink yesterday. I am currently unable to harness chakra, and I feel utterly drained. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, his expression one of profound discomfort. What? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge was taken aback. He hurried to Jiraiya's side to assess his condition. What kind of toxin is this? Zhi Ge inquired solemnly, his face now etched with concern. I have never encountered this toxin before. I do not know what it is, but once infected, it must be neutralized. I cannot gather my chakra, thus I am unable to use it to expel this poison. Damn it! Zhi Ge cursed inwardly, his brow furrowed deeply. No matter what it takes, I must save you today. I will seek Tsunade for the antidote. Zhi Ge inhaled deeply, his expression resolute. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Zhi Ge swiftly opened it to reveal Tsunade's assistant, Shizun. Zhi Ge, where is Lord Jiraiya? Shizun exclaimed anxiously. How dare you mention that lecherous sage's name? If it weren't for that old hag Tsunade poisoning him, he wouldn't be in such a weakened state. Zhi Ge retorted, his mood sour. Upon hearing his outburst, Shizun's face fell, revealing a look of guilt. I am truly sorry, Zhi Ge, but there is a reason for all this. Yesterday afternoon, Lady Tsunade made a deal with Orochimaru. To prevent Lord Jiraiya from becoming an obstacle, she poisoned his drink. What did you say? Tsunade actually made a deal with that scoundrel Orochimaru. Zhi Ge's fury ignited instantly. Where is Tsunade now? She has gone to the forest outside the village to meet Orochimaru. The only one who can stop this is Lord Jiraiya, which is why I came to deliver the antidote. Shizun replied, her head bowed in remorse. Humph. Then hurry inside. Zhi Ge turned and entered the room, placing the antidote by Jiraiya's bedside. Lecherous sage, you must take the antidote quickly. If you delay, it may be too late. Jiraiya accepted the antidote and swallowed it without hesitation, channeling his chakra to refine it. Unfortunately, even after consuming the antidote, it would take time before he could fully recover. He sensed that he possessed only about 30% of his usual strength. Jiraiya shook his head in resignation. Still, it is better than being completely helpless. Shizun, what exactly did Tsunade negotiate with Orochimaru? After Jiraiya finished the antidote, Zhi Ge urgently inquired. When Orochimaru attacked the Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage severed his hands with a special technique that damaged his soul, and it would take a considerable amount of time for him to recover. Thus, Orochimaru sought out Lady Tsunade, renowned as the god of healing, hoping she could assist him. Shizun sighed. That old hag is truly devious. Jiraiya could not help but harbor resentment at Shizun's words. So, that means Orochimaru cannot use ninjutsu at the moment? Zhi Ge's face brightened, as if a realization struck him. That should be the case, Shizun nodded. How fortuitous. Let us hasten to the rendezvous point. This presents the finest opportunity to capture Orochimaru. Zhi Ge, brimming with excitement, promptly rose to his feet. What do you intend to do? Even without the use of his hands, Orochimaru remains an exceedingly perilous adversary. Do not entertain any foolish notions. Jiraiya swiftly obstructed Zhi Ge, his expression fraught with vigilance. Fear not. I shall not act recklessly, Zhi Ge assured, thumping his chest. He understood that Jiraiya's concerns were for his own welfare, hence he bore no resentment. Very well. Shizuka, you shall lead the way. Zhi Ge, you must carry me. We shall set forth, Jiraiya commanded with utmost seriousness. Certainly. However, what of Naruto? He appears to be in a deep slumber. Zhi Ge scratched his head in confusion. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Allow him to sleep here. The ensuing situation will undoubtedly be perilous, and I cannot spare the time to attend to you. With that, the trio hastened out of the village, racing towards the meeting place of Tsunade and Orochimaru. At this moment, Tsunade and Orochimaru gazed at one another, the atmosphere tinged with tension. I did not anticipate your acquiescence to my request would come so readily. It seems that your ties to Konoha have lost their significance. Humph. Spare me your platitudes. Can you fulfill the terms you previously promised? Tsunade exclaimed with indignation. Orochimaru paused. Then a sinister smile crept across his face. I am indeed capable. However, I hope you will refrain from meddling in Konoha's affairs. What do you mean by that? Tsunade inquired, perplexed. It is quite simple. Although my last scheme met with failure, I shall one day personally obliterate Konoha, Orochimaru declared coldly. A murderous intent swirling in his eyes, sending chills down one's spine. I cannot believe you are still clinging to such fanciful dreams. As far as I am aware, Konoha is currently thriving with fresh talent. Even your summoning beast, Manda, was slain by a mere novice. Tsunade scoffed, her tone dripping with derision. Humph. The reason I did not eliminate that child back then was to avoid revealing my capabilities. When the opportune moment arises, I will surely rend that imp to pieces. Orochimaru growled through clenched teeth, his fury palpable. Huh. By that time, I fear you will already be dead, Tsunade retorted with a cold smile. Ha ha. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, his visage twisting into a more grotesque expression, as if on the brink of unleashing a tempest. Do not presume I lack the courage. Then try me. Orochimaru. This is not Konoha, and the current situation remains under my control. Tsunade regarded him with disdain. What do you mean by that? Is today not the day of our transaction? Why do you suddenly harbor such animosity towards me? A glint of savagery flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, seemingly taken aback by Tsunade's abrupt shift in demeanor. My animosity towards you stems from two reasons. First, you are among my most despised individuals, and second, I shall not aid the enemies of Konoha. Tsunade articulated deliberately. Ha ha ha. Does that mean our negotiations have collapsed? Orochimaru laughed maniacally. Indeed, I will no longer entertain any conditions from you, Tsunade declared resolutely. What a refusal to collaborate with me. In that case, do not blame me for turning ruthless. A sinister grin appeared at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth, his gaze freezing to the core, sending chills down one's spine. What do you intend to do? Tsunade immediately became alert. Of course, you shall pay the price. Orochimaru fixated on Tsunade, his eyes glinting with a chilling light that seemed capable of freezing everything in its path. Suddenly, Orochimaru expelled a cloud of black smoke towards Tsunade, and immediately, his assistant Kabuto lunged at her. Humph, is he really a match for me? Tsunade showed no fear as she swung a punch. Bang! The two forces collided, generating tremendous waves. Tsunade was pushed back several steps, while Kabuto staggered backward for more than 10 steps before regaining his balance, astonishment evident in his eyes. I never anticipated this man's strength to be so formidable, truly deserving of the title of Super Strength Tsunade. Kabuto muttered, his gaze somewhat dazed. He had believed himself to be sufficiently strong, but the overwhelming power of the woman before him left him feeling oppressed. Kabuto, you are merely a second-rate ninja, yet you dare to challenge me, Tsunade shouted angrily. Kabuto did not retort, he simply remained silent. Observing his reaction, Tsunade scoffed and charged at him. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Boom! The surrounding structures crumbled, and the ground was gouged into a massive pit, smoke billowing and obscuring the sky. Both Tsunade and Kabuto had entered a state of frenzy, fighting with all their might. Their strengths were evenly matched for the moment, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Amidst their intense struggle, 3 dark figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside them. Jiraiya, Zhi Ge, and Shizune. Orochimaru, I never expected you to dare come here. Zhi Ge glared coldly at Orochimaru, his tone hostile. Ha ha ha, what? Do you only dare to cower in Konoha? Too afraid to face me? Orochimaru laughed, his arrogance palpable. Last time you fled, this time, you shan't escape alive. Zhi Ge gritted his teeth, eager for a confrontation. Humph. I am eager to see what you insignificant creatures intend to do. Orochimaru sneered. Then let us fight with all our might. Zhi Ge growled softly, leaping into the air. Second form, activate. In an instant, his garments burst apart, revealing his muscular physique and bulging veins. Hiss. Following this, Zhi Ge transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Orochimaru with blinding speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye, and swung his fist down upon him. Boom! Orochimaru, unwilling to yield, raised his right foot and forcefully stomped the ground, shattering its surface, and retaliated with a kick aimed at Zhi Ge. The collision reverberated with a thunderous boom as both combatants were thrust backward, crashing heavily against the walls, producing a resounding impact. Coughing blood, Zhi Ge's pallor betrayed his condition. A trace of crimson staining the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with trepidation. Orochimaru, too, trembled, a trickle of bright red blood slowly sliding from his lips. I never anticipated your strength would surge to such heights. In less than a month, what have you endured? Orochimaru remarked coldly, wiping the blood from his mouth. Despite his hands being incapacitated, he remained confident in his ability to handle a mere child like Zhi Ge. Yet, the power Zhi Ge had just displayed surpassed all his expectations, transforming him from the last time they met in Konoha into a formidable opponent. This is all due to you. Were it not for your influence, I would not have grown stronger. Zhi Ge glared at Orochimaru, his eyes brimming with resentment. I never imagined you possessed such talent. No wonder you are hailed as the foremost genius of the younger generation in Konoha. Orochimaru squinted, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes, a sense of wariness creeping into his heart. Today marks your demise, Orochimaru. Zhi Ge grinned menacingly. That remains to be seen. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, his aura turning razor-edged. The battle between them erupted once more. Although Orochimaru's strength had diminished significantly due to his incapacitated hands, he was still one of the legendary Sannin, and his prowess remained formidable. For a time, they were evenly matched. Meanwhile, Tsunade found herself unexpectedly forced back by Kabuto, unable to approach him due to her fear of blood. Kabuto skillfully exploited this phobia to gain the upper hand. Haha, your powers are hardly impressive, Orochimaru taunted, as he relentlessly unleashed a series of taijutsu attacks against Zhi Ge. With nothing but his legs, Orochimaru managed to hold his own against Zhi Ge in a fierce contest. Humph. With such strength, you should conserve your energy. Zhi Ge scoffed disdainfully. Rubber jet big swinging fist. Zhi Ge suddenly thrust his arms forward, condensing an immensely heated force into a punch aimed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyelids flickered, and he swiftly evaded the attack. The punch slammed into a nearby stone pillar, shattering it into fragments and reducing the marble to dust. Observing this, Zhi Ge's eyes widened in surprise. I did not expect you to evade my strike. Your physical prowess is indeed commendable, he remarked nonchalantly. Despite being the weakest here, Zhi Ge's physical strength was remarkable and unique, bordering on terrifying. Now he has cultivated to the second tier, his physical strength and constitution far exceeding those of ordinary ninjas from the village. Yet, he did not anticipate being evaded by Orochimaru, which was truly unexpected. But what of it? Orochimaru's eyes widened, emanating a fierce aura. Today, I shall personally slay you wretched ants. As he spoke, Orochimaru's momentum surged, resembling a demon lord, devouring the very essence of the mountains and rivers, invincible and unstoppable. With a powerful push off the ground, he launched himself like a bolt from a crossbow, charging towards Zhi Ge. His speed was astonishing, akin to a tempest. And in the blink of an eye, he was at Zhi Ge's side. How amusing. You wish to do it yourself? Let us see if your hands can still be of use. Zhi Ge scoffed, swinging his fists towards Orochimaru's head. He would not allow Orochimaru to succeed so easily this time. Ignorant fool. Orochimaru sneered, his body suddenly trembling, an overwhelming chakra erupting forth. Black scales, as dark as ink, emerged on the surface of his skin. Hiss. The scales emitted a nauseating sound, akin to the fangs of serpents, glimmering with a chilling light under the sun. Snake scales. You have transformed into a serpent. Zhi Ge's eyes narrowed. He had never witnessed such a grotesque technique before. This is merely a ninjutsu of my body. Today, I shall personally eradicate you humble ninjas. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, stepping closer to Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge furrowed his brow, swiftly retreating. You think you can kill me? He scoffed. Your life is already in my grasp. Orochimaru spoke ominously. Orochimaru, do you really believe you can defeat me? With your current crippled hands? Zhi Ge taunted. He had grown considerably. His body strengthened and more agile. Although Orochimaru had mutated, he was still severely injured, making it difficult for him to end Zhi Ge's life. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate true power. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, a chilling murderous intent flashing within their depths. Kusanagi sword. As the words fell from his lips, Orochimaru's body twisted violently, and the Kusanagi sword swiftly emerged, spinning from his mouth. He grasped the hilt of the sword with his mouth and lunged towards Zhi Ge. As the Kusanagi sword sliced through the air, creating a howling wind, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly swung his fists to defend against Orochimaru's assault. Bang! Uft! The two forces collided violently, producing a thunderous roar, followed by intense pain radiating from the point of impact. Zhi Ge let out a pained cry, his body rebounding violently. Crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Orochimaru also staggered, his body weakening, collapsing onto the ground. With a hissing breath, Orochimaru gasped heavily, revealing a hint of fatigue in his eyes. It was evident that the injuries he sustained in Konoha were quite severe, and he had yet to return to peak condition. Who would have thought, Orochimaru, that you would find yourself in such a predicament? It is truly disheartening. Zhi Ge clutched his chest and rose, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his gaze. You. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Orochimaru's face flushed with rage. Do not revel in your triumph. I shall not yield. Today, I will undoubtedly eliminate you. Orochimaru's eyes burned a fierce crimson as they fixated on Zhi Ge. Such arrogance. Allow me to escort you to your demise. A chilling gleam flickered in Zhi Ge's eyes, and the aura of his armed haki swirled relentlessly around him. Yet, at that very moment, Zhi Ge noticed a grievous wound on his right hand, where he had clashed with the Kusanagi sword, oozing blood profusely. How is this possible? My fist was enveloped in armed haki. How could it be lacerated by a mere blade? Zhi Ge was incredulous. TCH, do you think you are worthy of battling me? Orochimaru sneered, replying, This Kusanagi sword is a divine artifact. It is incomparable to any conventional ninja tool. Divine artifact. Zhi Ge's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Orochimaru's assertion. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru possessed such formidable capabilities, including a divine weapon. A flicker of dread surged within him. Truly, Orochimaru was the most formidable ninja, feared by Konoha. At that moment, a cunning glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Haha, Zhi Ge. You are already injured and cannot hope to match me. Why not kneel and beg for mercy? Should you choose to submit to me, you shall become my right-hand man. Just like Kabuto. He laughed maniacally, as if victory were already assured. Witnessing Orochimaru's malevolent expression ignited a blaze of fury within Zhi Ge. With a fierce glare, he bellowed. In your dreams. How could I ever submit to someone like you? If that is the case, then perish. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tempest roared around Zhi Ge and Orochimaru, fierce winds wreaking havoc in the vicinity. In the next instant, 3 sharp shuriken, akin to the striking fangs of a venomous serpent, hurtled toward Orochimaru's throat. What? Orochimaru's expression changed drastically. He had never anticipated an ambush. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal projectiles, though one shuriken grazed his thigh, drawing blood. Blood splattered. Damn it! Orochimaru's expression darkened to its utmost. He lifted his head, eyes filled with frigid, murderous intent. Who dares to ambush me? Ha ha ha, Orochimaru. It appears your condition is quite poor, unable even to dodge a shuriken. Jiraiya leaned against a great tree, grinning broadly. The perverse sage? Could it be that the toxins within your body have been entirely purged? Excellent. Now we can finally capture Orochimaru. Zhi Ge's face lit up with joy upon seeing Jiraiya. Not quite. My body still lacks strength. I merely intervened when I noticed you were in danger, Jiraiya said, scratching his nose, slightly embarrassed. You are utterly unreliable. If that is the case, I must confront Orochimaru alone. Wait, where is Tsunade? Zhi Ge scanned the surroundings and was astonished to find Tsunade engaged in battle with Orochimaru's subordinate, Kabuto. The scene before him left Zhi Ge utterly flabbergasted. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. At that moment, the once formidable Shizune had been knocked unconscious, and Tsunade was being relentlessly pressured by Kabuto, showing barely any resistance. It was crucial to remember that Tsunade was one of the legendary Sannin. Surely, defeating Kabuto should have been a trivial matter. Yet, the current situation was entirely unforeseen. What on earth? This is utterly absurd. 2 Sannin allies. One is being pummeled by trash, while the other is poisoned and incapacitated, leaving the entire burden on me, a mere Konoha genin. This is beyond ridiculous. Zhi Ge stared, aghast, as despair consumed him. Humph. Orochimaru sneered at the sight of Jiraiya and Zhi Ge. What do you think, Zhi Ge? It is abundantly clear who will prevail. Care to surrender to me? You will have no regrets. Orochimaru's voice dripped with temptation. Not a chance. Do not harbor such delusions. I would never betray the lecherous sage. Zhi Ge retorted defiantly, his eyes filled with resolve. Zhi Ge, you truly move me. You are indeed my worthy disciple. Jiraiya exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes at Zhi Ge's words. You are truly asking for trouble. In that case, I shall compel you to submit in my own way. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy as he trembled, causing the Kusanagi sword to grow larger once again. Die! Orochimaru shouted, lunging at Zhi Ge. He planted his right foot firmly on a tree, launching himself towards Zhi Ge with tremendous force. A terrifying punch formed in the air as he aimed it at Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge's eyes widened in alarm. This is bad, he thought, but his body felt too weak to evade. Instead, he swung his fist to meet Orochimaru's attack. Bang! A tremendous force struck Zhi Ge, sending him flying. Coughing up blood, Zhi Ge's face paled, despair flashing in his eyes. It seemed that even a worthless snake like Orochimaru was not someone he could easily defeat. Lecherous sage. If that is the case, I shall go assist Tsunade. You hold your ground against Orochimaru for now. I must make my exit. Without waiting for Jiraiya to respond, Zhi Ge turned and fled. Curse you, you little brat. Oh, how I lament the tears of heartfelt emotion I shed in vain. You have so swiftly cast me aside. Abandonment is far more disgraceful than betrayal. Jiraiya trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at the departing figure of Zhi Ge, unleashing a torrent of invective. Ha ha ha, Jiraiya. You have truly trained an exceptional disciple. Now it is time for our battle. Orochimaru laughed heartily, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he pursued Jiraiya with relentless intent. Orochimaru, halt at once. I have no desire to engage in combat with you. If you seek a fight, direct your attention to my disciple instead. Jiraiya, witnessing Orochimaru charging towards him, inwardly lamented his plight. At this moment, he could muster only a fraction of his strength, and the pressure of facing Orochimaru was formidable. Humph. Not only will I confront your disciple, but I shall also eliminate both you and your pupil. A glint of cold malice flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he quickened his pace towards Jiraiya. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiraiya turned on his heel and fled. Though he could exert about 30% of his abilities, the lingering effects of the poison weighed heavily upon him, slowing his pace significantly. He was perilously close to being overtaken by Orochimaru, who brandished the Kusanagi sword in his mouth. "Oh!" Jiraiya screamed in a frenzy, his face etched with desperation. "Cursed beast! How could he have caught up to me?" Jiraiya's eyes burned with fury, his heart racing, longing to collapse from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Zhi Ge had arrived beside Tsunade, who sat on the ground, bloodied and gasping for breath. Zhi Ge furrowed his brow in concern. "Sister Tsunade, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit injured." "I want to perish." Tsunade managed a strained smile. "That wretched fiend." Zhi Ge clenched his fists. "Leave this to me. Sister Tsunade, you must focus on healing yourself." With that, Zhi Ge activated his armed haki, positioning himself between Tsunade and Kabuto. "Wait, Zhi Ge, you must not concern yourself with me. Step aside. This opponent is exceptionally formidable, beyond your capacity to handle." Tsunade gritted her teeth, urgently grasping Zhi Ge's arm. "No, I must save you, sister. You are needed back in Konoha as Hokage. The village cannot thrive without its leader." Zhi Ge resolutely shook his head, determination glimmering in his eyes. "Haven T, I already instructed you on what to do. Quickly step aside. You are in imminent danger." Tsunade, observing Zhi Ge's defiance, felt a surge of anger and could not help but shout. "Ha! Tsunade, this little brat has always regarded me as insignificant. He will not heed your counsel. This works to my advantage. I shall eliminate him first and then deal with you." Kabuto sneered, his gaze dark and fixed upon Zhi Ge. "Humph, I shall not retreat. If you possess the courage, come for me instead of troubling a woman." Zhi Ge declared defiantly, his head held high. "Zhi Ge, you?" As Tsunade gazed at the silhouette of Zhi Ge, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. The spirited essence of a youthful hero seemed reminiscent of a time long past. "Ah, it appears you truly embody the qualities of a gentleman," sneered Yakushi Kabuto. "And what of it?" Zhi Ge retorted defiantly, exuding an air of reckless courage. "Unfortunately, in times of war, idealists like you are often the first to perish." With that, Yakushi Kabuto lunged at Zhi Ge, his scalpel gleaming with lethal chakra as it surged toward him. "Humph!" Zhi Ge scoffed at the approaching threat, propelling himself upward with a powerful kick to evade the assault. In the next instant, Yakushi Kabuto's foot struck the ground, causing the earth to cave in dramatically, a cloud of dust enveloping the area and obscuring his position. "How peculiar!" Zhi Ge marveled, taken aback by the unusual technique. Yet, in an instant, he sensed a menacing aura behind him. "Behind me." Upon detecting the presence, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted, and he swiftly shifted to the side. Boom! As he evaded, a tremendous force struck his shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground, his balance shattered. Coughing violently, blood splattered across his face. "Huh, little brat, do you still dare to be arrogant?" Yakushi Kabuto's lips curled into a sinister smile as he thrust the scalpel toward Zhi Ge once more. Clang! In that critical moment, Zhi Ge raised his arm to block the blade. "What?" Yakushi Kabuto's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Zhi Ge's unscathed arm. "Impossible." The sheer shock in his gaze was palpable. "How can this be?" With a cold smirk, Zhi Ge taunted, "I possess a body enveloped in the finest Busashoka haki. Even your ninjutsu cannot match my prowess. Your feeble strength is akin to a child's plaything in my presence." With that declaration, Zhi Ge charged at Yakushi Kabuto, his iron fists cutting through the air with a fierce gust. "Damn you, little brat. I may not comprehend your words, but how dare you insult me? You shall not live to tell the tale." Rage flickered in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes as he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his scalpel. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a relentless clash, each strike resonating with thunderous echoes, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Boom. Both combatants were sent reeling, colliding against the wall with a cacophony of sound. "Well, you have indeed exceeded my expectations." After regaining his footing, Yakushi Kabuto wore an expression of admiration. "But remember, I am stronger than you." With that, he lunged forward once more, reigniting the fierce confrontation. Curse it! Enraged by the turn of events, Zhi Ge felt a surge of indignation swell within him. To my utter astonishment, I find myself being overwhelmed and beaten by the minions of Orochimaru. What an utter disgrace! If you are so eager to meet your demise, allow me to oblige. As I speak, an intense white mist envelopes my entire being. This is the manifestation of my forceful activation of the second stage of power. I can distinctly feel every muscle in my body throbbing with excruciating pain. Yet despite the overwhelming side effects, I must sustain this state. After all, Kabuto possesses strength nearly on par with Kakashi. A moment of relaxation would surely result in my annihilation. This foe is undeniably perilous. Huh, you foolish boy, no matter how hard you strive. You remain nothing but a waste. Do you think you can defeat me? You are a century too early. Kabuto sneers wickedly, his gaze piercing with ferocity. Now, let me witness your true strength. Taking a deep breath, I clench my fists, producing a series of cracking sounds, as a formidable force surges forth from within. In the next instant, 2 orbs of white lightning materialize in my palms, shimmering ominously, as if harboring cataclysmic power. Thunder fruit power. Lightning orbs. My eyes widen as I violently swing my hand, sending the 2 white lightning orbs hurtling toward Kabuto. As the orbs race towards him, a disdainful expression crosses Kabuto's face. You little brat, do you truly believe such a feeble attack could slay me? How naive. In the blink of an eye, chakra surges from his body, forming a thin membrane that encases him. Boom. The 2 white lightning orbs collide with Kabuto, yet he remains unscathed, not even a wrinkle on his clothing. What is this? Witnessing this, I cannot help but widen my eyes in shock. Humph. You dare to challenge me with such paltry power? You are courting death. With that, Kabuto slices through the air with his scalpel, a beam of white light rushing toward me. Die, little brat. Do not think it will be so easy to defeat me. Observing Kabuto's movements, I let out a cold shout and charge forward, meeting his scalpel with my fists. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, we are locked in another fierce battle. Kabuto's knife techniques grow increasingly swift, while I evade his attacks and retaliate with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. Our clashes unleash waves of energy, devastating the surroundings into ruins. At that moment, my expression sharpens, and a silver-gray current suddenly erupts from my body, swiftly coalescing into a slender arc of electricity. Boom. With a resounding crash, Kabuto is struck by the current of electricity, sent hurtling through the air, crashing through several walls before landing heavily on the ground. Thud. Upon hitting the ground, even his glasses crack. How could this happen? Why do your techniques fluctuate in strength? Yao Shidu rose from the ground, clutching his chest, his face a portrait of astonishment as he gazed at Zhi Ge. For I am a master, completely unlike you. A mere sycophant of the foolish Orochimaru. Zhi Ge grinned broadly, revealing his pearly white teeth, yet unbeknownst to Yao Shidu. Zhi Ge was on the verge of physical collapse after repeatedly forcing himself into the second gear, unable to sustain his strength for long. Brat, do not push your luck. Your words will lead you to a perilous predicament. Yao Shidu seethed, his entire demeanor radiating a fierce aura, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? What is the matter? Are you afraid? Huh? You can't even defeat a mere genin from Konoha. Yet you dare to act superior before me? Zhi Ge observed Yao Shidu exhausting his repertoire of taunts. You. At these words, Yao Shidu paused momentarily. Indeed, he had allowed this young boy to provoke him. If he continued down this path, he would fall into the trap set by his opponent. Such a lapse of judgment was intolerable for the astute Yao Shidu. With this realization, his expression finally calmed. Nevertheless, no matter how much you prattle, it will change nothing. You shall still meet your end. Yao Shidu let out a disdainful snort, shaking his surgical knife before launching it once more. In an instant, a flurry of razor-sharp blades encircled Yao Shidu, forming an impenetrable barrier as solid as steel, rendering any breakthrough impossible. Humph. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge scoffed, stamping his feet forcefully. Accelerating suddenly. In the next moment, Zhi Ge pivoted, his arms swinging wide as bolts of lightning erupted from his limb, immediately intertwining with the blades surrounding Yao Shidu. Zzz. A deafening cacophony of metallic friction reverberated throughout the forest. Yao Shidu smiled faintly, his hands swiftly forming seals. Wind release. Whirling tempest. Instantly, his chakra surged forth, morphing into countless blades of wind that swept outward. Regardless of how formidable your lightning may be, if struck by my wind blades, it shall be shredded to pieces. As he spoke, Yao Shidu waved his hands again, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that obliterated everything in their path, creating a realm of chaos. Observing this, a subtle smile graced Zhi Ge's face. Indeed, you possess a semblance of intelligence. To think you could employ wind release to counter my lightning. Alas, such trivial tricks will not suffice against me. With that, Zhi Ge swung his hands vigorously, radiating circles of blue-purple light from his palms. 30 million volts. Ground thunder. A punch was thrown, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of lightning power that surged outward. Boom. In the next moment, all the lightning energy burrowed underground, then surged back toward Yao Shidu. Interesting, attempting to evade my wind release by burrowing underground. Yao Shidu's pupils narrowed, his expression growing serious. Such an assault is indeed intriguing. No wonder Lord Orochimaru holds this young one in high regard, for he possesses considerable strength. Kabuto Yakushi let out a cold snort, and with a flick of his right hand, the wind blades that had been coiling around him instantly transformed into sharp wind swords, rushing forth once more. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a cacophony of violent clashes reverberated throughout the surroundings, as countless wind swords penetrated the ground, intertwining with flashes of lightning to form dazzling beams of light that crisscrossed the earth, incessantly bombarding everything above. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire forest was suffused with thunder and gales, the air filled with explosive roars, and what lay before the eyes was utter devastation. Dreadful, you wretched brat. Just how much power have you concealed? Observing the scene before him, Kabuto's visage was etched with fury. He had never anticipated that his opponent would possess such formidable strength. This level of assault would be challenging even for the current Orochimaru to withstand. Is this truly an ordinary Leaf Village genin? It seems I have gravely misjudged the intelligence regarding Zhi Ge. Compared to the clumsy brute who could only throw punches and kicks during the Chunin exams, the present Zhi Ge is indeed far more powerful. You little brat, I shall ensure your demise here today. Kabuto roared in anger, bringing down the scalpel in his hand once more. This time, the wind swords bore an even greater might, their aura more menacing. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes echoed relentlessly, as the battle between lightning and wind swords created afterimages that were nearly impossible to perceive. Boom. Ultimately, a dull thud resounded, and Kabuto was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a heavy thump. Ha ha ha. Witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge erupted into boisterous laughter, declaring, "You have lost." With that, Zhi Ge prepared to stride towards Kabuto, ready to deliver a fatal blow. You little brat, do not be so arrogant. Even if you are strong now, you are still no match for me. Kabuto spat through gritted teeth. Is that so? Then let us see. With that, Zhi Ge propelled himself forward with great force, akin to a cannonball, reaching Kabuto's side in the blink of an eye. Kabuto's expression hardened at the sight, and he swiftly swung his scalpel towards his adversary. Clang, clang, clang. The blade and lightning intertwined, sparks flying as a series of piercing sounds resonated throughout the air. A succession of crisp sounds rang out, as Kabuto's blade was unexpectedly restrained by the power of the lightning, unable to advance even an inch. How could this be? Kabuto's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. It is known that his chakra scalpel ranks among the foremost in the ninja world, yet today, facing this young brat, he found himself struggling immensely. Just as Kabuto was lost in thought, Zhi Ge delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Bang! Kabuto felt as if his chest were about to explode, hurtling backwards several dozen meters before regaining his footing, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could this happen? Yao Shidu clutched his chest, his face etched with incredulity. It is important to note that his physical prowess, combined with the chakra scalpel, constituted one of his most formidable offensive techniques. Apart from Orochimaru, he had never encountered an adversary of equal strength. Moreover, he had distinctly sensed that Zhi Ge's martial skills were not particularly impressive. How could his opponent have propelled him so far with a single kick? Could it be that this young boy possesses a unique physique? Yao Shidu pondered. Yet he could not fathom how such a feat was accomplished. This conundrum weighed heavily on his mind, filling him with frustration. Enough of these trifles. You believe I am unworthy to challenge Orochimaru, do you? Then allow me to demonstrate my true prowess, Zhi Ge declared, his right hand clenched into a fist, striking fiercely at Yao Shidu. As the fist approached, Yao Shidu's pupils contracted slightly, his right hand gripping the hilt of his blade in an attempt to parry the impending attack. However, Zhi Ge scoffed. How presumptuous! With a sudden surge of strength, Yao Shidu's blade shattered under the force of the blow. A spray of crimson erupted as Yao Shidou's body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing violently, he struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on Zhi Ge, filled with trepidation. I never anticipated your martial abilities had reached such heights. You have boasted for long enough. Now it is my turn. Upon uttering these words, Zhi Ge's body trembled, and a surge of electrical energy enveloped him, expanding rapidly around him. The crackling of thunder echoed incessantly as bolts of argent lightning streaked through the air, hurtling towards Yao Shidou with ferocity. In haste, Yao Shidou raised his other blade, swinging wildly in an effort to dispel the onslaught of lightning. Yet, at the moment of contact, his weapon was reduced to mere fragments, dissipating into the ether. What a terrifying combination! His pupils narrowed as a flicker of fear ignited within him. At that moment, Zhi Ge's figure vanished without a trace, and in the next instant, a flash of lightning materialized at Yao Shidou's throat. In an instant, Yao Shidou's head was enveloped in an invisible electric force, instantly charred to a crisp. Breathing heavily, Zhi Ge exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing Yao Shidou's demise, his expression revealing a hint of fatigue. However, he was taken aback when the lifeless body of Yao Shidou transformed into a shriveled white serpent. What is this? Zhi Ge's eyes widened in bewilderment. You did well, little boy. You even managed to eliminate the white snake clone created for me by the great Orochimaru. Though, it possesses only a quarter of the original strength. A chilling voice echoed from behind Zhi Ge, sending shivers down his spine, compelling him to turn swiftly. To his astonishment, Yao Shidou emerged unscathed from the earth, a cold smirk plastered across his face, revealing that he had not perished after all. At this moment, Zhi Ge felt a sudden shock. He had previously believed that he possessed the strength to eliminate Yao Shidou. However, he now realized that the reality was far from his expectations. Not only was Yao Shidou unharmed, standing resolutely before him, but Zhi Ge also found himself disheartened to discover that despite exerting all his efforts, he was merely at a quarter of Yao Shidou's prowess. You did this on purpose. Zhi Ge gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Of course, Yao Shidou replied with a chilling smile, his expression mocking as he regarded Zhi Ge. Did you truly think you could defeat me? Your martial arts, though formidable when combined with lightning release, are merely the most rudimentary of combinations. While a typical ninja might fall to your might, my abilities are of the highest caliber among jonin. The notion that you could triumph over me is nothing short of a delusion. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge's expression became exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated that this individual before him was not only cunning, but also exceedingly sly. No, I cannot allow you to continue your arrogance. With this thought, Zhi Ge's countenance morphed into a more ferocious mask. This time, I will ensure you pay the price. As his words fell, Zhi Ge's legs propelled him forward with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, instantly closing the distance to Yao Shidou and launching a powerful punch. Bang! An overwhelming force erupted forth, yet Yao Shidou effortlessly caught it with a single hand. Look at you, clearly growing weaker in both stamina and strength, yet still so defiant. The only difference between you and Naruto-kun is that you possess just a smidgen more intellect, though not by much, Yao Shidou taunted. Zhi Ge's face flushed with anger. This statement was undoubtedly a blatant insult. Have you said enough? What now? Do you intend to give up? Yao Shidou asked, adopting the demeanor of a victor. His face filled with arrogance. Not a chance. Rubber jet swing punch. At that moment, Zhi Ge's figure vanished from sight once more, and without reservation. He unleashed a heavy punch aimed at Yao Shidou's back. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Yao Shidou was pushed back a few steps, yet he quickly regained his footing. This time, let's see where you run. Yao Shidou sneered. However, just as his words were uttered, Zhi Ge's silhouette unexpectedly reappeared, delivering another powerful strike towards Yao Shidou. Futile. Wind release. Gale blade. Yao Shidou roared, as the air around him rapidly coalesced, manifesting into hundreds of blade-like gusts. Boom. The countless blade gusts converged upon Zhi Ge, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that unleashed a terrifying storm of destruction. The sound of explosions resounded continuously, with shattered debris scattering in all directions. Zhi Ge found himself engulfed by the onslaught of blade energy, his body hurled backward, crashing violently against a stone wall before collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing Zhi Ge's injury, a gleam of satisfaction appeared on Yao Shidou's face. Ha ha ha, little brat, today is your day of reckoning. How pitiable. You would never have imagined that this day would come, where you are effortlessly defeated, lacking any means to retaliate. The pharmacist, erupted into a maniacal laughter. Do not be so smug. I shall not concede easily. Zhi Ge wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze icy as it locked onto Du. Though her body bore dozens of wounds from the slicing winds, she still rose to her feet. She would not allow herself to be humiliated before this fiend. Why? Why do you fight so desperately? Tsunade observed Zhi Ge's back, her once frigid heart beginning to thaw gradually. Ha ha ha. You are the most foolish ninja I have ever encountered. If that is the case, let me send you to your demise. Wind release. Wind dragon. With Du's bellow, a 5-meter-long azure wind dragon materialized behind him, surging toward Zhi Ge. Upon witnessing this, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted. Damn it! In that instant, she realized she was ensnared in peril. This wind dragon, formed from wind chakra, possessed terrifying power. Even in her unscathed state, she would not dare to confront it directly, let alone in her current condition. Perish. Du sneered, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes as he envisioned Zhi Ge's demise. However, just as he reveled in his anticipation, a shadowy figure silently appeared before him, obstructing his path. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and Du felt an immense force slam into his chest, sending his body hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of resounding thuds, Du fell hard onto the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, he finally opened his eyes, a dark figure coming into view. You have actually recovered. Du stared in astonishment at the figure before him. It was Tsunade. I had already regained my strength. You just failed to notice. Seeing this brat fight so desperately to save me, I could no longer stand idly by. With a smile, Tsunade approached Du, extending her slender right palm to gently press against his forehead. Du's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to rise, only to find himself utterly immobilized. In the next instant, Tsunade abruptly withdrew her hand. Whoosh! Her form vanished from sight. Du's face displayed a hint of terror as he looked up abruptly. Yet in the next moment, Tsunade reappeared above him, her foot pressing firmly against his back. Stay right there. Tsunade sneered, then exerted forcefully, a wild pressure compelling Du deep into the earth. Damn it! Just how much strength does this woman possess? Du stared wide-eyed, his face a mask of shock as he regarded Tsunade. The woman possessed the extraordinary ability to force him into the ground, an intensity of suppression he had never encountered in his life. Indeed, she was the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju from Konoha. Tsunade observed the astonished expression on Kabuto's face, a smug smile gracing her lips as she casually remarked, "My strength far exceeds your imagination. This kick only utilized a mere 30% of my power. Had I exerted 80%, you would have been flattened beneath my foot." At her words, Kabuto's lips twitched in disbelief. What sort of monster is this woman? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Lord Orochimaru, I have failed. Kabuto suddenly shouted over his shoulder as Orochimaru arrived. However, the numerous wounds adorning Orochimaru's body indicated that he had not fared well against Jiraiya either. Failure is merely a setback. It is of little consequence. For I have never bested Jiraiya. Orochimaru cast a disdainful glance at Kabuto, then surveyed Tsunade on the ground. This woman is incredibly formidable, possessing astonishing healing abilities and strength. It seems imperative to eliminate her swiftly. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. A chilling glint flickered in Kabuto's eyes, prompting Orochimaru's expression to grow serious. Lord Orochimaru, please exercise utmost caution, Kabuto said earnestly, his eyes brimming with gravity. I am aware, but it appears we are unlikely to succeed today, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Just as the injured Jiraiya arrived, the situation had shifted dramatically, now pitting Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune against the gravely wounded Kabuto and the battered Orochimaru. The scales of victory had decisively tipped in their favor. Lord Orochimaru, this mission has failed. Not only have you not achieved your desire, but you are also injured. I recommend a tactical retreat. Otherwise, we may all perish here, Kabuto suggested after a moment of contemplation. Retreat? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, a flicker of reluctant rage igniting in his eyes. It seemed there was no alternative. The circumstances were indeed unfavorable. No, they must not escape. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss it, we may never capture Orochimaru again. Shizune, having overheard their intentions to flee, attempted to rise and intervene, but darkness suddenly enveloped him, causing him to faint. At that moment, his body had been completely exhausted, and only his previous exhilaration had masked the fatigue. Now is the time. Lord Orochimaru. We must depart. Kabuto exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of Shizune unconscious on the ground. Very well. Let us leave. Orochimaru cast a lingering glance at Shizune, lying in a pool of blood, his eyes filled with reluctance, before sweeping his sleeve and swiftly departing with Kabuto. Tsunade and Jiraiya, however, showed no inclination to pursue. Recognizing that their own losses were substantial, recuperation had become their utmost priority. Lord Orochimaru, I have thoroughly discerned all the abilities of this young lad, Zhi Ge. His talents and combat skills far surpass those of his peers. I am convinced that with a modicum of training, he could attain the strength of a Jonin within a year. If he were to serve as your reincarnation vessel, it would indeed be an impeccable choice. The fleeing Kabuto stated in a low voice. Indeed, this boy is remarkably gifted. If nothing unforeseen occurs, he may inherit all that I possess, which was my initial intention. However, a flicker of apprehension glinted in Orochimaru's eyes as he fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, he sighed and shook his head. It is futile. This child is too tenacious. To control him would be nearly impossible, and that damned Jiraiya seems to have almost dispelled the darkness within him. A child burdened with the deep-seated enmity of his clan is now risking his life for Konoha. One must admit, Jiraiya's brainwashing is truly formidable. Lord Orochimaru, you cannot abandon this. This boy is undoubtedly the ideal reincarnation vessel. Kabuto interjected hastily. At his age, he possesses an astonishing physical aptitude, coupled with a potent affinity for lightning. Such a talent is rare, perhaps non-existent within the entire shinobi world. Regrettably, such a being does not belong to me. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with a sense of loss, yet he shook his head resolutely before turning his gaze towards Kabuto. I have decided to relinquish the idea of using Zhi Ge as a reincarnation vessel. Fortunately, I have already implanted a curse mark on Sasuke Uchiha. Although this backup pales in comparison to Zhi Ge, he has at least awakened the Sharingan. With the power of the Sharingan, I shall fulfill my lifelong ambition. But what if our attempt to recruit him fails? Kabuto frowned. Fail? Ha ha ha. How could that be possible? Orochimaru laughed heartily. This fellow is progressing far too slowly under Kakashi's tutelage, and Zhi Ge is comprehensively overshadowing him. Under such pressure, Sasuke will inevitably seek greater power. He will certainly agree to come to me. Yet, Kabuto wished to further persuade Orochimaru, but was halted by a dismissive wave of his hand. Do not speak further. Once a decision is made, no one shall alter it. Upon witnessing this, Kabuto gritted his teeth, refraining from any further attempts to sway Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, what do you plan to do next? Look for an opportunity to have the four of them infiltrate Konoha and bring Sasuke to me. Understood. I shall make arrangements at once. In Konoha village, within the ninja hospital, Zhi Ge, who had been unconscious for several days, finally stirred awake. Upon opening his eyes and perceiving his surroundings, he nearly burst into tears. What is it? Has he been struck senseless? Jiraiya, who was tending to Zhi Ge's wounds, inquired with concern as he noticed the distressed expression upon the boy's face. The lecherous sage, am I under some kind of illusion that I have yet to recover? Why is it that every time I awaken, I find myself in a hospital? Zhi Ge lamented, tears streaming down his face. Ever since participating in the Chunin exams, he had become a frequent visitor to the hospital. Regardless of the tasks he undertook, he would invariably awaken in a hospital bed. Haha, this only proves how dedicated you are. Moreover, if you were not sufficiently powerful, any one of the adversaries you previously faced could have easily claimed your life. Jiraiya chuckled, patting Zhi Ge on the shoulder before picking up the food on the table to feed him. How do you feel now? Jiraiya inquired. Zhi Ge, still in the recovery phase, had most of his injuries healed, but the internal damage from prolonged combat remained. I cannot bear it. My head feels as if it is being pierced by 1,000 needles. Zhi Ge exclaimed, clutching his head in agony. The side effects of repeatedly activating the second stage were quite pronounced, causing a significant reaction in his body. Do not rush. Take your time to adapt. Otherwise, you may leave lingering issues for the future, Jiraiya advised. Then I must wait for the headache to subside, Zhi Ge sighed, lamenting the unfortunate reality that despite their considerable efforts, they had failed to capture Orochimaru. Reflecting on the scene before he lost consciousness, Zhi Ge couldn't help but sigh. Had he been a little stronger, it would have been the perfect opportunity. Haha, do not despair. Once your body fully recovers, there will be ample opportunities to defeat Orochimaru. Jiraiya laughed heartily, his tone filled with certainty. Rest assured, I possess a method to assist you in enhancing your strength. Jiraiya added. What method? Zhi Ge's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly inquired. We shall discuss it once you feel better. For now, let us replenish your energy with some food. Jiraiya smiled gently, helping Zhi Ge sit up and pouring him a bowl of water. Drink some water. Thank you, lecherous sage. Zhi Ge accepted the cup, smiling gratefully at Jiraiya before drinking it all in one go. Having become an orphan at a young age, Zhi Ge could only feel a semblance of familial warmth in Jiraiya's presence. Come now, no need for formality. You are my prized disciple. Jiraiya grinned. Indeed. Zhi Ge nodded earnestly. Perhaps one day, you might even surpass my former disciple, Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he gazed at Zhi Ge. Minato Namikaze? The one known as the Yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage? Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback, but soon a determined glint appeared in his eyes. Then I must strive with all my might. Ah, speaking of which, I almost forgot the important matter. The fifth Hokage asked me to inform you that once you awaken, you should report to her office. I hear there is good news. The fifth Hokage? That would be Tsunade. She has indeed agreed to assume the role of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade? She actually consented to become the fifth Hokage. Upon hearing the news, Zhi Ge was filled with elation. He recognized that Tsunade was an incredibly proud woman, known for her fiery temper. To his surprise, she had ultimately consented to the demands of Konoha, indicating that this mission could indeed be deemed a genuine success. Indeed, she is currently awaiting you in the Hokage's office. Jiraiya remarked with a smile. I shall report immediately. Zhi Ge exclaimed with enthusiasm, hastily exiting the infirmary. This young lad's prowess is truly formidable. He has recovered in just a few days. Jiraiya mused, shaking his head. He was indeed a prodigious talent. Glancing at his own body, he acknowledged the inevitable passage of time. Zhi Ge, you have finally arrived. Tsunade greeted as Zhi Ge entered, her expression one of satisfaction. Yes. Zhi Ge stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Sister Tsunade, please, take a seat. Thank you. Once seated, Tsunade gazed at Zhi Ge's face and suddenly smiled, saying, Zhi Ge, you executed this mission remarkably well. Completing an A-rank task as a genin is quite an achievement. Does this mean the higher-ups of Konoha have decided to promote me to Chunin? Zhi Ge inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Well, not exactly. Tsunade hesitated before explaining. Konoha is not prepared to reward you with a promotion to Chunin. After all, this is a significant matter that cannot be treated lightly. Thus, you must continue to fulfill your tasks and accumulate experience. How can that be? I have contributed so much. Zhi Ge protested eagerly. And my abilities have long surpassed the level of a Chunin. He stood up, unable to contain his impatience to achieve the rank of Chunin. This is an order, Tsunade stated coldly. Zhi Ge lowered his head, refraining from rebuttal, disappointment evident in his expression. However, do not be disheartened. In light of your exceptional contributions to Konoha, the higher-ups have decided to reward you. Reward me with what? Am I to leap over the Chunin rank directly to Jonin? Zhi Ge's heart surged with joy as he eagerly pressed for details. Of course not. Your reward is this, Tsunade replied, presenting a finely crafted wooden box. Could it be the secret techniques of the first Hokage? Or perhaps the compendium of forbidden jutsu from the second Hokage? Zhi Ge's mouth twitched, his face once again alight with excitement. Such techniques were exceedingly rare, and mastering them would grant him unparalleled renown and status within the shinobi world. Not at all. It is merely a monetary bonus. Tsunade shot Zhi Ge a disapproving glance. You are thinking too highly of yourself. This is your compensation. Well, money is indeed more tangible. Zhi Ge scratched his head, taking the wooden box containing his reward from Tsunade's hands. However, when he opened the box, the contents nearly made him choke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Only 500 Ryo. I have safeguarded Konoha and completed an A-rank mission, yet I receive a mere 500 Ryo? Zhi Ge was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that after enduring numerous life and death trials, he was rewarded with such a paltry sum. It felt like an egregious loss. Initially, you were to receive 50,000 Ryo, but as you are aware, Konoha has suffered severe devastation at the hands of Orochimaru and is currently undergoing repairs. Funds are in dire need everywhere, so, Well, the bonus. Huh? Tsunade offered a sheepish smile as she explained. What a scam. Had I known, I would have defected and joined Orochimaru. Zhi Ge looked at Tsunade with tears nearly in his eyes, filled with resentment. What did you say? Tsunade arched an eyebrow, declaring, if you dare to betray the village, your punishment will be doubled. You will be confined to the isolation chamber for 6 months of reflection. Ah, no please. Zhi Ge panicked, exclaiming, I was just joking. Actually, 500 Ryo is quite agreeable. Humph. Tsunade responded with a slight huff, though her anger had not dissipated. She waved her hand, signaling him to leave. Zhi Ge felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly exited the Hokage's office. Oh dear. I didn't expect Zhi Ge to be so easily swayed. After all, he is still just a child. Now I finally have the means to settle that mountain of debts. After Zhi Ge departed, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself, swiftly retrieving the remaining 49,500 Ryo from beneath the desk. Konoha is a scam. It has ruined my youth and exploited the cheap labor of the lower ninjas. As Zhi Ge emerged from the Hokage's office, he couldn't help but grumble. At that moment, however, he noticed Sasuke approaching him. Huh, has this kid's injury healed? Zhi Ge thought to himself, stepping forward to greet him. Hi Sasuke, are you fully recovered? Yo, you're still alive? Sasuke retorted mockingly upon seeing Zhi Ge. What do you mean by still alive? Zhi Ge shot him a glare and replied. Humph. With such formidable prowess, it's a miracle you're not a complete wreck. Sasuke scoffed derisively. Hey, you little brat, are you asking for a beating? Do you dare to challenge me? Zhi Ge raised his fist in anger. Hit me. Sasuke sneered, saying, go ahead and try. Their gazes clashed fiercely. At that moment, Zhi Ge found himself puzzled. Why had Sasuke suddenly become so aggressive? Although he previously enjoyed playing it cool, he was always polite to his fellow villagers. What are you two doing? An observing Jonin interjected, immediately stepping in to stop them. Sorry, we were just joking. He chuckled nervously. Joking? From the looks of you, it hardly seems like a jest. Moreover, your expressions suggest a quarrel. I have no conflict with him. You've misunderstood. Zhi Ge quickly distanced himself from the situation, not wishing to fall out with Sasuke. Humph, I know both your temperaments well. You are the only two remaining of your clan. Why must you be so confrontational? The seasoned Jonin cast a glance at Sasuke and remarked, Clan? Huh, I have no desire to be associated with such a wretch. Sasuke, with a cold smirk, fixed his disdainful gaze upon Zhi Ge. What do you mean? Do you truly wish to fight? Let us not forget who left you searching for your teeth during the Chunin exams. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge, filled with indignation, bellowed in fury. Chunin exams? That was merely luck on your part. I am no longer the same as I was back then. Unfazed, Sasuke appeared eager for confrontation. Haha, just a few days ago. Who was it that got knocked down by his own brother with a single blow? Since you're so confident, let us compete and see who emerges victorious. Zhi Ge sneered, casting a challenging look at Sasuke. Do you dare to bring that up? You seek your own demise. Enraged, Sasuke charged at Zhi Ge. Humph. You are still as childish as ever. Zhi Ge taunted while evading Sasuke's onslaught. And what of it? A person like you is unworthy of being my opponent. Is that so? Then let us see you try. The two engaged in a spirited clash, thoroughly absorbed in their duel. Meanwhile, the Jonin observed their skirmish, furrowing his brows in disapproval. What on earth is going on with you two? Do not be so reckless. The Jonin, witnessing their blatant disregard for his presence, swiftly intervened, grasping each by the collar and lifting them off the ground. What are you doing? Put me down. Let us go, they shouted in protest. Yet their struggles appeared feeble, akin to ants attempting to shake a tree in the Jonin's eyes. Enough. We are all comrades. Why must you resort to infighting? Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge immediately ceased his resistance, while Sasuke lowered his head, confusion etched across his face. How dull. I am leaving, Sasuke icily declared before turning to depart. What? A defeated foe? Why is he acting so haughty? Zhi Ge was momentarily stunned, utterly perplexed by Sasuke's erratic behavior. Zhi Ge, you are unaware. But yesterday this fellow got into a brawl with Naruto at the hospital. If Kakashi hadn't intervened in time, who knows what chaos would have ensued. The Jonin sighed and continued, what? Zhi Ge's astonishment deepened in response to the Jonin's words. Naruto, being Sasuke's closest friend, made it unfathomable that this reckless individual would dare to strike him. Forget it, since no one truly understands the situation, and you have just been discharged. It would be best for you to return home and rest. The Jonin shook his head and walked towards the medical department. Zhi Ge said nothing further, merely nodded, and headed homeward. Upon arriving home, Sasuke glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 11 o'clock at night. He switched on the light, revealing an empty room. Sasuke sat in a chair, staring at the group photo of Team 7, lost in silence for a considerable time. At this moment, images of Team 7's missions flickered incessantly in Sasuke's mind, the myriad of moments shared together causing this seemingly cold youth's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Yet, shortly thereafter, the words spoken by the four sound ninjas the previous night began to resurface in his thoughts. Would Orochimaru truly grant me the power to transcend all limitations? Sasuke clenched his teeth, recalling the cursed seal bestowed upon him by Orochimaru, which signaled the onset of his uncontrollable rage. The shock of that power constantly reaffirmed the truth in the words of the Sound Four. Justice or evil, countless images inundated his mind, relentlessly assaulting his moral boundaries, leaving him ensnared in a dilemma of choice. However, the sight of a kunai in the corner of the room drew his thoughts back to the past. This kunai had once been a gift from his beloved brother, Itachi Uchiha. The brother he had cherished so dearly had now become his sworn enemy. Would playing ninja games with friends in the Hidden Leaf Village truly make one stronger? Remaining in this comfortable village would only squander one's potential. Look at Uchiha Shisui. As a fellow member of the Uchiha clan, you have already been left far behind. Only Lord Orochimaru can provide you with the power you seek. Do you not desire revenge? The words of the Sound Four flooded Sasuke's mind, and the kunai left by his brother became the final straw. Sasuke rose, shouldered his pack, turned off the light, and left the room. Well, so late, where are you off to? Shisui, returning from his training, suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning to look, he was surprised to find Sasuke, the very same who had fought with him earlier that day. Of course I'm training. What's wrong? Are you looking for another fight? Shisui said with a grin, his eyes gleaming with provocation. That's not it. I know I'm no match for you right now. Sasuke replied unusually casually, which caused Shisui to momentarily pause in surprise. However, the next time we meet, you might find yourself searching for your teeth. Sasuke continued, striding forward. You really are quite cocky. I don't believe you can surpass me. By the way, you seem like you're about to embark on a long journey. Where are you headed at this hour? Shisui asked with a cheerful smile. Sensing that Sasuke was concocting some dubious plan, Sasuke, hearing Shisui's comment, merely smiled coldly. I'm simply going to carry out a mission. There's no need to be so anxious. Oh, I see. Shisui nodded, though some doubt lingered. But you look a bit pale. You're not injured, are you? Sasuke was taken aback by Shisui's words and instinctively touched his face, realizing he did indeed appear somewhat ashen. It's nothing. Probably just a result of insufficient sleep last night, he explained nonchalantly before quickening his pace and moving ahead. In that case, do take care. Zhi Ge shrugged, and with a fleeting glance, he turned towards home. Farewell, my companion. Sasuke watched Zhi Ge's silhouette disappear as soon as the words left his lips. What a strange fellow. What could be troubling him today? Zhi Ge murmured to himself as he walked. However, he soon cast the thought aside and returned home to indulge in a deep slumber. Exhausted from training and the continuous high-stakes battles of recent days, Zhi Ge slept profoundly. It was not until around noon that a series of rapid knocks on the door roused him from his slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Zhi Ge opened the door. Zhi Ge-kun, have you awakened? Standing at the threshold was Shizune, Tsunade's assistant, her expression laden with concern, as if she bore important news. I just woke up. May I come in? Shizune slightly raised her hand, gesturing toward the interior. Of course, please come in. Zhi Ge stepped aside to allow Shizune to enter. Is there something you wish to discuss, Shizune-san? Sasuke has defected. What? Upon hearing Shizune's words, Zhi Ge's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking with me? No, I speak the truth. Sasuke fled last night. Shizune shook her head anxiously, observing Zhi Ge's expression, hoping he would not doubt her words. Why would he run away? Zhi Ge appeared bewildered, clearly reluctant to accept the news. Yet, as he reflected on Sasuke's unusual behavior the previous night, everything suddenly began to make sense. Though this young man often sought to impress, the notion of defection left Zhi Ge feeling a tinge of sadness. I'm not entirely sure. However, based on the clues Sakura mentioned regarding her last encounter with Sasuke, he likely sought Orochimaru. Shizune furrowed her brow, recounting the events of Sasuke's defection in detail. Zhi Ge nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. This young man truly is remarkable, managing to escape from so many pursuers and successfully exiting the village's borders. What were the Chunin guards doing? But why would he seek Orochimaru? Does he intend to take revenge on Itachi Uchiha? Yet, I doubt Orochimaru possesses the strength to contend with Itachi. If he seeks a formidable mentor, he would be better off approaching Jiraiya. Zhi Ge furrowed his brow in confusion. Although Jiraiya might seem unreliable, he certainly had a knack for teaching his students. You didn't come to me solely to inform me of Sasuke's defection, did you? Is there anything I can assist you with? Zhi Ge inquired, aware that Shizen wouldn't visit him just to relay such news. Actually, I came to inform you that this morning, Lord Hokage has organized a temporary team led by Shikamaru, consisting of Choji, Neji, Kiba, and Naruto, to pursue Sasuke. What? Upon hearing this news, Zhi Ge's expression darkened momentarily, yet he soon found solace in the thought that so many were pursuing Sasuke alone, believing there to be little cause for concern. However, circumstances took an unexpected turn. According to the intelligence at hand, it was not merely Sasuke who had defected. Rather, he had been lured away by subordinates of Orochimaru. This quartet encountered our elite Jonin team during a mission in the morning. Within less than half an hour, our comrades, Nara Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba, were gravely injured in combat with these four. How could this happen? Both Nara Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba are exceptional Jonin. Upon receiving this news, Zhi Ge was taken aback. Who could be responsible for this? More critically, if Naruto and the others were to encounter this group, would it not be tantamount to a death sentence? The strength of these four individuals matched that of our own team, and their ninjutsu was exceedingly cunning, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Preliminary assessments indicated they possessed at least the prowess of special Jonin. Jing Yin sighed, her tone laden with gravity. Thus, Lady Tsunade has instructed me to inform you to expedite your journey for support. As Jing Yin's words resonated, Zhi Ge nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, thank you. It is my duty, she replied. Just as she prepared to depart, Zhi Ge called out to her. Wait, is this where it ends? You wouldn't reconsider, would you? At Zhi Ge's words, Jing Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course not. But, am I not to be assigned companions? Am I to pursue such a perilous individual alone? 4 of them, no less. Well, Lady Tsunade mentioned that aside from the regular defensive ninjas, all other personnel have been dispatched for missions, which is why only you were summoned. Me? Zhi Ge furrowed his brow at this revelation. But I am but a lowly genin, tasked with chasing after Jonin, let alone 4. This seems exceedingly reckless. I know you have always been an ambitious individual. Yet we find ourselves with no alternatives. My role is merely to relay the message. And what of Lady Tsunade? She ought to take action herself. Do not attempt to deceive me into becoming this expendable labor. I apologize, Zhi Ge, but Lady Tsunade is currently occupied with other matters and cannot mobilize. However, rest assured, Sunagakure has re-established its alliance with Konoha, and volunteer comrades from the Sand Village are en route. Jing Yin confidently assured him. Yet her words only darkened Zhi Ge's expression further. By the time they arrive from Sunagakure, my body may well be cold. Zhi Ge's tone bore a hint of sarcasm. Yet Jing Yin remained oblivious. Please, set forth at once. The return of Sasuke, as well as the safety of Naruto and the others, rests solely upon your shoulders. Would you truly allow Naruto and Neji to meet an untimely demise? As Jing Yin spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Zhi Ge's changing expression. Is it truly this dire? Are you certain this is not a moral coercion? I feel as though I have been duped once more. Zhi Ge's expression turned to one of exasperation. No, only a hero of your caliber can undertake such a task. This is indeed your first A-rank mission bestowed by Lady Tsunade. I hope you do not disappoint her. Zhi Ge smiled bitterly. How could he possibly take Sasuke away? That stubborn individual is as immovable as a mountain. Nevertheless, since Shizun has said so, Zhi Ge felt compelled to comply. After all, this was a command from Tsunade, and despite his inner reluctance to refuse, he understood the dire consequences that could follow should he fail to obey. Thus, he resolved to undertake the mission. Rest assured, this is my duty, and I shall return Naruto and the others unharmed. As for Sasuke's return, that is a matter left to fate. Nodding, Zhi Ge turned and made his way outside. I'm coming to support you, Naruto. You must hold on. Upon leaving the village and entering the forest, Zhi Ge's heart was filled with trepidation. Perhaps Naruto could barely survive. But sending Kiba and Choji into such a perilous mission was tantamount to sending them to their doom. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Zhi Ge surged forward, fearing that even a second's delay could lead to the loss of a comrade. He had no desire to witness such a tragedy unfold. As he sped along, Zhi Ge soon noticed signs of a struggle on the grass, indicating that two groups had clashed fiercely in this very spot. He halted, concealing himself in the shadows to observe the ongoing conflict. His ears twitched slightly, as if attuned to some distant sound. After a moment, a look of joy spread across Zhi Ge's face. There it was. They were indeed near. Accelerating forward, he soon spotted Choji's figure. Choji was engaged in a fierce battle with a hefty opponent, whose visage seemed eerily familiar to Zhi Ge. "Zhi Ge, what are you doing here?" Choji exclaimed, nearly leaping from surprise at Zhi Ge's sudden appearance. This individual Zhi Ge scrutinized the rotund figure, and suddenly, a realization struck him, draining the color from his face. This was a member of Orochimaru's guard team. He had been present during the attack on Konoha and the ambush of the third Hokage. Perfect. It was time to settle old scores. With this thought, Zhi Ge's fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. "Humph. So it's you, the worthless one. Orochimaru spared your life, allowing you to cling to your miserable existence. Yet here you are, brazenly exposing yourself." Upon seeing Zhi Ge's sudden appearance, Jirobo's eyes flickered with a hint of fear, but he quickly sneered. "Humph. Orochimaru has commanded that any encounter with Uchiha Zhi Ge should result in immediate extermination." Hearing Jirobo's words, Zhi Ge's expression darkened ominously. "Is that so? Then I shall see whether Orochimaru's loyal hound possesses any real skill." At these words, Jirobo paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Ha! Foolish. Do you truly comprehend the extent of Orochimaru's power? If it were not for Lord Orochimaru's reluctance to confront you personally, you would have surely been torn to shreds by now. This time, Lord Orochimaru has deliberately enhanced the power of our cursed seals for the sole purpose of being prepared should we encounter someone like you. I never anticipated my luck would lead me to you." Jirobo's excitement grew as he envisioned the scene of vanquishing Zhi Ge. Orochimaru has become a mere shell of his former self. Had he not fled swiftly last time, he would have already met his demise at my hands. I am surprised that his escort team is even more obstinate than he is. Rest assured, I will ensure your death is excruciating." Zhi Ge narrowed his eyes, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Despite Jirobo's formidable strength, Zhi Ge was confident that he would not prove to be a worthy adversary in this state. Upon hearing these words, Jirobo was incensed. Such audacious arrogance. Let us see who lives and who dies. A formidable chakra began to coalesce around Jirobo, causing the nearby trees to sway violently and the ground to tremble, enveloping the entire forest in a suffocating aura. "Be careful, Zhi Ge. This guy is truly powerful. I consumed my spinach and curry pills, yet I am no match for him. If you had not arrived in time to support me, I may have perished in battle." Choji's expression was grave, yet he did not forget to offer a warning. "I understand. I will exert my utmost effort to eliminate him. You need not worry about me." Zhi Ge reassured, acknowledging that Choji was aware of his own limitations, and thus chose to remain in place and await Zhi Ge's display of prowess. "Eliminate me? Ha! What a grandiose proclamation. If you possess such capability, then come forth. Earth release, swamp of the underworld." Jirobo laughed menacingly as he unleashed his earth-style ninjutsu. Boom! The earth churned violently, as if massive boulders were plummeting, engulfing the surrounding forest in a cataclysmic disaster. Countless branches snapped and fell. The ground became a quagmire, presenting a dismal sight akin to the advent of the apocalypse. What tremendous power! Choji gazed in astonishment, a flicker of dread welling within him. Do not resist futilely. You too should accept your fate. Jirobo's face was suffused with arrogance and pride, as he envisioned the demise of Choji and Zhi Ge. However, at that moment, he witnessed Zhi Ge inexplicably vanish from his original position, only to reappear before him in the next instant. With a sudden motion, Zhi Ge's right leg lashed out, delivering a powerful kick to Jirobo's abdomen. Rubber bounce knee strike. Bang! Jirobo felt a searing pain in his chest, followed by an overwhelming force surging through him, rendering his body uncontrollable as he plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Jirobo clutched his abdomen, struggling to rise from the earth, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Zhi Ge standing undamaged, an expression of incredulity etched upon his face. Indeed, even if Orochimaru were to arrive here, I would harbor no fear. What more can you, a mere child, do? Zhi Ge taunted, a derisive smirk curling at his lips as he gazed down at the fallen Jirobo. You. Jirobo's mouth hung agape, rendered speechless for a moment. Truly, he is a formidable adversary, just as I anticipated. But do you believe this is the end? As he spoke, Jirobo's expression twisted into a sinister grimace, as if a brilliant strategy had suddenly dawned upon him. Without hesitation, he charged directly toward Zhi Ge, unleashing his martial prowess. Rohankyu, rising knee, shoulder charge, crushing palm. With each technique, Jirobo exerted his full strength, each move imbued with tremendous explosive force, creating deep craters in the ground beneath him. This fool wishes to engage me in close combat? Observing Jirobo's actions, Zhi Ge's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Who does he think he is? Even if he possesses a naturally gifted physique, he is far from being worthy of my challenge. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Jirobo's face flushed with rage. You country bumpkin dare to insult me. You are doomed. You have thoroughly enraged me. You must perish. With a thunderous roar, Jirobo's arms swelled significantly, his muscles expanding dramatically, his entire being radiating with a fierce cursed chakra, his eyes glowing crimson, resembling a demonic deity as he barreled forward. This fool is utterly foolish. No wonder he has become Orochimaru's lackey. What a waste of my performance time. Rubber catapult kick. As Jirobo lunged at him, Zhi Ge's face adorned with a mocking expression, he suddenly exerted force with his left leg, propelling himself like a cannonball, delivering a devastating kick to Jirobo's abdomen. With a thud, Jirobo was sent flying several meters by the force of Zhi Ge's kick, crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His complexion pale, clearly wounded by Zhi Ge's earlier assault. How can this be? How is this possible? Clutching his abdomen, Jirobo gazed at Zhi Ge in disbelief. He could not fathom how the enhanced curse power bestowed upon him by Orochimaru could fail to affect his opponent. Do you truly believe your techniques hold any value before me? Let me enlighten you. In terms of martial arts alone, I am your elder. Zhi Ge cast a dispassionate glance at Jirobo, then slowly raised his right hand, fist clenched. Rubber storm fist. With a thunderous roar, a spiraling tempest materialized from thin air, accompanied by a powerful howling sound, hurtling towards Jirobo. As he felt the force of the swirling storm, a flicker of astonishment crossed Jirobo's eyes. He realized he was facing a true master. Boom! Jirobo exerted every ounce of strength to evade Zhi Ge's punch. Yet Zhi Ge did not relent, continuing his assault. Boom, boom, boom. Witnessing this, Jirobo finally adopted a serious demeanor, for he understood that his opponent's attacks were no trifling matter. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a massive stone slab rose before him. Earth release. Earth returns to the land. The massive stone slab completely enveloped Jirobo's body, and it appeared that it was too late. As he gazed upon the colossal rock, a hint of mockery flickered in Zhi Ge's eyes. No sooner had he spoken than his right fist came crashing down upon the stone slab, which shattered with a thunderous roar, scattering dust into the air. Witnessing the fragmented slab, Jirobo's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world is this? Your defensive jutsu is utterly feeble. A sardonic smile crept across Zhi Ge's face. You cannot even withstand one of my ordinary attacks, yet you wish to engage with me? Infuriating. Jirobo roared in anger. What manner of monster are you, possessing such formidable strength? What is your physique? You have far too many questions. Zhi Ge snorted coldly and charged at Jirobo once more. Get away from me. As Zhi Ge's approach grew increasingly imminent, Jirobo could no longer contain himself and shouted frantically. Fear and panic etched across his face. Boom. With a resounding crash, Jirobo's body faced yet another devastating blow. Before Zhi Ge, he was as defenseless as paper, offering no resistance whatsoever. I refuse to believe it. Your martial prowess cannot be this formidable. My cursed mark power is one of the most elite ninja arts. How could you possibly defeat me? Jirobo's hoarse voice echoed, his face twisted with reluctance. The trash power bestowed upon you by Orochimaru. And you cherish it as a treasure? How utterly laughable. Zhi Ge watched as Jirobo retreated, extending one hand to seize his collar. Yet at that moment, Jirobo suddenly wore a sinister smile. This is bad. Zhi Ge, you have fallen into his trap. Ino's voice rang out, having foreseen the unfolding events and hurriedly warning Zhi Ge. What trap? Stunned by Ino's words, Zhi Ge found himself momentarily at a loss, only now realizing. It is too late. Earth-style barrier. Earth prison. Jirobo's wicked grin widened as towering earthen walls sprang up around Zhi Ge. Before he could comprehend the situation, these walls converged, trapping him with no escape in sight. What is this? As he beheld the sudden earthen barrier, Zhi Ge's pupils dilated, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Ha! Just then, Zhi Ge heard a raucous laughter from beyond the wall, the sinister grin of Jirobo echoing in the air. Ha ha ha, Zhi Ge! Did you not anticipate this? I feigned weakness to lower your guard, and indeed, you fell into my trap. Within my earth prison, your chakra will be gradually siphoned away. Accept your fate. Jirobo's smile was chilling, his expression rife with derision. Earth prison? This is the ninjutsu that Orochimaru taught you. Isn't it? I never expected you to be so pathetic. Daring to think you could kill me with it. Huh. You are truly a worthless being. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, a surge of anger welled up within him. Worthless? The moment Zhi Lang heard that term, a sinister expression crossed his face. Since you deem me worthless, let us see if you can escape. Ha. Rest assured. In 5 minutes, your bravado will diminish. A cruel smile suddenly appeared on Zhi Lang's face as his body swelled, exerting all his strength to siphon the chakra from Zhi Ge. This is bad. Zhi Ge is in danger. I must devise a plan. Ding Xi's expression fluctuated, his heart racing with anxiety. He understood that once Zhi Ge lost the supply of chakra, his power would diminish significantly, rendering him vulnerable to Zhi Lang's lethal intent. You fat fool, stay out of this. I am currently in a cursed seal state. You are not someone who can meddle with me, Zhi Lang said with a mocking tone, as if he had anticipated Ding Xi's actions. Upon hearing Zhi Lang's words, Ding Xi's expression darkened. No matter what you say, I will not back down. I still have much to accomplish. With gritted teeth, Ding Xi pulled a small box from his sleeve, within which lay the final chili pill from the 3 colored pills. Consuming it would grant him a 100-fold increase in power, enabling him to rescue Zhi Ge. However, doing so would cost him his own life. But Zhi Ge is in this predicament because of me. How could I allow my comrade from Konoha to perish for my sake? After a fleeting moment of inner turmoil, Ding Xi trembled as he opened the lid of the chili pill. Yet at that instant, he noticed that Zhi Lang's facial expression seemed somewhat amiss. Why? How could this be? Why am I unable to absorb even a shred of chakra from Zhi Ge within my earth prison? This shouldn't be. After painstakingly crafting a plan to ensnare Zhi Ge in his earth prison, Zhi Lang found himself unable to siphon any chakra, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. Ha! While your plan to absorb chakra and trap me is quite clever, it hinges upon a prerequisite. Zhi Ge laughed heartily, seemingly reveling in the barrier. How can this be? What condition? A sense of dread gripped Zhi Lang as he shouted out loud. The condition is that I must actually possess chakra. This is impossible. Upon hearing this, Zhi Lang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the conclusion he had just heard. Are you jesting? How could you possibly lack chakra? I have witnessed your strength firsthand. Your lightning techniques are so masterful. How could you be without chakra? Are you mocking me? Zhi Lang roared, clearly unwilling to accept this reality. Are you serious? Upon seeing the appearance of Silang Fang, Zhi Ge could not help but let out a cold laugh. Am I jesting? You shall soon find out, Zhi Ge stated coldly, then suddenly raised both hands, with fierce lightning flashing incessantly within his palms. This is the technique of lightning release. You claim to possess no chakra while wielding such power? Indeed, perhaps this is a form of lightning release. However, I do not require such trivial chakra, Zhi Ge proclaimed proudly, a hint of arrogance gracing his expression. What nonsensical words are you uttering? Have you been rendered foolish by fear? At this, Silang Fang's eyes widened in astonishment, and his expression twisted into a grimace. Arguing with someone of your dubious intellect is merely a waste of my time. Now, open your eyes and behold. The power of Thunderfruit. 10 million volts. Lightning wave. With a thunderous cry, Zhi Ge unleashed a brilliant blue light from his arms, concentrating a surge of lightning within his palms. The might of the lightning wave was immense. Upon striking the barrier of the earth prison, it shattered it instantly, sending debris flying in all directions. Boom, boom. The sound of crackling thunder reverberated throughout the earth prison, causing it to tremble violently. Outside, Silang Fang's expression turned ghastly pale, blood even seeping from his eyes. I will not accept this. I will not accept this. He roared, his face contorted with madness. He could not comprehend why the meticulously crafted barrier he had established could be so easily dismantled. Silang Fang refused to believe such a fate. After all, His ninjutsu was not inferior to that of other ninjas. Damn you, scoundrel! His expression twisted in fury, the cursed seal upon him spinning wildly, augmenting his chakra in a desperate attempt to restore his strength. Is this truly your last resort? Zhi Ge scoffed, disdain evident in his gaze. You think such a meager chakra can contend with me? Truly delusional. Before his words had fully escaped, Zhi Ge stepped forward decisively. 10 million volts. Lightning fist. As the words left his lips, a dazzling bolt of blue lightning shot forth from his right fist, propelled by the elasticity of his rubber body, surging through the air towards Silangfang. The speed of the lightning was blinding, reaching Silangfang in the blink of an eye. Terror etched across Silangfang's face as he desperately attempted to evade the oncoming bolt, yet he was unable to escape its grasp. No. Silangfang's expression morphed into one of madness, his eyes fixed on the blue lightning, hands flailing as he unleashed an array of ninjutsu in a futile effort to counter the impending strike. However, the disparity between his strength and that of Zhi Ge was insurmountable. In just a few breaths, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered back several meters. What on earth? The expression on Silangfang's face was one of shock. He clearly had not anticipated the opponent's overwhelming prowess. Haha. I have already stated that the gap between us is indeed vast. Zhi Ge laughed heartily upon witnessing Silangfang's reaction. Zhi Ge, I acknowledge your formidable abilities. Yet, I do not believe that this alone can defeat me. Allow me to reveal the true extent of my power. Silangfang inhaled deeply, determination etched on his face. The cursed seals upon him continued to multiply until they enveloped his entire body, culminating in a complete transformation. Before him, Silangfang's formerly short hair now cascaded long and yellow. His skin hardened and darkened, and claws sprouted from his hands. Zhi Ge gazed in astonishment at these remarkable changes. Although he was uncertain about the nature of this transformation, he could distinctly sense that the opponent's strength had seemingly multiplied several-fold. At long last, this is my cursed seal transformation, stage 2. Previously, I would only employ this against opponents of the Jonin level, yet here I am forced to use it against you. I must admit, you are indeed a formidable adversary, but this is where it ends. The brilliance in Silangfang's eyes shone brightly as his chakra surged with terrifying intensity, enveloping him in a palpable aura of lethal intent. Damn, is this the body that Orochimaru has modified? Zhi Ge exclaimed in surprise at the sight of Silangfang. Haha, now you understand the gravity of the situation. Silangfang cackled wildly. You are fortunate to witness the enhanced power of the cursed seal bestowed upon me by the great Orochimaru. Prepare to meet your demise. So arrogant, Zhi Ge scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Humph, then let us see. With that, Silangfang surged forward at an astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch to Zhi Ge's abdomen. Crushing fist. The force of the blow sent Zhi Ge hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. This strike had indeed injured him. Yet, Zhi Ge's expression remained calm, unshaken by the pain. Seeing this, a flicker of shock crossed Silangfang's eyes. You withstood my attack? He could hardly believe his own eyes. There's no option. Your cursed seal power is far too feeble. Both your ninjutsu and taijutsu are pathetically weak. Zhi Ge remarked with a faint smile. Stop boasting. Let us see how long you can endure. Silangfang roared as he charged at Zhi Ge once more. With a series of resounding thuds, two figures collided repeatedly, their fists raining down upon each other as the ground beneath them trembled, marred by the shockwaves of their ferocious exchange. The forest, shrouded in an eerie silence, was dominated solely by the sound of their fierce confrontations. Between them, shadows flickered and intertwined, each punch unleashing a fierce wind that sent ripples through the trees. Bang! Crack! A chorus of muffled sounds erupted, as one after another, the figures were sent reeling backwards. Gradually, after a relentless barrage, Jirobo's complexion grew increasingly pallid. With a thunderous impact, he was struck and fell heavily to the ground. A spurt of crimson erupted from his lips, pain etched across his features. This damned fiend. I refuse to believe your body is forged of iron. You must be gravely wounded as well. Jirobo seethed. Haha, do not be so naive. The resilience of my body surpasses that of iron. What can you possibly do to me? Zhi Ge retorted with a menacing grin. You, Jirobo exclaimed, exasperated. What? Do you still wish to continue this bout? Come at me. I shall show no mercy. As he spoke, Zhi Ge slowly raised his palm, aiming it directly at Jirobo's heart. An overwhelming force suddenly erupted forth. "Stop!" Jirobo cried out, attempting to flee. However, Zhi Ge would not grant him such an opportunity. A fleeting thought ignited within him, and a surge of lightning coalesced in his right hand, which he then forcefully drove into Jirobo's chest. Jirobo's body disintegrated in an explosive burst. A cloud of blood mist enveloping the area. Dingxi, hidden behind a large tree, stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the once formidable Jirobo had been utterly vanquished by a single strike from Zhi Ge, leaving not even a remnant of his form. It was utterly terrifying. "Zhi Ge, your prowess is astounding. The disparity between us as peers is insurmountable," Dingxi murmured after a long pause. "Dingxi, do not dwell on it. The fact that you managed to hold him off here is commendable. We must return to the village swiftly." Zhi Ge's words shattered Dingxi's reverie. "No, now is not the time to retreat. Shikamaru and Naruto are still pursuing the enemy ahead. They are waiting for my support." Dingxi resolutely refused. "But you?" Zhi Ge was taken aback, realizing that despite Dingxi's lack of strength, he was a person willing to sacrifice for his friends, intent on aiding others even while gravely injured. With this thought, a determined smile graced Zhi Ge's face. "Do not worry, Dingxi. I have come at the behest of Lord Hokage to assist you. I shall handle the matters that lie ahead. You must return at once. This is also Lord Hokage's specific request." Zhi Ge uttered a small falsehood, fully aware that the foes ahead would only grow stronger. If Dingxi insisted on proceeding, peril would undoubtedly follow. Nevertheless, for Dingxi's safety, he was willing to weave this lie. "Very well then. Do take care." Dingxi understood the gravity of the situation and knew time was of the essence. Thus he had no choice but to depart momentarily. "All right." Zhi Ge nodded. "I shall take my leave. Be cautious and do not act recklessly." With that, Dingxi turned and walked into the distance. "Understood. Rest assured." Zhi Ge's voice echoed back, as he waved his fist before vanishing from sight. As Dingxi beheld Zhi Ge's retreating figure, an inexplicable emotion welled up within him, a sensation he had never experienced before, yet one that lingered in his memory. In that moment, he had come to regard Zhi Ge as a significant companion. After parting ways with Dingxi, Zhi Ge continued to hasten forward. The battle against Jirobo had been relatively manageable for him. Although it had required some effort, it was ultimately devoid of grave danger. Moreover, he had conserved a considerable amount of stamina, which would prove advantageous for the impending pursuit. While pondering the nature of the adversaries that lay ahead, Zhi Ge suddenly noticed an array of peculiar spider webs in the nearby woods. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these webs contained chakra elements. Naruto and his companions would not wield such ninjutsu. It seemed the enemy must be lurking nearby. As he approached the strands of webbing, Zhi Ge felt a terrifying force seep into his skin the moment he made contact. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp in shock. How formidable! This overwhelming chakra was capable of eroding his haki. Could these chakra strands be a manifestation of the enemy's jinjutsu? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a loud crash reverberated from nearby. "Oh no! What am I dawdling here for? Those fellows are waiting for my assistance." Zhi Ge immediately snapped back to reality. His speed surged several-fold as he dashed away into the distance. Soon, he traversed a vast expanse of spider webs. In his line of sight, dark streaks were rapidly advancing towards him. These shadows moved with astonishing swiftness, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Boom! A dark streak collided violently with him, sending him tumbling through the air. Thud! Zhi Ge crashed into the thicket below. Ouch! That hurt. Lying among the grass, he couldn't help but lament. However, as he regained his composure and looked at the dark figures, he realized they were none other than enormous black spiders. Each spider was the size of a fist, and their aggression was particularly fierce. It was this moment of inattention that had cost Zhi Ge dearly. It seems that these spiders have been dispatched by the enemy for reconnaissance purposes. How audacious of them to obstruct my path, to oblivion with them. The power of the Thunder Fruit. Thunderbolt seizure. In an instant, Zhi Ge was consumed by fury, a radiant aura of lightning enveloping his form. Whoosh! Thick bolts of lightning surged forth, striking down the surrounding spiders without mercy. The arachnids had no chance to resist, utterly vanquished by the onslaught of electricity. Zhi Ge, undeterred, continued his advance after exterminating the spiders. Yet, within a mere minute, he encountered the battered and bruised Hinata Niji. How is it that the prodigious scion of the Hyuga clan finds himself in such disarray? Zhi Ge teased upon spotting Niji. There is no time for idle banter. I have already seen through my Byakugan that you are making your way towards me. Be wary. An adversary lurks nearby, and I am engaged with him. Niji replied hastily. Rest assured, I have dispatched numerous reconnaissance spiders already. Should the enemy dare to show themselves, they shall find only their demise. Zhi Ge retorted with a cold snort. Indeed. I hope that proves to be the case. Niji nodded. Though he held great trust in Zhi Ge, he had witnessed the enemy's strength firsthand and knew well that this was not the time for complacency. Where does this foolhardy child come from? How dare he utter such brazen words? It seems I must teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a bizarre voice echoed, and a creature with 6 arms dangled from a tree, ensnared by slender strands of spider silk. It appeared that this individual was responsible for the webs and spiders. Humph. Who are you? Why do you obstruct the movements of Naruto and his companions? Zhi Ge's gaze sharpened as he solemnly inquired. Ha ha ha, foolish child, you are truly dim-witted. Do you not recognize me? We have crossed paths in Konoha. The 6-armed creature mocked. Ah, yet another lackey of Orochimaru, I see. I have already dealt with one rotund individual. It seems now it is your turn. Zhi Ge replied coldly. At Zhi Ge's words, the 6-armed creature's expression darkened. Humph, child. Do not think that because you dispatched Jirubu, you can do the same to me, Gitomaru. I will tell you this. I am nothing like that waste. This time, you shall have no opportunity. Gitomaru scoffed. Is that so? I find myself quite eager to see. However, in my view, aside from being more grotesque in appearance than he, there is little that distinguishes you. A smile played at the corner of Zhi Ge's lips. You seek death. Gitomaru, incensed by Zhi Ge's taunt, lunged forward with all 6 arms outstretched to seize him. Whoosh! 6 fierce gusts of wind tore through the air. Yet, Zhi Ge did not flinch. He simply raised a hand and pointed. Boom! The 2 forces collided, producing a resounding thud, and Zhi Ge was pushed back 2 steps. It appeared that this foe was indeed vastly different from the one named Jirubu. Little imp, I suggest you surrender obediently. Upon witnessing this scene, the expression on Ghost Child Maru's face transformed into one of exhilaration. Hee, let us see then. With a cold chuckle, Zhi Ge charged forward once more. Rubber straight punch. Zhi Ge's figure vanished from its original position. This time, he reappeared at Ghost Child Maru's side. Boom. Feeling the impending attack from behind, Ghost Child Maru swiftly turned, swiping a claw towards Zhi Ge. Crack! The clash between Zhi Ge's rubber punch and his claw resonated with a sharp sound. However, no explosion occurred this time, as their attacks failed to yield significant effect. Little imp, do you truly believe you can contend with me at this level? Utterly deluded. Ghost Child Maru scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, a white figure descended from the heavens, delivering a punch straight to Ghost Child Maru's face. Boom! With a resounding impact, Ghost Child Maru was sent flying. Cough, cough, cough. After being struck, he immediately spat out blood. You wretched white-eyed brat. I almost forgot about your existence as an enemy. Ghost Child Maru shouted in fury, clutching his swollen cheek. Being distracted in battle can lead to fatal outcomes. Ningxiai observed Ghost Child Maru with icy detachment. Humph. Do you think you can defeat me merely with those eyes? Dream on. I shall gouge out your eyeballs and toss them to the sea to feed the fish. Ghost Child Maru retorted angrily. Upon hearing his words, Ningxiai raised an eyebrow and sneered. Since you wish for death so eagerly, I shall oblige. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With that declaration, Ningxi's form abruptly vanished. In the next instant, he stood before Ghost Child Maru, striking towards his chest with a palm. Seeing this, Ghost Child Maru hastily summoned 6 massive arms to shield himself. However, these colossal appendages seemed as fragile as paper before Ningxiai, easily torn apart. Boom! Ningxi's right hand landed heavily on Ghost Child Maru's shoulder, unleashing an unparalleled force that shattered his defenses. Gush! Blood erupted from Ghost Child Maru's mouth. How is this possible? He exclaimed in horror, eyes wide with disbelief. Is this your so-called defense? Ningxiai scoffed. No, my defense is of the highest caliber. Ghost Child Maru vehemently denied. Then allow me to test that. With those words, Ningxiai advanced, his body transforming into a blur. Bang! A powerful punch struck Ghost Child Maru's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Wah! The excruciating pain in Ghost Child Maru's belly left him utterly drained of strength. Humph! Observing the fallen Ghost Child Maru, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, Zhi Ge was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that he would play a minor role, with Ning Xiai taking center stage in this encounter. It appears that you two are fond of boasting. Observing the fallen Kiyotaka, Niji slowly approached. Do not go near. This fellow still has some hidden cards. Chike suddenly recalled the previous battle and shouted urgently. Niji, taken aback by the warning, halted his steps. Damn it! How could he expose my strategy? Kiyotaka sprang to his feet, gritting his teeth in anger. Do you think victory is assured? I advise you not to waste your efforts. You cannot defeat me. Niji replied coolly. How can you know unless you try? As he spoke, Kiyotaka's body began to transform, countless cursed seals emanating from his neck. Wherever the seals spread, all his wounds healed instantaneously, and furthermore, his strength surged significantly with the expansion of the seals. What? How is this possible? Chike exclaimed in astonishment, never having imagined that Kiyotaka, after enduring such a lengthy battle, could possess such incredible power hidden within him. Ha! Impossible? Young one, today, you shall experience the might of my cursed seals. Kiyotaka declared arrogantly. Hey, monster with 6 arms. Transform all at once. No dilly-dallying. I'm pressed for time. Chike said impatiently. Having witnessed Jirobo's power, he knew that since Kiyotaka bore the same cursed seals, it indicated he too could complete the transformation. Humph. Now that you are aware of this secret, prepare to witness my formidable transformation. With that, Kiyotaka commenced his metamorphosis. In the next instant, a formidable aura erupted from Kiyotaka, his entire being seemingly transforming into that of a fierce spirit. Moreover, a third eye opened upon his forehead, presenting a terrifying visage. Kiyotaka's transformation caused Niji to break out in a cold sweat. Thanks to his Byakugan, he could clearly perceive the fluctuations in Kiyotaka's chakra. Astonishingly, the chakra after Kiyotaka's transformation had increased more than 6-fold. The strength of this individual now far surpassed his own. Damn, I never expected this fellow. Despite facing a formidable adversary, Niji remained undaunted, adopting a stance to confront Kiyotaka's impending assault. Niji, step back. Chike urged hastily. Niji paused, casting a puzzled glance at Chike. Kiyotaka's cursed seals allow him to unleash several times the chakra in a short span. You are absolutely no match for him. Retreat, and I shall face him. With that, Chike attempted to advance toward Kiyotaka. No, how could I stand by and let you face death alone? Niji immediately halted Chike, positioning himself defiantly in front of him. Rest assured, I have already battled that corpulent Jirobo, and I am well aware of their true capabilities. Allow me to fight in your stead this time. Upon seeing Niji standing protectively before him, Zhi Ge nodded appreciatively and charged directly at Kidomaru. Huh, seeking death, are we? Kidomaru sneered contemptuously as Zhi Ge approached. With a swift motion, Kidomaru seized Zhi Ge by the shoulder and hurled him away with great force. Bang! Zhi Ge's body collided violently with a large tree, which was instantly shattered in half. Witnessing this scene, Kidomaru revealed a mocking smirk. You are still far too weak. You cannot withstand even a single blow from me. With that, Kidomaru lunged towards Zhi Ge. Damn it! The advantage of having multiple arms is indeed significant. Zhi Ge roared in frustration and charged forward once more. The two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle, the sounds of their clash echoing through the air. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, let alone Kidomaru's 6. After only a few exchanges, Zhi Ge realized he had suffered numerous hidden injuries. He had been clawed and struck in the abdomen. Despite his armored haki providing some protection, he could not overcome his opponent's inherent physical advantages. This cursed seal power truly possesses some level of proficiency. It can hold its own against me in my ordinary state. It seems I must create some distance and engage him in long-range combat. Zhi Ge thought to himself while deftly evading the attacks. Haha, come, let me fully display my power. Kidomaru shouted with exhilaration. In the next instant, he flickered and vanished from his original position, reappearing at Zhi Ge's side, seizing him by the chest and lifting him upward before crashing him down. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Zhi Ge's body slammed against another tree, blood gushing forth and staining the leaves crimson. Cough, cough, cough. Zhi Ge spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his face, and resumed the battle. This fellow's cursed seal power is truly monstrous. It has managed to injure me. He is indeed stronger than that Jirobo. Zhi Ge lamented. It's all right. I can feign an attack while you strike him from a distance with your lightning. We can coordinate our efforts. Niji encouraged with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Niji's suggestion, Zhi Ge paused for a moment before shaking his head vigorously. No. I just declared I would take this on myself. And now, not even 2 minutes later, I am asking for your help. That would be akin to slapping my own face. Fear not. I still have many trump cards yet to reveal. Just watch. Nodding in response to Zhi Ge's words. Niji felt reassured. Although he was uncertain of what those trump cards might be, Zhi Ge's confidence signaled that he had a plan. Come. Let me see what you are truly capable of. Zhi Ge narrowed his eyes, gazing at the imposing figure of Kidomaru, who smirked and charged forward once more. Upon witnessing the expression on his face, Zhi Ge furrowed his brows, a surge of wariness flooding his heart. The power of Gue Tong Wan had transcended the realm of mere abnormality. Should he fail this time, he would surely suffer humiliation before Ningxi. At that moment, Zhi Ge suddenly clenched his right arm, bolts of lightning flickering within, as a pillar of thunder shot forth. Boom! The lightning struck Gue Tong Wan, yet it was absorbed by the cursed seal-infused skin, inflicting not a trace of harm. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a lightning technique is indeed impressive. Truly worthy of a genin from Konoha Gakure. If it were even a tad stronger, it might just tickle me. Gue Tong Wan remarked with a cold smirk. Humph, rubber missile. Observing Gue Tong Wan's demeanor, Zhi Ge snorted disdainfully and swiftly kicked out with his right leg. Bang! A tremendous explosion resonated as Zhi Ge's leg shattered the tree behind him, causing it to collapse and create a large crater upon impact with the ground. Not bad, kid. You've got some skill. Gue Tong Wan expressed surprise. Naturally, consider yourself fortunate to have dodged in time. Otherwise, it would have been your ribs that were shattered. Zhi Ge replied with a cold grin. Not necessarily. Look out. At these words, Gue Tong Wan's fury ignited, and he lunged forward, closing the distance to Zhi Ge in an instant. With 6 hands pulling, countless fine threads surged toward Zhi Ge. However, Zhi Ge remained unfazed, delivering a rubber whip kick. Crack! The kick collided with the threads, producing a crisp sound, and to everyone's astonishment, the myriad of threads was scattered. Gue Tong Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. His face a mask of shock. You were able to sever my threads infused with cursed chakra. Fascinating, truly fascinating. It seems your taijutsu is quite remarkable. Gue Tong Wan exclaimed excitedly, charging once more at Zhi Ge. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge did not hesitate, swiftly meeting the challenge head-on. The two engaged in a breathtaking chase. Their speeds astonishing, constantly shifting positions amidst their relentless exchange of offense and defense. This fellow is truly extraordinary. Just a few weeks have passed, and he has transformed entirely from the Zhi Ge I fought during the Chunin exams. His progress is nothing short of rapid. Ningxi mused silently at the sight. Their speeds were astounding, one on the left, the other on the right. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Moreover, Gue Tong Wan's speed had evidently increased significantly. All of this stemmed from the power of the cursed seal within him. At this juncture, Gue Tong Wan no longer feared Zhi Ge. Instead, he began to ruthlessly exploit his physical advantages, aiming to utilize the cursed seal's strength to eliminate Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge, however, was equally unwilling to yield, wielding the power of the thunder fruit, unleashing a barrage of purple lightning that relentlessly struck Gue Tong Wan. Crackle! Accompanied by the resounding thunder upon Gue Tong Wan's skin, his strength began to escalate further. Ningxi watched in horror, his mind racing. How could this guy's power be increasing so dramatically? It is important to note that during their previous encounter, although Kayatomo's speed had significantly increased, it merely allowed him to match Zhi Ge without gaining the upper hand. However, astonishingly, he now began to overpower Zhi Ge. This is bad. The power of his cursed seal is still augmenting. Ningxi hastily shouted, trying to alert Zhi Ge. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Kayatomo suddenly swung his arm and snapped his fingers in the air. From his body, slender black tendrils erupted forth, swiftly extending like tentacles, enveloping Zhi Ge in an instant, forming a sealed prison. Inside this prison, countless tendrils writhed, resembling the gaping mouths of ferocious demons awaiting the intrusion of prey. Damn it! Sensing the threat of the tendrils, Zhi Ge bellowed and then lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch akin to a rubber bullet towards the tendrils. Boom! A tremendous force surged forth, shattering the tendrils to pieces. Observing this, Kayatomo chuckled. Haha, such a level of power is still easily vanquished. I wonder if you can endure my further assaults. As soon as his words fell, he snapped his fingers again, and the damaged tendrils regenerated, attacking Zhi Ge like a monstrous creature. Faced with the imminent assault, Zhi Ge felt a surge of urgency. He rolled and leaped into the air. Whoosh! Countless black threads surged from Kayatomo's body, transforming into numerous tendrils racing towards Zhi Ge. Seeing this, Zhi Ge's expression shifted, and he pressed his toes against the ground, propelling himself skyward like a cannonball. However, this maneuver was caught by Kayatomo, who grinned. "I didn't expect your body to possess such remarkable elasticity." As he spoke, he pivoted his body, launching a barrage of golden threads imbued with chakra towards Zhi Ge, suspended in midair. Swish, swish, swish. The slender threads pierced through Zhi Ge in the air. With a sharp pain at his waist, Zhi Ge felt a powerful tug as a robust golden thread pierced through his body. Watching Zhi Ge descend slowly, Kayatomo laughed sinisterly. "How does it feel now that your body has been penetrated?" Hearing this, Zhi Ge could not help but display a bitter smile. He never imagined he would be ensnared by this fellow while airborne. "No matter how sturdy your physique, ultimately, it cannot escape my cursed seal chakra." Witnessing this scene, Kayatomo sneered, then pulled the thread towards himself, causing Zhi Ge to be yanked back. Bang! Zhi Ge's body crashed heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. Cough, cough, cough. Choked by the dirt, Zhi Ge began to cough violently. Does this guy truly possess only the strength of a special jounin? Why does it feel like the information Silent provided me is not entirely accurate? This seems to be at least on the level of a jounin. Zhi Ge furrowed his brow. Haha, youngster, you are no match for me now. Surrender obediently, Gitongmar declared with arrogance. Surrender? You underestimate me. Zhi Ge replied with a smile, shaking his head. Though I am injured, you shall not defeat me. Oh, is that so? In that case, I shall send you to your demise today. Gitongmar snorted coldly, suddenly expelling a strand of golden spider silk that shot directly towards Zhi Ge. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the golden silk struck Zhi Ge like bullets, causing blood to flow profusely from his wounds. Witnessing this, a vicious grin spread across Gitongmar's face. Now I shall see how long you can endure. Buzzing. At that moment, Zhi Ge's hands began to tremble, emitting a series of resonant sounds as blue light flickered erratically around him. Gitongmar halted in his tracks at the sight of the azure glow enveloping Zhi Ge. How could this brat wield such power? What is this? He pondered, astonished. Just then, a surge of electric energy erupted from Zhi Ge's hands, enveloping his arms in a brilliant display. Sizzle! Immediately, Gitongmar felt a tingling sensation in his hands, followed by a searing pain that drained the color from his face and caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. Hiss! Observing this, Zhi Ge emitted a series of peculiar sounds. Subsequently, strands of blue lightning coiled around Zhi Ge's hands, manifesting into 2 orbs of electric energy. What is this? Lightning can actually take shape? Gitongmar exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the orbs in Zhi Ge's grasp. Indeed, I shall test whether my lightning or Kakashi-sensei's Chidori is superior. Zhi Ge nodded, a sinister smile dancing on his lips as he charged towards Gitongmar. What a joke! Realizing Zhi Ge's intent, Gitongmar's expression darkened. He knew full well that if struck by those 2 orbs, he would face certain demise or grievous injury. With that thought, he hastily severed the silk and sprinted deeper into the woods. Thinking of escaping, Zhi Ge scoffed at Gitongmar's retreat, controlling the lightning orbs to pursue him relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The orbs crackled ominously in Zhi Ge's hands, clearly gathering a more potent, thunderous force. Zhi Ge's intention was unmistakable. He aimed to slam those orbs into Gitongmar, akin to Naruto's Sharingan, rendering him entirely incapable of combat. However, this approach bore significant risk. The explosive energy of the orbs was immense, once detonated. Even steel forged from special materials would be unable to withstand the blast, and since his hands were the only conduit for their control, he would inevitably suffer backlash. This boy is insane. Gitongmar was struck with terror as he felt the overwhelming energy emanating from the lightning orbs. He fled desperately, yet Zhi Ge had already sensed his movements. Whoosh! Just as he had made a short escape, Zhi Ge appeared before him, seizing his collar. Let go of me. The countenance of the demon child Maru grew grim, paralyzed by fear of provoking an explosion from the thunder sphere. Let go? Observing the demon child's demeanor, Zhi Ge couldn't help but chuckle, then grasped the thunder sphere in his right hand and gently tossed it away. Whoosh! Upon breaking free from its constraints, the thunder sphere hurtled straight toward the demon child. Game over. Maru's pupils contracted sharply as he sensed the terrifying power contained within the thunder sphere, feeling as though his very bones might shatter. Ah, Lord Orochimaru, save me. Overwhelmed by the oppressive force emanating from the sphere, Maru could not suppress a scream. Yet, his cries would attract no aid. The only companions he had were the two thunder spheres, crackling with lethal energy, racing toward him. Boom, boom. The sound of successive explosions echoed, and Maru was drenched in blood. 3.5 of his 6 arms had been blown off, and his chest bore a massive concave wound, with all his ribs fractured. I beg you, save me. I will never oppose you again. Realizing the gravity of his injuries, Maru, tears streaming down his face, implored Zhi Ge for mercy. Hearing his plea, a mocking smirk curled at the corners of Zhi Ge's mouth. Heh, demon child Maru. You were once an assailant of Konoha's village. Our enmity is irreconcilable. You dare claim you will no longer oppose me? How ludicrous. I know, I truly understand my mistakes. Faced with Zhi Ge's icy gaze, Maru felt a surge of terror and cried out, I beseech you, save me. I am willing to offer all the information I possess about Orochimaru as recompense. Please spare me. Oh, is that so? Zhi Ge's interest piqued at the prospect of obtaining information about Orochimaru. Yes, yes. If you grant me mercy just this once, I shall divulge all that I know about Orochimaru. I implore you, spare me. Maru nodded fervently. Seeing this, Zhi Ge's eyes ignited with fervor. He was indeed eager for Orochimaru's intelligence, for he had long sought an opportunity to eliminate him, unwilling to see his comrades in the village face further peril. Very well. I shall grant you a reprieve. Zhi Ge retracted his aggressive stance, adopting an expression of utmost benevolence. However, I must first escort you back to Konoha and confine you in the interrogation department. Upon hearing this, Maru's expression brightened considerably, lying on the ground while gasping for breath. Having dealt with the demon child, Zhi Ge swiftly turned to assess Niji's injuries. Niji, how are you faring? I'm fine, merely some superficial wounds. A bit of rest will suffice, Niji replied, but before he finished, he expelled a mouthful of tainted blood, indicating that he had likely fallen victim to Maru's spider venom during their skirmish. Perhaps you should return to the village to recuperate. It would be prudent to bring Maru back as well. With the information on Orochimaru, we in Konoha could seize the initiative. Zhi Ge cast a glance at Ning Si and proposed an idea. Upon hearing this, Ning Si shook his head. It's all right. I am fine. I can still hold on. At these words, Zhi Ge furrowed his brow and repeated the persuasive arguments he had previously used on Ning Si. Indeed, the kind-hearted Ning Si was convinced. Very well. I shall take this fellow back to the village. Zhi Ge, you must exercise caution. The enemies that lie ahead will undoubtedly be formidable. You must retrieve Sasuke. And be careful. Just as Ning Si was about to say something, he suddenly noticed the seemingly lifeless Gue Tongwan, who had somehow procured a towering golden bow, now aiming for Zhi Ge's heart. In this life-and-death moment, Ning Si did not hesitate for an instant. He pushed the bewildered Zhi Ge aside, sacrificing his own body to absorb the fatal arrow. With a sickening thud, the golden arrow pierced Ning Si's chest, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl, from which blood gushed forth instantly. Ning Si, witnessing this scene, a crimson hue filled Zhi Ge's eyes as he roared in a frenzy. I will not allow you to die. You must live. My life was saved by you. I will not perish. Hearing Zhi Ge's furious cries, Ning Si managed a bitter smile, yet his strength was nearly depleted. Damn it, you bastard. I showed you mercy, yet you turned out to be so treacherous? Zhi Ge bellowed in fury, disregarding the fallen Ning Si as he charged at Gue Tongwan. Ha! You little fool. You actually believe the enemy's words? Have you lost your mind? Having a teammate like you is a stroke of misfortune. You will only bring doom to those around you. Ha! Gue Tongwan laughed maniacally, then drew another golden arrow, aiming it directly at Zhi Ge. These arrows were crafted from a unique adhesive gold found within Gue Tongwan, possessing immense power. Even more terrifying, the tails of these arrows were bound with spider silk shot from his mouth, ensuring 100% accuracy. Die! A sinister glint flashed in Gue Tongwan's eyes as he raised his arm, drawing the golden bow to its fullest. The arrow transformed into a shooting star. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow whistled through the air, racing towards Zhi Ge in the blink of an eye. Zhi Ge attempted to evade the arrow using the thunder fruit, but was a moment too late, resulting in the arrow striking his shoulder and pinning him against a nearby tree. Blood gushed forth as Zhi Ge spat out a mouthful, his strength waning significantly, to the point where he could barely muster the energy to move his shoulder. Little fool, how do you plan to escape? Your life now belongs to me. Gue Tongwan laughed triumphantly as he approached, drawing yet another golden arrow, preparing to shoot Zhi Ge once more. Why? You clearly have no strength left, yet you are able to recover? Zhi Ge's face was filled with disbelief, his gaze towards Gue Tongwan brimming with shock and confusion. Moments ago, he had severely wounded Gue Tongwan, leaving him on the brink of exhaustion, yet now, he stood before him once more. Your question is exceedingly foolish. Do you take me for someone else? I am the spider Gue Tongwan. Before sending us to confront you, Lord Orochimaru specifically enhanced the power of my cursed seal. I am now twice as strong as I was before. Gue Tongwan laughed maniacally, his smile exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Then why is it that despite my evasion, your arrow still struck me? Zhi Ge gritted his teeth, rising unsteadily, his left leg trembling, clearly suffering from grave injuries. However, upon seeing Zhi Ge's condition, a mocking expression appeared on Gue Tongwan's face. What a reckless fool. Do you have any idea of the power behind my arrow? Gue Tongwan sneered. With this arrow, even without employing any secret techniques, I could pierce through steel and turn you into a pincushion. You are undoubtedly doomed. Moreover, the golden arrow is connected by the spider silk within my body, allowing me to adjust its trajectory simply by controlling my heartbeat. Now, you truly understand your fate. Upon hearing Gue Tongwan's words, Zhi Ge's eyes widened in realization. Have you ever heard the saying? Zhi Ge suddenly asked with a smile. What saying? Gue Tongwan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Villains perish from excessive chatter. Zhi Ge pronounced each word deliberately, his right fist clenched tightly, the muscles in his body subtly twitching. What do you mean? At this point, you are nothing but a cripple, and you still dare to put on an act. Gue Tongwan erupted in fury, astonished that this little brat had the audacity to insult him. In that moment, Zhi Ge finally unleashed his full power. His eyes gleamed with a blue light, a profound sense of danger enveloping Gue Tongwan's being. Let me show you that I am not pretending. The power of the thunder fruit. 30 million volts. Shadow thunder kill. Zhi Ge suddenly gripped the golden arrow that pierced through his left shoulder, channeling all the power of thunder into it. Both the golden arrow and the chakra spider silk possessed conductive properties, and within a mere second, all the thunderous energy surged through the silk and into Gue Tongwan's mouth, striking directly at his insides. Boom, 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 with 3 explosive sounds. Gue Tongwan's body erupted, his flesh, intestines, and bones shattered into fragments. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Puffs of smoke emanated from Gue Tongwan's body, his grotesque head transforming into charred and decaying remnants. You worthless thing. Zhi Ge spat at Gue Tongwan's head before turning to face Ning Xiai. Ning Xiai had just taken a fatal arrow for Zhi Ge and now lay motionless on the ground. This is bad. The boy is rapidly losing his breath. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted sharply. He hurriedly crouched before Ning Xiai, cautiously assessing his breath. Fortunately, he was still alive. Zhi Ge gasped for air, astonishment evident in his eyes. He promptly retrieved the last remaining high-quality soldier food pill from his pocket, a reward he had received after the conclusion of the 3rd exam. Though he had consumed one in a previous perilous moment, he had intended to save this final one for a desperate situation. However, with Ning Xi's life hanging in the balance, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Zhi Ge immediately pried open Ning Xi's mouth, crushed the pill, and sprinkled the fragments into his mouth. Within a minute, Ning Xi's wounds began to heal, and he gradually regained consciousness. Cough. I'm not dead, he murmured weakly, his eyes fluttering open. You truly have 9 lives. Zhi Ge exclaimed, slapping his chest in relief. But soon a look of concern crossed his face as he regarded Ning Xiai. While my medicine has saved your life, your condition is dire, and you are unfit for battle. You must leave at once. I shall handle the rest. Hearing Zhi Ge's words, Ning Xiai nodded, recognizing his urgent need for recovery, given the severity of his injuries. Thank you, Zhi Ge. Ning Xiai bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. Come now, there's no need for pleasantries. If it weren't for you blocking that arrow for me, I would have perished. Hurry away. I will certainly catch up with Naruto and Shikamaru and bring them back alive. Zhi Ge waved his hand dismissively, then looked at Ning Si with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Ning Si ceased his reluctance, nodded in agreement, and turned to depart. Considering the current situation, it was evident that Orochimaru's 4 guards had all arrived. He had already eliminated 2, leaving 2 remaining. And he was now out of soldier food pills. He could not afford to be careless in the upcoming battles. As Zhi Ge contemplated this, he continued to pursue his path forward. He needed to hurry and find Naruto, Shikamaru, and Kiba. His sole focus was on increasing his speed. As he sprinted ahead, the sharp sound of slicing air filled his ears, prompting him to look up and gaze into the distance. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated. Hundreds of meters away, 2 black whirlwinds descended from the sky, smashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Is that Kiba's Fong? Ning Si was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. The execution of such a technique confirmed Kiba's presence in battle here. Kiba, is that you? Zhi Ge shouted, sprinting towards the sites of the craters. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Kiba and his ninja dog, Akamaru, standing there. Zhi Ge, what brings you here? Kiba asked, somewhat astonished, as he had just been preparing to leave when he encountered Zhi Ge. Regardless, you both are alive, and judging by your current state, you seem to be doing well. Zhi Ge cast a contemplative glance at Ya and Chi Wan, a trace of relief flickering across his visage. Huh. How could I possibly meet my demise so easily? That fellow is simply too cunning. Both Ya and I failed to land a blow on him. Is he truly that formidable? Zhi Ge inquired. Humph. At this remark, Ya gritted his teeth. This guy is beyond human. His strength far exceeds my expectations. Oh, then we cannot allow him to escape. Zhi Ge mused, his expression oscillating between darkness and light. Oh, it seems that reinforcements from Konoha have arrived? You're quite fortunate, little brat. As Zhi Ge and Ya conversed, an eerie sound emanated from behind them. At that moment, Zhi Ge emerged from behind a boulder, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Are you also one of Orochimaru's bodyguards? Zhi Ge furrowed his brow in inquiry. Indeed, I am Zhi Ge, the captain of Lord Orochimaru's guard. Zhi Ge, I never expected you to chase me all the way here. That means Jirubu and Kidomaru have perished, am I correct? Zhi Ge chuckled sinisterly, advancing steadily toward Zhi Ge. Humph, your companions are dead, yet you still wear a smile. It seems you lot are all cut from the same cloth. Ha. Companions? We are merely pawns in Lord Orochimaru's game. As long as we can bring Sasuke to his side, our deaths will be worth it. Zhi Ge laughed maniacally, his face twisted with madness. You are truly deranged. Zhi Ge regarded Zhi Ge with a deepening frown. He had not anticipated that Zhi Ge would be such a shameless scoundrel, viewing himself and his companions as mere sacrifices. No need to waste words with him. Zhi Ge, let us join forces to eliminate him. Shikamaru and Naruto are waiting ahead. He clenched his fists, a surge of fury igniting within him. All right, I will restrain Zhi Ge, while you focus on dealing damage at any cost. Rest assured. Zhi Ge nodded slightly and charged forward. Baka, today, I shall show you my true prowess. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's aggressive advance, Zhi Ge hesitated no longer and met him head-on. The two figures blurred into afterimages as they exchanged blows numerous times, each collision producing a deafening sound that made the surrounding air crackle. Bang, bang. After a fierce exchange of 50 strikes in midair, both ninjas retreated 2 steps. Your skills are commendable. No wonder you were chosen by Orochimaru. Zhi Ge licked his lips, his eyes brimming with battle fervor. You are quite strong as well. If you were to ally with Lord Orochimaru, it would become even more intriguing. Zhi Ge sneered at Zhi Ge's words. I would never stoop to being a lackey. Only fools like Sasuke would fall for Orochimaru's deceit. Zhi Ge cast a cold glance at Zhi Ge before swiftly charging forward. Rubber straight punch. With a thunderous shout, Zhi Ge launched a powerful strike with both fists aimed at Zhi Ge, his punches resembling cannonballs as they hurtled towards Zhi Ge's head. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's assault, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted sharply, and he swiftly leaped aside, narrowly evading the incoming attack. Yet, Zhi Ge's right arm coiled around Zhi Ge like a venomous serpent, firmly constricting his neck. Your reflexes are quite impressive. Zhi Ge scoffed, tightening his grip on Zhi Ge's throat before forcefully tossing him aside. Bang! Zhi Ge crashed heavily onto the ground, clutching his throat as he coughed violently. Unfortunately, you are no longer my match, Zhi Ge declared before charging towards Zhi Ge once more. He delivered a powerful kick towards the ground, but unexpectedly, a pair of hands emerged from behind Zhi Ge, gripping Zhi Ge's foot tightly. What? Are you some sort of multi-limbed freak? Zhi Ge exclaimed in astonishment. However, Zhi Ge remained silent. His gaze fixed intently on Zhi Ge as he clung to his foot with an iron grip, coiling around it like a massive python. Zhi Ge attempted to withdraw his foot, but no matter how hard he struggled, he found himself completely immobilized, devoid of any strength to resist. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it! What on earth is this creature? He muttered through clenched teeth, realizing that if he could not eliminate this foe, he would indeed be in grave peril. Ha! I am not a freak like Gue Tongwan. I simply carry my brother, Eugene. Zhi Ge sneered, his right hand gripping Zhi Ge's ankle, pulling back with all his might in an attempt to tear his foot apart. Unfortunately, Zhi Ge was no ordinary individual. His physical prowess far surpassed that of a typical ninja, making it nearly impossible for Zhi Ge to succeed. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Behind Zhi Ge, a second head emerged, nearly identical to his own, with the hands gripping Zhi Ge's foot belonging to this new figure. It became clear that he was a conjoined twin. What a despicable adversary. Why must I face such grotesque foes? Zhi Ge lamented inwardly at the sight of the dual-headed opponent. What am I to do? This Zhi Ge is no weaker than Gue Tongwan, and he carries his brother on his back. I seem to have encountered every bizarre entity in the ninja world. Zhi Ge, stop wasting time. Hurry and eliminate Zhi Ge. We cannot keep Lord Orochimaru waiting. We must act swiftly. Understood, brother. Zhi Ge nodded, fully aware of the urgency of their situation and the need to not linger with Zhi Ge. Yeah, now's the moment. Seizing the instant when his opponent was distracted, Zhi Ge called out to Ya, who had been lying in ambush. Ya and Chi Wan were already prepared, waiting for this precise moment. In an instant, they transformed into a two-headed wolf using their beast mimicry technique, targeting Zhi Ge with their ultimate attack. Die, you monster! Wolf Fong. Two heads abruptly opened their cavernous mouths, a formidable tusk emerging from the jaws of the twin-headed wolf, transforming into two black whirlwinds that surged toward the vicinity. Haha, I didn't anticipate your coordination would be so adept. However, it is of no consequence to me. The figure of Zhi Ge chuckled sinisterly as he swiftly formed seals. Raising his right hand, a massive door adorned with a ghastly visage materialized before him. Bang! 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 The wolves' sharp teeth collided with the ominous door, producing a cacophony of sound, yet the door merely bent under the pressure of their assault. Ha ha ha! Did you expect anything different? Your primitive ninjutsu cannot breach my defenses. Zhi Ge laughed heartily. Enraged, he stumbled and fell to the ground. This technique had nearly depleted his entire chakra. Meanwhile, the ninja dog, Chi Wan, fainted, and seeing this, he immediately cradled it protectively, fearing Zhi Ge would seize the opportunity to strike. Alas, it appears I must devise a solution on my own. Zhi Ge sighed helplessly as he regarded the looming Rashomon and the incapacitated Ya. Despite his own formidable prowess, Zhi Ge's abilities were exceedingly peculiar, rendering him nearly impossible to counter. At that moment, Zhi Ge charged forward with ferocity, unleashing a flurry of strikes aimed at Zhi Ge. Bang! 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 Three powerful punches landed squarely on Zhi Ge's chest, leaving him breathless and weak, unable to evade the force of Zhi Ge's onslaught. Ha ha ha! Your strength is rather unimpressive. Zhi Ge mocked. Why is your body so resilient? Is it some form of ninja tool armor? Humph, that is not for you to concern yourself with. Now it is my turn. Zhi Ge sneered, forming seals with both hands and conjuring a series of formidable ninjutsu. Multi-strike fist. Boom, boom, boom. The might of these techniques was overwhelming, striking Zhi Ge and sending him hurtling away, crashing into the trunk of a towering tree. Wow, Zhi Ge exclaimed with excitement. I never imagined your endurance would be so lacking. Ha ha ha. It seems your life shall end here today. Zhi Ge, clutching his abdomen, managed to rise, feeling as though his stomach were in turmoil, racked with agony. Damn it. I didn't foresee that this fellow's four hands would be so agile. Gritting his teeth, Zhi Ge glared at Zhi Ge and coldly declared, Do you think this will secure your victory? You underestimate me. My strength extends far beyond this. Zhi Ge smirked derisively. Then allow me to unveil my latest technique. Rising kick. With that, Zhi Ge's figure flickered, and in an instant, he stood before Zhi Ge, raising his leg to deliver a powerful kick. Get away from me. Zhi Ge bellowed, retaliating with a palm strike. With a resounding thud, the two forces clashed in midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Zhi Ge staggered back a couple of steps, while Zhi Ge fell to the ground. Uffed. Zhi Ge spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze somewhat dazed, clearly indicating he had sustained injuries. He had not anticipated that Zhi Ge could be so formidable. Coupled with the wounds from his previous battle with Gui Tongwan, he was unable to summon his usual prowess. You are indeed powerful, yet you are still insufficient to take my life. Zhi Ge wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coldly fixing his stare on Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge let out a derisive laugh. Do you believe you can triumph? Let me inform you, today marks your demise. I shall flay your skin and shatter your bones, devour you whole, then drink your blood and feast upon your flesh. Zhi Ge inhaled deeply, taken aback by the barbarity of his opponent. Humph! You dare speak to me in such a manner? With a cold snort, Zhi Ge rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, and approached Zhi Ge. In response, Zhi Ge dropped any pretense and immediately activated his cursed seal, amplifying his chakra. He intended to enhance his physical capabilities through chakra and then crush Zhi Ge. Observing Zhi Ge's actions, Zhi Ge let out a chilling laugh. Yet this time he chose not to attack. Instead, he remained still, eager to witness Zhi Ge's next move. Indeed, after Zhi Ge completed his incantation, his body began to undergo a transformation. His originally dark gray pupils gradually morphed into a striking golden hue, and a metallic horn began to pulsate on his forehead. Zhi Ge found himself momentarily astonished. He had not expected Zhi Ge to transform into such a different form. What do you think? Surprised? This is my second state. How does it compare to the likes of Jirobo and Gui Tongwan you encountered earlier? Ha ha. Zhi Ge laughed boastfully, reveling in his newfound strength and superior abilities. The previous two adversaries had their ninjutsu altered after their transformations. What of your abilities? Zhi Ge, suppressing his inner shock, inquired coolly. Zhi Ge merely smiled. Take a guess. If you guess correctly, I shall divulge the truth. Humph, how shameless. In a life-or-death moment. You still have the audacity to jest. Zhi Ge laughed coldly, looking down at Zhi Ge. My abilities transcend the realm of ninjas. You are merely a novice who has just entered the ninja world. This battle is devoid of suspense. What? Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Zhi Ge's pupils slightly contracted, revealing a hint of fear. A being that transcends ninjas? What could that possibly be? Had this individual's ninjutsu evolved beyond conventional techniques? Zhi Ge's mind began to waver, yet he quickly found solace in the thought that if the opponent's abilities were not standard ninjutsu, then his own techniques, too, were unrelated to ninjutsu, making this battle seemingly fair. Humph, I shall see just what capabilities you possess. Zhi Ge glared fiercely at Zhi Ge. Then with a swift motion of his right arm, unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at Zhi Ge's face, utilizing the elasticity of his rubber-like physique. However, Zhi Ge had already discerned Zhi Ge's intentions. He deftly employed his brother Eugen's arm to block the incoming fist, while simultaneously yanking Zhi Ge towards himself with great force. Zhi Ge let out a cry of anguish as he was pulled into Zhi Ge's proximity. With a resounding thud, Zhi Ge delivered a crushing knee strike to Zhi Ge's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Thud! Zhi Ge's body crashed to the ground, sliding across the surface and leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Coughing violently, Zhi Ge struggled to rise, an intense pain radiating through his body causing him to double over and spit out copious amounts of blood. I never expected you and your brother to share the same body, yet be so agile. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhi Ge glared at Zhi Ge and declared, in that case, let us fight to the death. Let us see who can emerge alive from this forest. Very well. I shall oblige. Zhi Ge replied. Then let us begin. Zhi Ge shouted, charging at Zhi Ge with fervor. Zhi Ge snorted dismissively and swiftly evaded Zhi Ge's attacks. Bang! 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 Zhi Ge continued to evade, yet the two were closely matched in strength, rendering it impossible for either to gain the upper hand in such a short span of time. Damn it! Frustrated by Zhi Ge's evasiveness, Zhi Ge cursed under his breath. Why does he always manage to dodge my strikes? Is he truly capable of foreseeing my every move? Your defense is utterly inadequate, Zhi Ge taunted. Humph! Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. Zhi Ge sneered, and in an instant, his form transformed. His body became enveloped in crackling lightning, tendrils of purple lightning coiling around him. Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback. Is that lightning release? How is this possible? He gazed at Zhi Ge in disbelief, astonished that his opponent could channel such power. There's nothing strange about it. My ability is lightning. This is no ordinary lightning release, but a unique secret technique belonging to Uchiha Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge proclaimed proudly, as if showcasing a remarkable achievement. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's declaration, Zuijin's face reflected shock. You possess such an extraordinary lightning release. Indeed, I carry the aura of a protagonist. You, a mere side character, are destined to be defeated by me. Zhi Ge boasted. Now you understand why I am so formidable, do you not? Humph. Even if you wield such an unparalleled ability, it matters not. Today, you shall surely meet your demise. Zhi Ge scoffed, then forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself forward with incredible speed. His speed was astonishingly swift, almost as if he arrived before Zuijin in the blink of an eye, and then delivered a side kick infused with the power of thunder towards Zuijin's neck. Alarmed, Zuijin's expression shifted, realizing he could not evade such a rapid attack. Instantly, he extended his palm and lunged to grasp Zhi Ge's ankle. With a resounding thud, the two forces collided, sending Zuijin hurtling through the air, crashing into the distant foliage. Coughing violently, Zuijin rose from the ground, his complexion pale as a ghost. He lifted his gaze to Zhi Ge, his face ablaze with fury. Your speed is impressive. Zhi Ge observed Zuijin with a smirk and remarked, I have yet to unleash my full strength. I wonder if you are prepared to withstand my full force assault. A glimmer of pride adorned Zhi Ge's countenance. Rest assured, I shall not hold back. Ninja technique. Gale Flash. As he spoke, Zuijin rubbed his tingling wrist and charged towards Zhi Ge. With Zuijin's declaration, a sharp gust of air suddenly surged from the ground, hurtling towards Zhi Ge. Humph. Zhi Ge snorted dismissively and retreated a few steps, evading the Gale Flash's onslaught. He extended his arm and deftly flicked the Gale Flash, sending it back to its original position. Witnessing Zhi Ge's ability to withstand the Gale Flash's assault and even touch it with his hand, Zuijin's face registered a moment of astonishment. What on earth is your body made of? It is astonishingly resilient. Zhi Ge replied with a nonchalant smile. You are not worthy of knowing my abilities. Humph. Do not celebrate too soon, Zuijin declared, swiftly closing the distance to Zhi Ge and launching a fierce punch towards his chest. Zhi Ge's speed was remarkable. Just as Zuijin's attack reached its target, Zhi Ge's figure vanished from sight. Staring at the empty space where Zhi Ge had been, Zuijin froze momentarily, only to feel a twitch in his ear. Alarmed, he realized someone was approaching. His pupils constricted as he quickly retreated a few steps to avoid Zhi Ge's strike, shouting, Come out. I see you. Zhi Ge's form gradually materialized beside Zuijin, grinning mischievously as he said, Hee, it matters not who I am. Your doom is imminent. Is that so? Zuijin scoffed. Your abilities may be formidable, but they hold no significance in my eyes. I advise you to surrender quietly. With that, Zuijin swiftly maneuvered, arriving at Zhi Ge's side, and delivered a powerful elbow strike aimed at Zhi Ge's head. Seeing this, Zhi Ge quickly dodged, his body tilting slightly to evade the blow. Zuijin's attack missed again, yet he pressed forward, launching a frenzied barrage upon Zhi Ge. Though their clash appeared fierce, it was evident that Zuijin was being thoroughly outmatched by Zhi Ge's prowess. You are no match for me. You might as well surrender, Zhi Ge declared with a mocking expression as he gazed at Zuijin. Zuijin furrowed his brow and, through gritted teeth, retorted, I refuse to accept this. How could you have become so formidable in the blink of an eye? I am in the second state. Your refusal is futile, Zhi Ge exclaimed, propelling himself towards Zuijin with remarkable force. The intensity of their battle escalated, fierce gusts of wind slicing through the air around them. With a series of resounding impacts, their fists collided with ferocity, unleashing powerful shockwaves. Suddenly, Zhi Ge seized the opportunity to strike Zuijin's abdomen with a devastating blow, causing Zuijin to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was propelled backward. Lying on the ground, Zuijin's face was a ghastly shade of pale. He glanced down at the wound on his abdomen, where an imprint of a fist was deeply embedded. His body convulsed violently, and he gasped for breath, retching uncontrollably. No, this is impossible, Zhi Ge exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he murmured to himself. I am in the second state. How could I be rendered powerless? Zuijin's eyes widened, filled with confusion. What have you done? What do you think I have done? I merely employed my armed color hockey, Zhi Ge replied with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Zuijin's expression darkened further, for he could not comprehend the implications of Zhi Ge's words. It seems I can no longer rely on conventional methods to deal with you. Brother, please come out. I can barely hold on. As Zhi Ge spoke, his body began to split apart. In mere seconds, an identical figure emerged from him. His brother, Eugene, who had been residing within him all along. What? This is absurd. Zhi Ge exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? Shouldn't Zhi Ge be fighting alone? Why is there another Eugene? Zhi Ge smiled faintly and said, My brother Eugene is far from weak. His offensive capabilities are sufficient to inflict severe injuries upon you. Together, we will not let you escape. Eugene added, casting a derisive glance at Zhi Ge. Is that so? Zhi Ge replied coldly. Then let us see what you can do. With that, Zhi Ge vanished from sight once more. Zhi Ge looked around at the empty space, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Where has he gone now? As Zhi Ge contemplated this, a sense of impending danger surged from within him, prompting him to remain vigilant. If you refuse to show yourself, then I shall come find you. As the words fell, the figure of Zhi Ge swiftly sprinted into the distance, and then his speed abruptly multiplied several times. Humph! With a cold chuckle, Zhi Ge's silhouette flickered and vanished from sight. At that moment, Zhi Ge's form suddenly materialized before Zhi Ge. A hint of scorn gracing his features as he declared, I have already stated that I do not wish to waste time with you. With that, Zhi Ge unleashed a powerful punch. Seeing Zhi Ge charge at him once more, Zhi Ge immediately raised his fists to counter. Bang! The two fists collided, and a tremendous force surged through, causing Zhi Ge to involuntarily take a small step back. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge was taken aback. This young man's strength had evidently increased by more than double compared to before. How could this be? No, impossible. Zhi Ge's expression fluctuated between rage and disbelief as he glared at Zhi Ge, roaring defiantly. This cannot be. What are you shouting about? Can't the two of us subdue this brat? Eugene, witnessing Zhi Ge's predicament, charged forward, launching another punch at Zhi Ge. Eugene's fist, imbued with a cataclysmic force, hurtled towards Zhi Ge with ferocity. As he beheld the incoming blow, Zhi Ge's eyes sparkled with determination. Eugene's power surpassed that of Zhi Ge significantly. Not daring to be complacent, Zhi Ge swiftly raised his fists in response to Eugene's attack. Bang! The impact resonated across the sky, and both figures were sent flying backward. Zhi Ge's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, while a trickle of blood escaped from Eugene's lips. This is bad. We must flee. In alarm, both Zhi Ge and Eugene shouted simultaneously. Zhi Ge, swift as the wind, discerned Eugene's condition, and his face immediately reflected a sense of urgency. Eugene was unstable, enveloped in swirling black smoke, evidently having sustained injuries from the lightning-infused punch Zhi Ge had delivered earlier. Brother, let us not engage in close combat with this brat. Let us employ our most proficient ninjutsu against him. Zhi Ge bellowed at Eugene. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Eugene nodded, and the two swiftly rushed towards either side of Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge's ninjutsu was peculiar, his body twisting and writhing like a serpent gliding across the ground. Eugene, in a flash, darted before Zhi Ge, extending his right arm and striking down with force. With a resounding crash, Zhi Ge was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge erupted in exhilaration, shouting, Excellent! Now this is exhilarating. Brother, continue. Although this brat is formidable, I refuse to believe his physical form can surpass our ninjutsu. Hearing Zhi Ge's encouragement, Eugene charged forward once more. Bang! As a dull sound echoed, Zhi Ge's body was once again sent flying. Ha ha ha! Now you understand the prowess of us brothers, don't you? My elder brother's strength is formidable. Zhi Ge proudly gazed at his brother Eugene while observing Zhi Ge's trajectory. Hearing Zhi Ge's words, Eugene displayed a hint of smugness before turning towards Zhi Ge. Witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge's expression darkened, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Trying to escape? Heh! Zhi Ge and Eugene both sneered at Zhi Ge's actions. You shall not escape today. As Zhi Ge attempted to flee, Zhi Ge and Eugene pursued him once more. Zhi Ge's ninjutsu was exceedingly peculiar. His speed was remarkable, and his agility resembled that of a monkey, allowing him to change direction with ease. Foolish creature. Eugene smirked at Zhi Ge's movements. Subsequently, Eugene's body shifted rapidly, delivering a swift kick towards Zhi Ge. Stunned, Zhi Ge was taken aback by the unexpected speed of Eugene. Zhi Ge glanced at Eugene and declared, Brother, I will hold him off. You go and finish him. All right. Eugene nodded, and then his figure vanished once more. Zwijin, observing the spot where Eugene had disappeared, felt a surge of gravity in his gaze, understanding that once his brother was serious, Zhi Ge would be in dire straits. Behold! Zwijin shouted angrily, transforming once again into a shadow. As Zwijin changed form, Zhi Ge furrowed his brow and swiftly moved his own body. Their speeds approached the very limits, rendering their figures nearly imperceptible. Suddenly, the two figures reappeared beside a large stone, and Zhi Ge's demeanor shifted drastically. His speed had noticeably diminished, and he was gasping for breath, as if gravely injured. Zwijin, I have succeeded. Suddenly, Eugene's eerie voice emerged, emanating from within Zhi Ge's own body. Ha! Zhi Ge, now you witness the true power of us brothers. How could this be? Zhi Ge's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that a head resembling Eugene had sprouted from his left shoulder. Eugene's head swelled, eventually matching Zhi Ge's size. Its maw gaping to reveal menacing fangs, its gaze filled with cruelty. No, it's impossible. What kind of monstrous technique is this? Zhi Ge shouted in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. This is the unique parasitic technique of me and Zwijin. If I can inhabit Zwijin's body, I can certainly inhabit that of an enemy. Using this method for assassination even against elite shinobi. Eugene chuckled. So, how do you feel now about the terror of us brothers? Right Jun gazed at Zhi Ge's expression, a look of smug satisfaction adorning his face. Upon hearing these words, Zhi Ge's countenance transformed into one of sheer horror, as he felt an unbearable chill envelop his body. Did you not assert that no one in this world could defeat you? How is it that you have now become the prey of my brother and me? Observing Zhi Ge's fearful demeanor, Left Jun could not help but inquire. You two are truly despicable. Unable to confront me openly, you resort to underhanded tactics? Zhi Ge retorted with a cold snort. Haha, do you truly believe that the prowess of my brother and I is something you, a mere child, can comprehend? Right Jun scoffed disdainfully. Did you not pride yourself on your superior intellect? Then guess, what can I accomplish while parasitizing within your body? This query indeed touched upon a domain of ignorance for Zhi Ge, prompting him to plunge into contemplation. Hehe, within your body. I can not only absorb your nutrients, but also wreak havoc upon your cells. Every enhancement effect of your ninjutsu, I shall partake in as well. Haha, now do you comprehend the terror I embody? Seeing the look of bewilderment on Zhi Ge's face, Right Jun's heart swelled with delight. Damn it, you dare employ such despicable means. Upon hearing Right Jun's words, Zhi Ge's expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated being outmaneuvered in such a manner. Yet the reality now lay starkly before him, and he was compelled to acknowledge it, whether he wished to or not. Noticing the sinister expression on Right Jun's face, Zhi Ge suddenly let out a cold snort as a brilliant idea sparked within his mind. You just stated that you would simultaneously enjoy all my enhancement effects, correct? To this, Right Jun, intrigued, replied, indeed. Then, does that mean that any harm I endure, you must also bear? Zhi Ge pressed, and at this moment, Right Jun found himself momentarily stunned. For in that instant, he became aware of a peculiar sensation coursing through his body, one that was strangely disconcerting. Yet he could not articulate its nature. How can this be? Hehe. My body is influenced by the power of the fruit, but you lack such enhancement. Meaning you are unprotected against the power of the thunder fruit. Thunderstrike. Zhi Ge shouted, observing Right Jun's perplexity. Boom. In an instant, Zhi Ge was enveloped in a storm of purple lightning that struck directly upon him. The powerful electrical surge pierced through Zhi Ge's form. However, endowed with the abilities of the rubber fruit, his body was non-conductive, while Right Jun merely resided within Zhi Ge and had never consumed the rubber fruit himself. Thus, the lightning strike landed squarely upon Right Jun. Having long inhabited Left Jun's body, Right Jun was inherently weaker than Left Jun, and now he was struck by a devastating blow. He suddenly fell out of Zhi Ge's body, lying motionless on the ground. Brother, are you all right? Rushed Eugene, shouting anxiously. My body hurts so much. I can't hold on much longer. Eugene trembled, unable to stand. How is this possible? Did you not claim that no one could defeat you? Seeing Eugene's state, Zwijin shouted in panic. No, it's not that. I don't understand what's happening. I never expected this guy would resort to self-harm, and astonishingly, he wasn't injured. Observing Zwijin's frantic expression, Eugene's face turned pale as he hurriedly shouted in explanation. What? What on earth is going on? Zhuge asked, his face grim. I don't know either. Please let me return to your body. I'm dying, Eugene said, his complexion ashen. All right. Zhuge felt a surge of anxiety and quickly moved in front of Eugene, urging him to enter his body. Subsequently, 2 crimson beams of light flashed, and the two merged into one. Look, Zhi Ge, pale-faced, remarked upon witnessing the fusion of Zhuge and Eugene. This is the power of our brotherhood. This body can only be wielded by my brother and me. You must comprehend this, right? Moreover, I assure you, as long as my brother rests within my body for a few minutes, any wound, no matter how severe, will heal. Zhuge spoke calmly. Upon hearing Zhuge's words, Zhi Ge's heart sank. I didn't expect your brotherly ninjutsu to be so formidable. Zhi Ge realized. It's good that you understand. No matter how clever you are, you will never grasp the true extent of our prowess. And your death is imminent. Ha! Zhuge proclaimed arrogantly. However, our fighting style is rather monotonous. Let us use your blood as our sustenance. With that, Zhuge lunged at Zhi Ge. Humph! You think to drink my blood? You must first contend with my fists. Zhi Ge retorted, charging towards Zhuge, and the two immediately grappled with each other. It was a chaotic brawl, with both sides fiercely attacking one another. Bang! 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 Time and again, their punches collided. Their speed was so swift that it rendered their movements nearly indistinguishable, obscuring even their positions. Yet, despite this, their attacks remained exceedingly ferocious. Bang! Another hard clash, and once again, they collided. Both bore traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, their faces etched with expressions of pain. Oh, I never expected the top genius of Konoha village to struggle so much in battle. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced through the air. Hearing that familiar taunt, Zhi Ge's expression turned icy as he abruptly looked up to see Kanjuro from Sunagakure perched on a distant treetop, grinning at him. TCH, so it's you. During the Chunin exams, did you not also avoid engaging with me? What brings you here this time? Surely, you are not seeking a confrontation, are you? Apologies. But I have no leisure to entertain you, Zhi Ge scoffed. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Kanjiolang's face momentarily betrayed an expression of embarrassment. He did not expect to be ridiculed by this individual before him. Haha, I was merely jesting. I have come to assist you as commanded. How fares the battle? Kanjiolang replied, a sheepish grin adorning his features. Although his demeanor was often arrogant, he treated his friends fairly well. Knowing Zhi Ge's temperament, he wished to avoid creating a negative impression, thus he hastily diverted the conversation. Upon hearing Kanjiolang's words, Zhi Ge's expression softened considerably. I have already dispatched several foes. If you do not hasten, your visit may be in vain. You truly eliminated that many? The intelligence I received indicated that the adversaries are at least of special Jonin caliber. Are you certain you are not exaggerating? Zhi Ge's words caused Kanjiolang's expression to shift slightly. I assure you, I am not exaggerating. If you wish to see the bodies, simply follow the path I took, Zhi Ge declared emphatically. Hearing this, Kanjiolang felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, a tinge of worry soon followed. He had not anticipated that in just a few weeks, this individual would have grown to such an extent. If Sunagakure were to engage Konoha in battle again, this person could pose a significant threat. After all, Gaara had previously fallen to his prowess. I shall assist you. With that, Kanjiolang swiftly leaped down. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. A look of gratitude graced Zhi Ge's face as he regarded Kanjiolang. No need for thanks, Kanjiolang replied nonchalantly. With that, the two united their efforts. Puppet technique. Black sand fish. Immediately, a surge of dark energy emerged, and a colossal black sand fish puppet materialized in the air. Upon sighting the sand fish, Zhuge's pupils constricted in disbelief. So, you are a puppet master, he exclaimed, unable to comprehend this revelation. Enough with the chatter. Prepare to be struck, Kanjiolang declared coldly. Zhuge retorted with a sneer. Who fears whom? Do you think your sluggish puppet can land a hit on me? How laughable. Zhuge regarded the sand fish with disdain etched across his features. Is that so? Then you best be cautious. With a thunderous boom, at Kanjiolang's command, the sand fish opened its enormous jaws. A terrifying suction force emerged as the sand fish's body rapidly expanded, swiftly lunging to engulf Zhuge. Witnessing the sand fish, a flicker of shock crossed Zhuge's face. He had not anticipated such a sudden assault, prompting him to hastily evade. Yet, just as he dodged, He felt a rush of wind beside him, and in the next moment, his abdomen was pierced through, as the blood gushed forth from the wound. The nearby body swayed precariously, evidently suffering severe internal injuries. Upon lifting his gaze, he was astonished to find Zhi Ge holding a lightning sphere pressed against his abdomen. You, how could you possess such swiftness? When did you arrive before me? He stared at Zhi Ge in shock, utterly unprepared for the significant enhancement in his adversary's strength, which he had remained oblivious to. This is something I need not divulge to you, Zhi Ge taunted. And with that, he delivered a punch that sent the nearby figure flying. What an opportunity! Observing the uncontrollable flight of his adversary, Qin Jiulang deftly maneuvered his puppet, the pepper fish, to ensnare him within its belly. Ah, no, let me out. You scoundrel, release me. The wretched cries echoed, yet were of no avail. Dark secret technique. Puppet farce. Kill. Qin Jiulang secured the pepper fish and then commanded the blades on the raven to brutally pierce through. In this manner, the unfortunate soul perished within the confines of the pepper fish, not even uttering a final scream. Witnessing the demise of his foe, a wave of exhilaration washed over Qin Jiulang's countenance. Remarkable. You from Sunagakure have quite the knack for claiming lives. After all my efforts, this fellow ended up dead at your hands. Zhi Ge chuckled at Qin Jiulang's flamboyant puppet technique, not missing the chance to throw a jest at him. Ha ha. I owe you my gratitude. Were it not for your depleting this fellow's chakra, I could not have showcased such prowess. Qin Jiulang regarded Zhi Ge with a glimmer of admiration. Indeed, my strength has escalated rapidly. With that, the two exchanged smiles, as if all previous discord had been effortlessly erased. Very well, I must proceed to assist my comrades ahead. What about you? Zhi Ge inquired with a smile. I shall carry this fellow back to Konoha. He appears to be gravely injured. My companions, Gaara and Temari, are also en route to provide support. I trust they will manage well, Qin Jiulang replied, hoisting the incapacitated Inuzuka and Akamaru over his shoulder. Gaara, you say? Ha ha ha, this time. You Sunagakure folk have truly shown your sincerity by dispatching such a formidable ally. Zhi Ge remarked with a nonchalant smile. We merely exert our modest efforts. As you are aware, our current state in Sunagakure necessitates atoning for our previous transgressions against Konoha, Qin Jiulang said with a tinge of bitterness. Very well. In that case, I shall take my leave. Thank you. After uttering these words, Zhi Ge's figure flickered and vanished. Although it had taken unexpected effort, he was relieved to have dealt with these three adversaries. Now, only one member of Orochimaru's guard remained. Excellent. Let us eliminate him in one fell swoop. Zhi Ge murmured with excitement, never having anticipated that he alone could obliterate such an elite squad as Orochimaru's guard. As he contemplated this, a subtle smile involuntarily graced his lips, and his gaze ahead brimmed with intense ambition. He understood that he was drawing ever closer to victory, and his pace quickened in response. Zhi Ge, I am hastening forward. He suddenly heard a familiar voice from below. Looking down, he was surprised to see Shikamaru. Shikamaru, why is it so quiet on your end? Are you two performing a silent play? Zhi Ge raised an eyebrow at Shikamaru, who stood still, facing an opponent. Enough with the foolishness. I merely utilized the shadow imitation technique to immobilize the enemy. Truth be told, this woman, Jiraiya, is quite formidable. The consecutive uses of the technique have nearly drained my chakra, so your arrival brings me relief, Shikamaru explained while releasing the technique. Freed from his control, Jiraiya immediately distanced herself from the two. Although Shikamaru was an easy adversary for her, she had witnessed Zhi Ge's prowess firsthand. The fact that this young man had made it here indicated that his three companions had already perished in the effort to delay the enemy. Thus, Jiraiya was compelled to regard Zhi Ge with newfound respect. Hey, you lazy fellow. You released the jutsu just because I arrived? That's quite the way to slack off, Zhi Ge remarked, observing Shikamaru's nonchalant demeanor with a frown. TCH, Shikamaru retorted, if it weren't for that guy Sasuke, I wouldn't have encountered such trouble. Besides, I am genuinely no match for this woman. With a companion as strong as you here to assist, I certainly cannot impede your efforts. Humph, that's more like it. Zhi Ge nodded in satisfaction at Shikamaru's words. However, when he noticed that only Jiraiya was present and no one else, he was taken aback. Wait, Shikamaru, there should be 4 members in Orochimaru's guard. This woman is the 4th. Where are Sasuke and Naruto? Why are you the only one here? A multitude of questions overwhelmed Zhi Ge. leaving him with a sense of foreboding about the situation's unexpected turn. Did you say Sasuke and Naruto? Shikamaru's demeanor shifted to one of concern. Yes. Where have they gone? Zhi Ge inquired, looking intently at Shikamaru. We had intercepted Sasuke, but then a strange individual emerged from nowhere. This person is incredibly powerful, and even the woman before you fears him. He was the one who took Sasuke away, while Naruto went off alone in pursuit of them. Shikamaru gasped, breathless. A strange individual? Zhi Ge furrowed his brow at this revelation. Heh, Zhi Ge, you truly are tenacious. Did you believe Orochimaru's guard consisted solely of our 4 misfits? Wrong. The actual guard comprises 5 members. The formidable individual referred to by that fellow is none other than Kimimaro. To be frank, even if the other 4 of us combined our utmost prowess, we would still be no match for Junmaru's single hand. If you were wise, you should abandon your foolish mission right here. Doyu glanced coldly at Zhi Ge and spoke with a chilling tone. Doyu had calculated her words meticulously. She aimed to convey the terror of Junmaru to dissuade this young man from proceeding. However, she did not anticipate that Zhi Ge was the type to grow stronger in the face of adversity. He had consistently engaged in battles beyond his level. Although he had endured more defeats than victories, his formidable strength had allowed him to persevere. Now, the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent only exhilarated him further. Oh, I see, you truly are amusing. Zhi Ge replied with a smile rather than anger upon hearing Doyu's words. But what of this Junmaru? No matter how powerful or formidable he may be, can he truly best me? Huh, are you not afraid he will flatten you? Junmaru possesses strength nearing that of a shadow. Doyu mocked as she regarded Zhi Ge. Let us wait and see. Zhi Ge responded, unfazed by the provocation, speaking with ease. Very well. Allow me to witness just how formidable you truly are. Doyu's temper flared at his words. Humph, do you genuinely believe your techniques are impressive? I shall show you who the true powerhouse is. With a cold snort, Doyu charged directly at Zhi Ge. Her movements were swift, akin to a tempest sweeping through a desert. As she lunged towards him, she swung her fist down fiercely towards Zhi Ge's head. Your punches are painfully slow. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of martial arts. Rubber multi-punch. Zhi Ge smirked disdainfully, executing a combination of rubber multi-punches that sent Doyu flying. Her body tumbled through the air before landing on the ground. Her cheek already swollen. Is that all you've got? I had thought you were the strongest among them. But it seems your comrades merely wish to shield you from peril due to your gender. Zhi Ge remarked nonchalantly, hardly considering Doyu a threat. You, dreadful little brat. How dare you insult me like that? Doyu cried, clutching her cheek, seething with rage. All right, take a breather. I will handle this woman. Seeing the battle unfold so effortlessly, Zhi Ge patted Shikamaru on the shoulder. No, you must not be reckless. This woman is terrifying. Shikamaru immediately interjected upon hearing Zhi Ge's words. You can see for yourself, this woman is utterly weak. There is no need for concern. Victory is assured. Zhi Ge insisted, shaking his head. Very well, but do take care. Watching Zhi Ge's stubborn demeanor, Shikamaru let out a resigned sigh. Humph, you little rascal. In the realm of martial arts, I may indeed fall short of your prowess. However, I have yet to unveil my most formidable technique. Once Doyu had steadied herself, her emerald eyes fixated coldly on Zhi Ge as she spoke. A killing move? Upon hearing Doyu's words, Zhi Ge narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Could such a feeble Doyu possibly possess a killing move? It seemed rather absurd. Doyu refrained from further conversation and instead produced a flute, commencing to play a haunting melody. Be cautious, Zhi Ge. This woman's flute holds great power. Luchuan cautioned, unable to contain his concern at the sound emanating from Doyu's instrument. Fear not, Luchuan. With her mere fanciful moves, how could she possibly harm me? Zhi Ge replied confidently, patting his chest. As Doyu's melody quickened, the air became imbued with an array of peculiar sound waves. Suddenly, a terrifying sonic wave erupted from her flute, surging towards Zhi Ge. There is indeed some skill involved. Yet, do you truly believe this trifling tactic could eliminate me? Zhi Ge exclaimed, startled, as he swiftly swung his fist, repelling Doyu's attack with ease. You still overestimate yourself, young man. Doyu retorted coolly, continuing her performance. Illusion, dreaming soundlock. As her last note faded, eerie black mist enveloped Zhi Ge from all sides. What is she up to? Zhi Ge was taken aback, soon sensing an ominous presence. This is bad, he muttered under his breath, gazing at the encroaching black fog, which began to cloud his consciousness. This is troublesome. I seem to have no effective counter against illusions, Zhi Ge exclaimed, alarmed by the shape-shifting mist surrounding him. Despite his efforts to maintain mental clarity, he gradually succumbed to the illusionary realm. Little brat, let us see how you maintain your arrogance now. Duoyu rejoiced at Zhi Ge's apparent descent into the illusion, her voice echoing as the black mist thickened around him. Concealed by the fog, Zhi Ge's complexion turned pale, resembling one stricken by a grave illness. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through Zhi Ge's body, causing his hair to stand on end in shock. How can this be? I possess rubber-like properties, so why am I being shocked? Could it be that the thunder fruit within me sensed my peril and intervened? Zhi Ge pondered this bewildering occurrence, yet there was no time for such musings. Resolutely, Zhi Ge fixed a cold gaze upon Duoyu. Enough of your illusions. It is now my turn to strike, he declared, surveying the surrounding mist with a sardonic smile before stepping forward and vanishing from sight. Duoyu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Zhi Ge had escaped her illusion so swiftly. Just then, a colossal hand lunged toward her neck. Ah! Mayo let out a pained cry, her neck firmly gripped by a massive hand, rendering her utterly immobile. What is this? How has your hand grown so enormous? Mayo felt the terrifying power emanating from that large hand around her neck, making it difficult for her to breathe. I am a rubber person. I can freely stretch any part of my body. How about that? You can't play your flute now that I have you by the throat, can you? Zhi Ge looked at Mayo with a mocking expression, sneering. Humph. Even if you can stretch your body freely, what of it? You are still hindered by my sonic attack, unable to unleash your full strength. Mayo shouted while struggling. Is that so? A playful smile curled at the corners of Zhi Ge's mouth, and with a sudden force, he flung Mayo to the ground. Bang! Mayo fell hard, wincing in pain, tears streaming down her face. Ha! That hurts so much. You bastard. Mayo climbed to her feet and hurled curses at Zhi Ge. This is merely an appetizer. I'll peel your skin off inch by inch, so you know the price of aiding the wicked. Zhi Ge scoffed at the fallen Mayo. Seething with rage, Mayo glared at him, wishing she could tear him to shreds instantly. How dare you glare at me when death is imminent? Let us see you try. With that, Zhi Ge's foot came down heavily on Mayo's right hand. Crack, crack. All 5 of Mayo's fingers shattered, blood pouring from the broken bones onto the ground. You actually crippled my hand. Mayo looked at Zhi Ge in shock, unable to believe he had rendered her hand useless. Humph. I am merely enacting divine justice. Now you can no longer play your flute or use your illusions. With that, Zhi Ge kicked Mayo in the stomach once more. Huh, why is there no reaction? How heavy are you? You've jammed my shoe. Zhi Ge kicked Mayo's stomach, but found he couldn't budge her. Little brat, your days of pride end here. From now on, you will understand why I have been allowed to remain until the end. Suddenly, Mayo lifted her head, and Zhi Ge noticed her face was becoming covered in curse marks. Moreover, with the surge of these marks, Mayo's strength rapidly escalated, multiplying several times in mere seconds. Get away from me, Mayo roared, then swung a fist toward Zhi Ge. Seeing her move, Zhi Ge hurriedly dodged. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated, and just as Zhi Ge evaded, a large tree behind him was cleaved in two by Mayo's flute. This can't be real. Zhi Ge's expression soured as he gazed at Mayo, now wielding her flute, clearly taken aback by her formidable power. Little brat, my strength has been unleashed. Now you shall surrender obediently. Moyui gazed coldly at Zhi Ge and remarked, Huh, do you truly believe that your meager skills can defeat me? Such a notion is simply a delusion. Zhi Ge, unwilling to yield, retorted defiantly, and in a flash, he appeared before Moyui, launching a powerful punch aimed at her head. Moyui, catching sight of the impending attack, swiftly shielded her head with her arms. A resounding thud echoed as both Zhi Ge and Moyui were sent sprawling, tumbling across the ground several times before regaining their balance. How could this happen? Could it be that my boastful words were premature? Zhi Ge wondered, clutching his forehead, his expression darkening. Is this truly your strength? It appears to be limited to this. I advise you to surrender while you still can. Observing Zhi Ge's disheveled state, Moyui scoffed disdainfully. Until the final moment, victory remains uncertain, Zhi Ge asserted with unwavering determination. Such laughable claims. My abilities extend far beyond this. Moyui sneered, retrieving a flute from her possession and resuming her haunting melody. The power of the spell not only augmented her attributes, but also healed her wounds entirely. Now, prepare for your requiem. Spirit Summoning Technique. Arise, 3 ghosts. A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing 3 towering monstrosities. The so-called 3 ghosts summoned by Moyui included one wielding a massive wooden club, known as the Club Ghost, another with bone claws, named the Claw Ghost, and the last, whose upper body and head were entirely wrapped in bandages, lacking arms and proficient in collision attacks, referred to as the Bandage Ghost. These spectral entities were Moyui's formidable weapons, employed in nearly all perilous missions. Meanwhile, Moyui remained concealed, manipulating the 3 ghosts through her flute's melody. I have trained extensively for this move. You had better be cautious, Moyui declared with a chilling smile as she played her flute. The 3 ghosts, responding to her command, surged forward with fervor. Humph. Do you truly think 3 mere specters can stand against me? You must be tired of living. Zhi Ge scoffed at the approaching apparitions. With a swift motion of his right hand, a bolt of lightning struck the leading club ghost. To his astonishment, the club ghost remained utterly unscathed. What? To witness my attack effortlessly thwarted was beyond my expectations. The defensive capabilities of these 3 ghosts are astonishing. Zhi Ge exclaimed, astonished. You are nothing but an ordinary leaf ninja. My 3 summoned spirits are ancient anomalies. Your strength is insufficient to contend with them. Moyui taunted, continuing to play her flute and directing the club ghost to relentlessly assault Zhi Ge. The devastation wrought by the club ghost flattened flora and fauna in its wake, compelling Zhi Ge to take the threat seriously. That damned creature! Zhi Ge growled ferociously, his body spinning rapidly. He concentrated a sphere of lightning energy in his palm. Bang! Subsequently, the thunderball detonated, transforming into a brilliant bolt of lightning that instantly struck the great stick demon. The creature let out a pained howl, staggering back several steps, and a gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared on its body. Fortunately, the great stick demon possessed an exceptionally robust constitution, despite sustaining severe injuries. It soon regained its former vitality. Damn, this creature's resilience surpasses my expectations. Zhi Ge's countenance darkened as he glared at the great stick demon, his heart brimming with ire. The power of the Thunder Fruit. 8 million volts. Thunderfall. Without delay, Zhi Ge concentrated the energy within him once more. In an instant, a colossal surge of electricity spread through the air, hurtling towards the great stick demon. Upon witnessing the approaching lightning, the great stick demon emitted an enraged roar, its eyes flashing with a ferocious red light, and wielded its massive stick against the heavens in a furious strike. Boom! Following a resounding thud, the dark clouds in the sky were shattered by the lightning, revealing a cerulean expanse. Zhi Ge gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his move would be so effortlessly neutralized. However, he soon discerned a critical flaw in the great stick demon. Though it had shattered his lightning strike, the creature's stick appeared to bear faint cracks. In light of this, 1 million volts. Thunder Serpent. Boom. Zzz. The great stick demon's staff broke apart with a resounding crack. The creature was sent flying by the force of the lightning, crashing to the ground. Observing this spectacle, a faint smile curved Zhi Ge's lips. His plan was finally coming to fruition. Haha, I have triumphed. Zhi Ge laughed maniacally and approached the fallen great stick demon, placing a foot upon its chest. Humph, you are nothing but this. Did you truly believe your strength was formidable? Allow me to inform you that in the face of absolute power, you are no more significant than an ant. The great stick demon has lost its staff? Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. Zhi Ge mocked, sneering as he looked down at the prostrate creature. Hearing these words, the great stick demon could not help but display a visage of agony. The power of the rubber fruit. Rubber battle axe. Seizing the moment, Zhi Ge utilized the rubber battle axe, his enormous feet trampling down upon the great stick demon, which was instantly flattened without uttering a sound. Having dispatched the great stick demon, Zhi Ge then charged towards Duoyu. Die! Zhi Ge bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury, his entire being suffused with a palpable aura of slaughter. Duoyu sensed a looming threat approaching from behind and swiftly turned to see Zhi Ge, wild-eyed and charging towards him, prompting him to evade hastily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Zhi Ge closed in on Duoyu, the claw demon and the bandage demon lunged forward. Humph. 2 mere spirit demons dare to oppose me? They are courting death. Zhi Ge scoffed coldly, extending his hand towards the bandage demon. The bandage demon, momentarily taken aback, was uncertain of Zhi Ge's intent, but instinctively reacted by opening its mouth, unleashing a black vine that swiftly coiled towards Zhi Ge. Szzz. The black vines swiftly ensnared Zhi Ge's waist, tightening their grip with ferocity. Humph, you think you can bind me? Zhi Ge scoffed, and with a flick of his right hand, he unleashed his armed haki, tearing the black vines asunder. Bang! Zhi Ge's fist struck the bandage ghost's abdomen, sending it hurtling backward. Seizing the opportunity, the claw ghost approached Zhi Ge from behind and delivered a brutal blow to the back of his head. Noticing the claw ghost's assault, Zhi Ge furrowed his brow but remained composed, abruptly pivoting to the side. Bang! The claw ghost missed its target, crashing heavily into the ground, its claws sinking into the earth. Nearby, Duoyu witnessed this spectacle and hastily played his flute to assist the claw ghost in its escape. Hiss! The claw ghost withdrew its arm and swiftly regained its footing, its eyes fixed on Zhi Ge, radiating intense malice. You two imbeciles. Why aren't you killing him already? At Duoyu's command, the claw ghost's expression turned even more venomous, its claws lunging forth with ferocity. Whoosh! Crack! The claw ghost pierced through the air, arriving at Zhi Ge's back. Observing the claw ghost's speed and strength, Zhi Ge's countenance changed, prompting him to evade. Yet, the claw ghost pounced onto Zhi Ge's back. You don't truly believe clinging to my back will grant you an advantage, do you? Zhi Ge sneered, then exerted force, sending the claw ghost flying away. Bang! The claw ghost collided with the wall and then crumpled to the ground. Oh! The claw ghost cried out in agony. Witnessing its injury, Duoyu couldn't contain his urgency and quickly resumed playing the flute. Woo! The flute resounded, and the bandage ghost suddenly launched upward, knocking Zhi Ge away. Uffed! Zhi Ge was propelled, spitting blood. Cough, cough. Zhi Ge clutched his chest, unable to suppress a fit of coughing. He hadn't anticipated the bandage ghost's impact to be so formidable. He couldn't withstand it in his regular state. Observing this, Duoyu breathed a sigh of relief and promptly played the flute to aid the claw ghost's recovery. Zhi Ge gradually stood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze toward the bandage ghost filled with fury. You pest, today I shall sever all your limbs. Zhi Ge bellowed, then slammed his rubber battle axe into the ground, causing the earth to tremble and the entire valley to shake. In an instant, Zhi Ge vanished from his position, reappearing beside the bandage ghost. Whoosh! Zhi Ge swung his fist, launching an assault on the bandage ghost. The bandage ghost hastily dodged to the side. However, Zhi Ge's speed was too overwhelming, leaving no time for evasion, and his fist, imbued with the might of thunder, struck the bandage ghost's chest with tremendous force. Bang! The bandage ghost's chest caved in. Ah! It let out a wretched scream, collapsing in defeat. Zhi Ge stepped closer to the bandage ghost and delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen. Uffed! The bandaged ghost once again spewed forth a mouthful of blood, lying pale upon the ground, devoid of any sign of life. Zhi Ge delivered a powerful punch that shattered the bandaged ghost's form. He took a deep breath and then turned his gaze toward the claw ghost that stood beside Duoyu. Now it is your turn. Upon seeing Zhi Ge's confident demeanor, the claw ghost let out a furious roar. A woo! The claw ghost struggled violently, its skin instantaneously turning an inky black, presenting an extraordinarily eerie sight. Zhi Ge, witnessing this transformation, did not dare to underestimate its power and immediately summoned his armed color haki. Boom! Zhi Ge's physique began to swell, enveloped in a flowing aura of haki, transforming him into a god of war. At this sight, Duoyu's pupils narrowed in alarm. This was not good. That creature had grown stronger, and the battle needed to be concluded swiftly. She realized that allowing the opponent to continue gaining strength would spell trouble for her. With a gust of wind, Duoyu vanished from sight. As she moved, she wielded her flute to control the claw ghost, seeking the opportune moment to strike Zhi Ge. This was the strongest of her three ghosts, and she needed to utilize it to its fullest potential. Zhi Ge's expression darkened as he noted Duoyu's sudden disappearance. He had not anticipated such cunning from her. Swiftly, Duoyu seized the moment of Zhi Ge's hesitation, commanding the claw ghost to launch a surprise attack. The claw ghost lunged behind Zhi Ge, its claw piercing into his back. Crack! With a fierce tug, the claw ghost tore open a massive wound on Zhi Ge's back. And had it not been for the protection of his armed color haki, he would have surely been impaled. Ah! Zhi Ge grimaced in pain, unable to suppress a cry of anguish. The claw ghost, emboldened by this, intensified its assault, intent on finishing Zhi Ge off. Just then, Zhi Ge lifted his head sharply. channeling his armed color hockey to its utmost limit, and delivered a powerful punch to the claw ghost's face, sending it hurtling away. Thud! The claw ghost crashed heavily to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of its mouth, appearing utterly wretched. Humph! Zhi Ge let out a cold laugh as he approached the claw ghost. Sensing the impending threat to its life, the claw ghost roared defiantly. With a mighty bellow, its muscles bulged, and thick, formidable armor of steel emerged, encasing its body. Hiss! The claw ghost emitted a deep, hoarse growl. Could this creature transform again? Zhi Ge's pupils constricted at the sight of the claw ghost's robust armor. This capability had caught him completely off guard, as he had no idea when the claw ghost would choose to metamorphose. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhi Ge did not dare to be careless and hurriedly activated his armed color hockey, enveloping himself in its protective embrace. The clawed demon panted heavily, fixating its gaze on Zhi Ge, its eyes gleaming with a fierce malevolence. Observing the transformation of the clawed demon, Zhi Ge felt a sudden jolt of unease within him. An ominous sense of danger enveloped him, seemingly more intense than before. The clawed demon continued to breathe laboriously, its ferocity escalating with each breath. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge's heart raced. He was uncertain of the demon's next move. Suddenly, a guttural roar erupted from the clawed demon's throat, and in an instant, its form surged with newfound vigor. With a resounding crash, its arms and legs elongated, resembling razor-sharp blades. Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback by this startling transformation. Then, with a thunderous sound, the clawed demon lunged towards him. Reacting swiftly, Zhi Ge summoned his haki and met the demon's charge with a powerful punch. The collision produced a deafening reverberation. Cracks echoed as the bones in the clawed demon's legs shattered, sending it hurtling backward. It crashed against a distant mountain, creating deep craters in the earth. Zhi Ge was overjoyed to see that his strike had inflicted severe damage upon the clawed demon. He had not anticipated such weakness. With a cold smile, Zhi Ge remarked, "Who would have thought you were merely a facade of strength?" A mocking expression crossed his face, with such feeble prowess. "How dare you attempt to take my life?" Enraged by these words, the clawed demon gritted its teeth, struggling to rise from the ground, swaying unsteadily as it advanced towards Zhi Ge once more. Zhi Ge's demeanor shifted as he prepared for the onslaught. The clawed demon charged again, but this time, Zhi Ge was ready to defend himself. A golden blur flashed by as the clawed demon collided with Zhi Ge, forcing him to stumble back several hundred meters before regaining his footing. Once stable, Zhi Ge swung his right fist down upon the clawed demon. The demon hastily raised its claws to block, yet the impact created a dull thud as their forces clashed. Zhi Ge's punch struck the clawed demon's arm, bending it grotesquely. The demon cried out in agony, its arm hanging limply, a picture of despair. But the onslaught was far from over. Seizing the opportunity, Zhi Ge delivered a devastating kick to the demon's abdomen, pulverizing its insides. Following this, he unleashed a final punch, obliterating the demon's head in a spray of blood. Duoyu was left utterly stunned. She had never expected her prized demon trio to be so effortlessly subdued by Zhi Ge. "Duoyu, your summoned demons are all vanquished. What other tricks do you have left?" Zhi Ge gazed at the dazed Duoyu with a mocking tone. How infuriating! Upon hearing this, Duoyu snapped back, roaring in fury. With a fierce whirlwind, she began to spin wildly, her body swelling rapidly, enveloped in an increasingly dense black mist that made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Witnessing this transformation, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted. Suddenly, numerous sharp spikes emerged from Duoyu's skin, each one laced with potent venom. At this moment, Duoyu had fully awakened her cursed seal powers, entering her second state. Without hesitation, Zhi Ge unleashed all of his armed color hockey, which surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing him completely. Just then, Duoyu appeared before Zhi Ge, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Bam! Zhi Ge hastily raised his arms to shield himself from the blow, yet the impact still sent his blood surging. Coughing, he felt the ground tremble beneath him as a sudden gust of wind swept through the air. Ninjutsu! Scythe Weasel! Zhi Ge's eyes widened in shock at the sight. In an instant, countless fierce winds coalesced into a blinding white light, striking Duoyu directly. A heart-wrenching scream escaped her lips as her body quivered violently, seemingly engulfed in immense agony. Alarmed by Duoyu's distress, Zhi Ge instinctively retreated several paces, astonished by the display of power. "What is this?" How can it be so formidable? He exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Finally catching up, Temari appeared before Zhi Ge. So it's you, he exclaimed with a smile, recognizing her as reinforcements akin to Kanjiro. I never expected you, a woman, to exhibit such ferocity. This is the first time I've seen you in action. Humph. My strength is not something everyone can withstand. Temari retorted coldly. Just as Zhi Ge prepared to counter, Temari suddenly struck behind him with a palm. Unbeknownst to him, Duo-yu had attempted a sneak attack from behind. Reacting swiftly, Zhi Ge sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding her assault. In that moment, Duo-yu's flute collided with Temari's fist, resulting in a resounding explosion. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Gasping in astonishment, Zhi Ge's face paled further. Goodness, how powerful. It seems one should never underestimate a woman. The ordinary armed color hockey is already commendable for withstanding a single blow, yet to my astonishment, Temari's fist is capable of repelling Doyu's onslaught. Is it possible that the men of your Hidden Leaf village lack such spirit? Temari cast a glance at Shikamaru, who was lazily napping nearby, and then at Zhi Ge. Unable to suppress a sigh. Upon hearing her words, Zhi Ge's brow furrowed slightly. Temari, what do you mean by that? Doyu also shot a glare at Temari, evidently displeased with her previous remarks. Humph. Is it not due to the ineptitude of the men from your village that Sasuke has yet to be reclaimed after all this time? You took so long to subdue a mere girl. The renowned prodigy of the Hidden Leaf is rather disappointing, is he not? Temari scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with Zhi Ge's performance. How could it be that I, Uchiha Zhi Ge, am belittled by a woman? I am merely showing a degree of chivalry. If you insist on speaking this way, very well. Second gear. Activate. A hint of embarrassment and anger surfaced on Zhi Ge's cheeks as his arms trembled, suddenly entering second gear. Initially, he had intended to reserve this for his confrontation with the formidable Kamaru, as the strain of second gear was tremendously taxing. Yet, as a man of the Hidden Leaf, it was utterly intolerable to be looked down upon by women from other nations. You possess such strength? Doyu trembled upon witnessing Zhi Ge's transformation. Originally, she had intended to swiftly eliminate Zhi Ge in her second state, but it now appeared to be an unlikely endeavor. Ha! Observing Doyu's expression, Zhi Ge couldn't help but erupt in laughter. It seems you dare not confront me now. If that is the case, then prepare to lose your life. Humph. Do not be so arrogant, Doyu exclaimed with a sharp tone, swiftly waving her flute. The next moment, a piercing horn echoed, reverberating across a 100-mile radius. Futile. In my second gear state, I am not someone like you to be trifled with. Rubber fruit power. Rubber jet Gatling. Zhi Ge roared, unleashing a torrent of punches that rained down upon Doyu. Thud, thud, thud. The deep sounds resonated in the air, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. Doyu barely had time to evade before she was struck repeatedly, her body marred with numerous wounds. These scars are gifts for you now. Let us bring this to a close. Thunder fruit power. 20 million volts of chaotic lightning dance. Witnessing Doyu's injuries, a cruel smile crept across Zhi Ge's lips. He then thrust his arms forward once more, and bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, heading straight for Doyu. Damn it, you scoundrel. I shall fight you to the end. As her wounds intensified, Doyu could no longer contain her fury, evading the arcs of electricity while cursing aloud. Ha! If you have the ability, then come at me with all you've got. Zhi Ge erupted into a derisive laughter, exuding an air of triumph as the relentless lightning surged towards Duo-yu. I will kill you, Duo-yu snarled through gritted teeth, propelling herself forward with fierce determination towards Zhi Ge. The cacophony of explosions resonated with each clash, as torrents of electrical energy illuminated the battlefield between them. It must be acknowledged that Zhi Ge's techniques, elevated to a second tier, were indeed exquisite. An ordinary ninja could scarcely withstand them. Moreover, his speed and strength far surpassed that of a typical ninja, rendering escape for Duo-yu a formidable challenge. With resounding booms, their battle intensified, and after 50 exchanges, Duo-yu found herself utterly unable to retaliate under Zhi Ge's relentless onslaught. A spray of crimson erupted as Zhi Ge's overwhelming force slammed her to the ground. Coughing, blood trickled from the corner of Duo-yu's mouth, her facial muscles twitching in evident agony, a clear indication of her severe injuries. Ha! What do you think? If you surrender and divulge information about Orochimaru, I might consider sparing your life, Zhi Ge declared, reveling in the sight of Duo Yu's plight as he approached her. You. The mockery in Zhi Ge's voice ignited a flame of hatred within Duo Yu. Humph. I assure you, I will never yield. Even if it costs me my life, I shall reveal nothing. She retorted defiantly, her eyes alight with animosity. Suddenly, her body radiated a crimson glow, signaling a peculiar reaction. Not good. She intends to take you down with her. Handan gasped, witnessing Duo Yu's actions, and swiftly initiated a ninjutsu. Around Duo Yu, a tempest of cutting wind blades materialized, and before she could initiate her self-detonation, the fierce winds severed her body, leaving no trace behind. How can this be? Zhi Ge exclaimed, his face painted with disbelief at the ease with which Duo Yu was vanquished. He could scarcely fathom that Handan possessed such terrifying prowess. He had always regarded Handan as the weakest of the Sand Ninja trio, yet the reality was starkly different. You are truly naive. How could one show mercy to an adversary? Handan scoffed at Zhi Ge. Although her words struck a chord of embarrassment within him, they rang true. To show compassion towards foes is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. TCH, I merely sought to extract some useful information. And now, thanks to you, this violent woman has completely ruined everything. Zhi Ge muttered, rolling his eyes, before refocusing on the remnants of Duo Yu's shattered form. Just then, Zhi Ge's ears perked up, and he swiftly turned his head, a wary expression flashing across his face. Who goes there? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhi Ge's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that someone could so easily infiltrate his rear. Your perception is commendable. It seems you have grown stronger. A familiar voice echoed, prompting Zhi Ge to turn and discover it was Gaara. What brings you here? Zhi Ge inquired gravely. I have come to support you, Zhi Ge. Have you weakened? With your abilities, you should not be ensnared here, Gaara stated impassively, gradually approaching Zhi Ge. Humph. At least I have bested you before. But there is no time for nostalgia. I must pursue Naruto. Upon hearing Gaara's words, Zhi Ge shot him an irritated glare before preparing to depart. Wait. I will accompany you, Gaara called out, as Zhi Ge made to leave. You. Zhi Ge regarded Gaara with skepticism. Indeed. Gaara nodded slowly, his expression resolute. Very well. Just don't hinder my progress. Zhi Ge conceded with a nod. And what about me? I want to come too, Shojuro exclaimed, noticing Zhi Ge and Gaara's intention to leave. No. Stay here. Bringing a woman along will only complicate matters. Zhi Ge firmly rejected Shojuro's request to join in the pursuit of Naruto. Humph. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Shojuro retorted, casting a disdainful look at Zhi Ge. Shojuro, heed Zhi Ge's advice. After all, we are here to assist, and it appears that Shikamaru has also sustained injuries. You should accompany him back to the Hidden Leaf Village, Gaara advised, placing a reassuring hand on Shojuro's shoulder. He then turned to Zhi Ge, stating earnestly, Let us go. Naruto is not far ahead, and we shall soon catch up to him. Agreed. Zhi Ge nodded, and together with Gaara, they dashed into the distance, quickly vanishing from sight. Observing Zhi Ge and Gaara's retreating figures, Shojuro clenched his teeth and turned back along the path they had come. How infuriating. Why must I escort this lackluster man? Shojuro lamented as he reluctantly hoisted Shikamaru onto his back and sped towards the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Gaara and Zhi Ge traversed the dense forest, emerging into a vast plain, yet they found no trace of Naruto. Instead, they encountered Lee engaged in battle with a man clad in white. Lee, what is happening? Where is Naruto? Zhi Ge shouted, hastening his steps towards Lee's location. Zhi Ge, help me! Lee exclaimed, visibly relieved at Zhi Ge's arrival. Opposite him, the man in white regarded Lee with an indifferent expression. The absence of injuries on the white-clad man indicated that this clash was one-sided. To withstand a fight against a martial arts expert like Lee without sustaining any wounds marked this individual as extraordinary. Zhi Ge assisted Xiao Li to his feet, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the man in white. I sincerely apologize. I intended to support Naruto, but I did not anticipate that this individual would be so formidable. My leg injury has yet to heal, and I feel I have hindered everyone. I am truly sorry. A look of guilt crossed Xiao Li's face as he lowered his head, hesitant to meet Zhi Ge's eyes. Do not chastise yourself. This is not your fault. Anyone who dares to obstruct us must be prepared to face the consequences. Noticing Xiao Li's remorseful demeanor, a smile involuntarily graced Zhi Ge's face. Before he turned his attention back to the man in white, Sasuke has regained consciousness, and Naruto has pursued him alone. You must be cautious. This fellow can wield his own bones as weapons. As Shaoli spoke, he retreated to the back, fully aware that the forthcoming battle was beyond his capability to intervene. I understand. I will handle it with care. There is no need for concern. Zhi Ge reassured, thumping his chest confidently. Then we shall take our leave. The man in white addressed them with an air of nonchalance. You are Gaara of the Sand and Uchiha Zhi Ge, correct? You are the leader of the five, Kimimaro. I presume. I am surprised you are aware of our names. Zhi Ge nodded, his eyes fixed intently upon him. Gaara's reputation is known throughout the ninja world, and you, Uchiha Zhi Ge, have certainly made a name for yourself during the Konoha invasion. The two of you present a formidable challenge to me. Since you are acquainted with our names, kindly clear a path. You cannot defeat us. Gaara declared to Kimimaro, his tone resolute. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. I will not yield this path, for I must protect Lord Orochimaru's dream. With that, Kimimaro instantaneously appeared before Gaara, his right fist swinging down with tremendous force. Gaara, unhesitant, summoned sand to erect a shield, blocking the sudden assault. With a thunderous crash, sand and dust erupted into the air, as expected of Gaara. Truly remarkable, Kimimaro remarked, retracting his fist. If you have any techniques left, do not hesitate to use them. Do not waste my time. Gaara remained impassive, his demeanor cold as he replied, Very well. Excellent. I appreciate such fortitude. Kimimaro's lips curled into a slight smile, and suddenly, his right hand transformed grotesquely, revealing his own finger bones. 10-finger pistol. With a swift motion, Kimimaro launched his 10-finger bones like bullets towards both Zhi Ge and Gaara. 10-finger pistol? To attack with one's own bones. What a grotesque ability. Zhi Ge gasped, shock evident on his face. It seems my suspicions were correct. He is indeed the strongest among the individuals Orochimaru has sent to thwart us. Gaara inhaled deeply, then thrust his hands forward, instantly erecting a thicker sand wall between himself and Jimuro. With a whoosh, 10 grains of sand rapidly pierced through the wall, leaving it riddled with holes. However, neither Gaara nor Jimuro sustained any harm. Observing this, Jimuro's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression soured. It appears I underestimated you. This battle is becoming quite intriguing. Now let us engage once more. With that, Jimuro's form suddenly became ethereal, vanishing from sight. How swift! Gaara furrowed his brow, swiftly scanning his surroundings, yet he discerned no one aside from himself and Jimuro. Something is amiss. This is an illusion. Only those who employ such tricks could evade my senses. A thought flickered in Gaara's mind, and in the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, darting away to evade Jimuro, who descended from above. You deliberately seek to distance yourself from me. It seems you are not adept in close combat, Jimuro remarked coolly. Regarding Gaara, and so what? Though I may not excel in melee, I am a master of it, and my speed surpasses yours. This is precisely why we make such a formidable pair. Zhi Ge coldly scoffed, then swiftly maneuvered to Jimuro's left side, crossing his arms as a tremendous surge of electricity erupted forth, sweeping toward Jimuro. Realizing the danger, Jimuro deftly twisted his waist to narrowly evade the electric surge, then rapidly formed hand seals, chanting a spell as a massive earth sphere erupted from the ground, crashing violently toward Zhi Ge. Earth release, rolling earth cannon. Jimuro bellowed, and the large earth sphere exploded, showering Zhi Ge with a torrent of debris. Unfazed, Zhi Ge executed a swift turn, leaping into the air, transforming his hands into rubbery machine guns, striking at the earth sphere until it disintegrated. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Jimuro, witnessing this, wore a disdainful smile as he formed hand seals once more, summoning an earth dragon bullet that surged forth from the ground toward Zhi Ge. Burial of sand. Observing this, Gaara's brow furrowed slightly as he rapidly formed hand seals, conjuring a vast quantity of sand in midair to bury Jimuro's earth dragon bullet. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions ensued, the soil reduced to dust, and both Zhi Ge and Jimuro stepped back, their expressions growing significantly graver. Clearly, the recent clash had astonished them. Neither had anticipated the overwhelming power of Jimuro's earth dragon bullet, particularly its singular potency. Ha ha ha, do not waste your efforts. I anticipated your attacks long ago. Jimuro laughed arrogantly. Even united, you two stand no chance against me. The gap between us is insurmountable. Upon hearing Jimuro's words, Gaara tightened his brow. Meanwhile, Zhi Ge coldly smiled, gazing at him as he replied, Is that so? Then let us try again. Upon concluding his statement, Zhi Ge charged directly at Junma Lu. For a master of physical arts like him, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with every punch and kick was his forte. Naturally, Junma Lu was not one to shy away, and the two soon became entangled in a fierce battle. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding echoed violently, sending gusts of wind that rustled the clothes of Gaara nearby. Gaara's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He could sense that Zhi Ge's strength had amplified several-fold since their previous encounter. Moreover, as the two fought without distinction between them, he realized that deploying his own ninjutsu at this moment could potentially harm Zhi Ge, leading him to opt for the role of an observer. You truly are formidable. No wonder you are the right hand of Orochimaru, Zhi Ge remarked, admiration lacing his tone as he regarded Junma Lu. After merely exchanging a few blows, Zhi Ge could discern that the words of Mayo were not mere flattery. Junma Lu was indeed terrifyingly powerful, though whether he possessed strength nearing that of an S-rank ninja remained uncertain. Hearing Zhi Ge's praise, a flicker of pride appeared on Junma Lu's face. Of course, if I were incompetent, I would not be worthy to serve Lord Orochimaru. This mission is crucial to his future, and I shall not allow you to triumph easily. With that, Junma Lu formed hand seals once more, causing the earth beneath them to tremble violently. A yellow-brown earth dragon, as thick as a man, erupted from the ground. This earth dragon, dark and covered in a myriad of scales, opened its gaping maw and lunged at Zhi Ge, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Upon witnessing this, Zhi Ge immediately fled to a distance. Yet Junma Lu was unwilling to let him escape so easily. With a powerful strike to the ground, the earth shook violently. Zhi Ge, feeling the urgency of the situation, leaped into the air. Trying to run? Earth dragon technique, swift. At Zhi Ge's movements, Junma Lu snorted coldly. And with a series of hand seals, the massive earth dragon leaped after Zhi Ge. The thunderous roar resonated through the air as their figures swiftly vanished into the horizon, leaving behind a cloud of dust. However, at that moment, a piercing sound of something slicing through the air emerged from the ground, followed by a massive wave of earth surging towards Gaara, enveloping him entirely. Caught off guard, Gaara quickly activated his sand defense. Yet, the wave of earth pursued him relentlessly, preventing any semblance of calm from settling over him. Just as Gaara prepared to summon more sand to counterattack, a sharp blade stealthily pierced from behind, striking against his sand armor. Gaara hastily reinforced his sand armor, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Junma Lu. He had never anticipated that Junma Lu could regain his composure so swiftly and launch a surprise attack with such rapidity. Junma Lu's face was etched with a chilling aura of malice as he let out a disdainful snort and declared, "I must eliminate at least one of you two. That cunning one named Zhi Ge shall be my first target. So, let it begin with you. Ha ha, perish." Although Junma Lu's assassination attempt failed, he waved his hand, causing a torrent of earth to surge upward, aiming to engulf Gaara entirely. However, Gaara merely snorted coldly, and the sand within his gourd began to autonomously coalesce into a formidable barrier to withstand the oncoming deluge. The clash between the earth and the barrier was fierce, yet it yielded no significant results. Instead, the sand relentlessly pressed down upon the wave of earth. Damn it, what is this abomination? Junma Lu's pupils constricted sharply, but he sensed that Gaara's defenses were gradually waning, while his own torrent of earth, bolstered by his chakra, was steadily augmenting in strength. Eventually, cracks began to appear in Gaara's sandy barrier under the relentless assault of the earth wave, teetering on the brink of collapse. Thunder of the Storm Fruit, 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. At that moment, Zhi Ge, who had seemingly vanished, reappeared and unleashed the Thunder Beast upon Junma Lu's torrent. Gaara's sandy barrier was momentarily spared from destruction. Observing this turn of events, Junma Lu's lips curled into a cold smile, and he swiftly formed seals once more, summoning a swirling earthen vortex that surged towards Zhi Ge's Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast, despite its lack of offensive power, possessed a technique akin to a reinforced lightning release. As it was engulfed by the earthen vortex, terrifying arcs of electricity flickered amidst the chaos. Boom, boom, boom. The earthen vortex relentlessly shredded the Thunder Beast, scattering its remnants upon the ground, while the vortex itself gradually weakened under the influence of the electric arcs, ultimately dissipating into the air. Seeing this, a grave expression emerged in Junma Lu's eyes, clearly indicating that he was challenged by the unfolding circumstances. With his prowess, he could contend with either Zhi Ge or Gaara individually, but the combination of their strengths proved to be exceedingly taxing. I never anticipated your techniques to be so peculiar. Had I not reacted in time, we would surely be nursing wounds by now, Junma Lu remarked nonchalantly, though his face betrayed the strain he had endured from the recent skirmish, depleting much of his chakra. Ha, what can I say? You are simply too cunning, forcing me to exercise caution. Your techniques are indeed formidable, and my thunder beast pales in comparison. However, if you wish to slay me, it is an impossibility. Zhi Ge laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, while Junma Lu furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of trepidation. Junma Lu coldly retorted, "You are correct. This battle is destined to be drawn out. However, my ability to stall you is more than sufficient." With that, he began to channel his chakra, infusing it into his very bones.